Chapter 1. Earth 100,086. 2008. New York, Lower Manhattan, Chinatown. The morning sun streamed through the mottled window sill, casting its light upon Chu Ye's face. Groggy and disoriented, Chu Ye struggled to open his eyes, only to find himself in an unfamiliar room, devoid of his usual surroundings. With a sudden motion, Chu Ye sprang upright, exclaiming, "What am I doing here? I simply made a wish upon a shooting star last night and fell asleep," he murmured to himself. "Oh, what was your wish?" Came a gentle voice. "Of course it was," Chu Ye began, only to realize there was another person present in the room. Following the sound, he beheld a man dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back and meticulously styled. Most notably, this individual bore a striking resemblance to Tom Hiddleston. The man regarded him with keen interest. Chu Ye's expression transformed into one of astonishment, leaving his previous thought unvoiced. Noticing Chu Ye's reaction, the man smiled. "Excellent. It seems you have recognized me." "I'm not certain." Chu Ye shook his head, then added with a grin, "Your Chinese is quite proficient." He shrugged. "In this age, even gods should be well versed in several languages." "Indeed, a polyglot is never at a disadvantage." Chu Ye beamed with amusement. "What do you intend to do with me, Loki, or should I say, the god of stories?" "God of stories? Is that what your world calls me?" Loki inquired, a look of bemusement crossing his face before he nodded with a chuckle. "I rather like that title." "You recognized me, yet you do not fear me. What is the reason?" Loki stepped closer, fixating his gaze upon Chu Ye. "You did not strike first, and have engaged in conversation with me, which suggests you do not wish to kill me. Moreover, this could merely be a dream of mine. What is there to fear in dreams?" Chu Ye replied nonchalantly. Loki inhaled deeply, stating, "Firstly, this is not a dream. You should be able to feel the warmth of the sun and the sensations of your body. These cannot deceive you." Chu Ye acknowledged the sensations around him with a nod. "Secondly, upon your arrival in this world, I attempted to kill you or seal you away." As he spoke, an unnatural glint flickered in Loki's eyes. "It seems you failed," Chu Ye remarked, his tone unfazed. "Indeed," Loki affirmed, "within you lies an immense power in the future I have glimpsed. Whether by killing or sealing you, you would ultimately wield that power and harbor resentment, leading to the annihilation of all life across the timelines." "Wow," Chu Ye chuckled. "Am I really that formidable? However, to be frank, I am unaware of what powerful force resides within me. You may not believe it, but I initially had no intention of coming here." Chu Ye confessed with a hint of exasperation. "Would you be interested in making a deal?" Loki stated plainly, revealing his intentions. "What kind of deal?" "We shall assist you in mastering the power within you and provide you with guidance." "And you? What's the price?" "Once you have adeptly controlled this power, you will leave this world." "That sounds appealing, provided I can indeed leave," Chu Ye nodded. "Then let us have a fruitful collaboration." Loki extended his right hand in a gesture of goodwill. "Indeed, may our partnership be enjoyable." Chu Ye reciprocated, shaking his hand. "What on earth?" Chu Ye exclaimed as he grasped Loki's hand. "What is it?" Loki inquired, puzzled by Chu Ye's sudden agitation. Chu Ye glanced at his hands, which appeared disproportionate for an adult, quickly withdrawing his hand, lifting the covers, and peering down at his lower half. "Still there. Thank heavens. I need a mirror," Chu Ye requested of Loki. Loki, albeit perplexed, complied. With a snap of his fingers, a brilliant green light illuminated the space, conjuring a large full-length mirror before Chu Ye. Gazing at the reflection of a face both strange and familiar, Chu Ye was torn between laughter and tears. "Is there a problem? Is that not you?" Loki inquired. "Not at all, it is indeed me. Merely my younger self," Chu Ye replied as he beheld his youthful visage. With black hair and dark eyes, his features were striking, the contours of his face sharp and well-defined. Most importantly, he had yet to succumb to the plights of middle age, which, in this light, seemed a stroke of good fortune. "You appear to Bam. By Earth standards, you seem to be merely 11 or 12 years old," Loki confirmed with seriousness. "Not to worry, in a few years, I shall grow into a handsome young man." "That is a valid point. When will you teach me to master my powers?" "I'm positively eager," Chu Ye expressed with excitement. Loki shook his head. "There is no rush. You have just arrived in this world. Although I have accepted your presence here, you lack the necessary proof of belonging to this realm." "Proof? So those coveted items that so many crave, I shall soon possess them? What use do I have for such things?" "At most, they could buy firearms," Chu Ye scoffed. "In a certain sense, they will alleviate many troubles for you. I do not wish for you to become so beleaguered by this matter that you ultimately resort to world destruction. Moreover, With this, you would acquire a bank account and credit cards, would you not? Loki observed with a knowing smile. You make a valid point. Then what are we waiting for? You must have quite a bit of money, I presume. Chu Ye said with a mischievous grin. Here you go, Loki replied without directly answering, tossing Chu Ye a coin-like, blue glowing mechanical device. Chu Ye caught the device and asked, what is this? A simultaneous translation device, Loki explained, revealing a similar device affixed to his own neck. I knew it. Your proficiency in Chinese could not be so exceptional without some enhancement. Chu Ye exclaimed as he placed the device around his own neck. The device instantly adhered to him, causing no discomfort whatsoever. By the way, you are not some impoverished deity, are you? Your attempt to divert the topic was rather clumsy, Chu Ye teased, touching the translator around his neck. The currency of mortals holds no value for me. Let us proceed. Loki raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. In the ensuing moments, Loki guided Chu Ye through the process of acquiring an array of official documents, from birth certificates to driver's licenses, and even property deeds. Everything was meticulously handled. How considered indeed. You may wonder how Loki facilitated the acquisition of these documents. With a mere flick of his finger and a flash of green light, people complied with his commands, obediently fulfilling whatever tasks were set before them. Such magic was akin to the Imperieuse curse. At Chu Ye's behest, Loki even purchased 2 commercial properties for him. The funds for these acquisitions were conjured by Loki through magic from the banks. This entire endeavor, despite Loki's magical assistance, consumed an entire day. As night fell, in the early hours of the morning, before Loki's arrival, Chu Ye began to wander through Chinatown. Nestled at the southern tip of Manhattan, New York's Chinatown sprawls over 4 square kilometers, encompassing 45 streets, and is in close proximity to Wall Street and Broadway. As Chu Ye gazed around, he was met with shops, restaurants, and gift stores adorned with Chinese signage, while stalls brimming with fruits, herbs, and seafood lined the streets, and a Chinese newspaper stand marked the entrance. The vibrant scene almost led him to believe he had stepped into a small town in Hong Kong. Evidently, you have taken a liking to this place, Loki remarked, approaching with a smile, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. It merely feels somewhat familiar. This is not my world, Chu Ye replied, shaking his head before inquiring. Where shall we go next? 177, Brick Street, Loki answered. The sanctum of New York. Upon arriving before the Ancient One, Loki vanished without a trace, leaving Chu Ye momentarily bewildered. However, he soon found himself face-to-face with the Ancient One, bald, with a refined countenance, clad in a yellow robe. Greetings, Chu Ye. The Ancient One welcomed him with a gentle demeanor, showing no signs of surprise at his arrival. Hello, Ancient One, Chu Ye responded awkwardly, offering a smile. The Ancient One nodded. I am well aware of your intentions. Loki cannot afford to be distracted for too long, which is why he departed in haste. That's good to know. How should I harness the power within me? Chu Ye inquired directly, avoiding unnecessary pleasantries. The Ancient One shook his head. The energy within you is far too potent. I cannot teach you to control it, only to discover it. Cannot? Chu Ye asked, puzzled. Indeed, it is an energy I have never encountered before. I can only guide you to uncover it. The mastery lies solely with you. The Ancient One spoke with calm assurance. Very well. How do I begin to discover it? Chu Ye's curiosity about the energy they mentioned grew, as he had yet to perceive anything unusual within himself. Follow me, the Ancient One said, casting a deep glance at him before leading the way. As they walked, they soon arrived at a room steeped in antiquity, with a meditation cushion at its center. The air was infused with the scent of sandalwood, creating a tranquil atmosphere. I believe you will find this room to your liking, the Ancient One smiled. A novel experience, Chu Ye remarked as he entered, settling onto the cushion and asking, what shall we do next? Meditate? Yes, the Ancient One confirmed. Once you enter meditation, I will cast a spell to transform the power within you into a form that you can most readily accept. A form I can readily accept? Chu Ye queried, somewhat confused. Do not worry, you will understand shortly. For now, your primary focus is to learn how to meditate. Meditation requires you to relax your body and mind, discarding any distracting thoughts, allowing you to find the power within. Listening attentively to the Ancient One's teachings, Chu Ye began to relax his body and clear his mind. Perhaps due to the Ancient One's exceptional guidance or Chu Ye's innate talent, he swiftly entered a meditative state. In this state, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm, where a large purple tome radiated a hazy light. Approaching it, he noticed the cover bore characters he could not comprehend, yet they felt reminiscent of ancient Chinese script. The moment his hand touched the book, an enigmatic piece of information surged into his mind, revealing the title inscribed on the cover: The True Understanding of Shamanism. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery shifted. He was transported to a primordial world where ancient tribesmen fought against the heavens, the earth, and each other. The sky crumbled, and Yuan mended it. 10 suns hung in the sky, while He shot them down. Tsunamis ravaged the land, and Jingwei filled the sea. The yellow river flooded, yet Dayu tamed it. Shinnong tasted 100 herbs, and Xing Tian wielded his axe in defiance. After what felt like an eternity, all of this transformed into a beam of light that fused with Chu Ye's being, accompanied by a voice resonating in his mind: authoritative, gentle, joyful, and sorrowful, yet speaking in unison. Heirs of a shaman, we await you in the future. As Chu Ye emerged from his meditation, he slowly opened his eyes, yet his spirit remained immersed in the vivid scenes he had just witnessed, unable to find equilibrium for some time. After a moment, regaining his composure, he began to organize the plethora of information flooding his mind. The Unheavened. This was a shamanic cultivation method detailing how to harness shamanic power, refine one's body with it, and create insect familiars. Wait, what is this? Chu Ye suddenly noticed an absurd interface resembling a game attribute panel before him. Name: Chu Ye. Level: Mortal. Physique: Ohms. Shamanic power: 0. Shamanic text: The Unheavened. Shamanic techniques: none. Insect familiars: none. Could this be what the Ancient One referred to as the form I can most readily accept? Chu Ye pondered. That seems plausible. After all, is there a single transmigrator without a system? It would be embarrassing to face others without one. Having organized the information in his mind, Chu Ye embarked on his first journey of cultivation. According to the shamanic text The Unheavened, there are 5 insects in the cosmos: the Lu, Lin, Mao, Yu, and Jie. The Lu refers to bare, hairless, and scaleless beings, such as humans, earthworms, and frogs. The Lin encompasses fish, lizards, and snake creatures adorned with scales. The Mao pertains to animals with abundant fur, like lions and tigers. The Yu, as one might expect, includes birds. The Jie comprises shelled insects and aquatic creatures. All 5 insects can be used to create insect familiars. Upon reading this, Chu Ye gasped while the concept of using humans for insect cultivation was unsettling. The actual outcome was unpredictable. The prerequisite for creating insect familiars is possessing shamanic power. First, I must condense my shamanic power. With this thought, Chu Ye began to concentrate and gather the shamanic power as described in the Unheavened. The source of shamanic power lies within the latent strength of the body. Chu Ye sensed it as a form of biological energy, however. His current physical condition was too frail to extract much power. Yet, the first wisp of shamanic power must originate from within oneself. Chu Ye steadied his mind and began to perceive the energies coursing through his body. During this process, he could visualize the state of his body, from hair and skin to flesh and bones. A subtle, barely perceptible energy began to converge from various parts of his body into his dantian, forming a wisp of red shamanic power. As Chu Ye channeled his shamanic energy, it began to whirl within his dantian, completing one rotation after another, the pace steadily accelerating. After 36 rotations, Chu Ye observed that the vortex of shamanic energy commenced absorbing external energy, merging seamlessly into the spiraling shamanic force, ultimately coalescing into a far more potent essence. Moreover, the greater the accumulation of shamanic energy, the swifter the rotation became, facilitating an even more substantial absorption of energy. Eventually, after an additional 72 rotations, he ceased his practice. It was not that Chu Ye wished to stop, rather. He sensed that the reservoir of shamanic energy within his dantian had reached its limit. Further absorption risked inflicting damage upon his dantian. Once he halted, the shamanic energy dispersed from his dantian, permeating throughout his body, subtly enhancing his physical attributes. After a considerable period, Chu Ye emerged from his meditative state, gently clenching his fist to perceive the augmentation in his physical prowess. Upon revisiting his attribute panel, he noted that his constitution had ascended from 11 to 12. The shamanic energy, once recorded as 0, now reflected a value of 3. He attentively sensed the shamanic energy residing within him with but a thought. It could converge back into his dantian, readily at his command. It appears you have begun to master this power. The serene voice of Ancient One resonated. In the blink of an eye, an orange-yellow portal materialized before Chu Ye, and Ancient One gracefully stepped forth. Though you have only achieved a preliminary mastery, Complete control will necessitate further study, Chu Ye remarked with a shake of his head, followed by a smile. This spell of yours is indeed convenient. May I learn it? Certainly, as long as you peruse the relevant texts. Mastering this spell should pose no difficulty for you, Ancient One replied with a knowing smile. Chapter 3, Chinatown, Chu Ye's room. A warm, orange glow flickered as a circular portal quietly materialized. Chu Ye stepped through the portal, returning to his long-lost home. Followed closely by a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a kind demeanor, who was burdened by a large cloth bag. With a casual toss, the man dropped the bag to the ground and slumped onto the couch. Old Wong, be careful. That's all my materials, Chu Ye admonished upon seeing the bag carelessly discarded. The future supreme mage, Old Wong, rolled his eyes and replied, do you have any idea how far I've traveled for these trivial items? You can just open a portal, you don't have to run around, do you? Chu Ye pouted, seemingly unconvinced by Old Wong's protest. Doesn't collecting these items consume physical energy? Old Wong suddenly sat up with remarkable agility, making Chu Ye feel as if he were not exhausted at all, merely seeking to be lazy. And how many times have you requested these items? Don't you keep track? Old Wong's excitement grew with each word, demanding the healthiest and strongest specimens each time. Reflecting on his own failures in practicing the art of Gu, a twinge of guilt surfaced in Chu Ye's heart, only to dissipate swiftly, as his standards were rather low and his skin thick. Old Wong, could you help me buy a larger fish tank? Chu Ye shifted the conversation. Old Wong cast him a weary glance, then opened a portal to depart. The bigger, the better, Chu Ye called out to his retreating figure. Once Old Wong left, Chu Ye set aside the bag that had been tossed to the floor, contemplating the past month of his life, which had been enveloped in knowledge. This was due to his aspiration to learn the spells of Kamartage. The sheer volume of books required for mastering Kamartage's magic overwhelmed him, reminiscent of the daunting studies faced by a college entrance examinee. He found it impossible to finish them in a short time. Consequently, Chu Ye settled for focusing solely on books related to opening portals. Yet even these tomes consumed his nights and days in relentless study. It was during this period of learning that he met Old Wong, growing familiar and eventually forging a friendship. When he confided in Master Gu Yi about his intention to practice Gu, she instructed Old Wong to gather the necessary materials. Regrettably, his attempts over the past month had all ended in failure. Mastering Gu proved to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. On a brighter note, just yesterday, after finishing all the books on portal creation, he successfully opened a portal on his first attempt, propelled by his burgeoning witchcraft power, and it remained stable. Furthermore, throughout the month, he had diligently concentrated on consolidating his magical energy, which simultaneously enhanced his physical prowess. His strength now surpassed that of an average adult, as evidenced by his attribute panel. Name, Chu Ye. Rank, First-tier Shaman. Physical strength, 29 Shamanic power, 92 Shamanic tome, no heaven shamanic techniques, none worms, none the following day. The large aquarium that Old Wong had ordered for Chu Ye arrived, measuring 3 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 1 meter in height. It was constructed from tempered glass and delivered by a specialized courier. Chu Ye positioned the aquarium in the guest room and settled the payment before bidding the courier farewell. Once the courier departed, Chu Ye prepared to commence his 16th attempt at crafting a poison. Inside a large cloth bag were 5 smaller bags containing centipedes, scorpions, geckos, venomous snakes, and toads. Among them, the centipedes and scorpions were numerous, totaling over 100, while there were 9 geckos, 5 toads, and a single crimson venomous snake. Chu Ye poured all of these creatures into the 3-meter-long aquarium, then sealed the lid to prevent their escape. They appeared quite lively. Observing the frenzied movements of the 5 poisons within the aquarium, Chu Ye smiled. His expression then turned solemn as he began to recite an incomprehensible incantation in a hushed tone. The sound was akin to the hissing of serpents, reminiscent of the rustling of crawling insects, chilling and terrifying. As Chu Ye wielded his shamanic power to chant the incantation, the creatures in the aquarium began to go into a frenzy. Centipedes clashed, scorpions battled geckos, and the venomous snake began to devour the toads. The bodily fluids and blood of the creatures stained the aquarium crimson. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Ye continued his incantation, increasing his speed. Soon, the centipedes and scorpions were annihilated, leaving only the largest gecko, while the toads had all been consumed by the venomous snake, whose abdomen was now swollen and cumbersome. The gecko and the snake faced each other. The gecko had lost nearly half its body, with only 3 legs remaining, torn apart by the other geckos. Now dripping with blood, the snake, despite its distended belly, struggled to lift itself, flicking its tongue in a menacing display towards the gecko. In a flash, the gecko launched the first attack, moving swiftly on its 3 legs. It reached the side of the venomous snake and sank its teeth into its belly. The snake writhed, attempting to dislodge the gecko, but its weight impeded any movement. Abandoning the effort to twist its body, the snake instead aimed to wrap its slender remaining portion around the gecko. The gecko released its grip and quickly repositioned itself to launch another assault. Before long, the venomous snake was battered and lying within the aquarium, unable to rise. In contrast, the gecko, aside from its previous injuries, had not sustained any new wounds. Just as Chu Ye believed the outcome of the battle was certain, with the gecko poised for victory, it, as anticipated, launched yet another attack. To Chu's surprise, the lethargic serpent, which had appeared feeble moments before, struck with astonishing speed, sinking its fangs into the neck of the gecko. The venomous teeth pierced deeply into the gecko's body, and within mere seconds, the creature ceased its struggles. No longer reciting incantations, Chu Ye approached to observe the victorious serpent. The serpent, having expended its last ounce of strength in that decisive strike, lay once more within the fish tank, motionless, yet gripping its final prize with unwavering jaws. Its eyes fixed on Chu Ye, the serpent seemed to lie in wait, poised to strike again. Very well, Chu Ye exclaimed thrice, his laughter resonating. Become my familiar. With that, he bit down hard on his tongue, letting forth a stream of blood. The crimson essence dispersed into a mist, akin to a sanguine fog. Continuing his incantation, Chu Ye directed the blood mist toward the serpent, allowing it to seep through the crevices of the tank and coalesce upon the serpent's form. Absorb, Chu Ye commanded. The blood mist was gradually drawn into the serpent. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Chu Ye's mind. In his previous 15 attempts at this ritual, he had failed at this very juncture. The creatures that had absorbed his blood had met with explosive demise. As time ebbed away, the serpent took a mere 3 minutes to absorb the essence. Yet for Chu Ye, the moments felt interminable. When the serpent finally consumed the last drop of blood, he did not witness the catastrophic scene that had unfolded in his earlier endeavors. Instead, the once crimson serpent now radiated with vibrant hues, its size dramatically enlarging from over 1 meter to an impressive 2 meters, all transforming in an instant upon the completion of its consumption. Simultaneously, an ancient phrase resonated within Chu Ye's mind. As large as desired, the python swallows the elephant. Stunned by these words, he erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha. As large as desired, the python swallows the elephant. My first successful ritual has birthed a familiar endowed with extraordinary powers. Ha ha ha. After a moment of revelry, Chu Ye regained his composure and began to manipulate the familiar. Once the serpent had been transformed, it became attuned to his will, ready to obey his commands. Lifting the lid of the fish tank, he guided the serpent to slither forth. As he beheld the serpent, now exceeding 2 meters in length, coiling at his feet, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled within him. Now, let us test your abilities, he thought. With a surge of will, his sorcerous energy flared, and in an instant, the serpent expanded, filling the room entirely, displacing surrounding objects and nearly overwhelming Chu Ye himself. Before him lay a monstrous creature, transformed from 2 meters to over 20. Its girth surpassing that of a fully grown man, its cavernous maw capable of effortlessly swallowing a person, exuding an aura of dread and ferocity. After testing the limits of the goo worm's size, Chu Ye commanded it to shrink, reducing it to a mere length equivalent to his arm. The diminutive serpent lost much of its menacing appearance, its body now of vibrant crimson, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Wrapping the goo worm around his arm, he declared, "From now on, you shall be known as Chi Shan." Chapter 4. The Land of Freedom, America, where gunfire is a daily occurrence. This situation escalates under the cover of night, with Hell's Kitchen being the most notorious for gun violence. Located in the Midtown west of Manhattan, New York. Officially designated as Clinton, it stretches from 34th Street to 59th Street, and from 8th Avenue to the Hudson River. This area was once inhabited by the working-class Irish immigrants, infamous for its disarray, persistent ethnic conflicts, and high crime rates. Subsequently, it fell under the dominion of wealth and power, yet remains the most chaotic locale in all of New York. As night descends, the darkness that lurks within the city also emerges, facilitating the trade of drugs and firearms, human trafficking, organ trafficking, and acts of robbery and murder, which have become commonplace for its denizens. Chu Ye quietly arrived here as dusk fell. It had been 3 days since he had successfully cultivated the Chi Shan, during which he had placed numerous orders at pet shops to practice his craft. Yet he had failed to produce any new goo worms, and his bank account had seen considerable depletion. Furthermore, he discovered that feeding Chi Shan required an excessive amount of blood and flesh, 300 pounds of raw meat barely satisfied its hunger. Thus, he came to this place to satiate Qi Shan's appetite. Cloaked in a black hoodie, with the serpent coiled around his arm, he navigated the neon-lit streets, bustling with pedestrians and vibrant shops welcoming customers. If not for the sporadic gunfire echoing from afar, one might not believe this was New York's most tumultuous area. "Hey, buddy, could you spare some change?" A robust African-American man approached him, flanked by two similarly built companions. Before Chu Ye could respond, the lead man continued, "I trust you have noticed the disparity between us." The man loomed over Chu Ye. "Indeed, the gap between us is considerable," Chu Ye replied without raising his gaze, his voice low and measured. "I am willing to part with some change. This is my first visit here. Is there a place to unwind? If you guide me, I would be happy to treat you as well," he proposed gently. The man discerned the underlying implication in Chu Ye's words and erupted in laughter, turning to his companions. "Wow. Our little dwarf here is willing to treat us to some fun. What do you think?" The two men behind him joined in the laughter. "That's splendid news. I recommend seeking out Daisy, that lovely lady. She knows how to have a good time. Amy's also a solid choice. Ha ha ha. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed down that alley ahead." The leader of the group, a man of African descent, turned and led the way. The other two men flanked Chu, one on each side, as if fearful of his potential escape. In no time, Chu found himself following the trio into a secluded alleyway. The alley was remote, damp, and shrouded in darkness, with puddles pooling at their feet, occasionally interrupted by discarded syringes from drug users. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Chu silently cast the crimson serpent onto the ground and whispered, "Have we arrived at the place you spoke of? This is it. Hand over all your money, quickly." The leader snarled, drawing a gun from his coat and aiming it menacingly at Chu. "I will get the money now," Chu replied, raising his hands in a gesture of compliance. Suddenly, the leader's expression shifted, his eyes widening in terror as he perceived something dreadful. The two men flanking Chu noticed their leader's distress and turned to look behind them, only to behold a sight that would haunt them for eternity. In the shadows, a massive crimson serpent coiled its body, flicking its enormous tongue, fixated on them as if poised to strike. "What in the world is that?" the leader stammered, trembling. Seizing the moment while the trio was distracted by the serpent, Chu rolled away with a lazy maneuver. At that instant, the serpent launched its assault. The two men felt a fierce gust sweep past them, followed by a blurred shadow that collided with them, sending them crashing against the alley wall. With a resounding thud, they had no time to react. Their bodies left crumpled against the wall, chests and abdomens caved in, appearing to breathe shallowly. The two men could not discern what had attacked them, but the leader had witnessed it clearly. He saw that the enormous serpent had merely swept its tail, and his companions were dispatched. An overwhelming fear consumed his reason, and he fired his weapon in a frenzy, emptying the chamber in mere seconds. Yet the bullets, fired from the handgun, had no effect on the giant serpent, merely clinking off its scarlet scales before falling to the ground. Witnessing this, he turned to flee. "I should have run from the start," he thought. Yet he had forgotten that they had brought Chu to this desolate alley precisely to prevent his escape. Now it had become his tomb, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Under Chu's command, in mere moments, the fleeing man was ensnared by the colossal serpent. At that moment, Chu emerged from the shadows, observing the anguish of the man ensnared by the serpent, still looking down upon him. "I trust you can now perceive the vast chasm that lies between us." In the quiet of the night, Chu Ye raised his head, a soft smile gracing his youthful visage. Yet, shrouded in shadows, that youthful countenance exuded an inexplicable aura of dread. "Is it you? Are you the one controlling this abomination?" A terrified black man shouted, his voice trembling. "Oh God, are you a disciple of Satan? You fiend." As the man uttered his fearful curses, a faint surge of energy flowed from the outside world into Chu Ye's being, merging with his flesh and blood, enhancing his mystical powers akin to the energy he absorbed during his training. Contemplating this, Chu Ye mused aloud, "My pet has been hungry for several days. Would you grant it a hearty feast?" Meanwhile, the colossal serpent had begun to devour the two black men, recently struck down by its tail, its gaping maw consuming them one by one with gluttonous ease. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the black man was utterly shattered by terror, pleading, "Great Satan, I did not mean to offend you. Please forgive me. I am willing to offer you everything." The immense agony rendered his words a disjointed plea. Chu Ye gazed at the weeping man, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "I require none of your offerings. What I seek is solely your fear and despair." 3 minutes later, Chu Ye silently exited the alley, awaiting his next quarry. In the ensuing hunt, he opted for seduction and ambush, refraining from outright slaying his prey. Instead, he ensnared them with the crimson serpent, harvesting their terror and hopelessness. Chapter 5 As dawn broke. Chu Ye returned home by taxi and called forth his attribute panel to assess the fruits of his nocturnal endeavors. Name: Chu Ye. Level: First Tier Shaman Physique, 35 Mystical Power, 187 Mystical Tome, Wutian Mystical Arts, Nun Insect, Crimson Serpent. First level. He discovered that the energy he previously absorbed was derived from human negative emotions. A single night of hunting had satiated the serpent's hunger and doubled his mystical power, equivalent to a month's worth of cultivation. Moreover, this mystical power was seamlessly integrated into the latent energies within his flesh, entirely unconstrained by the limits of his dantian. Could this be the authentic path of a shamanic practitioner? Chu Ye pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Yet, despite his contemplation, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Having only embarked on the path of shamanism for a little over a month, resolving to set the thoughts aside, he decided to eat. With his physique enhanced, his appetite now far surpassed that of 2 or 3 adults, and he knew his consumption would only escalate from here. As he emerged from the 5th restaurant, Chu Ye silently acknowledged this truth within himself. To avoid detection by the ordinary populace, he dined at a different restaurant each day, consuming merely a portion suitable for an average individual before swiftly moving on to the next establishment. Occasionally, he would purchase additional food to take home or request substantial deliveries, claiming it was for a family meal. After satisfying his hunger, Chu Ye returned home and languidly reclined on the sofa, turning on the television in search of some relaxation. Most of the programming in Chinatown was in Chinese, with only a few offerings in English. However, it was within the English broadcast that Chu Ye stumbled upon news that piqued his interest. Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, had been missing for 2 months. With his fate still uncertain, Stark Industries had issued a generous reward for information leading to Tony's whereabouts. The vice president of Stark Industries announced ongoing efforts to locate him, while Colonel Rhodes, representing the military, stated that they were actively searching for Tony's traces. Was the plot just beginning? Chu Ye mused, sensing a potential source of funding for his sorcery. In Afghanistan, within a dimly lit cave, Tony was busy fabricating components for his armor. Tony, the arm section is complete. We can test its flexibility, Dr. Ethan remarked. Just a moment. I'm nearly done here, Tony replied, not lifting his gaze from the metal he was welding. Suddenly, a flash of orange-yellow light illuminated the cave. Tony, look, Ethan exclaimed. Following Ethan's pointing finger, Tony beheld a portal sparking with orange-yellow light. A handsome young man emerged from the portal, standing before them. Hello, Tony, Dr. Ethan, good afternoon. Chu Ye greeted them with a smile. Who are you? Tony inquired. Suspicion and wariness etched on his face. Kid, regardless of who you are, this place is too dangerous. You need to leave, Ethan urged. Thank you for your concern, Doctor. Ethan, Chu Ye responded with a smile, continuing, my name is Chu Ye. I consider myself a wizard. I require some funding for my research into spells and wish to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement with Mr. Tony. Tony regarded the composed boy before him and asked, what kind of arrangement? It's quite simple. I will facilitate your escape from here, and in return, you both owe me a favor. Tony, you will need to provide me with sufficient research funding each year, Chu Ye stated, a smile gracing his lips. After exchanging glances, Tony nodded at Chu Ye. Deal. Step through, and you shall be free, Chu Ye instructed, gesturing towards the newly opened portal. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed as the iron door of the cave was struck. Terrorists monitoring the area had noticed the unexpected addition of a person within the cave and quickly dispatched their subordinates to investigate. Their response was remarkably swift. Chu Ye mumbled to himself as he tossed the red python onto the ground, advising the 2 individuals, it appears we have encountered a slight predicament. Please step back, and I shall resolve it shortly. As he spoke, the red python suddenly expanded, transforming from the length of an arm into a colossal creature measuring over 20 meters. The 2 men, taken aback by the monstrous apparition that had materialized within the cave, gaped in astonishment. Oh, what manner of beast is this? Tony exclaimed, quickly regaining his composure. It is immense. I have never beheld a serpent of such magnitude, Ethan concurred. This is a recent outcome of my research, and it has proven quite effective. Hurry and leave. I will hold them off for a moment. Chu Ye urged the pair to depart. Observing the unfolding scene, the 2 men ceased their chatter and stepped into the portal. As they entered, the terrorists outside breached the cave's iron door, only to be met by the gaping maw of the red python. A minute later, Chu Ye also stepped through the portal, where Tony and Ethan awaited him in his room. Gazing at the 2 men, worn and battered, Chu Ye laughed heartily. Congratulations on escaping your confines. Revel in the essence of freedom. Where are we? Ethan inquired. Chinatown in Manhattan, which also serves as my residence, Chu Ye casually replied. Is this your home? Where are your guardians? I must express my gratitude to them, Tony interjected. You must understand, it was I who rescued you. It was I who brokered the deal. What need have I for thanks to guardians? Chu Ye retorted, somewhat irritated. Moreover, I am an orphan, devoid of family. Upon hearing Chu Ye's revelation of his orphan status, the two men involuntarily envisioned a young boy of 11 or 12, struggling to survive, and a flicker of pity and compassion appeared in their eyes. Noticing their gaze, Chu Ye felt an unsettling chill and quickly waved his hands. What I needed to do is completed. You two should leave at once and remember to transfer the funds to me. May I borrow your phone? Tony asked. Chu Ye handed over his phone, and Tony swiftly dialed a number. Pepper, it's me. Yes, I'm back. Don't panic. I'm quite disoriented at the moment. Please hurry to pick me up in Chinatown. Manhattan. Tony glanced at Chu Ye, uncertain of their exact location. Chinatown, 166, 3rd floor, room 302. Chu Ye provided. Chinatown, 166, 3rd floor, room 302. Tony repeated before ending the call. Silence enveloped the three men, each locked in mutual scrutiny, devoid of words. After an indeterminate period, the doorbell rang, shattering the silence. That must be Pepper. I shall answer the door, Tony announced. Upon opening the door, he found Pepper waiting, accompanied by his bodyguard, Happy. The moment Pepper laid eyes on Tony, she rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Ahem, Chu Ye coughed, finding the display of affection rather distasteful. Tony regained his senses and introduced Pepper, saying, This is Dr. Ethan, and this is Chu Ye. They both saved my life. Thank you, Dr. Ethan, for rescuing Tony. Pepper expressed gratefully. And thank you, young one, for saving Tony, she added, though she was perplexed as to how a child could have accomplished such a feat nevertheless. She conveyed her gratitude to Chu Ye. Ethan shook his head, saying, There's no need for thanks. Anyone in that situation would lend a hand. Besides, I am a doctor. Chu Ye also shook his head, replying, No need. It was merely a transaction. Transaction? Pepper inquired, puzzled. Tony hastily interjected, Let us leave quickly. I'll explain when we get back. Right now, all I want is a cheeseburger. Ethan, come with me. Tony said as Chu Ye watched them depart in their luxurious vehicle, inwardly cursing, Rich bastards. Not long after Tony left, Chu Ye received a transfer from Stark Industries, an astonishing $10 million. Simultaneously, he received a message from Tony. 10 million should suffice for your research for a while. Let me know if you need more. The message exuded an air of extravagant generosity. That night, Stark Industries held a press conference where Tony announced the permanent closure of the Weapons Development Division. This declaration sent shockwaves throughout America, yet none of it concerned Chu Ye. With ample funding at his disposal, he continued placing orders, preparing for his next venture into sorcery. Chapter 6. When one is devoted to a singular pursuit, time invariably flies. Chu Ye found himself in such a state. With sufficient funds, he dedicated the week to practicing sorcery, apart from his training and finding sustenance for the Red Serpent. Unfortunately, all his attempts at sorcery had failed, and he could not discern the reasons for his failures. Despite acquiring healthy poisonous creatures and animals, they ultimately succumbed under his blood rituals. As night fell, a satiated Chu Ye returned home from the restaurant. He intended to retire early, for the recent intense training and sorcery practice had begun to take a toll, even on his body, which far exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary person. When will my body transcend the void and be reborn from blood? He pondered, his heart aflame with fervor. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. Accompanied by the blast was a rush of air and thick smoke. Just as he contemplated rebirth, the force of the explosion hurled Chu Ye against the wall. Thanks to his extraordinary physical resilience, he did not lose the ability to resist. Instead, it ignited the ferocity and anger within him. As he surveyed the blown-open door, he speculated about the identity of his assailants. At the same time, he released the Red Serpent and concealed himself in a corner of the room, seeking cover while silently commanding the serpent from the shadows. All of this transpired within the span of 2 seconds. As Chu Ye concealed himself in a corner, a group of 9 fully armed soldiers burst in. Attack! The Crimson Serpent suddenly enlarged, instantly occupying most of the room. As it grew, it ensnared 4 soldiers, followed by a sweeping strike that sent 2 soldiers flying. Attack! The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down. Suddenly, Chu Ye felt a sharp pain, glancing down. He realized a bullet had struck his left arm, not from being discovered, but rather a ricochet from the soldier's gunfire. A bitter smile crossed his mind, even while hidden. Misfortune had still befallen him. His momentary frustration was swiftly replaced by the fury ignited by pain. This anger fueled the Crimson Serpent's more ferocious assault, rampaging and tearing with bloody jaws, transforming the room into a scene of carnage strewn with blood and shattered bodies. Once the 9 adversaries were vanquished, Chu Ye commanded the serpent to shield him with its massive form while simultaneously activating a portal. At the moment of entering, the serpent quickly shrank, landing in Chu Ye's grasp. In Malibu, California, within Tony's private villa, Tony was engrossed in studying his unfinished battle armor from the cave. At that moment, Jarvis's voice interrupted. "Sir, there is an intruder in the villa, currently in the second-floor hall." "An intruder?" Tony inquired with a hint of confusion. "Pull up the surveillance." "Certainly, sir," Jarvis responded, promptly displaying the footage before Tony. He recognized a familiar figure, Chu Ye, the boy who had previously aided his escape from the Afghan cave. Though now, Chu Ye appeared to be in dire straits. Covered in dirt, his shirt stained with blood, especially the left sleeve, which was completely soaked. The target appears to be approximately 11 or 12 years old, presumed to be of Asian descent, male, and assessed as low risk. "Shall I alert the authorities, sir?" Jarvis's voice broke through again. "Do not call the police. He is my friend. Notify Ethan, who is conducting experiments on the 3rd floor, to bring medical supplies," Tony commanded, making his way to the 2nd-floor hall. Meanwhile, having dispatched the assailants, Chu Ye activated the portal to Tony's residence, knowing that Tony's resources and connections could procure the finest medical assistance. Furthermore, he held a degree of trust in Tony's character. Upon arriving, Ethan was the first to reach the 2nd-floor hall, medical kit in hand. "Who injured you?" he inquired, hastening towards Chu Ye and gesturing for him to sit. Once seated, Ethan began to assess Chu Ye's injuries. "I'm not entirely sure who the assailants were. I was accidentally struck by a stray bullet in the left arm. I hope it's not too much trouble for you," Chu Ye managed to say through clenched teeth, though the cold sweat on his brow betrayed the agony he was enduring. "It appears that you have encountered difficulties." At this moment, Tony has also arrived at the scene. "Indeed, and it remains unclear from whence the trouble originates. I would like your assistance in investigating this matter." Tony nodded, promising to provide results in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Ethan had already cut open Chu Ye's sleeve with scissors and remarked, "The bullet struck your left arm without damaging the bone, but you require immediate surgery." "Do you have surgical tools?" Chu Ye inquired. "Tony has equipped me with a plethora of specialized instruments in the medical room on the 3rd floor. Extracting the bullet will pose no issue," Ethan assured him. Half an hour later, Ethan successfully removed the bullet from Chu Ye's left arm, sutured the wound, and bandaged it. Chu Ye touched his numb left arm, feeling quite unpleasant. Observing Chu Ye's gesture, Ethan smiled and said, "The anesthesia will not wear off until tomorrow. You will experience considerable pain then, so brace yourself. I shall change the dressing for you in the morning." "Thank you," Chu Ye murmured softly. "Hey, gentlemen. Now that the surgery is complete, we ought to celebrate with a fine drink. I have prepared some in the hall," Tony's voice called from outside the door. Chu Ye and Ethan exchanged glances before exiting the medical room to join Tony in the 2nd-floor hall. Tony handed a glass of wine to Ethan and offered Chu Ye a glass of juice, teasingly adding, "It is against the law for minors to consume alcohol." Chu Ye remained silent, quietly accepting the juice. "Tony, your current physical condition prohibits you from drinking," Ethan remarked sternly upon seeing Tony lift his glass. Tony defended, "How can friends gather without sharing a drink? Just one glass. It's perfectly fine, Dr. Ethan." Seeing this, Ethan refrained from further admonishment and merely nodded slightly. Then cheers. Cheers. The three of them downed the contents of their glasses. Tony then asked, "Chu Ye, when did you cross paths with Jean Bing?" Hearing the name, Chu Ye understood immediately. He had not anticipated that his careful hunting had drawn the attention of Jean Bing. Was it Jean Bing who discovered the existence of the goo worm? Chu Ye pondered. "Yes, Jean Bing. According to the information I have gathered, the tactical team that attacked you today is composed entirely of retired Special Forces members, now mercenaries who have accepted a contract from Jean Bing," Tony elaborated. Chu Ye nodded in comprehension, a surge of murderous intent towards Jean Bing igniting within him. Ding. To his surprise, the attribute panel, which he assumed was solely for recording data, displayed a new message. "As a newly awakened shaman, your power is too weak and singular. We have chosen a world for you to undertake the trial of the shaman, level 1. Please proceed to the new world within 3 days to partake in this trial." New world, Chu Ye mused aloud. "Tony, could you assist me in preparing some items? Are you planning to seek vengeance?" "To be candid, this decision is not wise for your current condition," Tony advised. "Even if you can withstand that beast, you could still be harmed by firearms. If you are willing to wait a while, I can." Before Tony could finish, Chu Ye shook his head. "I do not intend to seek vengeance at this moment. In 3 days, I must venture to a perilous location, necessitating some survival gear and medicinal supplies. Until I have healed, I shall refrain from pursuing revenge. Very well. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chu Ye and Dr. Ethan resided 3 kilometers from Tony's villa, in another property recently acquired by Tony for Ethan. Thanks to Chu Ye's extraordinary physical resilience, his arm had nearly healed within those 3 days. Ethan marveled at Chu Ye's recovery speed, but considering the monstrous nature of Chu Ye, he felt it only fitting that he possessed such rapid healing abilities. Upon receiving a large box of provisions prepared by Tony, Chu Ye addressed the 2 men, warning, "Be cautious of Obadiah," before vanishing from their sight, leaving them in stunned silence. "Tony, did you see that? He just disappeared without any warning. Not even that yellow aura appeared." Ethan exclaimed. "Ethan, I thought you would have grown accustomed to the sorcery by now." "At this point, nothing he does surprises me," Tony replied nonchalantly. "Jarvis. Did you record the fluctuations when Chu Ye vanished?" Tony inquired. "Yes, sir. All data has been logged." Jarvis responded. Noticing Ethan's bewildered expression, Tony shrugged and defended, "I believe we can analyze sorcery through the lens of science." If Chu Ye were aware that Tony was entirely dismissive of his warning, focused solely on unraveling the mystery of his disappearance, he would undoubtedly be exasperated. However, that is a matter for another time. Chapter 7. Chu Ye felt the environment around him shift rapidly, and after a brief moment of dizziness, he arrived in an unfamiliar realm. First, he sensed the abundant magical energy within him, filling him with a profound sense of security, and then he surveyed his surroundings. Towering trees stood tall and erect, their leaves intertwined to form a natural canopy of dark green, with sunlight filtering through, casting dappled patches like scattered gold. Vines, like nets, entwined the trunks, while a gentle breeze caressed the forest and remnants of dew clung to the leaves and blossoms. Gazing at the tranquil woods and inhaling the fresh air, Chu Ye began to examine the trial he was to undertake. Trial of the Sorcerer. First stage, crafting the 7 absolute goo. The system presented him with the task of creating the 7 absolute goo, with no further information provided. However, Chu Ye was confident that the system would not present him with an impossible challenge. The details required to complete the task would be for him to uncover. With this thought, Chu Ye enlarged the Crimson Serpent, mounted it, and chose a direction to depart the forest in search of civilization to gather intelligence. The whispering winds echoed in Chu Ye's ears as he rode atop the colossal serpent, feeling the invigorating breeze that brought him immense joy. The massive body of the crimson python trampled through the underbrush, careening forward without encountering any wild beasts, which Chu Ye surmised was due to the intimidating presence of the python. After an hour, he arrived at the edge of the forest. Gazing outward, he beheld a meandering stream, its waters flowing freely and gurgling melodiously. Across the stream, a series of irregular stone steps emerged, facilitating passage for travelers. On the opposite bank, Chu Ye spotted a tranquil village, its scattered houses emitting wisps of smoke, surrounded by rice paddies and crisscrossing paths. As Chu Ye tucked the python away and ventured forth, he crossed the stone steps over the stream and noticed a young girl clad in meow attire, her back turned to him as she grilled fish by the riverbank. Approaching her, he donned a seemingly amiable smile and greeted, "Hello, little sister." Startled by his voice, the girl exclaimed in surprise, turning around, unprepared for the sudden presence behind her. Upon realizing the newcomer was a boy of similar age, she quickly clutched the half-cooked fish to her chest, eyeing him warily as she inquired, "Who are you?" "That fish is mine." Unable to suppress a chuckle at the girl's protective demeanor, Chu Ye observed her closely, her delicate features framed with a hint of soot, creating a striking contrast. "What are you laughing at? Are you one of the Black Meow?" The girl retorted playfully, revealing her adorable little canine teeth. "I am not of the Black Meow. My name is Chu Ye, and I have come from a distant land." "What is your name?" He replied with a cheerful tone. "My name is Anu. I thought you were a villain from the Black Meow," she said, patting her small chest with an expression of relief. Upon hearing the name Anu, Chu Ye felt an inkling of understanding about the world he had entered, and, witnessing Anu's naivety towards strangers, a fleeting pang of guilt washed over him for potentially deceiving the little girl. However, this feeling dissipated quickly as he prioritized gathering information. "How about I treat you to something delicious?" Chu Ye smiled. Yes. Where's the good food?" Anu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chu Ye opened the box that Tony had prepared for him and retrieved a gold bar the size of his palm, presenting it to Anu. "Here it is. This can buy you plenty of delicious treats." In the box, Tony had prepared 10 gold bars, weighing a total of 20 pounds, along with protective clothing, a handgun, multifunctional tools, and a variety of medicines. Gold. I have seen it in the city. It's splendid. This means I can buy many delicious foods. Anu instantly discarded the roasted fish she was holding and joyfully accepted the gold bar from Chu Ye's hands. From this day onward, you shall be Anu's best friend. Aside from the princess, Anu declared earnestly, brimming with happiness. Best friends, I invite you to my home, she exclaimed, pulling Chu Ye towards the village. Wait, I haven't taken my box, she said. Along the way, Anu bombarded Chu Ye with numerous questions, all of which were met with Chu Ye's adult wisdom and casual responses. Soon, Anu led Chu Ye to a bamboo house at the southern edge of the village. Upon seeing the village scene, Chu Ye could only express confusion. Whose child is that? Hey, quite good looking. She had no idea that Chu Ye was there to gather information. Given the deceptive nature of her current appearance, Anu pointed at the bamboo house and said, "This is my home. Come, let us go inside." With that, Anu waved the gold bar and dashed in ahead, shouting, "Mama Nanman, we have a guest at home." Chu Ye followed her in with a smile, but upon entering, she found Anu, who had been so exuberant, now standing with her arms drooping, trembling like a startled quail. Before Anu stood two women. One was strikingly beautiful, yet bore an icy demeanor, while the other appeared kind-hearted but wore a somber expression. "Speak. Where did the gold bar in your hand come from?" "It was given by me," Chu Ye calmly replied as she stepped into the room. Observing Anu's quivering form, Chu Ye halted, opened the box, and retrieved another gold bar, reiterating, "It was given by me. It has nothing to do with Anu." To Anu, Chu Ye appeared as a miraculous savior, and she thought, the princess must forgive her. For now, Chu Ye is the greatest benefactor. No. The princess should consider Chu Ye temporarily the best and forgive Anu. However, at that moment, only Anu understood her true feelings. Saint Mother and Nanman stared intently at this oddly dressed, peculiar-haired, yet composed boy. Chu Ye met their gaze with calmness, mentally prepared to unleash the red serpent at any moment. The atmosphere was too serene. Did she possess some hidden backing? Could it be someone from the Great Song, or perhaps from Shushan? Countless thoughts raced through Saint Mother's mind, while the prickling sensation from her spiritual awareness reminded her that this child was dangerous and possessed the capability to threaten her. Oh dear, this is far too valuable. Young master, Nanman finally broke the oppressive silence. Quickly take it back. Chu Ye shook her head. Anu is my friend. This is for her to buy snacks. And I will not take it back. If you wish to use it to improve the village's living conditions, that is your choice. But Anu must be well fed, she added. What utter nonsense, Nanman remarked with a chuckle. Anu has simply overindulged. We fear she may harm herself. Chu Ye nodded in silence, aware that Nanman's words held truth. His earlier comments were merely an attempt to establish himself as a guardian of his friend, for surely a child who protects their companions cannot be a villain. Saint Gu harbored intentions of reclaiming the gold ingots from Chu Ye, yet as she recalled the hardships faced by the white Miao, oppressed under the auspices of the black Miao, her request lingered unspoken on her lips. Nevertheless, her intuition did not deceive her. With a cold huff, she inquired, "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" Chu Ye glanced at Anu and Nanman, signaling that their conversation was best kept discreet. Understanding his implication, Saint Gu replied tersely, "Follow me. Anu, you shall kneel outside." Hurry. Chapter 8. Chu Ye followed Saint Gu to a secluded chamber, simply yet elegantly arranged. Presumably her place of meditation. Once seated, she pressed on. "Who are you truly? What does the white Miao intend to do?" "I am Chu Ye." He gestured toward the heavens. "I might as well be said to have descended from the skies." "A celestial being?" Saint Gu questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. "Not quite." Chu Ye denied, maintaining his composure. "A relative of mine assigned me a task, or perhaps a trial, and subsequently cast me down to earth. Thereafter, I encountered Anu by the river. That is the essence of my tale." "A task assigned by a relative? Cast down?" Saint Gu pondered, her curiosity piqued by the air of danger that enveloped Chu Ye. It was well known that those who played with fate often devised intricate trials for their disciples, tales she had encountered in various texts. It would be wise to avoid offending him. The current state of the white Miao left no room for enmity. She resolved to find an excuse to dismiss him. "I see," she remarked, a smile gracing her lips. "Then I wish you success in your endeavors." "Ha!" Chu Ye returned the gesture with a fist salute. "To speak frankly, this matter may indeed concern you." "Oh, how so?" Saint Gu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Oh, I fear you might not engage. Should you respond, do you intend to flee?" Chu Ye mused inwardly, testing the waters. "I wonder if you have heard of the seven deadly Gu?" Upon hearing the term, Saint Gu's expression shifted to one of alarm. her voice rising in trepidation. The 7 deadly goo? Observing her reaction, Chu Ye lowered his voice. My elder foresaw that the 7 deadly goo would emerge in the kingdom of Nanzhao, hence my arrival. However, I find myself quite lost in this place. He chuckled wryly. If you possess any information regarding the 7 deadly goo, I implore you to share it candidly. Chu Ye's expression was somber, as though his task was not to refine the 7 absolute goo. At this moment, Shenggu had come to believe about 80% of Chu Ye's words, for the 7 absolute goo had long been a closely guarded secret within their tribe. Had it not been for the calculations of a wise individual, outsiders would never have known. Furthermore, she had begun to suspect a certain individual regarding the impending emergence of the 7 absolute goo, and that individual was none other than the moon worship leader. If Chu Ye were to learn of Shenggu's suspicion that the moon worship leader intended to cultivate the 7 absolute goo, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. It is a testament to how deeply ingrained prejudices can be. Taking a deep breath to calm her turbulent emotions, Shenggu spoke softly. The 7 absolute goo is a hidden secret of my Miao tribe that has endured for a millennium. 1,000 years ago, the 7 absolute goo once manifested, resulting in rivers of blood and nearly leading to our tribe's extinction. It was this very goo that divided us into the white Miao and black Miao factions, and over the centuries, the rift has only widened, culminating in a state of open hostility. Is the 7 absolute goo truly that terrifying? Chu Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Shenggu affirmed with a nod. In our practice of goo refinement, most can only produce slightly more powerful insects. To cultivate a goo with extraordinary abilities is already a sign of divine favor and the protection of the goddess Enhua. However, the 7 absolute goo is different. It is said to possess 7 extraordinary powers within a single insect. The 7 absolute goo from a millennium ago could grant immense strength to its wielder, allowing them to lift mountains. It could enhance one's senses to perceive the extraordinary. It could render the body impervious to weapons. It could breathe fire and melt metal. It could command the waters of rivers and seas. It could render its user invisible, appearing and disappearing at will, and it could consume others whole, dissolving flesh and blood. Chu Ye internally scoffed, pondering how these abilities bore a striking resemblance to those of a certain Gord, who had copied whom. His face, however, remained a mask of astonishment. Such power would render one invincible in this world. Chu Ye marveled. Alas, Shenggu sighed softly. The 7 absolute goo brings both fortune and ruin. While it grants formidable strength, its user must also bear the burden of sustaining the goo. If the sustenance is insufficient, the goo will turn against its host. Indeed, there was once a tyrant who reigned supreme for a time, but when the 7 absolute goo eventually exacted its toll, draining his vitality, the oppressed rose up and slew him. Ah, I see, Chu Ye reflected. He was indeed a despot. Had the 7 absolute goo fallen into the hands of a benevolent soul, perhaps the outcome would have been vastly different. Shenggu shook her head resolutely. That will not be the case. Those who seek to refine the 7 absolute goo are invariably individuals of great ambition. The ones who succeed are undoubtedly cold-hearted. It requires 100 lives as sacrifice, summoning myriad insects to devour, and then through blood refinement, the 7 absolute goo is born. Her tone was grave. Moreover, the process of creating the 7 absolute goo is not a one-time endeavor. Consider how many lives are required in the making. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye's expression turned solemn as he declared, this method is excessively gruesome and dark. I must prevent the emergence of the 7 absolute goo, lest more lives be tragically lost. Saintess, witnessing Chu Ye's resolute demeanor at such a tender age, felt a surge of joy in her heart. He truly embodied the righteous teachings of an esteemed master. Perhaps I could ally with him to combat the moon cult and thwart their efforts in refining the 7 absolute goo, she mused, unaware that Chu Ye was already contemplating the methods of crafting the goo. It appeared that the 7 absolute goo merely added a sacrificial step to the usual practices of goo cultivation. The incantations for summoning, battling, and refining insects were within his grasp, yet he had never employed the summoning spell in the wild, which might explain his high failure rate in goo cultivation. This time, he thought, he would put it to the test. According to the saintess, the challenge lay in procuring the sacrificial offering, which was essentially blood food to attract insects. It need not be human, as sufficiently vigorous animals could suffice. If animals proved inadequate, perhaps the monsters of this world could be considered. With this thought, Chu Ye devised a rudimentary plan and inquired, might there be any malevolent monsters in this vicinity? Monsters? The saintess, interpreting his question as an intention to exorcise evil, replied candidly, to the south lies the southern wilderness, home to 72 demon kings, each commanding numerous demon generals and soldiers, with countless lesser demons possessing fledgling intelligence. I would advise against venturing into the mountains. If you must, exercise utmost caution against the formidable demon kings and their generals. The saintess, unaware of Chu Ye's capabilities, offered her counsel earnestly. Chu Ye nodded and asked, "Do you possess a map detailing the distribution of nearby monster lairs? I am willing to exchange gold for it." He then retrieved 3 gold bricks from his chest. "There are indeed records within the tribe. Allow me a moment to retrieve them," the saintess responded, rising to depart. After a brief interlude, the saintess returned to the quiet chamber, holding a scroll of parchment, and handed the map to Chu Ye. "This contains records of some monsters near our tribe from years past. It may have changed somewhat since then. That is of no consequence. Having it as a reference is always beneficial." Chu Ye replied with a smile as he accepted the map, examining it closely. The map detailed the territories of 3 demon kings near the Bai Miao tribe, with some sections also noting the regions occupied by their generals, and even specified the races and spells of certain demon generals. Chu Ye was immensely satisfied. Not only had he gleaned insights into the crafting of the 7 absolute goo, but he had also acquired a valuable map, an unexpected delight. He promptly pushed the 3 gold bricks toward the saintess, saying, "This item holds great significance for me. Please accept this modest token of gratitude." The saintess hastily declined. "It is merely a map and does not warrant such a grand gesture. To you, it may just be a map, but to me, it is a priceless treasure that could very well save my life. Gold and silver are but mundane possessions to me. Please accept it," Chu Ye urged. Under repeated persuasion from saintess, Chu Ye ultimately accepted the gold ingots and was warmly invited to stay. Considering he had no place to reside at the moment, he gladly acquiesced. Chapter 9. In the subsequent days spent at the Bai Miao tribe, Chu Ye dedicated most of his time to studying the distribution of monsters on the map and his cultivation, with only a small portion reserved for rest, meals, and frolicking with Anu. His prodigious appetite left Anu in tears of envy, as she often inquired how he could eat so much. Whenever she encountered delectable treats but could not indulge further, her sorrow was palpable. The playful exchanges were predominantly dominated by Anu's chatter, while Chu Ye listened quietly, occasionally offering a word of agreement. Whenever he gleaned useful information, he would pose a few questions. Through Anu's narrative, Chu Ye gradually deduced the current circumstances in the Nanzhao kingdom. 12 years prior, Lin Qing'er returned to the Miao territory, becoming the high priestess of the Bai Miao tribe. During her tenure, she faced a severe drought in Miao territory and, using the 5 spirit pearl, performed a ritual to beseech rain, alleviating the calamity. That same year, in a bid to reconcile the historically antagonistic He Miao and Bai Miao tribes, she allied with the prince of the Nanzhao He Miao and became his consort. A decade ago, when the prince ascended the throne, Lin Qing'er assumed the title of Witch Queen of Nanzhao, and together they had a daughter, Zhaoling'er. 6 years ago, Lin Qing'er lost the ability to invoke rain due to the loss of the water spirit pearl. At that juncture, the leader of the moon worship sect seized the opportunity to disrupt the seal of the goddess Nuwa, summoning the ancient beast, the water demon, which resulted in catastrophic flooding in Miao territory, framing Lin Qing'er as the instigator of chaos and a malefic entity. Deprived of the water spirit pearl, Lin Qing'er could not quell the floods or defend herself, leading to a loss of trust from the Witch King, who condemned her as a serpent demon, imprisoning her and confiscating her celestial serpent staff. Ultimately, Zhaoling'er was taken away by a mysterious figure, Li Xiaoyao, who time-traveled a decade later, while Lin Qing'er, having expended all her energy in suppressing the water demon, was transformed into a stone statue. As the waters receded, the Bai Miao people retrieved the statue, venerating it as a deity of Nuwa at the altar, where they established the Nuwa temple. As for the unfolding narrative, one could only say that Lin Qing'er embodied a spirit of profound compassion, a virtue Chu Ye admitted he could not emulate. His guiding principle was to repay grievances with directness and kindness with virtue. More radically, he believed in retribution, maintaining that if he could not retaliate in the moment, he would grow stronger and eventually crush his adversaries, thus finding satisfaction in his heart. Since embracing the path of witchcraft, these emotions seemed intensified within him. Or perhaps it was that he had always possessed such traits, merely unleashed by the witchcraft. After devising a rough plan while studying the map, Chu Ye bid farewell to Saintess and the others, setting forth towards the southern frontier. Clad in the wilderness survival gear and weapons prepared by Tony, he stood at the edge of the dense forest of the southern region. The woods were thick and lush, resembling a picturesque landscape painting. However, Chu Ye was acutely aware that the depths of the forest were anything but tranquil. as it harbored a dark wilderness where the weak fell prey to the strong. A perilous realm teeming with monsters. At this juncture, there was little time for hesitation. Chu Ye inhaled deeply, releasing the crimson serpent, and mounted its back to plunge into the dense forest. Perched atop the serpent, he meticulously scrutinized the map, contrasting it with the surrounding landscape, occasionally adjusting the serpent's course. His objective was a rabbit demon, possessing over 400 years of cultivation, a formidable demon general. However, according to the map's records, this rabbit demon might have accumulated 500 years of power by now. The choice of the rabbit demon as his target was the result of careful consideration and comparison. Being a herbivorous creature, a rabbit's ferocity does not rival that of tigers or wolves. Moreover, even if a rabbit were to transform into a demon, its strength would likely remain modest. His serpent, on the other hand, was a powerful creature, allowing him to capitalize on his strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Lastly, as a serpent, the crimson creature was a natural adversary of rabbits. The southern region was vast, and after riding the serpent for a full hour, Chu Ye finally arrived at his designated location. This was an inconspicuous stream in the southern lands, still 10 kilometers from the rabbit demon's dwelling as marked on the map. Chu Ye intended to observe the vicinity first, hoping to capture a tongue for information. He reduced the serpent to a meter in length, coiling it around his body, while he lay concealed among the underbrush, awaiting the appearance of prey. The serpent, with its head turned backward, stood guard against any threats from behind. Time passed steadily. As evening approached, the setting sun bathed the clouds in molten gold, and the horizon blazed with orange flames. Animals began to approach the stream to quench their thirst, and a serene atmosphere enveloped the air. At that moment, an unusual figure emerged, a creature with the head of a pig, yet possessing human limbs, stout in stature, with a thick mane, wielding a large wooden club resembling a baseball bat. Upon its arrival at the riverbank, the surrounding animals fled in terror, unwilling to linger. Chu Ye observed as the creature swaggered to the water's edge, crouching down to drink with complete disregard for its surroundings. Silently, he retrieved his pistol, affixed a silencer, chambered a round, and aimed at the pig demon. Aligning his shot, he fired 3 times, targeting the demon's lower body. The first shot struck its left leg, while the remaining 2 found their mark on its rear. The creature let out a pained cry upon being hit, swiftly turning to locate its attacker, but finding none. A sense of foreboding washed over it. As the pain intensified, its instinct for survival kicked in, prompting it to flee. Chu Ye could not allow it to escape. He fired 2 more shots, though they missed their target. No matter, while he prepared for another round, the crimson serpent sprang into action. Like an arrow released from its bow, it surged forward, expanding with the wind. With a resounding thud, the serpent's massive form intercepted the pig demon, ensnaring it and rendering it immobile. As the crimson serpent regained control of the situation, Chu Ye emerged from the thicket. "My lord, please do not devour me," he pleaded. "Little demon, you are not appetizing," the serpent replied. "If you are hungry, I can lead you to a nearby group of deer. Their meat is tender and delectable. Should you desire something with more texture, there are also wild buffalo, tigers, and leopards." As Chu Ye approached, he heard the pig demon's desperate pleas for mercy, incessantly recommending food to the crimson serpent. Amusement flickered in Chu Ye's heart, yet he admonished sharply, "Silence, or I shall consume you now." The pig demon felt a surge of joy at this remark. Being commanded to be quiet without immediate consumption meant he had a chance of survival. Once he regained his composure, the pig demon realized that the voice did not belong to the serpent coiling around him. Following the sound, he spotted Chu Ye, clad in impressive gear, and exclaimed, "Goodness, where did you come from?" Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. The phrase sounded all too familiar. He refrained from responding, frowning instead. "I do not comprehend what you are saying." "Oh, come on. With that outfit, it's hard not to recognize you. You must be a fellow traveler too," the pig demon declared, his porcine face lighting up with delight. However, that joy quickly morphed into despondency as he lamented, "You have it so much better, clearly equipped, while I have transmigrated and turned into a pig." Chu Ye fell silent, surprised to encounter another traveler like himself. The pig demon, sensing that Chu Ye had no intention of releasing him, continued, "My name is Chen Tao. If you doubt me, let us exchange secret codes. Imperial jade liquor. The king covers the earth tiger. The odd changes, the even remains the same." Upon hearing these familiar passwords, Chu Ye silently urged the crimson serpent to release Chen Tao. The pig demon, gritting his teeth, limped forward a few steps, prompting Chu Ye to reflect on the impressive resilience of demons. Had an ordinary person been shot thrice, they would surely have collapsed. His vigilance heightened. Chu Ye commanded the serpent to follow closely behind Chen Tao. The the serpent's head positioned less than a meter from the pig demon's back, ready to devour him should he turn hostile. How long have you been here? Do you know where this place is? Chu Ye inquired cautiously. Chen Tao replied honestly. This is the southern frontier, adjacent to a small nation called Nanjiao. I learned this after becoming a demon and inquiring among the older demons. We should have traversed into the world of Xianjian, though this is merely my conjecture. And how long have you been cultivating your demon form? Who are the nearby demon generals? Chu Ye pressed further. With a sigh, Chen Tao lamented, the path of demon cultivation is arduous. Since my arrival, I have tread carefully, fearful of being made into a feast by a powerful demon. It has taken me 20 years to reach my current state and to fully attain a human form. I will require many high-grade spiritual herbs. The demon general here is a pig demon known as the Fierce-Toothed General. Out of familial ties, he has accepted me as one of his demon soldiers. Wasn't he a rabbit demon? Ah, that rabbit demon ascended through nepotism, but when his support crumbled, he was devoured by my current master. Now, the Fierce-Toothed General commands a territory spanning 100 miles. It appears that the struggles among demons are far bloodier than I had imagined, sighed Chu Ye. Indeed, Chen Tao felt a surge of empathy. Chu Ye offered consolation. You have had a tough time. Having been here for over a decade, have you never considered leaving? Chen Tao pointed at his pig-like visage and replied helplessly. If I were to venture out now, it would spell my doom. Being captured and imprisoned in the demon lock tower would be a stroke of luck. Chu Ye chuckled. Actually, I came here intending to hunt the demon general. If we manage to deal with him and share the spiritual herbs from his lair, what do you think? Splendid. Brother, that is an excellent idea, Chen Tao exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. This way, I shall have enough spiritual herbs to refine my human form. With a bit of caution, I could relish the wonders of the world outside. Not surprised by Chen Tao's acceptance of his proposal, Chu Ye pressed on. What are the capabilities of this Fierce-Toothed General? Does he possess any spells or supernatural powers? The Fierce-Toothed General, as a demon general, wields considerable power. His innate abilities, stemming from his wild boar demon form, are akin to mine, both enhancing strength. For instance, my brute force spell amplifies my strength by 50%. His augmentation should be even more formidable, and as a demon general, his fundamental strength far surpasses that of a mere demon like myself. Chu Ye nodded, encouraging Chen Tao to elaborate. He can also command a dark demonic wind, which is immensely potent. It can hinder movement with ease and, in severe cases, inflict wounds as sharp as blades, leaving one drenched in blood. Coupled with a soul banner crafted from 7 tiger demons under his command, his power is astonishing. The soul banner releases a sinister fog that obscures vision while simultaneously corroding the body. The most insidious aspect is that within this fog, wraiths lie in wait to launch surprise attacks. Good heavens, this demon is formidable, and with a soul banner in his arsenal, I fear I may not stand a chance against him. Chu Ye contemplated inwardly. His weapons consist of 2 dual daggers forged from his own tusks, razor-sharp beyond compare. He commands 8 demon soldiers of comparable strength to myself, along with 100 or so lesser demons. Chen Tao continued to fervently describe the Fierce-Toothed General, thoroughly detailing his capabilities, seemingly eager to eliminate him and seize the general's collection of spiritual herbs. Chu Ye listened intently to Chen Tao's account, increasingly convinced that his current strength was inadequate to confront a demon general outside of his plans. After a lengthy discourse, Chen Tao concluded his description, eagerly awaiting Chu Ye's decision, fantasizing about the prospect of a grand venture. Based on the information you provided, the current Fierce-Toothed General is beyond my capacity to confront. Chu Ye initially frowned, then a friendly smile graced his face. Thank you for the intelligence. Farewell. As Chu Ye raised his hand, the gun aimed at Chen Tao, he unleashed a hail of bullets. In an instant, under Chen Tao's incredulous gaze, every round from the firearm was unleashed upon him. At such a close range, Chu Ye did not miss a single shot, with most of the bullets striking Chen Tao's chest. Bang! Chen Tao fell heavily to the ground, crimson blood oozing forth and saturating the earth beneath him. Until his last breath, Chen Tao could not fathom how. Despite their shared origins and their conspiracy to eliminate the vicious general, Chu Ye would decisively pull the trigger and end his life. In truth, Chu Ye's reasoning was quite straightforward. Both were transmigrants and adults, and in the realm of adulthood, what holds paramount importance? Interests. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, today he could betray the general for personal gain. And tomorrow the general could just as easily turn on him to secure his own benefits. Any potential threat to his life must be eradicated. More critically, had he spared Chen Tao today, who had not betrayed him, the scars from their earlier confrontation might linger in Chen Tao's memory. igniting feelings of humiliation and a desire for vengeance against Chu Ye. Chu Ye, who was never one to underestimate the malice of others, swiftly eliminated Chun Tao after acquiring detailed intelligence from him. Once enmity was established, one must decisively extinguish it. To leave a serpent alive is to invite harm upon oneself. After Chun Tao's demise, his half-human form transformed into a colossal wild boar, 2 meters in length. Chu Ye mounted the crimson serpent and commanded it to seize the boar, retracing their steps into the shadows. Aware that the rabbit demon had transformed into a powerful wild boar demon, proficient in sorcery and armed with magical artifacts, he recognized that this creature was merely a brutish fool, lacking self-awareness. It was time to devise a different strategy. Chu Ye urged the crimson serpent onward, and within the span of an hour, they reached the outskirts of the southern jungle, just 5 miles shy of complete escape from the forest. Under the bright moonlight, Chu Ye drew his military knife and, taking advantage of the illumination, began to process the wild boar. The knife pierced the boar's throat, slicing downwards with force, eviscerating it, while he subsequently punctured several large holes into its body to facilitate the swift drainage of blood. Satisfied with his work, he nodded approvingly and, seated upon the crimson serpent, recited the insect summoning incantation. As the incantation flowed from his lips, the hidden insect beasts within the jungle began to stir restlessly, their sounds rising around him. Before long, swarms of insect beasts converged from all directions. Observing the gathering below, Chu Ye noted that the majority were small insect creatures, their collective number certainly exceeding 1,000, comprising a myriad of species. Chapter 11. The congregation of over 1,000 insect beasts would undoubtedly deter anyone afflicted with a fear of crowds. However, Chu Ye felt a profound sense of joy, for the insect beasts that had managed to arrive were undoubtedly robust and ferocious creatures, making them excellent materials for refining goo. He understood that using the blood and flesh of this wild boar demon would not enable him to cultivate the 7 absolute goo. Yet he regarded it as a valuable opportunity for practice. Beneath the moonlight, a multitude of insects converged. As Chu Ye recited his incantations, they began to feast upon the blood of the wild boar demon, tearing and devouring its flesh. Soon, the insect beasts that had consumed the boar's flesh turned upon one another in a brutal contest. Chu Ye observed silently, devoid of sorrow or joy, as they shrieked, bit, and devoured each other. This violent clash ultimately concluded under the cover of dark clouds, with a large red centipede, as thick as a human arm, emerging victorious. However, its condition was dire. It was battered and broken, its body split into 2 segments, still writhing in agony. Without hesitation, Chu Ye expelled blood to refine the goo insect. He initially believed that this segmented centipede, like those he had previously refined, would succumb to the blood refinement and perish. To his surprise, this battered centipede endured. Under Chu Ye's blood refinement, its 2 severed parts rejoined, and rather than expanding, its form shrank, transforming from a hefty centipede into one no larger than a palm. After a brief moment, the blood refinement was complete, and he examined it closely. The originally dark red exoskeleton had turned a profound black, and it had sprouted a pair of elongated, transparent wings that stretched nearly the length of its body, almost invisible unless scrutinized closely. This goo insect did not awaken any divine powers like the red python, but had acquired abilities post-refinement. Besides its innate venomous nature, the new ability it possessed was incredible speed, which Chu Ye suspected was related to the newly formed wings. He released the centipede goo. A small shadow darted from his hand and, with a resounding thud, collided with a tree the width of a bowl, immediately returning to his grasp. Approaching the tree that had just been struck, he found a finger-sized hole where the impact occurred, with a similar mark on the opposite side, indicating that the centipede had penetrated the tree with a single blow. "Let me see your limits," Chu Ye declared, tossing the centipede goo once more at the same tree, simultaneously activating its speed. This time, he saw nothing but heard a series of loud thuds, and moments later, the tree was entirely hollowed out by the force of the centipede's strike, eventually snapping and falling. Chu Ye rejoiced at this unexpected display of power, marveling, "Its speed rivals that of a bullet. From now on, I shall call you Bullet." The sheer strength exhibited by this insect with special abilities led him to envision the tremendous potential of the 7 absolute goo, which could house 7 distinct powers, promising even greater might. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. The formidable monsters lurking nearby are far beyond my capabilities to confront. I must seek external assistance. Initially, Chu Ye considered calling upon the Saintess, but swiftly dismissed the notion. The Saintess would undoubtedly oppose his attempts to concoct the 7 absolute goo, Should she discover that his monster hunting was in pursuit of this goal, she would likely turn against him with hostility. At this juncture, the only option left is to take the risk of seeking the malevolent lord of the Moonlit sect. With a resolute decision made, Chu Ye pondered how to persuade the lord to assist him in hunting these monsters. The following morning, after a long night of travel, Chu Ye arrived at the outskirts of Taya City, the capital of the Nanzhao Kingdom. After changing into local attire, he ventured into the bustling city. Although the Nanzhao Kingdom is a small realm with a sparse population, Taya City, as its capital, thrived with activity. Numerous shops and taverns lined the streets. Vendors called out to attract customers, and a peddler was surrounded by a gaggle of children. Passers-by were engaged in various activities, dining, shopping, and haggling with merchants. In the city, Chu Ye randomly approached a passerby to inquire for directions, only to be met with a peculiar gaze that seemed to question why a mere child would seek such information. This was the first time Chu Ye felt the inconvenience of his current age and appearance when it came to gathering intelligence. At the Moonlit sect, the two gatekeepers, adorned in red headscarves and black garments, brandished long knives and wore black iron masks obscuring the upper halves of their faces. This attire conformed precisely to the rigid stereotype associated with the sect. Chu Ye approached them calmly, mentally preparing for a confrontation should they deny him entry to meet the Lord. However, before he could even reach the door, the two acolytes greeted him with obsequious smiles. What is happening? Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, yet his instincts heightened, ready to unleash his weapon at a moment's notice. You must be young Master Chu. Our Lord has been expecting you for quite some time, one of the acolytes said. Indeed, indeed. Please, come in, the other chimed in, bowing and gesturing for him to enter. Could it be that the Lord anticipated my arrival? No, that is unlikely. Even fortune-telling could not reveal my appearance. Oh, but there are members of the Bai Miao tribe affiliated with the Moonlit sect. My discussions with the Bai Miao and the Saintess could not have been kept secret from too many people. My visage must have been disclosed during that time. The Lord's current actions are merely a calculated maneuver to apply pressure on me. A clever stratagem indeed. With clarity dawning upon him, Chu Ye entered the Moonlit sect with confidence. Guided by one of the acolytes, he traversed the training grounds, proceeded into the inner sanctum, and wound through several corridors until he finally reached the Lord's study. The Lord, with his back turned to the door, was engrossed in a scroll hanging on the wall, which bore a single character, Dao. Chu Ye, uninterested in the intricacies of calligraphy, inwardly scoffed at the display of pretentiousness. Lord, young Master Chu has arrived, the acolyte announced respectfully. Please, you may withdraw, Bai Yu softly instructed. Yes. The follower complied and exited. Bai Yu turned with a gentle smile and said, My young friend, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. His voice exuded warmth, and his demeanor resembled that of a refined gentleman, courteous and poised. He bore no resemblance to a leader of a cult. Rather, he appeared akin to a mild-mannered educator. This was the first impression that Chu Ye formed upon meeting Bai Yu. Ah, and he was also an astronomer. You anticipated my visit? Chu Ye boldly settled into a nearby seat. Unbeknownst to him, since his arrival in this realm, he had harbored an inherent recklessness that disregarded life and death. Consequently, whether facing Loki or now Bai Yu, he maintained an air of calmness. Bai Yu shook his head, stating, It was merely a conjecture. And now I see that I was correct. Can you also surmise the purpose of my visit? Chu Ye inquired. The human heart is inscrutable. How could one possibly guess? Bai Yu continued to smile amiably. Indeed. Chu Ye nodded, sighing. The fluctuations of the human heart are trivial matters. Then I shall state my purpose directly. I am all ears. I request your assistance in hunting the Demon King of the Southern Wilderness. Chapter 12. Bai Yu seemed intrigued and probed further. What is the purpose of hunting the Demon King? Of course, it is to concoct the 7 absolute goo. Chu Ye laughed heartily. The 7 absolute goo. Bai Yu's expression remained unchanged despite the exuberant laughter and response. The 7 absolute goo had not been seen for a millennium and required 100 souls as sacrifices. The offerings must possess formidable vitality. Using the Demon King as a sacrifice would yield even greater results, Bai Yu mused aloud. An exquisite notion, Bai Yu remarked in admiration. Chu Ye waved dismissively. What exquisite notion. You all place too much faith in the records left behind. Perhaps the original method of concocting the 7 absolute goo indeed required powerful demons as offerings. As for why it was changed to human sacrifices, I suspect it is simply because 100 humans are far easier to slay than a Demon King. His tone grew somber as he spoke. Bai Yu chuckled indeed. Ordinary people, let alone 100, even 1,000, are far easier to deal with than a Demon King. Then why should I assist you in hunting the Demon King? Bai Yu questioned. Those Demon Kings are no weaklings. Aiding you in such a hunt is not advantageous for me. Chu Ye understood Bai Yu's perspective. It was merely a matter of negotiation. He nodded in comprehension and softly declared, I can help you annihilate this world. Is that not your ultimate dream? Chu Ye grinned, his eyes reflecting indifference and madness. Bai Yu fell silent. Noticing his silence, Chu Ye pressed on. In truth, I am not of this world. I hail from a desolate place. The world is rife with various villains and ambitious individuals. Some aspire to dominate the earth, others seek to rule the world. While some treat humanity as mere collectibles, there are those who, with a mere snap of their fingers, could obliterate all life in the universe. You may grasp the concept of earth, the solid ground beneath my feet, which is spherical in nature. Yet, you may not fully comprehend the vastness of the universe, where countless realms akin to our own amalgamate to form the cosmos. Most of these realms lack life, but across innumerable scales, there exist countless worlds teeming with vitality. In my realm, there exists an object akin to the 5 spirit pearls of your world, known as the Infinity Stones. Collecting all 6 Infinity Stones renders the annihilation of worlds as simple as a snap of one's fingers. With a gentle snap, Chu Ye could create a new world just as easily. Like you, I yearn to obliterate that grotesque realm and forge a new one. After voicing these thoughts, Chu Ye awaited Bai Yu's digestion of the information. After a prolonged silence, Bai Yu finally spoke, inquiring, is there any evidence? Chu Ye had anticipated this question. He retrieved a pistol from his waist and fired it at the wall until the magazine was empty. Numerous conspicuous holes appeared in the wall, and he then extended the firearm towards Bai Yu. This is a weapon typically wielded by ordinary armies, entirely distinct from those of this world. This serves as evidence. Bai Yu grasped the pistol, scrutinizing the metallic object he had never encountered before. It bore no signs of spiritual energy or magical inscriptions, unlike specially forged artifacts. At this moment, he was entirely convinced of Chu Ye's words. Bai Yu then glanced at the holes in the wall, assessing the weapon's power, and asked, is this truly merely an ordinary army's weapon? Chu Ye nodded. There are weapons capable of annihilating an entire city with a single strike. Although I currently lack access to such armaments. Hence, I require the crafting of the 7 deadly goo to amass sufficient power to seize the Infinity Stones. With the Infinity Stones, the act of destruction and creation becomes but a matter of thought. Chu Ye continued to entice Bai Yu. Subsequently, Bai Yu posed a series of inquiries, ranging from the mundane to the profound, to which Chu Ye responded candidly, admitting ignorance where applicable. Their discourse extended from morning until dusk, growing increasingly congenial, with Chu Ye effortlessly navigating the conversation, as he spoke nothing but the truth, save for the matter of annihilating the world. A web of lies, woven with a strand of truth. Let us see how you unravel it, Chu Ye mused, feeling a sense of pride. As the night deepened, their conversation gradually waned. Chu Ye inquired whether Bai Yu would be willing to support one another, to which Bai Yu contemplated for a considerable time before ultimately acquiescing. Bai Yu summoned his followers to escort Chu Ye to rest, while he himself stepped out of the study and gazed up at the sky. The moon was concealed. The stars shone brilliantly, and suddenly, there appeared celestial bodies that seemed both familiar and foreign. Gazing at the night sky, the moon worshipper found himself in a peculiar reverie. Whispering to himself, the fierce general, the Tooth of Fury, laid his colossal corpse before the moon worshipper, surrounded by the remains of various demons. While over 100 acolytes busily transported these bodies, Chu Ye had led the moon worshipper to the domain of the Tooth of Fury, intending to gauge his strength. The conclusion drawn was that the moon worshipper was indeed the formidable antagonist from Xianjian, intent on annihilating the mortal realm. Regardless of the Tooth of Fury's dark winds or the shadowy mists conjured by his soul banner, they dissipated effortlessly as the moon worshipper strolled calmly, vanishing like dew under the sun's radiant light. In a final attempt to engage the moon worshipper in close combat, the Tooth of Fury succumbed to a fatal wound before he could even approach, collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood. This scene indelibly etched itself in the minds of both Chu Ye and the moon worshipper's followers. Chu Ye marveled in awe, while the acolytes revered the moon worshipper as a divine figure. The master truly possesses remarkable prowess. Chu Ye could not help but exclaim upon witnessing the moon worshipper's abilities. A mere trifle, the moon worshipper replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely crushed an ant beneath his heel. Chu Ye picked up the soul banner and twin blades that had fallen from the Tooth of Fury's corpse, chuckling, Master, you are too modest. Having witnessed your capabilities today, it is clear that those demon lords are no match for you. I humbly request your assistance in this endeavor, which I believe to be a prudent step. The moon worshipper paid no heed to Chu Ye's appropriation of the soul banner and weapons, stating, I promised mutual assistance. I am always true to my word." With no further words exchanged, the two returned to the temporary stronghold established by the moon worshipper in the dense forests of the southern frontier, laden with an abundance of demon corpses. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Chu Ye remained at the stronghold, diligently studying the soul banner and twin blades left by the Tooth of Fury, as well as perusing the records of the Black Miao tribe's sorcery. He particularly focused on the methods of crafting the 7 absolute goo. Throughout this time, the moon worshipper said little, instead engaging earnestly in hunting, returning daily with a substantial number of demon corpses, which he preserved with his freezing magic. Chu Ye reflected, the moon worshipper is truly admirable. He is genuinely committed to his tasks. As for Chu Ye's research over these 3 days, the twin blades forged from the Tooth of Fury's fangs were indeed sharp, but currently unnecessary, so they were set aside. His interest lay in the soul banner, capable of summoning mists and wraiths. The banner, entirely black, had a straight, smooth pole, and its surface rippled with blood patterns, showcasing a ferocious tiger whose eyes exuded malice and ferocity, as if poised to leap forth and devour its prey, emanating an unsettling aura. Upon attempting to infuse the banner with his magical essence, it briefly responded before vehemently resisting the infusion, as though it bore a grudge against Chu Ye. Despite channeling all his magical strength, he could not refine the banner. Undeterred by this setback, Chu Ye resolved to wait until his magical prowess grew stronger before making another attempt at the refinement. The final focus is on the study of the goo technique of the Black Miao tribe. In the ancient texts, most of the methods for cultivating goo appear to be quite similar to those employed by Chu Ye, including the formulation of the 7 absolute goo. The primary distinction lies in the incantations, which seem to be a simplified version of the spells he currently utilizes, possessing significantly lesser potency. This realization has considerably enhanced Chu Ye's appreciation for the value of the true explanation of witchcraft. However, these texts are not devoid of utility. Over the course of nearly a millennium, the Black Miao tribe has developed various specific methods for crafting goo insects. For instance, to create an explosive goo insect, one must select the appropriate species and commence the cultivation at a specific time and under certain conditions. When adequately prepared, the desired goo can often be successfully produced, thereby broadening Chu Ye's understanding of goo cultivation. Young Master Chu, the leader requests your presence. At this moment, a disciple of the moon worship interrupted Chu Ye's contemplation. I shall be there shortly. Chapter 13. Chu Ye soon met with the leader of the moon worship on a high platform. The wooden platform stood about 8 or 9 meters tall and was not particularly spacious, accommodating no more than 2 or 3 individuals. Beneath the platform lay a pit approximately 9 zhang in length and 3 meters deep. Ascending the platform, Chu Ye smiled and said, "Leader, the platform and the goo pool have been prepared. Have you perhaps hunted down the Demon King?" "Indeed," the leader replied with a smile. He produced a palm-sized cloth bag from his waist and commanded, "Open." A bloody dragon struggled forth from the bag, gradually enlarging in the air. With a thunderous sound, the dragon, now over 50 meters long, plunged into the goo pool. The dragon, drenched in blood and on the brink of death, raised its head in a futile attempt to resist. The leader intoned a spell, coldly declaring, "Bind." Instantly, a myriad of translucent golden chains manifested, ensnaring the dragon's writhing form once more. The ideal sacrificial offering for goo cultivation is a living one, and I have deliberately chosen a powerful Demon King. The leader remarked with a light chuckle. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Chu Ye, witnessing the vigorous dragon, felt an overwhelming joy, exclaiming thrice in delight. "When do you plan to begin the goo cultivation?" the leader inquired. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chu Ye promptly replied, "There is no better time than the present. Let us proceed now." "Very well." The leader waved his hand, and the disciples of the moon worship began to thaw the corpses of the monsters collected over the past few days, casting them into the goo pool. Half an hour later, the pool was filled with the corpses of the monsters, and the disciples had exited, leaving only Chu Ye on the high platform and the leader hovering in midair. After centering himself, Chu Ye began to chant the bug-summoning incantation. As he recited the incantation, a multitude of tiny insects began to gather, swarming ants, fluttering mosquitoes and flies, and clouds of moths. These diminutive creatures, like a dark cloud, converged into the deep pit to feast upon the blood. In the first hour, Chu Ye recited the insect-summoning spell 72 times. The insects congregating in the goo pool were not limited to mere ants, mosquitoes, flies, and moths. They also included more formidable creatures such as centipedes and scorpions. By the third hour, after reciting the spell 216 times, the banquet of gluttony attracted toads, lizards, geckos, and venomous snakes among the insect beasts. Chu Ye observed with indifference as the countless insect beasts within the goo pool ravenously consumed the blood and flesh of the monsters, a fervor igniting within him like an unquenchable flame. They devoured tirelessly, yet could not withstand the overwhelming power, exploding in their demise and providing fresh sustenance for the subsequent insect beasts. In the 5th hour, after 360 recitations of the insect summoning spell, smaller fauna from the southern jungles were drawn to the goo pool. However, Chu Ye found his shamanic energy insufficient for further incantations. In desperation, he began to extract his own flesh and blood, converting it into shamanic power, the essence of his being transmuting into potent energy. His complexion darkened, lips turned pale, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his brow, his hair gradually shifting from black to white. A sudden whoosh pierced the air. Bai Yu tossed him a vial of elixir, which Chu Ye accepted without hesitation, pouring its contents into his mouth. As the elixir coursed through him, its potent warmth spread throughout his body, eagerly consumed by his famished form, which continued to transform this vitality into shamanic power. For the next 3 hours, Bai Yu incessantly supplied him with elixirs, leaving a multitude of discarded vials strewn about. The fruits of these 3 hours attracted a plethora of large, ferocious beasts, wolves, tigers, leopards, and more. The goo pool became inundated with blood and remnants of the fallen, the sole surviving offering being the ensnared demon king, the Jiaolong. The ferocious beasts and swarming insects were deterred by the Jiaolong's majestic presence, hesitating to attack. Chu Ye persisted in his incantations, ultimately reaching a critical threshold. The beasts and insects descended into chaos, launching their assault upon the Jiaolong. Like ants devouring an elephant, the Jiaolong's eyes filled with profound resentment, hatred, and despair as it was engulfed in blood and insects. Chu Ye absorbed every ounce of the Jiaolong's intense negative emotions, leaving not a trace behind. Thanks to this influx, his shamanic power surged, replenishing and exceeding the limitations of his current level. A thunderous sound resonated in his mind as his shamanic practitioner level ascended from the 1st to the 2nd tier, his power soaring from a mere 200 to over 2,000, fully restoring his previous deficiencies. Chu Ye realized that the limit for the 1st-tier shamanic practitioner was 1,000, pondering the restrictions of the 2nd tier. Simultaneously, a new shamanic enlightenment appeared in his mind, a testament to the teachings bestowed upon him by the true understanding of shamanism after his elevation. Yet, he had no time to grasp this new legacy. His priority was to master the 7 absolute insects. Chu Ye continued his recitation of the shamanic spell. For 9 consecutive hours, Chu Ye intensely recited the incantations, ultimately offering the corpses of the demon king, demon generals, and numerous lesser demons as sacrifices to nourish the insects within the goo pool. This marked the completion of the first phase of cultivating the 7 absolute goo. He summoned 1,000,000 insects, spanning from day to night. If successful, the power of the 7 absolute goo would undoubtedly surpass that of its predecessor from a millennium ago. Now he commenced the 2nd phase. Let the battle begin. I seek only the strongest. Chu Ye shifted to the insect combat spell. As he chanted, the first to perish was not the smaller insects, but rather the formidable beasts. They were besieged by an overwhelming swarm of goo insects. Despite their desperate attempts to fight back, biting and pouncing, the sheer number of insects proved insurmountable, and soon, only a heap of bones remained. With the beasts vanquished, the insects began to turn on one another in a savage frenzy. In the darkness, Chu Ye observed the carnage with keen eyes. Bai Yu, intrigued, watched Chu Ye's sorcery unfold. From the outset, he discerned the profound intricacies of Chu Ye's methods. It was impossible for one trained in the Miao clan's goo cultivation techniques to summon 1,000,000 insects for battle. He eagerly anticipated the kind of goo that Chu Ye would ultimately create. Just then, a melodious female voice echoed from the shadows, sharply exclaiming, "Bai Yu, it is indeed you." Chu Ye and Bai Yu turned towards the sound, revealing a throng of figures emerging from the darkness, brandishing torches as they approached with haste. As they drew near, Chu Ye recognized the newcomers, the holy maiden of the White Miao tribe, accompanied by her kin, all armed and exuding a fierce aura. Had he known better than to disclose the matter of the 7 absolute goo to the holy maiden, he would have avoided this disruption of his endeavor. Alas, had he not divulged it, he would not have received such detailed information so swiftly. What was done is done. One must tread the path they have chosen, even if it leads to hardship. With this thought, Chu Ye smiled in resignation, resolutely deciding that he would not allow the cultivation of the 7 absolute goo to be interrupted. Those who dare obstruct me shall face death. Chu Ye cast aside the chi python. Holy maiden, observe closely. I am not cultivating the 7 absolute goo. Bai descended slowly, smiling. If it isn't you, then who else possesses the ability? The holy maiden retorted, before suddenly recalling something and glancing towards the distant high platform. There, she beheld the youthful, striking visage of Chu Ye, gasping, "It is you." Chu Ye shot her a cold glance, continuing to chant the incantations. The holy maiden felt a flash of insight pierce her mind, rapidly connecting the dots. The 7 absolute goo was on the verge of emergence. It was you who sought to cultivate it. I will not allow you. The holy maiden's words were cut short as the menacing form of the chi python materialized. With a sweeping tail, it struck, sending her and several others flying several meters away. As Bai beheld the sudden emergence of the crimson serpent, a flicker of astonishment graced his eyes. He discerned that this was an exceptionally formidable and promising insect, one that, given the opportunity to mature, would rival the water beast he had summoned. The crimson serpent continued its assault on the Saintis and the members of the Bai Miao tribe, while Chu Ye unleashed bullets in a surprise attack. With the bullets' astonishing velocity, those struck by them met immediate demise. And even those who escaped critical hits succumbed to the toxins, their faces turning black as death approached. Simultaneously, Chu Ye's cultivation of the insect reached a pivotal stage, which was why he had resorted to gunfire, aiming to swiftly eliminate the Bai Miao people. The struggle within the insect had reached its concluding phase, with only 7 insects still clinging to life. Would the ultimate victor emerge from among these 7? Chu Ye pondered deeply. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The 7 insects ceased their internal strife and instead began to emit a chorus of sounds, as if engaged in communication. In an instant, all 7 insects simultaneously exploded. Had they failed? A chill gripped Chu Ye's heart as he witnessed this scene. He had anticipated that his cultivation might falter at the final step. Yet he had not foreseen the insect's self-destruction. At worst, he could attempt the process once more. After all, there were still 71 demon kings remaining. Chu Ye gritted his teeth in frustration as he turned his gaze toward the insect pool. No, this was not failure. The blood mist resulting from the insect's explosion hovered above the pool, seemingly imbued with life, coalescing yet unwavering. Gradually, the blood mist descended into the insect pool, where the flesh and blood began to boil like magma, amalgamating to form a colossal, blood-soaked mass. In that moment, Chu Ye was struck by an epiphany reminiscent of the legend of Nuwa creating humanity. Nuwa fashioned the human race from clay and water. The refinement of the 7 absolute insects mirrored this creation, utilizing flesh and blood to forge new insects. The 7 absolute insects represented a nascent race, an imitation of Nuwa's divine handiwork. Chu Ye murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with increasing brightness. His speculation proved accurate. The pulsating mass expanded and contracted like a beating heart, shrinking with each cycle. 9 zhong, 5 zhong, 1 zhong. Ultimately, it diminished to the size of a palm, ceasing to shrink and remaining suspended in midair. Observing this, Chu Ye glanced at the ongoing battle between the crimson serpent and the bullets. The serpent bore numerous wounds, inflicted primarily by the myriad spells unleashed by the Saintis from afar, who manipulated its movements, allowing the Bai Miao people to swarm and attack its vulnerable spots, such as its eyes or the areas previously injured by the Saintis. Some members of the Bai Miao tribe attempted to rush toward the insect pool and Chu Ye, but they were systematically gunned down. Meanwhile, Bai floated silently in the air, lost in thought. There was no time to delay further. Sensing the severity of the serpent's injuries, Chu Ye resolved to act without hesitation. PFF, PFF, PFF. In the stillness of the night, Chu Ye expelled 9 mouthfuls of fresh blood, which ascended towards the hovering orb of flesh. With one final step, he initiated the blood refinement. His essence transformed into a mist of blood, absorbed by the orb, which gradually diminished in size. The color of the orb shifted from a deep crimson to a delicate translucence, resembling a resplendent ruby. After nearly a day of cultivating the insect, dawn had finally arrived. As the first rays of sunlight broke through, the ruby shattered with a resounding crack. Before the onlookers, a tiny silkworm, no larger than a pinky finger, emerged. Its body a shimmering ice blue and semi-transparent. The silkworm radiated a brilliant glow under the sunlight. The 7 absolute insect. It was born. The moment the silkworm appeared, Chu Ye understood one of its abilities and immediately summoned it to his side. He reached out to grasp the silkworm, paying no heed to a detailed examination, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his chest. The agony was fleeting, as Chu Ye recognized it as the silkworm seeking a place to reside. Ultimately, the silkworm chose the position of his heart, simultaneously unleashing one of the inherent abilities of the 7 absolute insect, healing. The injuries Chu Ye had just sustained were miraculously mended. Now it is my turn, Chu Ye declared with a grin. The mystical energy within him surged forth, and he unleashed 3 beams of light towards the battling red serpent. The first beam, a soft white light, enveloped the serpent's battered form, restoring it to its prime. This was healing. The second beam, a profound purple light, caused the serpent's body to swell dramatically. Its original 20-meter length tripled to an astonishing 60 meters. This augmentation not only amplified its size, but also its strength and speed. This was enhancement. The third beam, a radiant golden light, cloaked the serpent's crimson body in a golden sheen, transforming its hardened scales from red to a brilliant gold, akin to donning golden armor. This was indomitable. In an instant, the golden serpent danced with wild abandon. The control spells of the holy matriarch were utterly obliterated by the thrice-enhanced power. Various spells, water, fire, wind, and more, failed to breach the golden armor's defenses, let alone blades and swords. For Chu Ye, this battle was an overwhelming triumph. Before long, all the white people summoned by the holy matriarch were devoured by the red serpent, leaving only her, who struggled desperately, casting spells while retreating. The holy matriarch's face turned pale, crimson blood trickling from her lips, rendering her a pitiable sight. As Chu Ye beheld this scene, thoughts of the beloved Anu surfaced in his mind, and with a sigh, he commanded the serpent to cease its attack. For Anu's sake, you may leave. Once the serpent halted its onslaught, the holy matriarch collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, seemingly devoid of strength to respond to Chu Ye. Unperturbed, he considered her no threat at all. Master, let us depart, Chu Ye smiled, addressing Bai Yu, who had been observing the spectacle from the sidelines. Indeed, my friend, Bai Yu responded with a smile, transforming their previous acquaintance from little friend to friend. Chu Ye commanded the Qi Shan to revert to its serpentine form, slithering into his sleeve, while the bullet found its way into the opposite sleeve. Departing with Bai Yu, they left only the saintess behind, seated and weeping in solitude. Chu Ye felt no sympathy. This was not a matter of good or evil, but rather a divergence of positions. The saintess had dared to impede his endeavor to concoct the 7 absolute goo, thwarting his trial task. It was an act of great mercy that he did not slay her, considering his regard for Anu. Upon completing his task, Chu Ye received a notification from the system. Trial of the Witch, first stage concoct the 7 absolute goo. Witch, you have flawlessly completed the task and may choose to return at any time within a day. Chu Ye chose not to return immediately, but rather to accompany Bai Yu back to the Bai Yu sect, as he now required a tranquil space to experiment with the capabilities of the 7 absolute goo and to receive the inheritance of the true understanding of witchcraft, following his breakthrough to the 2nd stage witch. Chapter 15. Chu Ye bestowed a simple and memorable name upon the 7 absolute goo, 7 absolute. The abilities of the 7 absolute encompassed 7 distinct powers, 3 of which had been previously employed on the Qi Shan: healing, amplification, and diamond. These 3 powers could be applied to anyone at Chu Ye's discretion. The remaining 4 abilities were ice, space, tracking, and soul devouring. Healing can mend bodily injuries and purge toxins. Amplification enhances size, strength, and speed, with a current maximum limit of 3-fold. Diamond significantly bolsters physical defense, akin to donning impenetrable armor. Ice releases a substantial chill, freezing everything in the vicinity. Chu Ye had tested this ability, and even a slight release of cold air had transformed a large animal into an ice sculpture. When unleashed on a grand scale, it could easily frost an area within 30 meters, though the freezing effect diminishes beyond that distance. Space enables the creation of an internal volume of 27 cubic meters, into which Chu Ye deposited all items currently deemed unnecessary. Tracking allows the 7 absolute to sense the presence of any individual whose aura has been recorded within a 100-mile radius. Soul devouring not only consumes Chu Ye's blood and witch power for growth, but also possesses the ability to devour souls. With these 7 abilities at his disposal, Chu Ye's arsenal against foes had significantly expanded. He could now heal, defend, attack, and control. After experimenting with the 7 absolutes capabilities, he began to receive the latest inheritance of the true understanding of witchcraft. A thunderous roar echoed in his mind as he returned to the wilds. In ancient times, the primordial ancestors hunted various ferocious beasts amidst blood and fire. The silhouettes of numerous ancestors gradually blurred, coalescing into a towering, indistinct giant. The giant howled to the heavens, a fierce roar that seemed to challenge the very sky and earth. With a single strike, the giant unleashed its power. This maneuver resembled the sweeping slash of a long sword. its blade gleaming with a fierce brilliance, akin to the thrust of a spear, brimming with murderous intent, and reminiscent of a colossal staff descending with an unstoppable force. The array of techniques was manifold, whether it was the tumultuous dragon roiling the seas, the soaring phoenix gracing the heavens, or the nine-headed serpent like Xiang Lu, alongside the man-faced, tiger-footed Taowu, and the gluttonous beast with a ram's body and a human face. All succumbed to the might of the giant's assault. Ultimately, these combat techniques coalesced into a sacred dance of sacrifice. After a considerable duration, Chu Ye emerged from his meditative state, having acquired the latest inheritance of the battle dance. This was the dance dedicated to honoring the heavens and the earth, a martial art wielded by the great shaman. Each shaman who received the battle dance would ultimately glean insights into corresponding combat techniques for various weapons. Chu Ye retrieved the soul banner left behind by the slain ferocious beast. Having ascended to the second tier of shamanhood, he intended to experiment with fully refining the soul banner. However, the time spent testing the 7 absolutes abilities and assimilating the battle dance had proven excessive, leaving no opportunity for further experimentation. Refinement could wait. The weight and hardness of the soul banner were commendable. He resolved to practice the battle dance with it first. Contemplating this, Chu Ye began to sway the soul banner within his chamber. In an instant, the banner fluttered and rustled with vigor. After experimenting with various fundamental movements, thrusts, strikes, downward cleaves, upward sweeps, slashes, and horizontal cuts, Chu Ye was pleasantly surprised to discover that the soul banner was more manageable than he had anticipated. Coupled with his extraordinary physique, strength, and speed, the banner exuded tremendous power in his grasp. After half an hour of practice, Chu Ye, still yearning for more, paused. He steadied his breath and focused his mind, channeling his shamanic energy into the soul banner, preparing to refine it. With over 2,000 units of ample shamanic energy at his disposal, the banner initially resisted but was soon completely overwhelmed by the shamanic force, leading to its refinement. Post-refinement, Chu Ye felt he could now wield the soul banner with complete control, able to summon shadowy mists, and the wraiths within the banner were entirely subservient to him. Delving into the soul banner, he began to assess the wraiths contained within. There were a total of 77 wraiths, comprising both human and various animal forms. Most wraiths lacked intelligence, save for one humanoid wraith that exhibited awareness. Chu Ye discerned this wraith's sentience due to the faint negative emotions he could perceive emanating from it, sharp enough for him to detect. Seizing the wraith from within the soul banner, Chu Ye scrutinized it closely. Its soul form had become indistinct, barely recognizable as human, and it trembled before him. Channeling his shamanic energy, he transformed it into, which coalesced into a dense fog, forcefully infusing it into the wraith's being. The wraith emitted a cry of anguish as its form began to solidify. It was then that Chu Ye beheld the wraith's true visage, an ordinary individual with a round face, dressed in garments that reflected modern attire, formed from the earth, with a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Chu Ye addressed the spirit before him. "Chen Tao, it is I." The spirit knelt, bowing deeply. Chen Tao pays homage to the master. It seemed you are quite aware of your current predicament. Chu Ye's piercing gaze remained fixed on the spirit. Chen Tao, having been granted a second chance at life, Chen Tao now cherished his existence and dared not defy. The spirit bowed low, its head touching the ground. Dare not defy? Was it not you who obstructed my refinement of this soul banner? Chu Ye swiftly pieced together the events. Now I understand why, despite the death of the fierce tooth, this unclaimed object was so difficult to refine. You exerted the strength of the soul banner to resist me, even at the cost of damaging your own soul. Answer me, is that not so? Chu Ye's voice was sharp. Now that Chu Ye had successfully refined the soul banner, Chen Tao, bound by its power, could not deceive him. The spirit answered truthfully, yes. It is better to suffer damage to my soul than to be at your mercy. Chu Ye scoffed. Do you now realize how absurd your resistance was? Indeed, the wretch no longer dares to oppose, Chen Tao replied. Among the many spirits, you alone possess intelligence. It seems your soul harbors secrets. Chu Ye chuckled softly. Speak, how did you come to reside within this soul banner? Chen Tao recounted, on the day of my death, the fierce tooth happened to command the soul banner to absorb the negative energy. I felt an overwhelming force, like a vortex, pulling me in. When I regained my senses, I found myself within this soul banner. Because I retained the visage of my past life, the fierce tooth did not recognize me, and I feigned a lack of consciousness, blending in with the other spirits until the fierce tooth released us for battle. After meeting my demise, the soul banner fell into your hands. Fearing discovery, I realized I could wield a portion of the banner's power to resist your refinement. Chu Ye fell silent, contemplating. Indeed, The soul banner could absorb the negative energy and unclaimed souls within a 20-mile radius. Countless weak souls dissipated in the process, transforming into negative energy to bolster the banner's strength. Now, Chu Ye was at a loss regarding how to assess Chintao's fortune. To say he was fortunate, only to be reborn as a pig, seemed contradictory. To claim he was unfortunate, yet he survived after being slain by Chu Ye and entered the soul banner, was equally perplexing. Now, surviving, he had once again fallen into Chu Ye's grasp. Noticing Chu Ye's silence, the spirit, with heartfelt sincerity, declared, "I am willing to lead the spirits for my master, to fight for you, without hesitation, even unto death." No sooner had Chinatao uttered these words than a tremor coursed through his soul, and soon after, his consciousness began to fade. Despair gripped his heart. Was he to be annihilated? He then shrank into a wisp of dark light, which plunged into Chu Ye's chest, or rather, was consumed by the essence residing within him, the seven absolutes. As the seven absolutes devoured the unfortunate Chinatao, it expelled a radiant orb of 7 colors. This vibrant orb emerged from Chu Ye's body and surged directly toward the soul banner in his hand, moving with such swiftness that Chu Ye could not intervene. Upon merging with the soul banner, it transformed into a dazzling spectacle, shimmering with colors before swiftly reverting to its original form. At this moment, Chu Ye sensed the transformation of the soul banner. That radiant orb of colors was the golden key of Chinatao, the time traveler, capable of enhancing treasures. Regrettably, Chinatao had never activated this golden key until it merged with the soul banner, liberating it from the constraints of materials and refining techniques. It had now evolved into a treasure that could infinitely grow by devouring various materials and absorbing souls. Oh, Chu Ye beamed at the prospect of the infinitely evolving soul banner, grateful for the fortuitous gift of this limitless treasure from the unfortunate Chinatao. The following day, after bidding farewell to Baiyu, Chu Ye ventured outside the city to a secluded spot, choosing to return. Chapter 16, The Marvel Universe, Tony's Private Villa. "So, I returned from where I crossed over," Chu Ye murmured as he surveyed his surroundings. "Jarvis," he called out. "Yes, Mr. Chu, welcome back," Jarvis responded. "Where's Tony?" Chu Ye inquired casually. "The gentleman is in the laboratory on the first floor. His condition is not very good," Jarvis replied. "Not very good? Is he succumbing to palladium poisoning?" Chu Ye pondered. "I should go check on him." Descending the stairs to the first floor, Chu Ye approached the laboratory. Outside the lab, through the glass window, he observed a pale-faced Tony struggling with the discarded first-generation palladium arc reactor within a glass container. Chu Ye was left speechless. He had initially assumed that Tony's precarious state meant he was on the brink of death from palladium poisoning. Instead, it appeared that Obadiah had seized the arc reactor. Despite Chu Ye's prior warning to Tony to be cautious of Obadiah, Chu Ye was torn between criticizing Tony's naivety and the narrative's insistence on its course. Unbeknownst to Tony, who was still laboriously working on the reactor, Chu Ye withdrew the soul banner and forcefully struck it against the glass door. Crack! Crash! The sound of Chu Ye breaking in was followed almost immediately by the noise of the glass container hitting the floor as Tony finally managed to extract the arc reactor. "Hey, Tony, why are you on the floor?" Chu Ye greeted him with a smile as he approached. He flipped Tony over and teased, "You look rather disheveled." At that moment, Tony was utterly speechless, his trembling hand pointing at the arc reactor on the ground. "Don't worry, it's all right," Chu Ye reassured him, picking up the reactor and seamlessly placing it against Tony's chest. The instant the reactor was installed, Tony seemed to be jolted awake, sitting up abruptly and taking a deep, urgent breath. "It appears your condition is worse than I anticipated," Chu Ye remarked, casting a healing spell that enveloped Tony. Instantly, Tony's breathing steadied, and he asked, "What just happened?" "I feel much better." As Chu Ye was about to respond, he was interrupted by Tony. "Never mind, it's not important, Pepper." Subsequently, Tony began to don his armor under Chu Ye's gaze. With the assistance of mechanical arms, Tony was enveloped in a suit of striking gold and crimson armor, which encased his limbs, chest, and head. The sleek silhouette and alluring color scheme exuded an inexplicable charm. "How I desire that. I must depart now. Do me a favor." Just as Chu Ye was salivating at the sight, Tony addressed him. "What favor?" Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. "Protect Pepper," Tony stated earnestly. "No problem," Chu Ye replied, fully aware that Pepper was Tony's utmost priority at that moment. Without further ado, Tony sealed his helmet and activated the suit's flame thrusters, preparing for departure. Is there any chance we could teleport a bit faster?" Chu Ye opened a portal as Tony dove into it. Meanwhile, in the underground of Stark Industries, in Area 16, Pepper, having uncovered Obadiah's nefarious plot, encountered S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson, confiding everything to him. Coulson, accompanied by several agents, escorted Pepper to Area 16. Unfortunately, they had arrived too late. Obadiah had already incapacitated Tony using a powerful electromagnetic pulse generator, extracted the arc reactor from his chest, and activated the ironmonger suit he had constructed with the reactor. The ironmonger, composed entirely of military-grade alloys, stood over 2 meters tall and weighed more than 4,000 pounds, epitomizing brute strength with its daunting black exterior. Faced with the ironmonger, their fate was all but sealed. Standard bullets posed no threat, as it rampaged through the agents, effortlessly dispatching those who could only wield firearms. As Pepper was pursued by the ironmonger, the agents failed to buy even a second's respite. Just as Pepper was on the verge of being captured, an unexpected twist occurred. In that critical moment, an orange glow illuminated the scene, and a portal opened, revealing Tony in his dazzling gold and crimson armor, making a flamboyant entrance. The clash of the gold and crimson armor against the black suit resonated with a thunderous roar. Iron Man collided with the ironmonger, sending the latter crashing to the ground. The ironmonger retaliated, seizing Iron Man's leg and swinging a massive hammer. As Iron Man struggled under the onslaught, Chu Ye leisurely emerged from the portal. "Miss Pepper, you appear to be in good spirits." Startled, Pepper rushed to Chu Ye, her voice tinged with urgency. "Please, help Tony. I implore you." After being rescued by Chu Ye, Tony explained to Pepper that Chu Ye possessed formidable powers and could wield magic. Thus, upon seeing Chu Ye, Pepper immediately beseeched him for assistance. "If you have the ability to aid Tony, please do so." At this moment, Coulson arrived at Pepper's side, raising his weapon as he observed Tony being mercilessly battered by the ironmonger. Unable to contain his concern, he spoke. "Well, I'm utterly speechless watching the two of you. Tony wants me to protect you, yet you ask me to save him." Chu Ye, exasperated, remarked, "I suppose I won't need dinner tonight. Your couple's antics have already filled me up." He gestured for them to step back. Coulson positioned Pepper behind him and took a few steps back. Suddenly, Chu Ye threw out the crimson python, shouting, "Tony, get out of the way." As Tony leaped away, the crimson python expanded dramatically in the wind, its length exceeding 20 meters, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In the next moment, it delivered a powerful headbutt, sending the ironmonger crashing to the ground, followed by a massive tail strike that buried him into the concrete. "Oh my goodness, is there really a snake that large in this world?" Pepper, aware of Chu Ye's formidable abilities, was nonetheless astonished by the sheer size of his pet and couldn't help but exclaim. Coulson, equally astonished, pondered that there was no snake on Earth that could rival such a size and resolved to report this to the director upon his return. Chu Ye paid no heed to their reactions, instead playfully remarked to Tony in the distance, "Just so you know, I want to be footing the bill for the damage." At that moment, the forceful strikes of the crimson python's tail caused cracks to appear in the concrete around the ironmonger. With a deafening crash, a powerful blow shattered the concrete beneath the ironmonger, sending him plummeting to the lower level, leaving only a gaping hole behind. "You want to have to pay. By the way, I've renovated your house for you," Tony replied from within his armor, adding, "No need to thank me. Haha. I just love being friends with those who have financial capabilities." Just then, the ironmonger, propelled downwards, burst through the large hole above. Chapter 17. Both Chu Ye and Tony reacted swiftly. Tony unleashed a laser attack on the ironmonger, while Chu Ye wasted no time, raising his hand as a purple and golden light enveloped the crimson python, enhancing its strength. As the ironmonger was sent flying, the crimson python grew to over 60 meters in length, shimmering in a brilliant gold, directly piercing through the room above. Fortunately, the distance was sufficient, and only a few small concrete fragments fell towards Chu Ye. "It's enormous," exclaimed Pepper. "It can actually grow larger." Coulson was left speechless. Obadiah, who had been sent flying by Tony, gazed at the colossal serpent, now 3 times its original size, resplendent in golden hues, resembling a mythical beast, and felt a surge of fear. Before the crimson python could attack, he activated his flamethrower and took to the skies. With a thunderous roar, the ironmonger smashed through the roof and soared into the air, with Tony hot on his heels. Witnessing this unfold, Chu Ye couldn't help but curse. "Come on. Are you taking advantage of the fact that I can't fly? Wait for me," Chu Ye exclaimed, shrinking the crimson serpent to coil around his arm, addressing Coulson. "Please protect Pepper." "Of course, I shall ensure Miss Potts' safety," Coulson replied, fully aware of Chu Ye's formidable powers and dismissing any notion of underestimating him due to his youthful appearance. "Good. Now I must hasten to the next battlefield. It remains my turn." Chu Ye grinned wickedly as he extracted the soul banner, opening a portal and striding confidently through it. Upon emerging onto the bustling street, He witnessed the ironmonger assaulting Tony Stark, the surrounding pedestrians having nearly vacated the scene. The ironmonger relentlessly trampled Tony, then lifted him high before slamming him down with ferocity. Tony, you've grown, recognizing friends who can command colossal beasts. However, I am not here for you. Perish. Obadiah Stane cackled arrogantly. Tony, however, smiled knowingly, having glimpsed an orange glow behind the ironmonger. Indeed, he is not here now. At that moment, Chu Ye materialized behind the ironmonger, his presence shrouding a 30-meter radius in an icy chill. Each step he took transformed the air around him into frost. Obadiah sensed an impending threat from behind, but before he could react, darkness enveloped him as he lost control over the ironmonger. A blast of icy energy struck the ironmonger, instantly encasing him in ice. Chu Ye's youthful visage radiated a chilling aura that complemented the frigid energy he exuded. Yet the fury in his eyes surged like a tempest. With a sweeping motion of the soul banner, he struck the ironmonger's left leg with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. You thought I couldn't fly, didn't you? Chu Ye unleashed another wave of icy energy. It's infuriating to be second tier and still unable to fly. He swung the soul banner again, delivering a golf-like strike to the ironmonger's head, propelling him 3 meters away, spinning as he fell. Why do you get to fly, you scoundrel? Jealousy twisted Chu Ye's features as he sent forth 3 more powerful blasts of icy energy. At this juncture, Obadiah, trapped within the ironmonger's frigid shell, succumbed to unconsciousness. Chu Ye leaped onto the ironmonger's chest, thrusting the soul banner downward to exploit the gap in Obadiah's right gauntlet, prying it open with sheer force. The gauntlet shattered. With a swift swing, the soul banner struck Obadiah's right hand, producing a sharp crack as it broke. Stabbing, prying, striking. The left hand followed suit. Again. Obadiah's leg shattered under Chu Ye's relentless assault. Through his unwavering efforts, the ironmonger was dismantled, revealing Obadiah's complete form beneath the debris. Chu Ye refrained from striking Obadiah's body, fearing that he might inadvertently kill him. This was not an act of pity, but rather a concern that should Obadiah perish, he would be deprived of experiencing the agony of awakening with severed limbs, a suffering too trivial for such a wretched being. Tony observed Chu Ye's brutality throughout, feeling a lingering dread. He had always regarded Chu Ye as a fortunate child endowed with extraordinary abilities. Witnessing his ferocity, he came to a profound realization. A child wielding such power, devoid of proper guidance, could become exceedingly terrifying. At that moment, he recalled Chu Ye's background, an orphan. Surely, he must have endured immense suffering and darkness to have transformed into this. Compassion surged within Tony, compelling him to save Chu Ye. Had Chu Ye been aware of Tony's intentions, he would have scoffed, exclaiming, "Who needs your salvation? Just pay up." Furthermore, human cruelty is an instinct imprinted in our very genes, and I reserve my brutality solely for my enemies, adhering to the path of the great sorcerer, inner sanctity, outer sovereignty. Do you understand? The aftermath was handled by Coulson and his SHIELD agents, with both Tony and Chu Ye stepping back. For it was indeed the expertise of SHIELD to clean up the mess. As they watched the agents methodically removing the damaged vehicles and soothing the populace, Chu Ye was suddenly reminded of a line from a favorite film of his past life. While SHIELD was busy with the cleanup, Coulson expressed a desire to speak with Chu Ye, who declined, stating his hunger and intention to dine. Promising to converse another day, Coulson readily acquiesced. Dinner that evening was shared among Chu Ye, Tony, and Pepper. Tony extravagantly reserved an entire restaurant, and Chu Ye, not one to be polite, instructed the waiter to bring the entire menu 3 times over and to add more if it fell short. The waiter was unfazed, assuming that Tony was hosting a large gathering of friends, even pulling out her phone to inform her companions that Tony Stark was dining at their establishment. For the duration of the meal, Chu Ye focused intently on his food, oblivious to the hushed conversations between Tony and Pepper. However, once the two finished their private exchange, they were astonished by Chu Ye's astonishing appetite. After the surprise, Tony smiled at him, a gesture that seemed inconsequential. After all, money was no object for him. Pepper, on the other hand, bestowed upon him a tender smile that sent shivers down his spine, hastening his pace of eating. After the meal, Pepper inquired if he was full and extended an invitation for him to visit their home the following day for a lavish dinner. Meeting Pepper's gentle gaze, Chu Ye, feeling somewhat cornered, reluctantly agreed and then hurriedly departed. Upon returning home, he was taken aback by the dramatic transformation of his surroundings. The decor now boasted an opulent European style, with all the furniture and appliances completely renewed. A mechanical voice greeted him. "Welcome home, Mr. Chu Ye." "Jarvis?" Chu Ye pondered in confusion. "Sir, I am not Jarvis. I am the latest artificial intelligence crafted by Tony Stark. You may bestow upon me a name." The mechanical voice resonated once more. "Let us call you Little Witch." "Understood, Little Witch." "Sir, do you wish to freshen up or rest?" "I shall wash later. Allow me a moment of solitude." "Very well." Chu Ye reclined lazily on the sofa, contemplating his current attributes. Name: Chu Ye. Level: second-tier sorcerer. Physique: 777. The average adult is 20. Sorcery power: 2333. Sorcery text: Heavenless. Sorcery skill: Battle Dance, Novice, 52,100. Sorcery arts: None. Sorcery treasure: Soul Banner Insect, Red Python. Bullet: 7 absolutes. Gazing at his sorcery power exceeding 2,000 and a physique far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, a sense of contentment enveloped him. With my physique alone, I could likely thrive in the early days of Marvel, albeit my appetite is rather substantial. Reflecting on this, Chu Ye couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 18. The following day, Chu Ye awoke from slumber, stretched languidly, and proceeded to freshen up. In truth, he could sustain his vitality without sleep. Yet he deemed rest an indulgence, reinforced by the justification that he had endured a great battle the previous day. Obadiah, now incapacitated, muttered, "You are the one who brought me to my knees. How could there have been a great battle?" After washing up, Chu Ye casually donned a shirt and turned on the television, where Tony's press conference was being broadcast live. "Sir, is Iron Man related to the violent boy?" a reporter inquired. Tony read a few lines from his speech, paused for a moment, and declared, "In fact, I am Iron Man." The venue erupted in fervor. Chu Ye, watching the television, was taken aback, not by Tony's admission of being Iron Man, which he had already known, but by the reporter's reference to him as the violent boy. Moments later, regaining his composure, Chu Ye erupted in anger. "Why is he Iron Man, while I am labeled the violent boy? What a ridiculous name." Little Witch. Search for information on the violent boy. Investigate the individuals who fought alongside Tony last night. Understood, sir. I have located 298 relevant pieces of information regarding the violent boy. Shall I play them? Little Witch replied. Do not play. Assess whether any detailed information regarding appearance is included. Chu Ye continued to inquire. The videos available online are too distant. The features are unclear and indistinct, Little Witch concluded. That is satisfactory, Chu Ye sighed in relief. Sir, if you wish to maintain your anonymity, I can remove those videos from the internet, Chu Ye inquired. This conclusion is drawn from your responses and the Stark Industries database. Very well, Chu Ye replied, unfazed by the existence of his data within the Stark Industries database. It was entirely possible that Tony had even developed specialized armor to counter him. May I pose a question? What is it? You seem to harbor a strong aversion to the moniker Violent Boy. Might I ask why? Do you not find the title Violent Boy rather, well, shameful? Chu Ye retorted. A name is merely a label. I fail to comprehend, came the response. It appears you have much to learn, Chu Ye thought, surprised by the unexpected cleverness of the advanced AI Tony had prepared for him, which even initiated inquiries. At the Stark Industries press conference, after Tony had announced his identity as Iron Man, he continued to address a myriad of questions from journalists, including inquiries about Chu Ye. Sir, is the violent boy a child? Is he a traditional hero or a dark hero? Frustrated, Chu Ye switched off the television. That evening, he arrived at Tony's residence as promised. Hey, welcome, our violent boy. Tony jested. You would do well not to mention that, otherwise, I shall dismantle your armor piece by piece. Chu Ye replied with a scowl. All right, I have witnessed your prowess in dismantling armor. Tony raised his hands in mock surrender. Since you are here, let us dine. Pepper has been preparing all day. Welcome, Chu Ye, Pepper greeted warmly. Chu Ye declined Pepper's customary cheek kiss, opting instead for a handshake, smiling as he said, Hello, Pepper. This is a gift for you. With that, Chu Ye produced a present from his spatial storage and handed it to her. Oh, thank you, Pepper exclaimed, unwrapping the gift to reveal a Tiffany sapphire necklace that sparkled brilliantly under the light. Upon seeing the necklace, Tony, with a hint of jealousy, asked, What did you prepare for me? Surely you haven't forgotten? Chu Ye rolled his eyes at Tony. He had indeed not considered a gift for him, but nonetheless. He retrieved a long knife forged from the fangs of a fierce beast from his spatial realm and casually handed it to Tony. Tony accepted the gleaming blade, laughing. Very cool. Which manufacturer crafted this? This knife is beyond the capabilities of any manufacturer. It is one of a kind, forged from the fangs of a special creature. Chu Ye explained succinctly. Fangs. It certainly does not appear so, Tony remarked, flicking the blade with his fingers. Let us not dwell on the knife. Let us eat first. Pepper interrupted. At the dining table, Tony inquired about Chu Ye's recent experiences. Chu Ye responded that he had traveled to distant lands for research, subtly hinting to Tony that his funding was insufficient. Tony assured him it will be credited soon. They also discussed Dr. Ethan, with Tony informing Chu Ye that Ethan had returned to his hometown to aid in its reconstruction. Tony had even established a fund specifically for this purpose. After dinner, Pepper excused herself and cast Tony an enigmatic glance as she departed. Once she was gone, Chu Ye sipped on juice while Tony indulged in chlorophyll juice, their conversation flowing intermittently. Sensing the opportune moment, Chu Ye asked, "Could you do me a favor?" "Of course, what is it?" Tony replied. "Help me find out where Jean Bing is," Chu Ye stated directly. "I anticipated you would ask that," Tony said, instructing Jarvis to send the email to Chu Ye. "Jean Bing has dealings with many politicians. If you're not in a hurry, we can wait until my suit is repaired," Tony added, intending to assist Chu Ye in his quest for vengeance. "No need," Chu Ye declined. "I believe I can handle Jean Bing with my current strength. I just cannot locate him. As for those politicians, should they dare to trouble me, I will send them to meet Satan," he grinned. "I understand, but remain calm." "I know you are strong," Tony replied, falling silent. After a moment, Tony spoke again. "You are an orphan, aren't you?" Chu Ye nodded. Feigning nonchalance, Tony suggested, "How about I adopt you?" "What?" Chu Ye felt as if he had misheard. Observing Chu Ye's incredulous expression, Tony stammered, "I genuinely wish to adopt you. Are you out of your mind?" Chu Ye rolled his eyes, disapproving of such a jest. "I am not joking. I am serious." "Pepper supports my idea," Tony insisted earnestly. Chu Ye was taken aback. Although he currently possessed the physique and appearance of a child, his soul was that of an adult, leaving him perplexed as to why Tony would propose such a thing. "Damn it. I consider you a friend, and you want to be my adoptive father?" Chu Ye raised his middle finger at Tony, exclaiming, "I am not your son." Having expressed his sentiments, Chu Ye unabashedly activated a portal and departed. After Chu Ye's exit, Tony sought out Pepper and quietly stated, he refused. "It's all right, Tony. You have done exceptionally well," Pepper reassured him. "He has been lonely for too long. We will take our time." Chapter 19. Chu Ye was now engulfed in anger, never having anticipated that while he regarded Tony as a friend, Tony desired to be his father figure. This revelation prompted memories of his parents before his journey through time. They were diligent, ordinary individuals who had provided him with the best they could offer. Reflecting on the gray strands in their hair and their stooped postures, he began to regret the wish he had made upon a shooting star. Alone in a foreign land, he now finds himself not merely in a distant locale, but in an entirely different realm. At this moment, Chu Ye stumbled upon an email previously sent by Jarvis. Without hesitation, he opened the message to delve into its contents. The information regarding Jean Bing was detailed, including his name, appearance, physique, residential address, and even the properties under his ownership, all meticulously documented. "Jean Bing. It is high time to settle the score between us." A cold smirk spread across Chu Ye's face, his gaze profound. In a private villa nestled in Manhattan, New York, a remarkably muscular bald man had just concluded his daily workout. However, his regimen deviated from that of the average individual. Rather than engaging in conventional exercises or using gym equipment, he trained by sparring against the world's elite combat experts, often facing 10 opponents at once. Although his training sessions rarely exceeded 20 seconds, and his adversaries were either severely injured or incapacitated, he deemed such rigorous training essential to maintain his physique at its pinnacle. He was the master of Hell's Kitchen, the underground emperor of New York, Jean Bing. In the chaotic universe of Marvel, he possessed no superpowers. Instead, he boasted a physique honed to perfection, with over 90% of his being composed of muscle. His strength was formidable, capable of smashing through walls with his bare hands. And he was also a world-class martial artist. Cunning, ruthless, and treacherous, these traits defined him, as did his reputation as the source of 40 criminal enterprises across America. At that moment, leaning on his cane, he quietly admired the New York skyline, a panorama of towering buildings illuminated by countless lights. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, akin to someone rapidly swinging a stick. Jean Bing's instincts kicked in at the first hint of danger. But awareness did not guarantee evasion. With a thunderous crash, he felt an excruciating pain in his right arm as a heavy object struck him, sending him sprawling several meters away. Years of combat experience had instilled in him an unparalleled calm. Upon hitting the ground, he quickly rolled to his feet. It was then that he caught sight of his assailant, a 12 or 13-year-old Asian boy wielding a peculiar stick adorned with a tiger motif. Its width akin to that of a palm. It was him, the notorious violent kid. As the underground emperor, Jean Bing was always well informed, and he immediately recognized the figure who had recently garnered significant notoriety. The previous strike was merely a casual greeting. Chu Ye, clutching the soul banner, grinned mischievously and remarked, "But next, I will properly entertain you." Jean Bing let out a derisive laugh, stroking the top of his cane as he replied, "You were fortunate to escape last time. It seems fate smiles upon you. Yet here you are again, truly seeking your demise. I had to locate 5 of your residences to finally track you down. You are indeed a crafty rabbit with many burrows." Chu Ye mocked, then continued, "Can you guess how your bodyguards at the 5 residences are faring?" Jean Bing coldly scoffed. Entirely unperturbed, Chu Ye brandished the soul banner, pointing it directly at Jean Bing with an icy demeanor, declaring, "Soon, you too shall meet your end. Then let us see." Jean Bing grinned menacingly. In an instant, both charged at one another with tremendous speed. One was a towering figure exceeding 2 meters, a paragon of muscle comprising over 90% of his physique, a premier martial artist. The other, though appearing slight, possessed physical capabilities surpassing that of ordinary individuals by several folds, a sorcerer of sorts. Jean Bing unleashed a powerful punch, while Chu Ye swung the soul banner. The fist collided with the banner. Bang! Jean Bing soon realized that the individual before him harbored an overwhelming force that rendered resistance futile. He could not contend with such might. Boom! Jean Bing was sent flying once more. His right hand, having endured 2 heavy impacts, was now grotesquely twisted, seemingly broken. His luxurious custom suit lay in tatters, and his face bore numerous abrasions and bruises, a pitiful sight that starkly contrasted his reputation as the underground emperor of New York. Rising to his feet, Jean Bing tore away the remnants of his suit, determined to alter his strategy. Outmatched in strength, he would rely on his finesse, martial skills honed to perfection. Despite his youth, even as a superhuman, his technique could not surpass mine. This was the confidence born from years of rigorous training. In truth, he was correct. Upon changing tactics, Jean Bing ceased to confront Chu Ye head-on. Instead, he leveraged his physical advantage to engage in grappling, skillfully dodging the assaults of the soul banner while awaiting an opportune moment to strike. As for Chu Ye, his visit to Jean Bing was not solely for vengeance. He harbored another significant objective, to test his close combat prowess independent of the parasitic insects. The results were formidable. His physique now exceeded that of an ordinary human by more than 30 times. In terms of strength, speed, and reflexes, he had surpassed the limits of humanity. The battle continued not because he sought victory, but because Jean Bing, being a skilled fighter, made for an excellent sparring partner. Under Jean Bing's tutelage, Chu Ye's combat dance further refined. Half an hour later, Jean Bing was panting heavily, his body bearing numerous new injuries, most visibly. His left leg was shattered, not in the conventional sense, but utterly obliterated below the knee. This was the result of Chu Ye's ingenuity just a minute prior, as he had infused the soul banner with a trace of sorcerer's power. This energy, born from intense negative emotions, erupted within Jean Bing's left leg, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated it. Inside the villa, blood flowed freely. Jean Bing, having lost copious amounts of blood, was on the brink of unconsciousness. Chu Ye picked up the staff that he had previously knocked from Jean Bing's grasp and approached him leisurely. There were no further words, only the banner. With the soul banner piercing through Jean Bing's chest, his heart burst and his innards shattered. The underground emperor of New York, the master of Hell's Kitchen, departed this world quietly. Chu Ye collected Jean Bing's soul with the soul banner, discovering that his essence was no more formidable than that of his deceased bodyguard. As he gazed at the soul banner in his hand, Chu Ye increasingly appreciated its value. It was an exquisite weapon that not only struck with precision but also augmented strength, particularly after the limitless growth potential exhibited following the demise of the wild boar demon. Chinatown. Utilizing the ethereal mists of the soul banner and the specters it summoned, he effortlessly dispatched the bodyguards and subordinates at Jean Bing's 5 residences, absorbing their souls. Now, the capacity of the soul banner was nearing its limit, necessitating further material consumption for growth. As Chu Ye contemplated what materials to feed the soul banner, Director Nick Fury of the Snake Shield Bureau received a report from his loyal subordinate, Coulson. Confidentiality level, level 7 name, Chu Ye age, 12-13 race, Asian family members, orphan. No information on relatives found, suspected of smuggling personality, reclusive and ruthless, yet exceedingly friendly to those he acknowledges. Abilities, possesses the supernatural ability to summon gigantic serpents, whose lengths exceed 50 meters, maximum growth limit unknown. The serpents can easily crush the mech known as Iron Tyrant, crafted by Obadiah, boasts extraordinary physical prowess. Suspected to be a result of super soldier enhancement, capable of emitting extreme cold, freezing both human and mechanical entities, with the minimum temperature yet to be determined. Danger level, 8 Chapter 20. Having resolved the matter concerning Jean Bing, Chu Ye remained indifferent to the ripples caused by his death, unaware that his information had already reached Nick Fury. Even if he had known, he would have remained unconcerned, for with a mere flick of his banner, he could obliterate his adversary. 3 days later, in the afternoon, Chu Ye awoke from profound meditation. He instructed the little witch to draw back the curtains. The weather was splendid, and the sunlight radiant. His mood was equally bright, as his relentless practice had elevated his battle dance proficiency to a skilled level. Battle dance, skilled, 11,000. However, his spirits soon waned. The Snake Shield Bureau had arrived. Upon hearing the doorbell and opening the door, he was greeted by Coulson's warm smile. Coulson was the epitome of a gentleman. While he was not unpleasant, Chu Ye had no desire to entangle himself with this organization. Saving the world? What concern was that of his? He was simply content not to annihilate this wretched world, a sentiment he held out of respect for Loki and the Ancient One. After all, he had promised Loki that he would depart this realm once he mastered his powers. Yet, he remained unclear on how to leave this world. Should he use the system panel's trials to escape? It was worth noting that completing the trials would merely return him to this world, and he had yet to even comprehend how to initiate the trials. When he completed the first tier trial of the shaman, he ascended to the second tier, yet it appeared that the new shamanic trial had not been initiated at all. Will you not invite us in for a moment? A melodious female voice resonated from behind Coulson. It was then that Chu Ye noticed a woman standing behind Coulson. A strikingly beautiful woman, Natasha Romanoff, famously known as the Black Widow. How to describe her beauty? Chu Ye could only exclaim, "Wow, she is stunning." He rolled his eyes and remarked with a hint of irritation, "You barged in uninvited. Did you bring gifts?" After all, he was still a child and could afford to be impolite, refraining from reasoning with women. Humph, what is the purpose of bringing a beautiful agent? Is it a ploy to charm? What do you take this charm for? A deceptive beauty, a gorgeous woman. A true charm, however, must embody that unattainable white moonlight of youthful longing, he added, though the true power of this moonlight lies in its very absence. Yet, Chu Ye was unprepared for Coulson's foresight as he produced a palm-sized gift box from his pocket and presented it to Chu Ye. Oh no, they came prepared. Chu Ye thought, but he accepted the gift nonetheless. Please come in. He gestured for Coulson to enter, blocking the entrance for the Black Widow. Do you have a gift? Then you may enter. Natasha remained silent, drawing her handgun from her waist and tossing it to Chu Ye, proceeding to walk in unimpeded. Chu Ye retrieved 2 cans of soda from the refrigerator, his only offering, and, sitting down, directly inquired, "What brings you here?" Coulson sat upright, speaking gently, "Good day, sir. We represent the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I know S-H-I-E-L-D. Just get to the point," Chu Ye replied. Coulson's demeanor became serious. "We wish to understand your origins. Although your information is quite comprehensive, there is no record of your existence in this world prior to now." "Me?" Chu Ye candidly stated, "I made a wish upon a shooting star and found myself in this world. After arriving, I struck a deal with the god of time to prevent the destruction of this world. That's about it." "A deity?" Coulson queried, perplexed. "Indeed, a god. You may also interpret it as an extraterrestrial being possessing advanced civilization. Those beings, who once roamed the earth, were revered as deities due to their formidable power. You might want to peruse a fairy tale book. The tales within may not be mere fabrications." Coulson, slightly incredulous, remarked, "This is truly astonishing. So, are you also an extraterrestrial?" He continued, observing Chu Ye's incredulous gaze. "After all, you do possess supernatural abilities." Chu Ye pointed to his own face and chuckled. "Can't you tell I'm Chinese? To label me as an extraterrestrial is rather inaccurate. I am, in fact, a Chinese individual from another universe. Regarding my abilities, they stem from the legacy of a pantheon of formidable deities." At this point, a sense of pride welled up within Chu Ye. "You, a citizen of Huagua from another universe, now residing in America, seem to hold our culture in considerable esteem," Coulson remarked with confidence. "I am left to ponder what grants you such confidence," Chu Ye replied silently, gazing at him. "Is it not so?" Natasha, who had been silent until now, inquired. "I ask you, when a group invites you for a one-on-one duel, would you host them at your residence or venture outdoors?" Chu Ye retorted, "Although this world's Huagua is not my native land, there exists a certain emotional connection. Thus, I shall not choose a site for conflict here. Damaging the flora and fauna would be rather unfortunate, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Chu Ye's explanation, the smile on Coulson's face faded. It is well known that a smile does not simply vanish without cause. It merely shifts from one visage to another. With a beaming countenance, Chu Ye continued, "Upon arriving here, I observed that only those with substantial strength thrive. The people here are exceptionally talented and articulate, and I have grown quite fond of this place. Chu Ye gave a thumbs up, signifying his approval. At this moment, Coulson began to question whether it was a mistake to heed the director's orders to invite Chu Ye to join the Avengers. Perceiving him as a reckless child endowed with extraordinary powers, indifferent to the world around him. This world holds no kin for him, and thus he cares little for its fate, displaying utter apathy. Yet, it is not entirely accurate to say he is indifferent. He shows kindness towards Tony. Coulson, despite being a senior agent, has been deceived by a mere child. With this thought, an idea arose in Coulson's mind, to bind an insurmountable foe with the web of emotions. With this realization, Coulson's smile returned as he said, "Sir, I have come to extend an invitation for you to join us. We are dedicated to preserving world peace. I'm afraid I must decline. I seek to cultivate my skills and explore other worlds, and your notion of world peace bears little relevance to me." Chu Ye resolutely refused. "However, if you could offer me some form of compensation, I would consider assisting you in dealing with some formidable adversaries." Chu Ye left his options open. Although he had become friends with Tony, having an additional source of income was always advantageous. Furthermore, SHIELD possesses many valuable resources, such as the Tesseract, and he hoped to procure some rare metals through SHIELD to enhance his soul banner, which had reached its limits and required the consumption of a substantial quantity of rare metals. "I will need to report this to my superiors before I can provide you with a response," Coulson stated. "Of course, I await your news." Chu Ye nodded in understanding. Coulson continued, "What is your relationship with Tony?" Chu Ye pondered for a moment before replying, "Friends. I have a penchant for extravagant friends." "May I have the honor of becoming your friend?" Coulson inquired. Chu Ye extended his hand for a handshake and replied, "Having an agent as a friend is quite delightful." As Coulson grasped Chu Ye's hand, he heard Chu Ye say, "As friends, perhaps you could treat me to a meal, and in return, I shall look out for you." Coulson readily agreed. Chu Ye then led Coulson and Natasha to the restaurant where Tony had previously treated them. It was the same waiter as before, repeating the same routine. The waiter smiled and hurried to the kitchen, shouting, "Chef, that greedy dragon is back again." "What?" The Michelin-starred chef, adorned in his chef's hat, was taken aback, then bellowed, "Quickly, everyone get moving. That lad is not easily satisfied. Send someone to procure supplies." Before entering the restaurant, Coulson wore a cheerful expression, but upon exiting, he appeared as if he had lost everything. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Chu Ye comforted Coulson, saying, "Wealth is but an external entity. The most sorrowful plight in life is when one passes away with unspent riches." Thus, he continued to pour forth his cynical wisdom. Chapter 21. Tony had been feeling quite unwell these past few days. From the harrowing incident of his kidnapping in Afghanistan, to being rescued by Ethan and Chu Ye, followed by the betrayal of his close confidant, Obadiah, and ultimately transforming into Iron Man, he was no longer the carefree playboy he once was. This transformation led him to consider adopting the orphan, Chu Ye. However, his discomfort now stemmed from Chu Ye's vehement rejection. It dawned upon him that he had wounded a child's pride. Chu Ye could thrive independently, yet Tony's desire to adopt him was rooted in a deeper need for control, to ensure the child's powers did not harm others. This realization filled him with profound guilt, a burden so heavy that it left him gasping for breath. Consequently, he immersed himself in upgrading his armor, seeking a temporary reprieve from his remorse. "How long has it been since you last rested?" Pepper asked softly as she approached Tony to report on work matters. "About 3 days," Tony replied nonchalantly, occasionally managing a brief nap. Pepper's expression turned serious as she stated, "Tony, you need to rest, and you need to do so immediately." Tony chuckled, "It's fine. Jarvis is constantly monitoring my health." "Tony, what is truly troubling you?" Pepper sensed his inner turmoil. Tony fell silent, inhaling deeply before confessing, "I made a mistake. My intention to adopt Chu Ye was partly selfish." "What?" Pepper queried, puzzled. "You see, Pepper," Tony continued solemnly, "that child possesses immense power. And such strength in the hands of a child whose worldview is not yet fully formed can be terrifying without proper guidance and control. So, one of your reasons for adopting him was to exert control and guidance?" Pepper inquired further. "Indeed, I attempted to manipulate a child. Moreover, my suggestion to adopt him has deeply wounded his self-esteem. He has thrived well over these years without anyone's care. It was my arrogance that misled me," Tony exclaimed passionately. "Then why not apologize? I reached out to him, but he has been unresponsive to my attempts at communication, and for the past few days, he has secluded himself in his room. I believe it is due to the hurt I caused him." "Tony, a sincere apology must be delivered in person," Pepper interjected. cutting through Tony's spiraling thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes lit up. You are absolutely right. I shall go at once. With that, he made his way to the armor station, donned his suit, and soared into the sky. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Chu Ye's training. Rising to answer the door, he was met with the sight of Tony in his armor, and his expression darkened instantly as he prepared to shut the door. Damn it. How dare you come here? Wait. Tony interjected, blocking the closing door. I apologize, Chu Ye, for my inappropriate behavior the other day. An apology? Upon realizing Tony had come to express regret, Chu Ye reluctantly allowed him to enter. Once seated, Tony began, I'm sorry, Chu Ye, I was reckless the other day, and I sincerely apologize. Chu Ye was taken aback. He had not expected the arrogant Tony to apologize. Although he was puzzled as to why Tony would do so, he accepted the apology. I accept your apology. After all, we are friends, are we not? Indeed, we are friends, Tony replied. Chu Ye was unaware that he had been quite angry when he first heard of Tony's intent to adopt him. After resolving the financial issues, he had secluded himself in his room for training. However, Tony was oblivious to these sentiments, believing that Chu Ye had isolated himself out of wounded pride. Given that Tony's original motives for wanting to adopt Chu Ye were far from pure, a confluence of factors led to the guilt that prompted today's apology. Possessing the soul of an adult, Chu Ye felt the earlier displeasure dissipate following Tony's apology, and the two engaged in cheerful conversation. He even requested Tony to procure some strong alloys for him, expressing a preference for vibranium if possible. Tony waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that he would take care of it all. Their conversation grew increasingly lively until yet another knock echoed at the door. Who could that be? Chu Ye mused, puzzled at the unexpected interruption, as his acquaintances in this world were few. Coulson? Opening the door revealed, indeed, it was Coulson. This time he arrived alone, though it was uncertain if any agents were lurking in the shadows. Coulson wore a gentle smile. I apologize for intruding once more. If you are willing to treat me to a meal, I wouldn't mind your intrusion, Chu Ye jested. Coulson's warm smile momentarily faltered, a fleeting rigidity that did not escape Chu Ye's notice. Enough of the jokes. Come in. I hope you bring good news, Chu Ye said earnestly. Of course, Coulson replied as he stepped inside, noticing Tony lounging comfortably on the sofa. After exchanging greetings, Coulson took out his phone and began to play a video for Chu Ye. The footage depicted a fierce battle between a large green figure and a yellow-green behemoth. Chu Ye immediately recognized the characters as the Hulk and Abomination, yet feigned ignorance and inquired, what is this, a promotional trailer for a new movie? This trailer is quite impressive. Look at how intensely these two monsters are fighting. Tony, who was also watching the video, chimed in. Coulson, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and wondered if these two had not been keeping up with the news lately. I must train. I must improve my armor, he declared. Very well, he continued. This is actually footage from a battle that occurred last night in downtown New York. If you were to turn on the television, you would find related reports. Not necessary. Chu Ye yawned and stated directly, just tell me what the matter is. It couldn't possibly be about me fighting that giant, could it? Tony yawned almost simultaneously and asked, how did that monster come to be? Coulson explained. One of the monsters is a product of General Ross's Super Soldier Enhancement Program, while the other emerged due to an experimental mishap. They have been dealt with, so there is no need for you to confront them. However, I am curious, do you believe you could handle them? I'm not sure. I suppose I would need to engage them to find out, Chu Ye replied honestly, contemplating a confrontation with the Hulk. The so-called embodiment of muscle, with 90% of his physique composed of it, would appear fragile like a mere infant in comparison to Chu Ye's current form. Understood, Coulson nodded solemnly and said, Mr. Chu Ye, our director has approved your request and is willing to hire you for a fee of $10 million, not to mention a supply of rare materials. I am honored to serve as your liaison. Then let us have a fruitful collaboration. Chu Ye extended his hand. A fruitful collaboration, Coulson reciprocated. Wait, are you planning to join that organization of theirs? Tony interjected, eager to clarify. It's not about joining. It's a matter of employment. $10 million for the task. Chu Ye elucidated. Are you in dire need of money? Tony asked. If you need funds, just say so. Not only do I need money, but I also require a substantial amount of precious materials. As much as I hate to admit it, compared to you, Tony, I am the one in financial straits. Chu Ye remarked, while scheming how to leverage the situation with S-H-I-E-L-D. Before Tony could respond further, Coulson seized the moment to inquire, Mr. Stark, how are you considering our previous invitation? I'm still deliberating. Let us discuss it another time, Tony replied dismissively, then stood up, feigning urgency. I've been out too long. It's time for me to return. With that, he pushed open the window, donned his armor, and soared into the sky. leaving only Chu Ye and Coulson to exchange a knowing smile. He is a rather peculiar individual. Indeed. Chapter 22. Not long after Tony departed, Coulson too took his leave. Chu Ye harbored a persistent feeling that his previous invitation for Coulson to dine had instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Following Coulson's exit, Chu Ye activated a portal, transporting himself deep into the heart of the Amazon rainforest. The Amazon rainforest stands as the largest tropical rainforest in the world. It is famously dubbed a human forbidden zone. Situated near the equator, yet it remains shrouded in perpetual darkness, with sunlight perpetually obscured by towering trees. The moisture evaporating from the Amazon River results in rain falling every 2 to 3 days, with temperatures predominantly soaring above 33 degrees Celsius during the day, rendering the air humid and oppressive. Although this environment is inhospitable to human life, it thrives with diverse flora and fauna. Here, one might encounter swarms of mosquitoes akin to dark clouds, blood-sucking leeches, and a myriad of venomous insects and ferocious beasts. Were Chu Ye's physique capable of disregarding bullet-like injuries, he would have no reason to venture here. His singular purpose for arriving at this locale is to refine the goo insects once more. The goo insects are, in essence, the elite survivors of numerous poisonous creatures that have battled for dominance. During his time as a first-tier shaman, he had refined goo insects to serve his command. Now, the second refinement aims to facilitate the evolution of these existing insects. Had Chu Ye ventured here during his first-tier days, this would undoubtedly have been the optimal location to select goo insects. However, had he done so, he might have succumbed to the harsh conditions, perhaps even falling prey to a mosquito bite that could lead to a fatal viral infection. Now, the timing is fortuitous. He currently does not intend to craft new goo insects, as the sustenance required to maintain them is excessively demanding, particularly for the Chi anaconda. Should he create another goo insect that necessitates a similar vast quantity of sustenance, he would be unable to pursue his cultivation, spending every day hunting for blood meals to sustain the goo insects. Thus, until he resolves the issue of sustenance, he will refrain from crafting new goo insects. Surrounded by the dimly lit green expanse of the rainforest, Chu Ye found a relatively flat area to settle and release the Chi anaconda and the bullets. The Chi anaconda grew to its maximum size of over 20 meters, while the bullets gracefully descended to rest atop the anaconda's head. Reflecting upon the incantations for the second refinement of the goo insects, and confirming their accuracy in his mind, he hesitated no longer and commenced the ritual. Chu Ye began to chant the incomprehensible incantations, each utterance eliciting a spurt of fresh blood. In a short while, he had expelled 18 mouthfuls of blood. Instead of falling to the ground, the blood coalesced into a mist, enveloping both the Chi anaconda and the bullets. Concurrently, the 7 absolutes within Chu Ye voraciously consumed his blood, more fiercely than ever before. Fortunately, Chu Ye's physique is extraordinarily robust, with a powerful blood-producing capability. Otherwise, the blood required for the second refinement could have led to his demise from excessive blood loss. Amidst the sanguine mist, the crimson serpent and the bullet quietly absorbed the essence of blood, while the 7 absolutes nestled within the heart succumbed to slumber after satiating its thirst. Moments ticked by, each second unfurling like a delicate petal. 2 hours later, the blood fog dissipated entirely, awakening the 3 goo. The first to rouse was the bullet, unchanged in form or appearance, yet its speed seemed to have quickened, though the extent of this acceleration awaited further testing. Next to awaken was the 7 absolutes within the heart. In that instant, a voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, echoed within Chu Ye's mind, proclaiming, "Master." 7 absolutes? Chu Ye replied in thought. "Indeed, it is I," came the response. Overjoyed, Chu Ye marveled at the awakening of the 7 absolutes, which now possessed the ability to think and converse, akin to a child endowed with consciousness. Goo, originally crafted from venomous creatures and fierce beasts, could attain sentience, provided they were sufficiently powerful and possessed immense potential, thus earning the title of demon. Such goo were referred to as goo kings, rare entities among the myriad of goo, in a sought-after existence. A goo king would remain loyal solely to its master, presenting far less concern for betrayal compared to wild demons. Moreover, a goo king wielded the authority to command other goo. Those of lesser rank would often fall under its dominion, contingent upon the disparity in their strengths. The greater the difference, the easier the subjugation. In combat, should an adversary harbor goo of inferior rank to the goo king, they might hesitate to reveal themselves, fearing the possibility of being dominated upon exposure. Internally, goo forged by the same shaman could be commanded by the goo king with the shaman's consent. For instance, Chu Ye could grant the bullet the authority to operate under the 7 absolutes' guidance, thereby allowing it to assist Chu Ye without taxing his mental faculties. 7 absolutes. What enhancements have you acquired? Chu Ye inquired, returning to his senses from his elation. Master, my abilities have undergone significant augmentation, the 7 absolutes articulated, progressing from hesitant stammering to fluid discourse, thus facilitating normal communication. Through this exchange, Chu Ye discerned the enhancements bestowed upon the 7 absolutes. Healing was no longer confined to mending physical injuries and purging toxins. It now encompassed the regeneration of severed limbs, with the original efficacy increased by 30%. Amplification, previously capped at 3-fold, had surged to 7-fold. The diamond aspect boasted a 30% increase in defensive capabilities. The ice aspect's range for releasing frigid air expanded to 50 meters, with freezing intensity heightened by 30%. The spatial domain, initially spanning 27 cubic meters, had enlarged to 64 cubic meters. Tracking, once limited, now enabled the 7 absolutes to pursue sense with an extended range of 130 miles, an increase of 30%. However, the soul-devouring ability had yet to show any growth. As the 7 absolutes concluded its account of enhanced capabilities, the Crimson Serpent gradually awakened, appearing somewhat dazed, lying before Chu Ye, awaiting his commands. Forget it, the Worm King is a rare encounter. And if I fantasize that the Red Python could attain sentience, so be it. Imagining Chu Ye commanding the Red Python, its size-enhancing abilities activated. Its stature doubled without the augmentation from the 7 absolutes, reaching an astonishing length of over 40 meters. The powers of the Red Python would mean that its strength and defense would also double in accordance with its size. Over 40 meters. If the 7 absolutes were to provide the maximum 7-fold enhancement, its size could exceed 280 meters. Hiss. Chu Ye hesitated to contemplate such a grand scale. Such dimensions would surpass that of many skyscrapers. Truly a behemoth. Yet, with such a size, its appetite would likely double as well. Chu Ye sighed, rubbing his forehead. He instructed the 7 absolutes to manage the bullets and the Red Python. Understood, Master, the 7 absolutes replied. In an instant, the bullets that danced in the air returned to Chu Ye, finally resting on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the Red Python remained motionless, as if it were a colossal marionette. What is happening? Chu Ye furrowed his brow. Master, the Red Python's level is on par with mine, perhaps even surpassing it, thus I cannot exert control over it. The 7 absolutes explained. Is that so? It makes sense since the Red Python, upon becoming a goo, possesses the abilities of the boss snake. Yet, why has the Red Python not awakened its sentience? Is it that greater potential makes the awakening of intelligence more challenging? Now, Chu Ye began to anticipate the 3rd blood refinement of the goo worm. He stored the Red Python and the bullets, and opened a portal to return to his residence. Chapter 23. Upon returning to his abode, Chu Ye received an email from Tony. Glancing at the timestamp, he noted it was sent an hour ago. The delay was likely due to the lack of signal in the Amazon rainforest. In the email, Tony informed Chu Ye that he had procured rare metals for him, while the vibranium was still being sourced. Wait, your efficiency is astonishing. You managed to acquire rare metals within just a few hours? Chu Ye thought, astonished. Coincidentally, he had intended to visit Tony to test the speed of the bullets post-refinement. Now, he could achieve both objectives in one trip. At the testing site, the bullet vanished from Chu Ye's hand, instantly striking a circular target 300 meters away. This is Tony, clad in his armor. Your little pet has just reached a speed of Mach 1, he remarked. Is this its maximum speed? Tony inquired, looking at the bullet that had returned to Chu Ye's hand. Certainly not. Chu Ye shook his head. Its speed can be increased to twice that, reaching Mach 2. Your little creature is truly remarkable. I have never encountered such a worm. It appears to be an ordinary centipede, yet it can fly and possesses such velocity, Tony marveled. Having previously witnessed the capabilities of the Red Python, but still awestruck by the bullet's speed and power, Chu Ye smiled lightly, suggesting that one could perceive these creatures as beings enhanced by sorcery or as an inexplicable branch of science. Tony, albeit resigned, found it difficult to grasp how Chu Ye managed to concoct such goo worms, despite being a person cursed by knowledge. Could you possibly gift me a similar worm? I believe it would be quite fascinating to nurture one, Tony remarked, shifting his tone. You are the first to find the idea of raising worms appealing. I would love to present you with one, but alas, you lack the requisite abilities to command them. The likelihood is that you would be poisoned by the creature. Chu Ye replied earnestly. If you genuinely wish to keep a pet, I would recommend a spider, a small one. A spider? Indeed. Are you jesting? Clearly not. It is a rare spider clad in red, swinging between the skyscrapers of New York, Chu Ye hinted. How come I have never heard of such a spider? Tony responded, incredulously. Perhaps it will manifest in due time. Who can say? Chu Ye shrugged before stating, The test has concluded. Now, show me the metals you have prepared. Follow me. In a short while, Chu Ye found himself in Tony's laboratory, gazing at the metals Tony had assembled. A variety of metals were lined up on the workbench, numbering 7 or 8 pieces of various sizes, some as large as a face, others roughly the size of a fist, predominantly in shades of black, white, and gold. Lacking understanding of these materials, Chu Ye took out the soul banner, pressing its tip against one of the metallic pieces, and summoned his sorceress power to initiate the devouring process. Before his eyes, the normally rigid metal began to melt upon contact with the soul banner, transforming into a liquid state that flowed upwards, enveloping the banner and gradually vanishing, ultimately merging with it. In no time, all the metals, irrespective of size, had been consumed by the soul banner. Tony observed this spectacle with no hint of surprise. He had developed a robust heart through his experiences with Chu Ye, attributing any bizarre occurrences to sorcery. Nevertheless, he instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to record this extraordinary event. Once all the metals were absorbed, the soul banner underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously jet-black pole was now predominantly replaced by a grayish-white hue, with golden swirls spiraling upward from the handle to the tip. The banner's surface shifted from black to gray, now possessing metallic qualities that gave it the appearance of flowing metal, rendering the fearsome tiger's head less menacing. Chu Ye weighed the soul banner, noting no significant change, just a perfect fit for his hand. In truth, from the moment the soul banner was refined by his sorcery, it felt perfectly suited for him. However, those struck by it would find the experience far from delightful. Excellent, Chu Ye praised, contemplating that the soul banner's current form no longer resembled that of a soul harvesting tool, which would greatly enhance his image. In future encounters with righteous individuals, he could confidently wield it without hesitation. If only it could transform completely into gold, I would be able to proudly declare, this is the imperial standard. Contemplating this, Chu Ye carefully sensed the evolved soul standard, and a stream of information materialized into a panel of attributes he was all too familiar with. Which treasure? Soul standard bearer. Chu Ye length, 136 centimeters weight, 503 gene level, second rank durability, 239 in chi, 253 soul, 991, 000 abilities. Release in mist. Command race characteristic. Well suited, standard bearer compatibility 100. Upon observing the characteristic of the soul standard, Chu Ye couldn't help but smile wryly, as he felt that if he didn't know the soul standard lacked sentience, he might have thought this attribute was a result of the soul standard's efforts to please him through its evolution. Among the other attributes, the ones Chu Ye valued most were durability, soul capacity, and in chi. The high durability ensured that during confrontations, he need not worry about the soul standard sustaining damage. The soul capacity indicated the number of souls the standard could currently accommodate. Previously, he sensed it could hold a maximum of 200 souls, but now, after its evolution, it could contain up to 1000 souls. In Chi represented the stored energy within the soul standard. Both the release of In Mist and the maintenance of the wraiths required In Chi. Moreover, if the In Chi within the soul standard was abundant, the wraiths would become even more formidable. Chu Ye had already resolved to seek out places to absorb In Chi while harvesting souls in the future. Although his witchcraft could be converted into In Chi, who would squander such power unnecessarily? After reviewing this specific information, a smile involuntarily crept across Chu Ye's lips. Seems you're quite satisfied, Tony remarked. Indeed, Chu Ye nodded, thoroughly content. I cannot thank you enough for this, Tony. Just a small matter, Tony replied with a smile. I just received news that Wakanda has refused to sell me vibranium. My apologies. Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively. No worries. I am very grateful already. I suspected this would be the outcome. Acquiring vibranium is indeed quite challenging. I shall seek an opportunity to deal with it in the future. You just mentioned dealing with it? Tony looked at Chu Ye quizzically, seemingly unsure of what he had just heard. Oh, don't mind the details. In any case, thank you once more. Should you require assistance in the future, you may always seek me out, Chu Ye promised earnestly. Haha, all right, I won't hold back. Tony replied with a chuckle, though he thought to himself that with his armor now enhanced, he likely wouldn't need Chu Ye's help anytime soon. Chapter 24, Second Rank Witch Doctor, your battle dance has reached proficiency. We have selected a world for you to undertake the witch's trial, second rank. Please proceed to the new world for the trial within 3 days. After spending nearly a month honing his battle dance to a proficient level, the long-awaited second rank trial had finally arrived for Chu Ye. The trial of the sorcerer, second level the dance of war, is about contention. It is about struggle. Elevate your dance of war to mastery. Upon observing the requirements for the trial, Chu Ye glanced at the proficiency needed to elevate his proficient dance to the next level, which stood at Dance of War, Proficient, 11,000. His mood instantly soured, and he found no desire to pursue the second-level trial, primarily due to the arduous process of enhancing his dance proficiency. At the introductory level, even with daily practice, he could only achieve minimal progress. Conservatively estimating, if he were to improve just a little each day, it would take him at least 3 years to advance to the next tier. Based on the trial's description and recalling his previous experience of rapidly increasing his dance proficiency during battles with Jean, he surmised that the purpose of this task was to compel him to engage in more combat, thereby enhancing his martial prowess. With this realization, Chu Ye increasingly felt that the trials were orchestrated by unseen hands, designed to bolster his most vulnerable points. The last trial served the same purpose as this one. Were these trials arranged by the ancestral sorcerers of the lineage? They spoke of waiting for him. Yet where exactly were they waiting? Pondered Chu Ye. 3 days later, having prepared everything, Chu Ye commenced the trial of the sorcerer. As with the previous occasion, the surroundings shifted, and he found himself in an entirely different realm. Below his feet lay a dirt road, and before his eyes was a desolate landscape, overgrown with weeds, while the distant mountains meandered, their peaks rising majestically. Observing that no one was around, Chu Ye attempted to activate a teleportation portal, but to no avail. Was it true that, much like in the realm of the immortal sword, he could not utilize Marvel's magic? Feeling disheartened, he had grown accustomed to using magic for travel. However, the differing laws of this world rendered Marvel's magic ineffective, leaving only sorcery as a universal means across these realms. Soon, Chu Ye dispelled his gloom and set forth along the main road, confident that he would soon encounter a crowd and glean specific information about his surroundings. As he ambled along, even under the blazing sun, he felt no discomfort. His physique had long since become impervious to the elements, as if he were merely strolling through picturesque landscapes. After a quarter of an hour, at a fork in the road, he encountered a solitary figure. The individual, clad in a blue robe and carrying a bamboo box on his back, was dressed like a traditional scholar, with a canopy atop the box to shield against the sun. Approaching, Chu Ye clasped his hands and greeted, "Greetings, kind sir. I am Chu Ye. I ventured out today for leisure, but have lost my family. Could you enlighten me as to where I might be?" The scholar, noticing Chu Ye's youth, handsome features, polite demeanor, and fine clothing, though peculiar in style, was reassured that the lad was not a nefarious character. He brushed the beads of sweat from his brow and replied with a smile, "Greetings, young brother. I am Ning Kaichin. As far as I know, within 100 miles, there lies a small town just ahead. Your family should be there." Ning Kaichin. Upon hearing the name, Chu Ye was already aware of their destination and replied with a facade of nonchalance, "Ah, that place. It seems I have a vague recollection of it. Brother Ning, are you also headed there?" Chu Ye inquired further. "Indeed, I am bound for that very location as well. Shall we travel together?" Ning Kaichin proposed, expressing his desire for companionship during the tiresome journey. "Certainly," Chu Ye responded promptly to Ning Kaichin's invitation, as he had been contemplating how to forge a connection with him, and fortune favored him with Ning's initiative. As they journeyed, the two engaged in light-hearted banter, their rapport blossoming harmoniously. The summer weather, much like a child's capricious mood, shifted unpredictably. One moment they were basking under a blazing sun, and the next, dark clouds loomed ominously, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder, heralding an imminent downpour. Fortunately, a thatched shelter appeared ahead, and they hastened toward it just before the rain began to fall. The encroaching clouds obscured the sunlight, casting a shadow over their surroundings as the torrential rain descended, drumming against the ground and sending splashes soaring into the air, reminiscent of an army on the march. Chu Ye gazed at the overcast sky, where flashes of lightning intermittently illuminated the gloom, followed by the resounding claps of thunder. Suddenly, he discerned a sound that did not belong to the rainfall. Emerging through the mist of rain was a band of armed brigands. Chu Ye stealthily drew his soul banner, intending to eliminate them as they drew near. However, before they could close the distance, a flash of swordlight cut through the air, accompanied by a piercing scream as the last brigand fell lifeless to the ground. The pursuer was a middle-aged warrior clad in armor, his sword swift and deadly. One after another, 2, 3, most of the brigands fell beneath his lethal strikes. Just a step away from the shelter, the final brigand, stripped of his will to fight, fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Yet his pleas fell on deaf ears, as the warrior spat, "You dare to rob me of my gold." The long sword swiftly silenced him, blood spraying onto the face of the now dumbfounded Ning Kaichin. Wiping the blood from his face, Ning Kaichen regained his composure and hurriedly attempted to pull Chu Ye away from the fearsome figure. However, he found his efforts futile against the resisting Chu Ye, who was quietly siphoning the souls of the fallen brigands with his soul banner. The middle-aged warrior paid no heed to the two and entered the shelter to escape the rain. Upon noticing the frightened expression on Ning Kaichen's face and the intrigued gaze of Chu Ye, he glared at Chu Ye and boomed, "What is it, brat? Do you wish to avenge them?" Chu Ye shook his head, twirling the soul banner in his hand. "I had intended to send them to their demise myself, but it appears you have taken care of that." He added, "I see your swordsmanship is commendable. Shall we engage in a duel?" Chapter 25 The Middle-Aged Warrior. Upon hearing Chu Ye's calm demeanor, could not help but chuckle. "You resemble a scion of a wealthy family, having merely learned a few rudimentary techniques. Yet you aspire to challenge the masters. To confront me, Xiahou Wei, is still far beyond your reach. Depart quickly, before my patience is tested." At that moment, Ning Kaichen grasped Chu Ye's hand and whispered urgently, "This fierce man is not to be trifled with. We should take our leave." Chu Ye gently patted Ning Kaichen's hand and replied with a smile, "It is of no concern." Under their watchful gazes, Chu Ye summoned his soul banner and struck one of the four supporting pillars of the thatched shed. Boom! With a single blow, he severed the pillar, as thick as a man's calf, causing the structure to teeter precariously. "Come and fight." Chu Ye once more challenged Xiahou Wei. Ning Kaichen, witnessing Chu Ye's effortless destruction of the pillar, was rendered speechless, his mouth agape as he silently regarded Chu Ye. Xiahou Wei, observing the might of Chu Ye's strike, felt his pupils constrict sharply and then self-deprecatingly remarked, "It seems I have misjudged you." With that, he leaped out of the thatched shelter, advancing a few steps into the torrential rain before drawing his long sword and declaring, "Come and fight." "Excellent," Chu Ye exclaimed, invigorated, as he stepped into the curtain of rain and charged at Xiahou Wei. The gray-white banner clashed with the silvery sword. Clang! Xiahou Wei's hands trembled involuntarily, as if Chu Ye's strike had rendered him unable to maintain his grip on the sword. Having miscalculated his strength, Chu Ye resolved to temper his power by 3/10. No, 5/10. "All right, again," Xiahou Wei responded with a grin. Instantly, the two were engulfed in battle once more. Xiahou Wei's swordplay was swift, akin to a silver serpent in a wild dance, dazzling and perilous in its angles. Yet, Chu Ye's reflexes were even swifter. Each of Xiahou Wei's strikes was deftly parried, leading to Chu Ye's counterattacks. The soul banner whirled, its fabric rolling, the sound of the wind it conjured audible even amidst the downpour. In this clash, Chu Ye tempered his strength to match Xiahou Wei's level, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. However, he sensed that his combat skills were becoming increasingly refined under Xiahou Wei's rigorous training. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, their battle finally came to a halt. It was not that Chu Ye wished to relent, but rather that Xiahou Wei was utterly spent, devoid of any remaining strength to fight. At that moment, Xiahou Wei lay on the ground like a lifeless fish, still clutching his sword tightly. Chu Ye approached and extended his hand to him. After lying there for a while, Xiahou Wei regained some strength and, with Chu Ye's assistance, rose to his feet. They retreated to the precarious thatched shelter to rest, where Ning Kaichen was also present. Chu Ye was astonished that he had not fled in fright. Little did he know, Ning Kaichen's fear of Xiahou Wei had utterly dissipated, for he had witnessed Chu Ye's triumph over him. In Chu Ye's eyes, he was a good person, indeed a formidable one, and being in the presence of such an individual instilled a profound sense of security within him. After a brief respite, Xiahou Wei retrieved some steamed buns from his pack, offering them to both Chu Ye and Ning Kaichen, before quietly commencing his meal. Chu Ye, in turn, handed the bun to Ning Kaichen, who, no longer fearful of Xiahou Wei, devoured the two buns with great enthusiasm. Prior to his transference, Chu Ye had already indulged in a hearty meal. His current physique allowed him to remain satiated for several days on a single feast. Moreover, he could not even manage to consume a whole bun, primarily because he had stockpiled a considerable amount of delicacies in his spatial realm and was decidedly uninterested in the dry bun. Upon finishing his bun and taking a sip of water, Xiahou Wei remarked, "I initially believed that Yin Qixia was invincible in this world, yet I never anticipated encountering you." A wry smile crept upon his lips, as if the battle with Chu Ye had shattered his confidence entirely. Observing this, Chu Ye could not let it stand. After all, this was a prime opportunity for growth. He quickly reassured him, "Hero Xiahou, one must remember that there are always those more skilled than oneself, and greater heights beyond the heavens. As martial artists, when faced with towering mountains, we should contemplate how to surmount them, how to refine our swordsmanship and martial prowess, and ultimately transcend. If one ceases to progress after failure, losing heart, how can one reach the pinnacle and survey the myriad mountains below?" Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Xiahou Wei's eyes began to shine with renewed vigor. He was inherently a tenacious individual. Otherwise, he would not have relentlessly pursued challenges with Yan Qixia. Returning to the fray time and again, growing ever more resolute with each setback, he proclaimed, "Young brother, your words resonate deeply within me. We are kindred spirits. Previously I, Xiahou, was remiss in underestimating you, so please forgive my earlier rudeness." He offered a respectful bow. Seeing Xiahou Wei's spirits lifted, Chu Ye felt elated, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for apologies. My age often leads to misunderstandings. Just call me Chu Ye. How I lament the delay in meeting you, brother Chu Ye," Xiahou Wei exclaimed. "I have come here to challenge a master. Would you care to accompany me? Are you referring to Yan Qixia?" Chu Ye feigned ignorance. "Indeed," Xiahou Wei affirmed. "Masters are excellent. That is precisely whom I seek." Chu Ye laughed heartily. At that moment, Ning Kaichen timidly interjected, "Chu Ye, do you not wish to return home?" Chu Ye found himself momentarily at a loss, having forgotten that he had previously misled Ning Kaichen about being lost and separated from his family. Quickly regaining his composure, he replied nonchalantly, "Returning home is a trivial matter. I already know the way. I shall return on my own accord another day. My family is accustomed to my late nights, so they will not worry." He added this to preempt any further inquiries from Ning Kaichen. With a resigned nod, Ning Kaichen signaled his understanding. Xiahou Wei burst into laughter, declaring, "With brother Chu Ye's martial skills, the entire world is within your reach. So what are we waiting for? Let us be on our way." "Indeed," Chu Ye agreed. Xiahou Wei raised his gaze to the sky, contemplating their departure. If they set off now, they would surely arrive before darkness fell. Chu Ye nodded and then clasped his hands in salute to Ning Kaichen, saying, "Brother Ning, until we meet again." "Until we meet again," Ning Kaichen reciprocated the gesture. Both Chu Ye and Xiahou Wei moved swiftly, and with Xiahou Wei leading the way, they reached Lanrua Temple by dusk. The temple was encircled by woods, with dust-covered stone lions at its entrance. The dilapidated gate, with its peeling paint, and the half-torn sign spoke of the desolation that enveloped this place. Upon entering, the state of decay was even more apparent. With crumbling walls and remnants of structures scattered about, it was autumn. The setting sun cast a golden hue, while the autumn breeze rustled through the trees, sending leaves cascading down. The sudden gusts lifted the fallen leaves, swirling them around and enhancing the temple's desolate atmosphere. Once inside the temple, Chu Ye intentionally inquired, "Brother Xiahou, do you truly believe that the master you spoke of resides here? This clearly appears to be a forsaken temple." Chu Ye's skepticism caused a flicker of discomfort on Xiahou Wei's face, who promptly explained, "I have inquired, and Yan Qixia dwells here. He possesses untold fortune, yet remains unappreciated. Allow me to summon him forth." With that, Xiahou Wei bellowed, "Yan Qixia, come forth. I, Xiahou, am here to challenge you." His resounding voice echoed through the desolate Lanrua Temple. Chapter 26. As Xiahou Wei's voice reverberated through the temple, a reply soon emerged from the depths. "Brother Xiahou, I have evaded you for 7 years, and you have pursued me for 7 years. Why must we remain entangled?" The voice was laden with resignation. Chu Ye nearly chuckled at the irony, recognizing the futility of the chase. As the last words faded, a robust man appeared before Chu Ye, with a fierce visage, prominent brow, and a thick beard cascading down his face. He resembled the legendary Zhong Kuei. "Humph," Xiahou Wei snorted, stating, "I seek you for a singular purpose. You cannot escape, even in your hiding." "Indeed, I have hidden here, yet you have found me," Yan Qixia lamented, before noticing Chu Ye beside Xiahou Wei. His curiosity piqued. He asked, "Brother Xiahou, have you taken on a disciple?" "Do not speak nonsense," Xiahou Wei retorted, flustered. "He has already bested me. How could I possibly acknowledge him as my disciple?" Under the glow of the setting sun, his face reddened, whether from anger, embarrassment, or the rosy light of dusk. It was unclear. He clarified loudly, "This brother Chu Ye is exceptionally skilled and has come to challenge you." "Lower your voice. I can hear you," Yan Qixia said, as he cleaned his ears. "Now that we are at this juncture, let us commence," he declared, stroking his sword, the slayer of demons. "Very well, prepare for the blade." Xiahou Wei gestured as if to draw his long sword. However, before he could unsheath it, Chu Ye pressed it down, smiling. "Brother Xiahou has contended with him for many years. This time, allow me the honor of first experiencing Yan the hero's swordsmanship." Xiahou Wei cast a resentful glare at Yan Qixia, relinquished his sword, and then broke into a mysterious smile, saying, "This one is for you." Yan Qixia, perplexed, could not fathom his meaning. Chu Ye, drawing forth the soul banner from behind him, chuckled, "Hero Yan, do give it your all." Internally, He resolved to amplify his strength in this bout by an additional third compared to his previous encounter with Xiahou. Observing the gentle smile adorning the youthful visage before him, an ominous feeling began to stir within Yan Qixia. Chu Ye stepped forward, his movements swift as the wind. The soul banner whistled through the air, imbued with tremendous force. Yan Qixia, not one to lag, retreated a step as the banner sliced past him like an afterimage, bringing a gust that compelled him to blink. In an instant, Yan Qixia, having retreated yet again, unsheathed his demon-slaying sword, wary of the ferocity of the previous strike. He leapt high, raising his sword above his head to cleave down upon Chu Ye. This maneuver, a standard technique among martial artists known as the mountain-splitting strike, wielded by different individuals could yield entirely disparate effects. The essence of the mountain-splitting strike lies in its imposing presence, followed closely by raw power. Yan Qixia executed it with extraordinary might, as though he truly faced a mountain demanding to be cleaved. Any ordinary martial artist would feel trepidation in the face of such force. The power, too, was formidable, as he leapt high and brought down his full strength, akin to a weight of 1,000 pounds. Seeing Yan Qixia descend upon him like a ferocious tiger, Chu Ye raised the soul banner to block, instinctively exerting a bit more strength. Clang! The clash of the demon-slaying sword and the soul banner resonated with a crisp sound. In an instant, the sword flew from Yan Qixia's grasp, embedding itself in a pillar behind him, vibrating incessantly and emitting a buzzing sound. As the sword slipped from his hand, Yan Qixia stumbled backward, landing unceremoniously on the ground. He first examined the cracks forming in his palms, then incredulously asked, "How can you possess such strength?" "Natural divine strength." Chu Ye replied nonchalantly, "I accidentally held back. Let us go again." Yan Qixia scrutinized Chu Ye deeply, then observed him smiling beside his sword. Rising, he extracted his demon-slaying sword from the pillar and launched himself at Chu Ye once more. If Xiaohui's swordsmanship was characterized by speed, then Yan Qixia's was marked by both speed and precision, outpacing Xiaohui's strikes by more than a third. His movements flowed like raindrops falling from the heavens, evading capture, leaving only the option to block. After each defense, Chu Ye sought to counterattack, yet Yan Qixia consistently evaded before the counter could land. Chu Ye meticulously absorbed the nuances of their exchanges, contemplating Yan Qixia's evasive maneuvers. The soul banner danced wildly, and the battle escalated in intensity. Gradually, Yan Qixia began to find it increasingly difficult to evade Chu Ye's assaults, transitioning to defense while skillfully dissipating the force of the strikes from the soul banner, redirecting its power elsewhere. As Chu Ye beheld the brilliance radiating from his eyes, his attacks grew more fervent. After half an hour, darkness enveloped the sky completely. Yan Qixia lay on the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. In contrast, Chu Ye appeared invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue from the fierce battle. At that moment, Xiaohui approached with a lantern, illuminating Yan Qixia's sweat-soaked face, and laughed heartily. "Yan Qixia, this is quite the turn of events for you." Seemingly releasing years of pent-up grievances with his laughter, Yan Qixia offered a wry smile. "Is anyone here? I seek a place to rest." Just then, Ning Kaichen cautiously entered, and upon seeing Chu Ye and Xiaohui, he stood frozen. "Brother Ning, it seems fate has brought us together," Chu Ye remarked with a smile. "Are you friends?" Yan Qixia inquired of Xiaohui. "We merely crossed paths," Xiaohui replied. "Give me a hand." Yan Qixia extended his hand from the ground. Xiaohui snorted, but nonetheless helped him up. "That scholar, it would be wise for you not to stay here," Yan Qixia warned as he stood. With a face full of beard, he frightened Ning Kaichen, yet mustering his courage, he asked, "Why is that?" "Brother Chu, you are here. There are ghosts here. Are you not afraid?" Yan Qixia threatened. "I am, but I have no money for lodging, and if there are ghosts, how can you stay here?" Ning Kaichen replied, his expression one of disbelief. "Indeed, where in the world are there ghosts? I've never seen one," Xiaohui added, harboring resentment towards Yan Qixia. "Disbelieve if you will." Yan Qixia retorted, urging, "Regardless, you cannot stay here." "I believe," Chu Ye interjected. "Brother Chu, do not heed him. He clearly wishes to drive us away," Xiaohui cautioned. Ning Kaichen concurred, Yes, there truly are ghosts in this world." With a sigh, Chu Ye conceded, "Very well, let me show you, otherwise you may not understand your demise when it comes." With that, he lightly shook the soul banner, from which an inky mist seeped forth, enveloping the grayish-white flag in an instant, rendering it wholly obscured. Chu Ye refrained from unleashing the mist in full force, otherwise, while Yan Qixia and Xiaohui might endure, Ning Kaichen would surely suffer gravely, depleting his vitality. From the mist emerged a spirit, and pointing at it, Chu Ye asked Xiaohui, Does he not seem somewhat familiar to you? This is the bandit I killed this afternoon. Xiahou Wei, having never witnessed such a scene, trembled, fearful that the vengeful spirit would come for him. Ning Kaichen, overwhelmed, had already collapsed to the ground. Only Yin Qixia, hand resting on his sword, appeared ready to strike at any moment, demanding with a fierce tone, "From whence did you acquire such a malevolent artifact?" "Oh, I took it from a monster I dispatched." Chu Ye replied nonchalantly. "I merely wish to demonstrate to Brother Ning and Brother Xiahou that there are indeed ghosts in this world. Otherwise, they might find themselves in peril next time," Chu Ye explained. "Is there any fault in this? You wield a malevolent artifact, which is indeed a transgression." Yin Qixia retorted with righteous indignation. "Preposterous." Chu Ye scoffed, asserting, "A talisman serves its purpose rightly when wielded with virtue, yet turns malevolent in the hands of the wicked. In today's chaotic world, with a feeble government and the populace in despair, the nation teeters on the brink of collapse, and vile creatures abound. The underworld has long since lost its dominion over the realm of shadows. These malevolent spirits and monsters wreak havoc upon the innocent. Thus, I confine them within my soul banner to prevent their mischief upon the living. Is this also a fault?" Chu Ye questioned loudly. "What will happen to this malevolent artifact after your demise, should it fall into the hands of scoundrels?" Yin Qixia pressed. "I shall destroy it beforehand," Chu Ye replied. "How can you prove that?" Yin Qixia continued his inquiry. Chu Ye shot him an exasperated glance, stating, "If one remains true to their heart, there is no need for proof." Dismissing him, Chu Ye retracted his soul and the spectral mist, restoring the soul banner to its original hue. He helped Ning Kaichen to his feet, saying, "Fear not, Brother Ning. These spirits under my control shall not cause harm. However, I have 2 pieces of advice to impart to you and Brother Xiao." "Please, go ahead," they both urged eagerly. Chu Ye cleared his throat and advised, "While I have ensured these spirits do not harm, there are many other malevolent entities in this world. Should you encounter a beautiful woman embracing you during the night, she is likely a ghost. Similarly, any unreasonable occurrences at night may also be the handiwork of such spirits. In such situations, it is best to flee. If you cannot escape, then consider vanquishing the ghost." The 2 exchanged glances, responding in unison, "We shall remember that." Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction, and Yin Qixia, observing Chu Ye's earnest counsel, began to relinquish his animosity towards him and contemplated Chu Ye's words seriously. "Since there are ghosts here, let us depart," suggested Xiahou Wei. Ning Kaichen nodded in agreement. "Where shall we go?" Chu Ye noted his apprehension. "Do you think these ghosts emerge from nowhere? They come from outside, and venturing out now would surely lead to an encounter with them. Then we shall not go out." Ning Kaichen queried softly, as though fearing the ghosts might overhear. "We shall take refuge in Lanrua Temple. This esteemed hero Yin is a master at exorcising spirits. Moreover, heed my earlier counsel. Spending a single night here poses no grave danger. If any unusual circumstances arise, call for me or for Hero Yin." "Hero Yin, is that acceptable?" Chu Ye turned to Yin Qixia. "Humph, they are but a few minor spirits. There is nothing to fear," Yin Qixia retorted before departing. After Yin Qixia left, the 3 of them each sought their quarters. Yet both Ning Kaichen and Xiahou Wei chose to reside adjacent to Chu Ye, with Ning Kaichen in the room to Chu Ye's left and Xiahou Wei in the room to his right. Within his chamber, Chu Ye had no intention of sleeping, as he pondered whether he could ensnare a few more souls in his soul banner. In the deep of night, the moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, and the Lanrua Temple was enveloped in tranquility, where the only sounds were the howling autumn wind and the rustling of fallen leaves. Inside the room, Chu Ye, unusually unoccupied with his cultivation, gazed at the flickering flames of the oil lamp, waiting. After a prolonged period, he heard a melodious and enchanting sound of a guqin, and a silent smile crept across his lips. "At last, you have arrived." Chu Ye stepped outside with the soul banner, following the sound of the guqin to the lake on the back mountain of Lanrua Temple. A row of wooden bridges spanned the lake, leading to a pavilion where one could rest, draped with light gauze that obscured the interior, revealing only flickering lights within. As he approached, the music grew clearer, and through the delicate curtains, he glimpsed a graceful figure playing the guqin within the pavilion. With purposeful strides, Chu Ye parted the drapery and entered boldly. There, a woman of exquisite beauty donned in white was playing the guqin. Chu Ye inquired directly, "Who are you?" Startled by the sudden intrusion, the woman instinctively recoiled, but upon seeing Chu Ye's visage and youthful countenance, her fear dissipated. She softly replied, "I am Ye Xiaoqian." Rising, she walked toward Chu Ye. "Ye Xiaoqian," Chu Ye murmured, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Seeing his bright smile, Ye Xiaoqian playfully lunged into his embrace. Observing the ghostly figure leaping toward him, Chu Ye felt assured he had not mistaken his quarry. Swiftly, he drew the soul banner from his back and shouted, "Halt, you fiend. I can see at a glance that you are not human." As he rebuked her, the soul banner swept forth with great speed and force. Nie Xiaoqian, caught off guard, was struck in the waist and fell to the ground. On the ground, Nie Xiaoqian's ethereal form began to dissipate, writhing in anguish. This strike had not been delivered with great force. Chu Ye had merely imbued the soul banner with a touch of sorcery. Yet, he was taken aback by the devastating effect of the power upon her ghostly essence. As he watched her thrashing in despair, her form flickering, Chu Ye realized she was on the brink of disintegration. With no choice, he unleashed a shroud of mist from the soul banner to bind her, simultaneously infusing her with a significant amount of energy to sustain her essence. This act was not born of compassion. Rather, Chu Ye sought crucial information. Moments later, enveloped in the mist, Nie Xiaoqian stabilized her form and ceased to dissipate. Chu Ye began, "I ask you, where is the tree demon that commands you?" Nie Xiaoqian gazed at him with tearful eyes, pleading, "I am being forced. I implore you, save my life. You are already dead. What life do you speak of?" Chu Ye, unfazed by her pitiable demeanor, threatened, "However, should you remain silent, I can ensure your soul is scattered, reduced to nothingness." Nie Xiaoqian gazed into Chu Ye's indifferent eyes, acutely aware that her words would not sway his resolute mind. She hastily declared, "Grandmother's true form lies 20 miles east. In the desolate mountains, the largest locust tree there is her embodiment." "Excellent," Chu Ye praised, and in an instant, the soul banner's dark mist contracted, enveloping both Nie Xiaoqian and himself, and they retraced their steps. Upon their return, before Chu Ye could enter the room, he heard the furious bellow of Xia Houwei from next door, "Monster, prepare to die." Suddenly, a figure cloaked in azure burst through the window. Overjoyed, Chu Ye swiftly ensnared the apparition with shadowy mist, drawing her into the soul banner, thus adding another spirit to its collection. This entire sequence transpired in scarcely a second. At that very moment, Xia Houwei emerged from his chamber, brandishing a long sword and glaring fiercely, shouting, "Don't run. There's no need to shout. I've already captured that ghost," Chu Ye replied softly. At this juncture, Ning Kaichen, alerted by the commotion, stepped out of his room and inquired, "Has a ghost arrived?" "Indeed. I struck the ghost with my sword, and it fled, only to be captured by my brother Chu Ye," Xia Houwei declared with pride. Ning Kaichen remained silent, his trepidation towards supernatural entities evident. Chu Ye understood this fear stemmed from a lack of power, a driving force behind his relentless pursuit of strength. He sought to reassure, "Ning brother, take heart. It is unlikely those spirits will return tonight. Even if they do, there is no need for fear. As the saying goes, humans fear ghosts 3 parts, while ghosts fear humans 7 parts. Just look at how Xia Hou brother struck that ghost, and it fled." Xia Houwei nodded, a fierce determination in his voice. "Indeed, I have come to realize, if I can kill a man, I can likewise vanquish a ghost." His words were infused with a palpable aura of menace. Seeing Xia Houwei's transformation, Chu Ye knew that the latter had vanquished his fear of ghosts. He continued conversing with Ning Kaichen. "This place is not auspicious. We should depart at dawn. After settling accounts tomorrow, I shall return to my homeland." Ning Kaichen nodded eagerly. The three then retreated to their respective rooms for a night of undisturbed slumber. Chapter 28. While Chu Ye and his companions peacefully slumbered, the tree demon, grandmother, was seething with rage. Who has snatched away the souls of Xiao Qian and Xiao Qing? From within the desolate mountains, a colossal locust tree, towering 20 zhang high, opened its gaping maw, unleashing a furious roar that echoed with an indistinguishable blend of male and female tones. As it bellowed, its branches trembled, and leaves cascaded to the ground. Beneath the tree, a throng of female ghosts, clad in an array of regal garments, knelt trembling in fear, too intimidated to speak. Was it that old scoundrel Yan Qixia? No, it cannot be him. Had he possessed such power, he would have acted against me long ago. Could it be that a formidable individual has emerged, capable of concealing themselves within the souls, even though their ashes remain in my possession? Or perhaps they have shattered the souls into disarray. The tree demon continued to roar, contemplating various possibilities in her fury. Dealing with a formidable adversary like Yan Qixia is already quite a challenge. If an even more powerful opponent were to appear, my life would surely be at stake. The tree demon lamented internally, contemplating a visit to Lanra Temple to investigate, yet dread filled its heart, fearing it might be discovered. Alas, such is the plight of a demon born from vegetation. There is no escape. The tree demon sighed, fervently hoping that this would merely be a passing master who would soon depart. With this thought, it became even more hesitant to venture forth. The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Chu Ye, having enjoyed a restful slumber, lazily stretched and pushed open the door. The morning sun illuminated the desolate Lanrua temple. After freshening up, Chu Ye decided to check on the 2 neighboring rooms to see if the occupants were still alive. If I captured 2 ghosts last night and they perished, then they truly deserve their fate, he mused, chuckling to himself. First, he approached Xiahou Wei's room, finding it empty. Then turned to Ning Caichen's chamber. Inside, Ning Caichen was sprawled on the floor, scribbling away. Upon seeing Chu Ye, he hurried over and exclaimed, "Chu Ye, you're here." Chu Ye acknowledged him with a grunt and inquired, "What are you writing?" "Oh, this." Ning Caichen replied, holding up a ledger. The rain had soaked it, rendering it illegible. "I am writing my own receipts, trying to salvage the situation." "That sounds good. Once you finish, hurry back. This place is too perilous," Chu Ye suggested. Gesturing to the ground, Ning Caichen nodded, then asked, "Aren't you planning to return home?" Chu Ye explained, "Yesterday, I captured a female ghost and interrogated her. They are under the control of a monster. I intend to eliminate that creature before returning home, thus ridding the world of a menace." Only then did Ning Caichen recall that Chu Ye was a master capable of capturing ghosts and subduing demons. He realized that the information gleaned from the interrogation was justified. Given that under Chu Ye's influence, he had never had the chance to know Nie Xiaoqian, and no feelings had developed between them. Ning Caichen, still possessing a normal human mindset, believed that demons and ghosts that harm others should be dealt with by someone like Chu Ye, an act of eradication. "Oh, do you need my assistance?" Ning Caichen asked timidly. "No need," Chu Ye replied, shaking his head. He recognized Ning Caichen's good intentions, and for him to voice such a question demonstrated considerable courage. With a solemn tone, he added, "This is too dangerous for you. If you stay, I would be distracted with your safety. It is best for you to return early." "Very well," Ning Caichen replied, displaying self-awareness. His eyes glistened with emotion. "Thank you, Brother Chu, for protecting me yesterday. As we part today, I wonder when we shall meet again." Chu Ye laughed heartily. "You are a few years my senior. Do not adopt a maiden's demeanor. One day, my name will echo throughout this world, and even if we do not wish to meet, you shall hear of me." Ning Caichen, inspired by Chu Ye's spirited demeanor, chuckled in response. Brother Chu speaks wisely. Just then, he noticed Chu Ye handing him a small cloth bag. Puzzled, he opened it, and the dazzling golden light nearly blinded his eyes. It was a small pouch of gold. "Brother Chu, what is this?" Ning Caichen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "You and I share a bond. I can see you are also a scholar. Do not engage in the business of collecting debts. Return home and dedicate yourself to your studies, striving for academic success," Chu Ye remarked nonchalantly. "However, in this era of governmental incompetence, should you seek a position, you must endeavor to be a virtuous official, otherwise my banner shall not spare you." With a shift in tone, Chu Ye cautioned. Ning Caichen could only stand there, stunned, as if still in a daze. Chu Ye continued, saying, "If you truly cannot endure this world, then perhaps it is time to overturn and recreate it." With that, Chu Ye departed, leaving Ning Caichen alone in his thoughts. Though Chu Ye had irrevocably shattered Ning Caichen's connection with the spirit, he felt no remorse, for it was but a cursed fate. Had Ning Caichen truly united with Nie Xiaoqian, he would soon succumb to the encroaching malevolence. As for the words imparted to Ning Caichen, Chu Ye sought to test how far a transformed Ning Caichen might venture. After all, this was a tangible reality, not merely a cinematic tale. The wings of the little butterfly had already begun to flutter, and Chu Ye eagerly anticipated the impending storm. After leaving, Chu Ye made his way directly to Yan Qixiao's residence. As he approached, the sounds of clashing swords reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, he found Yan Qixiao and Xiahou Wei engaged in a duel. The long swords danced, glimmering with flashes of light. Clang, clang. The two were locked in fierce combat. Chu Ye chose not to interrupt, but instead found a quiet spot to observe their duel. After a quarter of an hour, the two stood facing each other, swords poised and eyes locked in fierce determination. It was then that Chu Ye stepped between them, gently pressing down on their swords, declaring, "This contest has concluded. Perhaps it is time for a brief respite." At his words, both men snorted in unison and sheathed their swords. Seeing this, Chu Ye beamed and said, "Heroes Yin and Xia, shall we embark on an audacious venture together?" "What audacity?" Xiahou Wei inquired. "You are not suggesting a robbery, are you?" Yan Qixiao regarded Chu Ye with suspicion. "Where are your thoughts leading, Hero Yan?" Chu Ye quickly denied it, explaining, "Last night, I extracted information from a female ghost regarding a malevolent tree demon that plagues the vicinity. As a renowned demon slayer, Hero Yan, would you be interested in joining forces to vanquish this tree demon? I have long known its hiding place, yet its roots are deeply entrenched, rendering it nearly impossible to kill." Yan Qixia stated matter-of-factly, asserting that even if its physical form were destroyed, the roots would endure, allowing it to return in a century. If it will return in a century, should we not act now? Chu Ye challenged. Your perspective is overly pessimistic. If everyone thought as you do, then perhaps this world would be better off destroyed, for it is destined for ruin eventually. Besides, every demon, regardless of its nature, can be slain. It merely varies in difficulty. With a look of disdain etched upon his face, Chu Ye observed the scene, at which point Xia Houwei chuckled softly, remarking, "He is afraid." Yin Shi Xia, already contemplating whether he had grown overly pessimistic, reflected on his past glory as a renowned judge across the 26 provinces of Guangdong and Guangxi. His unyielding stance against evil had compelled him to withdraw from the court due to the machinations of treacherous individuals, seeking refuge in Lan Rua Temple. Yet, after years of seclusion, he found his spirit diminished. As he pondered this, he caught Xia Houwei's mocking tone, punctuated by the words, "He is afraid." Bah! Am I to fear a monster after years of slaying them? Yin Qi Xia erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Nonsense! I would not fear such a creature. I shall go and vanquish it now." His eyes blazing, he brandished his sword, ready to charge forth. Chu Ye swiftly intervened, stating, "There is no need for haste. To confront a demon, one must first be well fed and fortified, otherwise, how could one muster the strength?" With that, he retrieved a bottle of fine white wine from his spatial storage. As he unscrewed the cap, the rich aroma wafted through the air, instantly igniting the desire for drink within Yin Qi Xia, who fixated intently on the bottle. Without further ado, Chu Ye tossed the wine to him and turned to Xia Houwei, asking, "Brother Xia Hou, would you care to indulge in this exquisite wine before we pursue the demon?" "Of course," Xia Houwei replied, licking his lips. After slaying a ghost the previous day, he was eager to test his sword against a monster today. Excellent. The three settled onto the ground, and Chu Ye produced a variety of dishes from his spatial storage, providing a feast for them. Having witnessed Chu Ye's remarkable abilities the night before, Yin Qi Xia and Xia Houwei regarded him as an extraordinary being, attributing the miraculous appearance of the dishes to his powers, and thus paid it little mind. For a time, they reveled in the camaraderie of food and drink. Chapter 29. The feast concluded, plates and cups lay in disarray. The meal extended from morning until noon. With a flushed face, Yin Qi Xia drained the last drop of wine from his cup, declaring, "After such delightful wine today, even death would seem worthwhile." Xia Houwei nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. Unbeknownst to them, they had already leaned against each other in a show of camaraderie. "Ha!" Chu Ye laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Then you must live well, for I have another bottle of this wine." "Really?" the two exclaimed in unison. "Indeed," Chu Ye confirmed, "this is our celebratory wine for slaying demons." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart." The information provided by Nie Shaoqian indicated that the tree demon resided 20 miles east of Lan Rua Temple, in a desolate mountain. The three moved swiftly, covering the distance in just a quarter of an hour, during which Yin Qi Xia and Xia Houwei sobered up. The barren mountain was a dull yellow, stark and devoid of vegetation, save for a towering locust tree standing majestically at the summit, its height reaching 20 zhang. This solitary tree lent a touch of verdure to the desolate landscape. Its stout trunk required 3 men to encircle it, and its sprawling branches formed a canopy, shielding the ground below from sunlight. "What a magnificent tree!" Xia Houwei marveled. Yin Qi Xia squinted at the desolate mountains in the distance, realizing that this malevolent creature had drained the land of all its spiritual essence, refusing to share even a fraction with the surrounding flora. To make matters worse, it had also feasted upon the lifeblood of passing travelers. Chu Ye interjected, his gaze fervently fixed on the towering locust tree, recognizing that the millennia-old tree spirit could serve as a formidable resource. Thus, it was imperative that they eliminate it. The trio exchanged knowing glances, seized their weapons, and charged toward the locust tree. Xia Houwei was the first to strike, channeling all his strength into a swing of his sword aimed at the tree, only to find the bark impenetrably hard, nearly sending his weapon flying from his grasp. After this initial failure, the tree trembled, its leaves rustling ominously. This was dire. The malevolent spirit was stirring. As Yin Qi Xia's expression shifted to one of urgency, he bit his fingertip, tracing a blood-red taiji symbol in the air, and shouted, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe grants us power." With a thunderous roar, a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from his palm, striking the trunk of the locust tree, igniting it in flames that flickered and vanished, leaving behind a deep, dark scar. An anguished scream pierced the air as a human-like visage emerged from the tree's gnarled center. The tree's spirit awakening, though its words remained unspoken as Chu Ye's charged attack arrived. With all his might, Chu Ye unleashed the soul banner, which was entwined with potent sorcery. The banner struck the tree spirit's grotesque face, interrupting its utterance. The impact tilted the tree spirit's form, exposing its thick roots. And then a deafening explosion erupted from the site of Chu Ye's assault, splintering wood and sending debris flying. The tree spirit's exposed visage was grotesquely marred, a long, jagged fissure slicing across its face from left to right, as though it had been cleaved in two. In an instant, the tree spirit let out a piercing shriek, and numerous roots surged from the earth, forming an impenetrable dome that enveloped the three warriors, plunging them into darkness. At that moment, a long, serpentine tongue slithered through the barrier, and the three simultaneously heard the tree spirit's furious roar, "Yin Qixia, I will have your life." The tongue lunged toward Yin Qixia. Chu Ye pondered, why is it targeting Yin Qixia when my attack caused more damage? Is he that much of a magnet for enmity? The truth was that the tree spirit perceived Chu Ye's recent assault as more formidable. However, the pain from that blow had left it fearful of further retaliation. Thus, it sought to ensnare them temporarily with its roots, planning to take them down one by one. Chu Ye posed a significant threat, while the other, Xiahou Wei, was deemed inconsequential. In its assessment, Yin Qixia was the most suitable target. Chu Ye soon dismissed such thoughts, as roots erupted from the ground, ensnaring both his and Xiahou Wei's legs. As the night enveloped them, the two banners of Chu Ye fell, and the roots shattered. Glancing at the side, Xiahou Wei was also severing roots with his longsword, realizing that their defensive capability paled in comparison to the resilience of the tree demon itself, serving merely as a means of delay. Nevertheless, the tree demon did not relent, relentlessly ensnaring their limbs and bodies with its roots. Meanwhile, Yin Qixia was engaged in a fierce duel with the demon's long tongue, expertly wielding the demon-slaying sword while remaining vigilant against the root sneak attacks. Chu Ye interrupted yet another root attempting to ensnare him, and, observing Yin Qixia's struggle with the long tongue and Xiahou Wei's vigorous strikes, scoffed, "Is this all you can muster?" With a derisive smile, he unleashed two radiant beams of golden light upon Yin Qixia and Xiahou Wei, bestowing upon them the unique attribute of the seven absolutes, Vajra. He then cast two profound beams of violet light upon them, enhancing their abilities further. In an instant, golden light enveloped them, as if celestial warriors had descended from the heavens, while a warm current surged through their bodies, significantly augmenting their strength and speed. Chu Ye refrained from augmenting their size, not wishing to witness two unclad men. Thus, he limited their enhancements to a mere doubling, for anything more would be beyond their physical endurance. With their newfound strength, Xiahou Wei's strikes became even more fervent, dispatching the roots that sought to attack Chu Ye. Yin Qixia seized the long tongue that assailed him, the contact producing a metallic clang. At that moment, as he grasped the tongue with his left hand, he thrust the demon-slaying sword downward, piercing through the tongue and driving it into the ground, securing it firmly in place. He held onto the sword's hilt with unwavering determination, even as the surrounding roots closed in around him. In that fleeting moment, Chu Ye approached, wielding the soul banner. Noting the long tongue pinned down and thinking to himself, what a splendid opportunity. Stepping forward, he summoned his necromantic power, channeling it into the soul banner. He struck with precision, covering the 20-meter length of the long tongue within 2 seconds. With 6 banners in 1 second, he unleashed 12 banners in 2 seconds, each infused with explosive necromantic energy. In an instant, the long tongue erupted, disintegrating into wood shavings, while the roots recoiled, revealing Yin Qixia, who had been ensnared. As the wooden shield formed by the roots shrank and sank into the earth, the three once again beheld the sunlight. As the indistinct voices of the tree demon echoed from all directions, "Yin Qixia, let us cease this conflict. We have no quarrel with one another." Hearing this, Yin Qixia stroked his beard and laughed heartily, responding, "You must be dreaming. You have already suffered a century's worth of cultivation damage. Now you wish to beg for mercy?" However, after his words, he heard no response from the tree demon. At that moment, the towering locust tree began to wither rapidly, its leaves cascading to the ground in droves. Witnessing this, Yin Qixia abruptly halted his breath, exclaiming, "This is bad. He intends to escape." Escape? Amidst his perplexity, Chu Ye inquired, "He is here in his true form. Where could he possibly escape to?" Yin Qixia elucidated, "This creature has an extensive root system. Its soul could evade to any branch. Unless we annihilate all of its roots, it cannot be truly vanquished. In a century, it will inevitably return. This is one of the reasons why I have refrained from taking action against it." "Annihilate all of its roots?" Chu Ye confirmed. "Indeed," Yin Qixia affirmed. "Then allow me to attempt it," Chu Ye declared as he hastened towards the tree demon's essence, forcefully driving the soul banner into the trunk. Devour it, soul banner. The moment the banner pierced the locust tree, the rapid desiccation that had ensued ceased. Instead, the solid bark transformed, becoming liquid-like as it was consumed by the soul banner. What have you done to me? Chu Ye heard the tree demon's terrified wail. Spare me. I shall no longer bring harm to anyone. With a radiant smile, Chu Ye refrained from responding, while the soul banner exuded a dark aura, probing through the subterranean root system to locate the demon's soul. After a quarter of an hour, the demon's voice dwindled into a whisper. It began by pleading for mercy, then resorted to curses, followed by threats, ultimately reverting to a state of supplication. Chu Ye paid no heed, a smile curving his lips as he discerned the tree demon's soul. The dark energy ensnared the demon, extracting its essence from the distant roots and presenting it before Chu Ye. The tree demon, already gravely injured and weakened, found its soul in a feeble state, even less stable than that of a ghost like Wutian. Chu Ye merely cast a cursory glance at it before absorbing the soul into the soul banner, dispersing it into dark energy to nourish the banner. Moments later, the banner consumed the entirety of the tree demon's corporeal form, and the pole of the banner bore new green wood patterns. Retrieving the soul banner, Chu Ye turned to Yan Qixia and Xiahou Wei, who had been observing from a distance, and beamed at them with a brilliant smile. All done, mission accomplished. Yan Qixia scratched the back of his head, astonished that the elusive tree demon had met its demise so easily, devoured in the process. This did not resemble a malevolent artifact. Rather, it appeared as a treasure capable of consuming all. The ability to devour souls was merely one of its functions. However, with the tree demon's death, I find my surroundings considerably more tranquil, Yan Qixia mused, casting a glance at the approaching Chu Ye, his face breaking into a smile. Yet, upon noticing Xiahou Wei standing nearby with his sword, his good spirits waned. Chapter 30. Having dealt with the tree demon, the trio felt uplifted and returned to Lan Rua Temple, indulging in a sumptuous feast. As for Ning Kaichen, Chu Ye had visited him, but he had already departed and had not returned to the temple by midnight, seemingly heeding Chu Ye's advice to settle his affairs and return home. After the revelry concluded, Yan Qixia and Xiahou Wei succumbed to inebriation, while Chu Ye ignored them, retreating to his chamber to examine the transformations of the soul banner following the consumption of the tree demon. Wuhua, soul banner master, Chu Ye length, 136 centimeters weight, 29-21 gene level, second tier sturdiness, 531 in energy, 365 soul capacity, 193,000 abilities, releasing mist. Command wraiths, differentiate sub-banners characteristic. While suited, banner master compatibility, 100. Firstly, the weight has significantly increased. However, due to Chu Ye being the banner master, it hardly matters. Observing that the sturdiness has nearly doubled, Chu Ye suddenly felt an urge to find something to strike against, yet upon surveying the surroundings, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. The increase in Yin energy is notable, yet in Chu Ye's eyes, it remains insufficient. Indeed, a place to absorb more Yin energy is still necessary. The capacity for containing souls has also risen, but regrettably, only a little over 200 souls currently reside within. It seems I am still too benevolent. Finally, regarding the abilities, after devouring the tree demon, the soul banner acquired a power akin to that of the tree demon, enabling it to differentiate into 3 smaller soul banners. Upon experimentation, Chu Ye discovered that each differentiation would siphon off 1/10 of the attributes from the main soul banner. However, the smaller soul banners possess the ability to autonomously absorb nearby Yin energy, and souls within a 10-mile radius may also be consumed, contingent upon the strength of the souls. Powerful souls can resist the smaller banner's consumption. Once the smaller banners return to the main banner, they will return all absorbed Yin energy and souls to strengthen the main banner. This is a growth-oriented ability, with the soul limitation being the main banner. The stronger the main banner, the mightier the differentiated smaller banners become, thus further enhancing the main banner upon their return. Upon reviewing the attributes of the soul banner, Chu Ye instinctively immersed his consciousness within it. To his astonishment, within the ashen space, over 200 souls floated freely. What was most significant was that these souls appeared to have regained their sentience, or rather, their original intelligence. Among them were Jin Bing and his subordinates, whom Chu Ye had slain, their numbers being the most substantial as they congregated around Jin Bing. There were also mountain bandits killed by Xiahou Wei, with a dozen or so gathered in a cluster. Furthermore, there were souls harvested by the banner's creator, the fierce Fangya. Lastly, Chu Ye had recently collected 2 female ghosts, Nia Shaoqian and Shao Qing, who huddled together, trembling. Chu Ye frowned slightly. Previously, the souls within the soul banner lacked sentience, and he had not intervened. Now, however, They all exhibited intelligence, and while they remained susceptible to Chu Ye's mental control, the congregation of ghosts inevitably led to struggles for power and dominance, devouring one another. This was a consequence of their nature, both as humans and as ghosts. The dynamics of hierarchy and power are inescapable for any sentient being. After pondering, Chu Ye reached into the soul banner and extracted Nie Xiaoqian's soul. In the midst of the mist, a figure in white materialized. Initially, Nie Xiaoqian appeared stunned, but soon she regained her composure, kneeling and weeping. "I beseech you, immortal, spare my life." With unwavering resolve, Chu Ye directly stated, "I had presumed that the souls within the soul banner would be lethargically at my command. Yet I am astonished to discover that you possess sentience. You are not a malevolent spirit, but you have nonetheless committed numerous nefarious deeds under duress. If you wish to preserve your existence, you shall obediently submit to my will." Nie Xiaoqian softly replied, "Xiaoqian understands." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ye continued, "Now, with so many specters within the soul banner, you shall assist me in managing them. They may consume one another's negative energy, but they must not annihilate each other's souls. The fate of each one shall remain firmly within my grasp. Unless I command you to engage in conflict and consumption, I do not wish to witness the demise of any spirit." "Understood," Nie Xiaoqian nodded, timidly inquiring, "But many of them are far stronger than I. I shall bestow upon you the authority to restrain them. Should any disobey, report them to me, and I shall extinguish their souls," Chu Ye decreed, subsequently transferring a fragment of power from the soul banner to Nie Xiaoqian before reintegrating her into the banner, disregarding her further. In truth, entrusting the management of the spirits to Jin Bing would have been more fitting, given his experience with overseeing large criminal organizations. However, as Jin Bing had ultimately met his demise at Chu Ye's hands and was himself a malevolent spirit, Chu Ye found his presence irksome. Thus, he conferred this authority to Nie Xiaoqian. Should she prove incapable of managing the spirits with even a modicum of power from the soul banner, he would have no choice but to seek another. After assigning the spirits of the soul banner to Nie Xiaoqian, Chu Ye commenced his daily practice. While absorbing negative emotions to consolidate his witchcraft, a magnificent black gate materialized 20 li away from Lan Rua Temple, at the site of the tree demon's demise. The gate slowly opened, revealing a battalion of spectral soldiers emerging, followed by ghostly entities bearing a black sedan chair. As the Yin-Yang gate swung wide, the armored spectral soldiers, wielding blades and swords, rode upon skeletal steeds that moved amid flickering ghostly flames. Cloaked in swirling negative energy, the spectral soldiers invaded the realm of the living, their objective being Lan Rua Temple. Seated within the sedan chair was undoubtedly the master commanding the spectral soldiers. Before the soldiers even reached Lan Rua Temple, the oppressive aura of negative energy had already permeated its vicinity. Familiar with the soul banner's connection to negative energy, Chu Ye immediately sensed the disturbance and seized the banner. Hastening toward Lan Rua Temple, after a few breaths of exertion, he arrived at the temple's entrance, where he beheld the spectral soldiers poised for battle. With 4 ghostly entities carrying a black sedan chair surrounded by cascading black veils, obscuring the occupant's visage. As Chu Ye approached the threshold, he heard the voice from within the sedan chair, "Where is Nie Xiaoqian?" The tone was reminiscent of stone striking stone, devoid of warmth and chillingly indifferent. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye chuckled, having discerned the identity of the visitor, yet he still feigned inquiry. "Is it the Black Mountain old demon?" "I am the Lord of Black Mountain," came the reply. "I shall ask once more, where is Nie Xiaoqian?" The voice now bore a hint of gritted teeth. Chu Ye laughed heartily. "Lord of Black Mountain? You think you are worthy? However, what are you but a mere monster transformed from the Black Mountain of the underworld? Do you dare to call yourself a lord? I am uncertain whether you are a demon or a ghost. Where is Nie Xiaoqian?" The Black Mountain old demon roared in fury. He had cultivated the 7 fiendish souls technique, requiring the souls of 777 unjustly perished souls born in the most potent times of resentment. Moreover, these souls must be female ghosts. He had spent over 3 centuries gathering these souls, starting from the previous dynasty until now, and had only managed to collect 776, with Nie Xiaoqian being the last. He had calculated that the end of the dynasty was imminent, a time when resentment would reach its zenith. If he could not gather all the souls before then, he wondered how many more years he would have to wait for the end of the dynasty to arrive. Thus, the Black Mountain old demon was on the brink of madness. This was crucial to his path and his status and power in the underworld. He was the most powerful ghost king in the city of the wrong dead, and once he succeeded in his cultivation, he could ascend further in the underworld. With even the 10 Yama kings within his grasp, Chu Ye did not comprehend the significance of Nie Xiaoqian to the Black Mountain old demon. Yet the enemy's fury and anguish indicated that he was on the right path. He replied, "What do you think I would do upon encountering a ghost? Naturally, I would obliterate her soul." Chu Ye mused with a radiant smile. Chapter 31. I want you dead. The Black Mountain old demon howled in despair. Chu Ye's smile faded as he declared, "Now that you have come, do not expect to return." His words dripped with coldness and murderous intent. Kill him. The spectral soldiers charged forward. Over 50 spectral warriors mounted on skeletal steeds bellowed as they surged towards Chu Ye. Kill. The battle cries echoed like thunder. Unfazed, Chu Ye remained silent, gracefully wielding the soul banner. As he waved the banner, waves of Yin energy surged forth, colliding and merging with the Yin energy released by the spectral soldiers, causing a thick fog to envelop the already dark night. The leading ghost general sensed that their released Yin energy was being absorbed by the fog, diminishing their control over it, and immediately shouted, "This ghost is peculiar. We must eliminate him swiftly." With that, their charge quickened. However, Chu Ye would not allow these spectral soldiers to approach him so easily. As he released the fog, the other wraiths within the soul banner, aside from Ye Xiaoqian, had already concealed themselves within the mist, lying in wait for an ambush. As the ghost general and his spectral soldiers accelerated once more, the fog had completely enveloped them. Chu Ye utilized the soul banner to transform the environment, shifting from a defensive to an offensive stance. The wraiths within the fog enjoyed the advantage of home ground, while the spectral soldiers, shrouded by the mist, were entirely at a disadvantage. The fog impeded their absorption of the surrounding Yin energy and siphoned off their own, diminishing their power with every passing moment. Even if the wraith's offensive capabilities were inferior, the replenishment of Yin energy from the soul banner ensured that the scales of victory tilted increasingly in favor of the wraiths. Moreover, Chu Ye's sole objective was to stall the spectral soldiers while he seized the opportunity to deal with the Black Mountain old demon. In the shrouded mist, malevolent spirits stealthily ambushed the spectral soldiers in groups of 3 or 5. After each strike, regardless of its success or failure, they would vanish into the fog, awaiting their next opportunity. Meanwhile, Chu Ye observed as the multitude of spirits in the soul banner ensnared the spectral soldiers beneath the veil of mist, his gaze shifting toward the Black Mountain old demon across from him. The old demon sat imperiously upon his palanquin, his earlier fury dissipated, presenting an air of nonchalance. Was he confident? With resolve, Chu Ye charged at the Black Mountain old demon, leaping high as he raised the soul banner above his head and brought it down with great force. This strike was imbued with the ferocity of thunder, its speed astonishing. The overwhelming blow shattered the palanquin's roof as if it were an egg meeting a stone, exploding into fragments. The momentum of the soul banner did not wane. It descended directly upon the Black Mountain old demon. Reacting swiftly, the old demon raised his hand to grasp the soul banner, yet the force exerted was beyond his anticipation. Chu Ye's power suppressed that of the old demon, driving his hand down to rest upon his shoulder. The soul banner struck the old demon's right hand and shoulder, the chaotic shamanic energy surging through him, wreaking havoc within his body. The old demon could not suppress a muffled groan, and at that moment, the 4 spirits bearing the palanquin buckled under the immense pressure of the soul banner, collapsing to the ground as the palanquin crashed down with a resounding thud. Chu Ye withdrew the soul banner and leaped back a step, grinning as he remarked, "That strike must have been painful." The Black Mountain old demon, exerting his magical power to contain the destructive energy within, found his already pale visage growing even more ashen. "I believe that this clone, possessing merely 30% of my strength, would suffice to subdue the mortal realm. Little did I anticipate the emergence of someone like you. Excellent. Truly remarkable." The old demon praised, though the wariness in his eyes deepened. At that moment, Chu Ye finally discerned the visage of the Black Mountain old demon, or rather, the appearance of his current clone, clad in black robes, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, his lips devoid of color, and his eyes as dark as night. His pallor was unnaturally white, almost inhuman. "Only a clone with 30% of your strength?" Chu Ye mused, seemingly connecting the dots before chuckling. "It makes sense. It is said that your true form is a black mountain in the underworld, which naturally cannot move. Thus you must rely on your clones for mobility. If my true form were to arrive, I could crush you with a mere hand." The Black Mountain old demon snorted dismissively. "Such arrogant claims." Chu Ye retorted with a cold smile. "Even if your true form came, it would only be at full strength. Now, allow me to demonstrate my power." With that, Chu Ye waved the banner once more to strike. 7 absolutes, triple amplification. In an instant, the 7 absolutes within Chu Ye activated its enhancement. A profound purple light enveloping his very flesh and blood, while while the soul banner appeared to be coated in a layer of mysterious purple luminescence. Chu Ye felt a surge of power and shamanic energy erupting from within him, a formidable force pouring forth from the soul banner. The Black Mountain Old Demon initially believed that the previous strike had exhausted Chu Ye's strength. Yet he was taken aback by the sudden surge of speed and power demonstrated by Chu Ye, which surpassed the earlier display. He intended to evade the attack, but the proximity between them was too great. He could not escape in time, and the soul banner struck him squarely in the chest. As Chu Ye swung the banner, he experienced a gratifying release of power, akin to striking a baseball with full force. The sensation was delightful. Indeed, the Black Mountain Old Demon was sent flying like a baseball, hurtling through the air before vanishing into the dense forest outside the Lanhua Temple, leaving no trace behind. Just as Chu Ye contemplated pursuing him into the woods, a towering shadow, approximately 10 zhang tall, emerged from the thicket. This shadow was enveloped in a ghastly aura, vaguely humanoid in shape, with limbs and indistinct facial features. In the next moment, the features of the giant formed within the ghostly mist. Specifically, its eyes and mouth became discernible. The eyes glowed a fiery red, resembling lanterns the size of millstones, while the mouth was even larger. However, Chu Ye felt no fear. He erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Is this the form you take after transformation? Truly grotesque. Allow me to send you, this hideous wretch, to hell. Wait. You already belong to hell. I shall reduce you to ashes instead." The Black Mountain Old Demon disregarded Chu Ye's taunts, letting out a piercing howl that reverberated for miles, instilling fear in all who heard it. Amidst the wailing, thousands of vengeful spirits erupted from the old demon's body, swirling through the air, all converging upon Chu Ye with malevolent intent. The visages of these spirits were ghastly, their expressions twisted, as if Chu Ye was their eternal nemesis. Chu Ye did not indulge them. With each swing of the soul banner, he dispatched one spirit after another. However, the sheer number of them began to vex him. The mist contained within the soul banner had been entirely employed to ensnare the spectral soldiers, rendering him unable to gather the vengeful spirits. Otherwise, a mere swing of the banner could have effortlessly collected them. Just as Chu Ye was becoming increasingly irritated, a booming voice resonated from behind him, boundless as the heavens. The universe lends its power. A bolt of lightning descended, instantly obliterating hundreds of the gathered spirits. Turning around, Chu Ye found himself face to face with the newly awakened Yan Qixia and Xiahou Wei. Though they would not have awakened so soon, the Black Mountain Old Demon's far-reaching howl had roused them. "Brother Chu, we are here to assist you," they shouted, charging into the fray. "Quickly, I shall confront the Black Mountain Old Demon himself," Chu Ye exclaimed with elation, observing as Yan Qixia dispatched even more vengeful spirits with his thunderous area attacks. "I too must learn some spell-based assaults for dealing with minor adversaries. Is this the Black Mountain Old Demon?" Yan Qixia gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiahou Wei was entangled in combat with several of the scattered spirits, utilizing his own life force and malevolence. "There is no time to explain. Keep an eye on this area while I make a swift return," Chu Ye directed, gesturing towards Xiahou Wei. "Do not let him perish." Yan Qixia nodded. Chapter 32. Chu Ye took a deep breath and charged directly at the Black Mountain Old Demon. During this process, several malevolent spirits rushed toward Chu Ye. He dispatched the majority with ease, yet a few straggling spirits approached him. At that moment, Chu Ye realized that his entire body, infused with shamanic power, caused the malevolent spirits to disintegrate the instant they made contact with him. Extraordinary. Was his shamanic power truly of such a high caliber? The spirits perished upon contact. If only he had utilized the soul banner for defense earlier, he could have barreled through unhindered. Chu Ye murmured to himself as he observed the dissipating spirits around him. However, it was not too late to comprehend this now. Regaining his focus, Chu Ye quickened his pace once more. He leapt high into the air, aiming directly at the forehead of the Black Mountain Old Demon. The demon, shrouded in ghostly energy, attempted to block with its massive hands, but was repelled by the shamanic energy emanating from Chu Ye's soul banner. Chu Ye also noted that, after transforming, the Black Mountain Old Demon's power was significantly less substantial, making it easier to confront than before. Perhaps my previous strike had severely injured it, impairing its control over its transformed state, Chu Ye pondered. In fact, his intuition was correct. The ferocious shamanic force from his tripled amplification had indeed inflicted grave wounds on the Black Mountain Old Demon, leading to its inability to maintain control during transformation. Although the demon's size had increased post-transformation, its physical strength had not solidified adequately. While lost in thought, Chu Ye reached the apex of the Black Mountain Old Demon's head. Gripping the soul banner tightly, he forcefully drove it into the demon's forehead, simultaneously channeling his shamanic energy through the banner into the demon's body. In an instant, the demon's massive form was riddled with cracks, which grew larger and more numerous. The fissures glowed a blood-red hue, the unmistakable color of shamanic energy manifesting. A cacophony of piercing screams erupted from the Black Mountain Old Demon as it collapsed with a resounding crash. In a heartbeat, the demon transformed into wisps of green smoke, vanishing without a trace. As Chu Ye gazed at the dissipating smoke, he contemplated whether to invade the underworld and eradicate the demon's true form. After reflection, he dismissed the notion. Firstly, he had no means to enter the underworld. Secondly, even if he could, its vastness and his unfamiliarity would hinder his ability to locate the Black Mountain Old Demon promptly, and the underworld would not provide him with supplies. Thirdly, his purpose in this world was not to hunt demons, but to refine his combat dance skills. He must not lose sight of his true objective. Following the demon's demise, the various malevolent spirits that had emerged from its body scattered and fled, disappearing in no time. Meanwhile, Chu Ye, armed with the soul banner, plunged into the mist, subduing the depleted spectral soldiers until they knelt before him, subsequently collecting them all within the soul banner to be managed by Wutian. With the battle concluded, the three companions found themselves wide awake, seated on the steps of Lanrua Temple, engaging in conversation until the dawn broke, dispelling the ghostly atmosphere left in the wake of the night's conflict. Their discussion came to an end as they each sought rest. In the ensuing period, the Lanrua Temple experienced a tranquility, as the true form of the Black Mountain Old Demon seemed to have learned its lesson, resulting in no more reckless specters daring to launch attacks. However, this serenity was merely a perception of Chu Ye. Yin Qixia and Xiahou Wei felt no such peace. Each day, they were compelled to engage in sparring with Chu Ye. Although Chu Ye had restrained his strength and speed to match theirs, they found themselves utterly exhausted, collapsing like limp fish after each session. Had it not been for the exquisite feasts that Chu Ye provided, they would have long since given up. As a month swiftly passed, Chu Ye had come to regard Yin Qixia and Xiahou Wei as his experimental companions. The sparring sessions had only yielded marginal improvements in his martial dance proficiency, prompting him to finally release them from their rigorous training. Observing the progress in his martial dance, Chu Ye noted that he had completed over a quarter of the necessary experience. Yet, he understood that the forthcoming advancements would not come easily, given that Yin Qixia was among the pinnacle figures of martial prowess in this realm, with Xiahou Wei not far behind. It was time for him to venture out in search of new sources of experience. One morning, Chu Ye bid farewell to Yin Qixia and Xiahou Wei. Brother Chu, the world outside is fraught with darkness. Why not remain in the tranquility of Lanrua Temple instead of stepping into this mundane world? Yin Qixia urged. Brother Chu's ambitions are lofty. Do you assume everyone shares your perspective? Xiahou Wei retorted, adding, let us duel once more tomorrow before your departure. You know you cannot defeat me. What is the point? Chu Ye chuckled inwardly at the rivalry evident between the two. During the past month, both had secretly sought him out for counsel. Xiahou Wei had expressed his abandonment of the desire to compete with Yin Qixia for the title of the world's foremost swordsman. After encountering the demon and ghost incidents, he resolved to return home and establish a martial arts school, intending to impart his sword techniques to others, empowering them to resist malevolent spirits. Conversely, Yin Qixia confided in Chu Ye that he had previously been overly competitive. Now, he aspired to find an opportunity to concede to Xiahou Wei, continuing his quest to vanquish demons and capture ghosts. With the demise of the Black Mountain Old Demon, numerous vengeful spirits had escaped, and he was determined to eliminate these threats to humanity. Farewell, my friends. May we cross paths again. As their argument ensued, Chu Ye distanced himself, waving goodbye over his shoulder. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, silently robbing everyone of their moments. A year had passed since Chu Ye departed from Lanrua Temple to embark on his travels. Throughout this year, he had thoroughly immersed himself in this ancient world, traversing from the southern to the northern banks of the great rivers, challenging martial experts across the land. His physique and appearance had transformed rapidly, nearing a height of 1.70 meters. Without a glance at his visage, one would hardly perceive him as a mere youth. Yet, his youthful and delicate features often led others to underestimate him, resulting in reluctance to engage in combat. Consequently, he donned a veiled hat to obscure his countenance. Occasionally, when glimpsed by young, beautiful women, some audacious souls approached him, initiating conversation with the charming Chu Ye. In the course of the year, he not only engaged in martial contests but also faced numerous adversities, encountering unscrupulous establishments, bandits, and malevolent spirits. He vanquished them all, claiming their lives and souls. which he subsequently stored within his soul banner to enhance its power. Some of the demons even paid homage to his inner sanctum after their demise. After dedicating more than a year to this arduous journey, he finally completed the Trial of the Sorcerer, second tier. Trial of the Sorcerer, second tier. The dance of war lies in contention, in struggle. Elevate the dance of war to mastery. As a sorcerer, you have flawlessly accomplished your task and may choose to return at any moment within a day. He successfully ascended to the third-tier sorcerer, largely due to the abundance of negative emotions provided by the short-sighted individuals and demons he encountered, which facilitated a swift increase in his sorcerer's prowess. Upon breaking through to the third tier, he acquired a new legacy, Sacrifice. The content was too intricate and profound for him to delve into at the moment, so he decided to study it further upon his return to the Marvel realm. Before his departure, Chu Ye once again reviewed his gains from over the year. Name: Chu Ye. Level: third tier sorcerer. Physique: 1673. The average adult is 20. Sorcery power: 5021. To reach the next level, sorcery power must increase to 16,000. Sorcery canon: Void of Heaven. Sorcery technique: War Dance. Mastery: 11,000. Sorcery method: Sacrifice. Uninitiated. Sorcery treasure: Soul banner worms, Crimson Serpent, bullets. 7 absolutes. Sorcery treasure: Soul banner. Banner master: Chu Ye. Length: 136 centimeters. Weight: 2,921 pounds. Level: second tier. Sturdiness: 531. Energy: 5683. Soul: 2155 3000. Abilities: Release Mist. Command Wraiths: Divide Subbanners. Traits: Fitting, Master's Compatibility 100. Content: with his accomplishments, Chu Ye focused his thoughts and chose to return. Upon his return, he noticed that the seeds he had previously sown had quietly begun to sprout. During the final years of the Chun dynasty, the emperor was incompetent, favoring sycophants, and calamities plagued the nation, leaving the common people in despair. The cycle of heavenly fate led to the emperor and his officials being controlled and meeting their demise at the hands of malevolent forces. A remarkable figure named Yin Qixiao emerged, wielding a sword to vanquish evil. In the same year, the founding emperor returned home after failing the imperial examinations, raising the banner of righteousness, gathering local heroes, and ultimately overthrowing the decayed Qin dynasty, thereby establishing the Great Qian. With hair now grizzled, Xiaohui cradled his granddaughter in the martial arts hall, recounting the tale of the foundation of the Great Qian. "Grandfather, were you not an exceptional swordsman in your youth?" asked his innocent granddaughter, her big, sparkling eyes wide with curiosity. "Indeed, I was the greatest swordsman in the world back then. By the way, grandfather, was the founding emperor of the Great Qin handsome?" He was surnamed Ning and possessed the appearance of a scholar. Chapter 33. After more than a year, Chu Ye returned to the Marvel world, only to find the furniture in his home cloaked in a layer of dust. Chu Ye glanced at the time. Nearly 5 months had passed since his last departure. He picked up his phone and dialed Tony, as he was one of the few friends he had in this world, and a wealthy one at that. The call connected, but there was no answer. Undeterred, Chu Ye proceeded to call Pepper, knowing she would be the right choice if Tony was unavailable. After a brief wait, the call was answered. "Hello, Pepper, I'm back from my travels. How have you all been?" Chu Ye initiated the conversation. On the other end, Pepper's voice was gentle. "We're well, currently attending a gathering in Monaco." "Oh, for heaven's sake." As she sat at the dining table, Pepper caught sight of Tony on a live television broadcast, now clad in racing gear, seated in a race car, giving a thumbs up to the camera with a smile. "What's wrong?" Chu Ye detected the urgency in Pepper's tone and inquired swiftly. "It's Tony. He's about to race against a group of drivers. Such a dangerous endeavor." Pepper's disbelief was palpable. "Don't worry, Tony's armor is far swifter than any race car. He'll be fine." Chu Ye offered reassurance. "Perhaps." After Chu Ye's comforting words, Pepper's tone became less agitated, and they exchanged light conversation over the phone. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared at the racetrack, garbed in a racing uniform, with disheveled hair and an unkempt appearance, slowly entering the arena. His upper garment had been burned away, revealing a robust physique adorned with a realistic exoskeleton, at the center of which was an arc reactor reminiscent of Tony's. With a firm grip, he extended 2 long whips from his equipment, crackling with electricity as they trailed along the ground, igniting a cascade of sparks. At that moment, a race car surged towards him, and with a swift motion of the electrified whips, he cleaved the speeding vehicle in two. "My goodness." Witnessing this scene, Pepper gasped and immediately ended the call with Chu Ye. She exchanged a glance with Happy, who showcased Tony's Iron Man suit, indicating that Tony was currently without his armor. Without hesitation, they rushed out, intent on delivering the suit to Tony. Having heard Pepper's startled exclamation, Chu Ye hung up, Feeling perplexed, was Tony in danger? Or had a new chapter begun? He pondered, having lost track of the plot details, only retaining a vague recollection. Especially in this real world where the butterfly effect could alter many outcomes. I should go and see for myself. It's the perfect excuse for Tony to treat me to a meal, Chu Ye muttered as he opened a portal. Meanwhile, Tony was racing when he suddenly noticed flames ahead. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the car of the driver before him had been split in two, engulfed in fire, while a burly man, wielding a crackling weapon, was leering at him with ill intent. Tony immediately accelerated, hoping to swiftly pass beyond the reach of the assailant's attack. However, to his surprise, the man's strike was swifter than anticipated. He sidestepped and lashed out with a whip imbued with formidable energy, which severed Tony's racing car in an instant. The remnants of the vehicle sent Tony spiraling through the air in a 540-degree rotation, and upon landing, the car had already flipped over, leaving him to endure a crushing impact, headfirst. At that moment, Chu Ye activated a portal and arrived at the scene. Before him stood a burly man with his back turned, wielding an electric whip. Further ahead, Tony was trapped in the overturned vehicle, unable to escape. Recognizing the man's rudimentary yet potent equipment, Chu Ye recalled who he was, the Grim Whip. He remembered only that this man had once collaborated with Tony's father, Howard, on the arc reactor, only to be expelled by Howard through S.H.I.E.L.D. The intricacies of their enmity were of little concern to Chu Ye. He recognized the opportunity for a surprise attack. With a swift motion, Chu Ye brandished his soul banner and struck the man's head, instantly shattering his skull, leaving him lifeless and crumpled on the ground, with only the remnants of his weapons crackling with electricity. Stepping over the Grim Whip's lifeless body, Chu Ye approached Tony. Tony, why are you lying on the ground again? Tony was struggling to extricate himself from the wreckage of the car, and halfway through his effort, Chu Ye's comment about him lying on the ground was not entirely unfounded. Is that you, Chu Ye? Tony inquired uncertainly, gazing at Chu Ye's somewhat altered visage. Indeed, it is I. Who else would come to rescue you? Chu Ye replied, offering Tony a helping hand. Tony, inspecting Chu Ye from head to toe, remarked, in just 5 months, you've grown so tall. Have you been on hormones? I traveled to another world and spent over a year there. Chu Ye shrugged. Different worlds. Different temporal flows. You should be able to grasp that. I can understand that. Tony nodded, patting Chu Ye's shoulder, easily accepting the notion of his friend's ability to traverse different realms. At that moment, Tony noticed the lifeless Grim Whip and asked, did you take care of him? To be precise, I eliminated him. Chu Ye rolled his eyes, exasperated. A dead enemy is a good enemy. I often fail to comprehend why you all don't dispatch your foes promptly. Once they're gone, you won't be burdened with so many complications. I've resolved your troubles for the foreseeable future, Chu Ye said, smiling brightly as he patted Tony's shoulder. No need to thank me. Oh, I wasn't planning to thank you. If my armor were still operational, I could have dealt with him easily myself, Tony replied, feigning nonchalance. Armor? Chu Ye pointed at the Grim Whip's body. I suggest you take a look at the equipment on him. As they approached the Grim Whip, Chu Ye kicked the body over. It was then that Tony beheld the arc reactor, shimmering on the man's chest. How could this be possible? Tony wore an expression of disbelief, clearly taken aback that someone could shrink the arc reactor just as he had. It's hardly possible. Perhaps your father harbors secrets waiting for you to uncover, Chu Ye suggested. Just then, Happy arrived at the racetrack, driving with Pepper. Tony. As soon as she stepped out of the car, Pepper enveloped him in a warm embrace. Chu Ye rubbed his temples, feeling as though every time he returned from a journey, he stumbled upon their displays of affection. You are Chu Ye? Pepper inquired, mirroring the confusion Tony had experienced upon first meeting him. Indeed, it is I. I am delighted that you discovered me beside Tony. We were just conversing on the phone. Chu Ye replied, preemptively quelling any potential questions from Pepper. Turning to Tony, he added, I've saved you once more, surely. Treating me to a meal would not be too much to ask. Of course, Tony smiled. To my knowledge, there should be an abundance of delectable cuisine here. Pepper chuckled, and Happy joined in with his hearty laughter. Chapter 34. After finishing dinner, the group returned to New York, the night already deepening. Happy escorted Pepper home, while Chu Ye accompanied Tony to his villa. Tony retrieved a bottle of freshly squeezed green juice from the refrigerator. Observing him indulge in the verdant concoction, Chu Ye could not help but interject, Tony, this will not alleviate the palladium poisoning. As long as you bear that device in your chest, you will never recover. How do you know? Tony asked, astonished. Never mind how I know. I simply do, Chu Ye replied, rolling his eyes. Tony set down the juice, grasped Chu Ye's shoulders, and implored, please, do not inform Pepper. I would have mentioned it long ago. Why wait until now? Has no one sought you out recently? Chu Ye inquired. Indeed. There are many who wish to see me every day, Tony boasted, a hint of narcissism in his tone. It is peculiar that S.H.I.E.L.D. has yet to send anyone to find you, Chu Ye mused. Have Carlson and the others not come looking for you? Tony shook his head. No. Very well. I shall attempt to alleviate the poison within you, Chu Ye declared. What method do you have in mind? Tony asked. Why, it's sorcery, Chu Ye responded, casting a healing spell toward Tony. A shimmering white light enveloped Tony, prompting him to exclaim, Is this the same one you used on me before? What do you think? I initially believed it to be an illusion. After the healing, Tony tested the toxins within his body, which now registered as 0. Incredible. This sorcery is astounding, truly remarkable. Do not celebrate too soon. As long as you continue to carry the arc reactor in your chest, it merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, Chu Ye cautioned, dousing Tony's enthusiasm. That's all right. You can treat me again next time, Tony said optimistically. With a heavy sigh, Chu Ye remarked, I often return to other worlds and may not come back for an extended period. I fear that by the time I return, you might succumb to poison. What shall we do? Tony's optimism had vanished. Have you ever considered removing all the shrapnel from your chest? Chu Ye countered. I've consulted the finest surgeons. But they are unable to perform the operation, Tony shrugged. The finest? Well, perhaps not the finest. The best surgeon in America met with an accident and is therefore unable to assist me with this procedure. Tony habitually sipped his leaf juice. Would you care to try some sorcery? Chu Ye inquired with a semblance of a smile. Do you possess any magic that can extract the shrapnel? Tony asked. His curiosity piqued. Indeed, I plan to introduce something into your body to extract the shrapnel. Similar to nanobots? Something along those lines. Then let us commence. Are you certain? Chu Ye sought confirmation once more. Absolutely. Perhaps it was due to the toxins that Chu Ye had just purged from Tony's body, but at this moment, Tony felt a profound trust in him. Very well, I shall ensure your rescue, Chu Ye muttered as he summoned the 7 absolutes from his heart. The scene was somewhat terrifying for Tony. He observed something moving beneath Chu Ye's skin, finally ceasing at his wrist. The next moment, a bloody hole appeared at Chu Ye's wrist, and a thumb-sized, ice blue, translucent creature leapt from the wound into his hand. It may hurt a bit. Bear with it. Chu Ye cautioned Tony. You're not suggesting that creature will reside within me, are you? Tony asked, dread evident in his voice. Indeed, it is called 7 absolutes, and it will effortlessly eliminate the shrapnel from your body, Chu Ye replied earnestly. Haha, I believe I'm perfectly fine as is. Let us forego that, Tony said, waving his hands and stepping back. Chu Ye displayed a sinister smile. That decision is no longer yours. Go, 7 absolutes. The creature soared and landed on Tony's chest. No, Tony screamed in terror. Without an ounce of mercy, 7 absolutes tore through Tony's clothing and skin, burrowing itself into his chest. Tony watched in horror as the creature swiftly penetrated his body, leaving him no time to react. Initially, he was filled with dread, followed by excruciating pain radiating from his chest, causing him to collapse and convulse. Hold on, Chu Ye urged as he pressed down on the convulsing Tony, simultaneously urging 7 absolutes. Hurry up. Tony let out a piercing scream, as it seemed that hastening the creature's pace only intensified his agony. Almost there, trust me. It will be over soon, Chu Ye assured him while restraining Tony. Tony gritted his teeth, his eyes reddened, fixated on Chu Ye as if he wished to etch the latter's image into his memory. The operation of the 7 absolute was indeed swift, completing the extraction of all the shrapnel from Tony's body in a mere 15 seconds. Yet, for Tony, those seconds felt interminable, stretching as though a century had passed. Once the 7 absolute emerged from Tony, it quickly returned to Chu Ye's body, whereupon Chu Ye administered healing to both himself and Tony, restoring the flesh that the 7 absolute had just ravaged. However, Tony's condition was far from stable, as he stared vacantly at the ceiling. After a prolonged silence, he finally emerged from the nightmare that had ensnared him. Tony, congratulations. All the shrapnel within you has been removed, Chu Ye said with a smile. Tony offered a bitter smile in return. Thank you, but I fear I may develop a psychological aversion to insects after this. It was truly terrifying. Just think of it as a specialized surgical tool, Chu Ye retorted, rolling his eyes. What surgical tool inflicts such pain? Tony scoffed. I felt pain too. The insect exited from my body first. It bit me before it bit you, and I remained silent throughout. It wasn't that painful. Your fear is merely playing tricks on you, Chu Ye countered. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Tony began to ponder seriously. Indeed, his tolerance for pain was not as feeble as he had thought. It was the sight of the insect burrowing into his body that had terrified him. But then again, who wouldn't be frightened by such a sight? I swear. I will never allow you to use insects to treat me again, absolutely not, he declared, revealing a hint of genuine trauma regarding the insects. Chu Ye wished to clarify that these were not ordinary insects, but rather special maggots endowed with unique abilities, and that the previous treatments aimed at detoxifying him had also originated from them. However, he ultimately refrained from explaining, fearing that the next time Tony encountered the healing light, he would be reminded of the 7 absolute wriggling about within him. Sometimes, ignorance brings more happiness than knowledge. Chapter 35. After Chu Ye successfully healed Tony, life returned to a rare tranquility. During this time, he seized the opportunity to journey to the Amazon, upgrading the 3 maggots to the 3rd refinement. The 3rd refinement of the 7 absolute boasted a healing capacity that was 17 times greater than its initial ability, with an enhancement factor of 15. Its diamond-like defense also reached 17 times, while the range of its ice capabilities expanded to a maximum of 100 meters, with temperatures plunging to a chilling -30 degrees. The spatial range reached 125 cubic meters, and its tracking capability extended over a radius of 200 miles. However, its soul-devouring ability remained unchanged. The 3rd refinement of the Crimson Python saw its size double once more, reaching over 80 meters, while the maximum speed of its projectiles soared to Mach 3. In summary, the 7 Absolute continued its comprehensive development, with Chu Ye placing particular emphasis on its enhancement and ice capabilities. The remarkable amplification paired with the immense stature of the red python allows it to transform into a colossal beast, with its current length exceeding 80 meters. A 15-fold enhancement could propel it to over 1,200 meters, a size that is undeniably terrifying to behold. Furthermore, the chilling ice manifests as a wide-ranging attack, wielding control over its domain. Should it reach absolute zero, the implications are unfathomable. Moreover, the red python's already substantial size becomes even more voracious, presenting a formidable challenge. Lastly, regarding the bullet, the growth of this cursed insect has gradually fallen behind that of Chu Ye, even with the 7 absolutes granting it a 15-fold amplification. Its combat prowess significantly lags in comparison to the red python. Nevertheless, its maximum speed of 3 Mach renders it suitable for ambushes. After a week's respite, Chu Ye cast aside his lethargy and embarked on the study and exploration of the sacrificial methods acquired from his breakthrough to the 3rd tier of shamanism. The rituals of shamanic sacrifice encompass a vast and intricate array of elements. After 3 days of meticulous organization, he categorized them into 3 principal sections: sacrifice to oneself, sacrifice to deities, and sacrifice to heaven and earth. The first, sacrifice to oneself, is self-explanatory. In essence, it involves envisioning one's own form and perceiving oneself as a deity. This initial step is paramount, serving as a means to fortify one's spirit. The rationale behind this steadfastness of spirit is clear. It paves the way for the subsequent phase, allowing others to venerate oneself, thereby garnering the power of incense and offerings, or absorbing unclaimed offerings. Once these offerings are assimilated, they can be transformed into divine power, or what may be termed as the power of faith. However, the essence of offerings can be toxic, imbued with a multitude of distractions. Should one recklessly absorb and transform them, it would lead to an assimilation into the anticipated and imagined visage of the deity, ultimately resulting in the loss of self or even madness. Thus, the necessity of first venerating oneself, establishing oneself as a deity, is termed as the grounding of the spirit. Only with a resolute spirit can one filter the distractions within the offerings through the envisioned inner deity, thus attaining pure offerings to be converted into divine power. The effects of divine power are manifold, yet what Chu Ye values most is its capacity to strengthen the soul. Next comes the sacrifice to deities. Here, the term deity does not refer to a genuine god. In the eyes of the creator of this sacrificial method, there are no true gods. Deities are merely individuals endowed with formidable power. Thus, these deities refer to illusory gods. Illusory gods can be classified into 2 categories: those who possess immense strength and those manufactured from the divine power transformed through offerings. Let us first discuss the former, those with great power. This form of sacrifice resembles a business transaction, offering them the divine power derived from offerings in exchange for their strength. It is even possible to use divine power to create a corporeal form for them, summoning their essence to inhabit this body and assist in battle. However, such endeavors demand considerable divine power and are constrained by time. Once the divine power is depleted, they will depart. This ritual is predicated on the acquaintance between you and the entity. At the very least, one must know the name of the individual, for without it, summoning becomes an impossibility. Furthermore, with regard to the latter form, the ethereal deities born of divine power, Chu Ye may select from widely circulated folklore or divine beings for worship. For instance, should Chu Ye choose the legendary Guan Yu from popular tales, he could harness divine power to consolidate the collective imagination of the people regarding Guan Yu, thereby amalgamating their fervent wishes into a tangible existence. A virtual deity of Guan Yu to aid him in battle. Each method of worship possesses its own merits and drawbacks, and Chu Ye intends to explore both, perhaps even experimenting with the legendary duel between Guan Gong and Qin Xiong. Lastly, there is the veneration of heaven and earth. This practice is held in high esteem within the realm of rituals, as it is believed to facilitate communication with the cosmos and nature, achieving a harmonious union between humanity and the celestial. Although it is shrouded in mystique, this concept is increasingly challenging for Chu Ye, who is evolving into a rather brash figure, unable to grasp its essence. Fortunately, it is noted that such rites require a grand shaman to perform. Thus, Chu Ye, upon encountering this information, set it aside for further contemplation. After clarifying the intricacies of the ritualistic practices, Chu Ye meticulously committed to memory the details and precautions regarding the visualization of the mind's deity. With a comprehensive understanding now firmly in place, he commenced the visualization of the deity within his heart. Reciting the incantation for visualization, he delved into meditation, and in a state of trance, he entered the upper Dantian. Known as the Palace of the Marrow, the space was modest, spanning only a few square meters. It was within this realm that he first encountered his soul's essence, which bore striking resemblance to his corporeal self. The garments were identical, save for the ethereal glow radiating from his soul, a gentle luminescence capable of dispelling the surrounding darkness within a limited radius of a few square meters. Thus, he could perceive only a few meters of his surroundings, which, devoid of anything but his soul, was more an absence than a scene. The dimensions of this realm appeared to correlate with the strength of his soul. Everything here was a manifestation of his spirit. The void was a reflection of his lack of thought. It was time to begin the visualization. Resolutely, Chu Ye commenced to recall his visage. Before him, a nebulous silhouette materialized, gradually sharpening into clarity, revealing a form that mirrored his own from head to toe. The manifested deity bestowed upon him a slight smile, inquiring, "Friend, do you not think I ought to adopt a different appearance?" "Indeed, you are quite right," Chu Ye replied with a hearty laugh, finding the exchange with himself rather amusing. "Go ahead," he urged, as the modern attire of the deity transformed into a form-fitting black armor, adorned with crimson floral motifs. The footwear morphed into sturdy boots, and in hand, he wielded a soul banner, standing tall upon a crimson serpent, exuding an air of formidable grandeur. Yet, something seemed to be missing. What could it be? He pondered aloud. Ah, of course, heart and spirit. Since you are the deity of my heart, how could you lack a temple? Chu Ye murmured to himself. As he contemplated a magnificent temple, he found himself unable to visualize it within the confines of the Niwen Palace, despite having a clear image in mind. Oh, my spiritual strength is insufficient, Chu Ye sighed, resigned to the task at hand. Let us start with a modest shrine. In no time, he conjured a small temple encircled by 3 walls, featuring green bricks and red tiles. Though simple in appearance, it was complete with an altar, incense burner, candles, and cushions, embodying the adage that even a sparrow, albeit small, possesses all its essential organs. Standing proudly atop the altar, his spirit manifested in a striking pose, beaming at Chu Ye, who nodded in satisfaction before exiting the Niwen Palace. With a smile gracing his lips, Chu Ye beheld the solidified essence of his spirit and determined it was time to gather some incense power. Chapter 36, Vatican City, St. Peter's Basilica. As Chu Ye arrived at the Vatican, he marveled at the grandeur of the cathedral from a distance, feeling the rich aura of incense power emanating from within. He first visited several small churches in America to absorb some incense, refining his skills and successfully converting the incense power into divine might. Divine power, 856. In total, he visited 8 small churches, each contributing over 100 units of divine power. Unsure of whether this was a substantial amount, he knew that his current spirit could still endure and filter even more divine energy, thus turning his gaze toward the Vatican. This marked his 9th church visit, and it was the largest of them all. It was afternoon, and he blended in with a group of tourists as they approached the Grand Cathedral. Its exterior was magnificent, measuring 115 meters in width and 45 meters in height. Symmetrically designed around a central axis with 8 circular columns standing proudly in the middle and 4 square columns flanking the sides, between which were 5 grand doors. Atop the flat roof stood a statue of Jesus, flanked by statues of his 12 disciples in a neat line, while the towering dome was adorned with exquisite decorations. To the left of the cathedral entrance stood a towering statue of St. Peter, exuding calmness and a gentle smile. In his right hand, he held the golden keys to heaven, bestowed upon him by Jesus, while his left hand gripped a scroll of holy decree. Every detail of his curly hair, the wrinkles on his face, the stubble on his chin, and the flowing robes he donned were intricately carved, remarkably lifelike. Tourists marveled at the statue's exquisite craftsmanship, but only Chu Ye noticed the dense incense power clinging to it, igniting a fire within him. The incense from just this one statue surpassed that of the ordinary churches, let alone the power contained within the cathedral itself. Suppressing his fervor, he pressed onward, eager to explore the interior of the church. The long corridor was flanked by marble columns, intricately adorned with light-colored floral patterns, and the vaulted ceiling featured numerous statues of figures, none of whom Chu Ye recognized. Continuing onward, he reached the grand hall within the cathedral. Majestic stone pillars and walls, arching vaulted ceilings adorned with vibrant patterns, lifelike sculptures, exquisite reliefs, and floors paved with colorful marble create an atmosphere of unparalleled grandeur. Uncertain of the current pope's sentiments regarding young boys, Chu Ye shared a jest, chuckling to himself. Fortunately, those around him could not comprehend his Chinese, nor the humor he conveyed. Otherwise, they might have cast him scornful glances or even expelled him. After his laughter subsided, Chu Ye focused intently, absorbing the accumulated spiritual energy that had lingered in the cathedral for millennia. While ordinary individuals could not perceive this energy, to Chu Ye, it was palpable and suffocating. In an instant, a multitude of white smoke, formed from the concentrated spiritual energy, enveloped him, seeping through his skin and ultimately converging within the heart of his mind. His consciousness filtered through the distractions within this energy, and his soul manifested before his mind, refining the purified spiritual essence into a milky divine power through ritualistic practices. Gradually, this divine power, embodying the beautiful aspirations of humanity, coalesced into a stream of milky energy that encircled the temple, flowing freely like a brook. As the hours passed, Chu Ye's divine power surged past 8,000. Yet his mind struggled to filter out the distractions. It was only then that he paused his absorption of spiritual energy, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, a sensation peculiar for one of his current vitality. He recognized it as a sign that his mind had reached its limit. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by bustling tourists. Although he had stood there for an hour, a peculiar sight, none paid him any heed amidst the throngs. Even if someone had noticed, they would likely perceive him as merely a stationary figure, doing nothing out of the ordinary. Chu Ye retreated to a corner, feigning interest in a statue while secretly utilizing the refined divine energy to bolster his soul. The pure white energy, coalescing like a brook within his mind, surged into his soul, the invigorating sensation almost compelling him to cry out. He stifled the urge, swiftly absorbing the divine power. After a quarter of an hour, he had nearly consumed the entirety of the over 8,000 strands of divine energy he had previously gathered. Recognizing he had reached his limit, he ceased his intake, simultaneously alleviating the discomfort that had plagued his mind. The area of his consciousness expanded nearly tenfold, and his attribute panel revealed new transformations. Soul, 889. The average adult measures at 20. Mind, 88. Divine power, 12, with his soul's data approaching half of his physical strength. Chu Ye surmised that a fortified soul would enhance his mind, which could be regarded as the embodiment of willpower. Strengthening his mind would enable him to filter even greater amounts of spiritual energy. The essence of the heart is uncertain as to how much incense wish power can be filtered at once. This requires further experimentation. Chu Ye contemplated resuming the absorption of incense wish power, and in an instant, he absorbed a wish power tenfold more potent than before, akin to a giant whale consuming the ocean's depths. After several minutes, Chu Ye ceased his absorption. With his heightened spirit, the speed at which he filtered the wish power had increased exponentially. He effortlessly condensed over 10,000 strands of divine energy. Yet it appeared he had reached a limit, 16,000 strands. Although his spirit could continue to filter, he could not condense further. Any additional attempts resulted in the fracturing and dispersal of the energy. Glancing at the prompt regarding wish power, he noted that the next level required an elevation to 16,000. Was the capacity to contain divine energy constrained by wish power and shaman levels? Chu Ye could not help but ponder this, for the coincidences were too striking. The breakthrough of the third-tier shaman was contingent upon reaching 16,000 wish power. Yet now the maximum condensation of divine energy was also limited to 16,000. Would the strength of the soul likewise be restricted by the physical form? Chu Ye mused. But he had already reached the limit of his soul enhancement and would have to wait until the next strengthening to discover the answer. Soon, he cast aside these distractions and began to enhance the temple dedicated to himself within the Niwen Palace. With the elevation of his soul, the area of the Niwen Palace expanded tenfold. What was once approximately 8 square meters now stretched to 88 square meters, matching the data of his spirit. As Chu Ye focused his thoughts, the temple grew larger. The previously humble structure of blue bricks and red tiles transformed into a slightly more grandiose edifice. Though it still appeared simple and unadorned, Chu Ye felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as these changes were the fruits of merely a couple of hours' labor. I shall surely expand this space further at my next soul enhancement, he silently vowed. Sir, are you all right? A tender voice broke through his reverie. A small girl, no more than 7 or 8, with golden hair and blue eyes, gazed at him with concern. However, she was seated in a wheelchair, pushed by a tall, somewhat balding middle-aged man, accompanied by a woman who appeared to be her mother. Upon noticing Chu Ye's gaze, the couple offered warm smiles, while the little girl continued. Do you need help? Why do you ask? Chu Ye replied with a gentle smile. Because you have been standing here for quite some time. Are you praying to God? If you pray sincerely, God will help you, the little girl stated earnestly. Chu Ye did not respond to her words, but softly inquired, What is the matter with you? The middle-aged man pushing the wheelchair displayed a flicker of anger at Chu Ye's question, as if he were unearthing his daughter's wounds. Yet, in this sacred space, with his wife subtly pulling at his arm, he restrained his ire. I cannot walk, the little girl answered softly, her demeanor reflecting a hint of dejection, yet devoid of anger. It is evident that you possess a kind heart and are in dire need of assistance. Chu Ye crouched down, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence, and softly instructed, Hush, let us refrain from speaking. As he spoke, a faint, ethereal light began to materialize in his hand, causing both the little girl and her parents to widen their eyes in astonishment. The luminous essence swiftly penetrated the girl's legs before vanishing, an act performed with such discretion that only the trio bore witness to the spectacle. Rising to his feet, Chu Ye flashed a smile at the still-dazed family and departed with haste. What have I just witnessed? The woman murmured to herself. It must be some kind of trick. The man replied, his tone lacking conviction. No, he is a messenger of the divine, the little girl declared, her eyes brimming with hope. Perhaps he is the very embodiment of God. My goodness. Darling, you can stand. The woman gasped, realizing that her daughter, once paralyzed, had risen from her wheelchair without her noticing. Indeed, the little girl nodded softly, her expression obscured. At that moment, the man finally comprehended the situation. Taking his wife and child by the hand, they hastily abandoned the wheelchair and fled. Chapter 37. In high spirits after healing the paralyzed girl, Chu Ye returned home, entirely unaware that his recent benevolence had led the family to regard him as a divine entity. Even if he were to realize this, it would not perturb him. After all, in certain remote and backward realms, his abilities would undoubtedly be venerated as divine. Moreover, in ancient lore, shamans were believed to be descendants of the goddess Enwa, who created the first humans. Shamans. They communicate with the heavens and earth, performing rituals for the deities, while the great shamans serve as guardians of the people. However, with the rise of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, alongside the evolution of Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism, the masses found new leaders, and the world embraced new beliefs, leading to the gradual withdrawal of shamans from the annals of history. What was once seen as a path of superstition had, in truth, been the very means by which tribes survived in a savage era, paving the way for the continuity of civilization. At times, Chu Ye pondered the fate of those great shamans. With his current prowess as a third-tier shaman, he could vividly imagine the might of the legendary shamans. It seemed implausible that such formidable beings would vanish entirely in the face of danger. So where had they gone? He also recalled the words he had heard during his initiation into shamanic traditions. Descendants of the shaman, we await you in the future. Await me in the future. Where might that future reside? Is it the primitive world? Chu Ye mused, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him as he yearned to glimpse what that future might hold. In the days that followed, he continued his training, diligently enhancing his abilities until the arrival of Coulson. Coulson, ever the gentleman, donned a meticulously tailored suit and wore a warm, radiant smile. He was the sole individual who, upon witnessing Chu Ye's growth, displayed no trace of astonishment. Given the intelligence at the disposal of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was reasonable to assume he had already seen Chu Ye's current appearance. After exchanging pleasantries, Coulson divulged the purpose of his visit. You mean to say that a hammer has fallen from the sky, creating a massive crater on the ground, and no one has yet managed to lift it? Chu Ye feigned surprise after listening to Coulson's introduction. Indeed, Coulson replied with a twinkle in his eye. Do you have any idea what it is? Uncertain. Chu Ye shook his head, adding, I need to see it to know. Though he spoke thus, his heart was elated. As he calculated how much money and materials he should request from Sorcered. Of course, Coulson shrugged, rising from his seat. Time is of the essence. We must set off quickly. However, we have yet to discuss compensation. Chu Ye also stood. Rest assured, you will find it satisfactory. $10 million and a portion of vibranium. I hear you had trouble acquiring vibranium through Tony. We have some channels, Coulson smiled, revealing a set of pearly whites. Observing Coulson's beaming countenance, it felt as though he was saying, Come, we have you cornered. Chu Ye relented, for he had long coveted vibranium. He had indeed contemplated raiding Wakanda for its precious metal, but quickly dismissed the notion, recognizing that such brigandry would compromise his principles. He prided himself on having a moral compass. Moreover, should he seize vibranium, a multitude of superheroes would undoubtedly pursue him. Currently, the Marvel Universe represented a sanctuary where he could find respite. There was no need to invite trouble for the sake of immediate gain. He sought a stable world in which to rest. Chu Ye and Coulson embarked on their journey aboard a Sorcered aircraft. An hour later, they arrived at an airport in New Mexico, where a contingent of Sorcered agents accompanied them in vehicles towards the site of the incident. Just before noon, they reached their destination. During this journey, Chu Ye encountered a familiar face, Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye, clad in a black combat uniform. His robust arms exposed and a specially crafted bow slung across his back, he appeared stoic and unyielding. Upon noticing Chu Ye, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, to which Chu Ye reciprocated. Such was Clint's nature. Familiarity bred comfort. Coulson elaborated on this dynamic to Chu Ye. On a vast expanse of grass, a crater nearly 100 meters wide lay before them. A crowd gathered around the gaping hole, consuming beer and barbecued delicacies while animatedly discussing the hammer within the crater. Some had even attempted to bind the hammer with chains, trying to pull it with vehicles. Yet, regardless of the number of individuals or cars involved, the hammer remained immovable. It appears we have arrived. Chu Ye squinted towards the deep pit. Coulson removed his sunglasses and made a call. Director, we have arrived. Arrange for someone to secure the area. The researchers will be arriving shortly. The voice on the phone was faint, yet with Chu Ye's current hearing, he discerned every word with clarity. Coulson ended the call and gestured for assistance. Moments later, Hawkeye arrived with a team of well-equipped agents at their side. Coulson, accompanied by Hawkeye and the remaining agents, began to disperse the surrounding crowd and establish a temporary base. Chu Ye, on the other hand, walked slowly into the deep pit to observe the hammer of the Thunder God. Its handle was a deep crimson, while the hammerhead gleamed in bright silver. However, the once resplendent hammer appeared somewhat dull within the confines of the pit, with intricate patterns engraved at both ends of its body. It seemed you were familiar with this object. At some point, Coulson had approached Chu Ye. Have you read Norse mythology? Chu Ye inquired. Norse mythology? Coulson responded, slightly puzzled as to why Chu Ye mentioned this. After a moment's thought, he replied, Yes, I heard some fairy tales from my family when I was young. Did any of them mention the weapon of Thor? Chu Ye smiled, guiding Coulson's thoughts. Of course, Coulson shrugged, stating, Thor's hammer. He used it to slay the Midgard serpent. Jormungandr. Wait, Coulson suddenly realized, incredulous. Are you implying? Indeed. Chu Ye nodded, reluctantly admitting, though I am loath to acknowledge it. This hammer is quite possibly that very one. Mjolnir, the hammer of the Thunder God. Coulson, now exhilarated, asked, Is there any evidence to prove it? Is this hammer the one from the myths? Evidence, you say? Chu Ye scratched his head. That can only be confirmed once the hammer's rightful owner arrives. You mean the Thunder God? Coulson's words trailed off as Chu Ye grasped the hammer of the Thunder God, his eyes ablaze with anticipation. Perhaps merely lifting it will provide the proof. With that, Chu Ye exerted considerable force to raise it, but his might faltered before the hammer, which remained immovable. Anticipating this, Chu Ye was not disheartened. Instead, he channeled the divine energy he had earlier gathered into Mjolnir. At that moment, the hammer flickered with a spark of electricity. Chapter 38. A gateway appears. Chu Ye intensified the infusion of divine power, and after 100 surges, he heard an authoritative voice. Whoever wields this hammer and is deemed worthy shall acquire the power of the Thunder God. Chu Ye felt the hammer lighten in his grasp as he slowly lifted it above his head. In an instant, the hammer crackled with electricity. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder roared. Simultaneously, Chu Ye was enveloped in lightning. However, he felt no harm from it. Instead, he sensed a force distinct from both witchcraft and divine power. This was the raw, tempestuous might of the Thunder God. From the moment Chu Ye grasped the Thunder God's hammer and the first spark of electricity flickered to life, Coulson had retreated to a distance of several meters. Observing Chu Ye enveloped in crackling lightning, resembling a deity descended from the heavens. At last, he was convinced that this hammer was indeed the Thunder Goddess. With a mighty roar, Chu Ye unleashed the power of the Thunder God from within, sending a bolt of lightning soaring from the hammer into the sky, where it ultimately vanished from sight. Following this, Chu Ye flung the hammer upward with great force, propelling himself alongside it into the heavens. In the air, he jubilantly exclaimed, "Woohoo! I can fly! Behold my hammer flight!" Ha ha! After several minutes of reveling in his aerial exploits, Chu Ye, having had his fill of the thrill, returned to the ground with the Thunder God's hammer in hand. With a resounding thud, he landed, stirring a cloud of dust. Upon his arrival, he noticed Coulson, Hawkeye, and a cadre of agents gazing at him in astonishment. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Chu Ye casually tossed aside the hammer and scratched his head, saying, "Just a little playful flight with the hammer. Everyone, disperse now, please." The onlookers exchanged glances with Coulson, who nodded in affirmation, prompting them to scatter and resume their respective tasks. "Did I cause you any trouble?" Chu Ye inquired. Coulson took a deep breath and smiled. "Not at all. I will ensure they keep this under wraps." Though exasperated, he maintained his composure. Chu Ye silently voiced an amusing commentary for Coulson in his mind. Clearing his throat, Coulson said, "Let us discuss this hammer. I can now definitively ascertain that it is indeed the Thunder Goddess." Chu Ye replied, "But if this hammer is here, then where is its master?" At this, Coulson's pupils contracted, and he whispered, "You mean its master, Thor? Is he nearby?" Observing Coulson's tense demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Do not worry. He is currently sealed and bereft of his divine powers, merely a mortal now." However, Chu Ye maintained a serious facade and retorted solemnly, "Wouldn't you think he'd come looking for such a powerful artifact if it were lost? Perhaps he is on his way even now." Coulson, upon hearing this, felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead, for after all, this was a being from myth and legend, a formidable deity. Having just witnessed the power Chu Ye wielded with the hammer, he could scarcely fathom the true might of the Thunder God. "Fear not," Chu Ye reassured him, patting Coulson's shoulder. "When the time comes, I shall accompany you in negotiations. If he is reasonable, I shall return the hammer after my fun with it. If not, well." A sly smile crept across Chu Ye's face. As Coulson listened to Chu Ye's proposal to accompany him in negotiations with the God of Thunder, he felt a sense of reassurance, believing that inviting Chu Ye had been a prudent decision, indeed a valuable one. However, upon hearing Chu Ye's subsequent remarks, his heart sank, and he resolved firmly, he absolutely could not allow him to meet and converse with the God of Thunder, for the consequences were utterly unpredictable. "This is quite challenging, Director. A raise would be in order." Coulson mused internally, though his face bore a smile as he suggested, "It's getting late. Shall we dine?" "Absolutely," Chu Ye exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect of a meal, as he draped an arm around Coulson's shoulder and strolled outside. At the dinner table, Coulson inquired about the God of Thunder and his mighty hammer. Chu Ye recommended that he procure a copy of Norse mythology, which Coulson promptly commanded one of his agents to obtain, immersing himself in its contents with earnest dedication. When Coulson asked why Chu Ye was able to lift the hammer, Chu Ye simply replied, "I possess exceptional talent. Lifting the hammer is effortless for me." Sensing that this was a secret of Chu Ye, Coulson refrained from further questioning. After their meal, Chu Ye sought a room to rest, while Coulson received word that a nearby astrophysicist had recorded atmospheric observation data, which he secured with the help of his agents. That night, upon awakening, Chu Ye sought out Coulson, who was busy assigning tasks to a group of agents. "Good evening." Coulson greeted with a smile. "Good evening. You appear quite occupied," Chu Ye teased. Coulson waved the agents away and lowered his voice, saying, "Indeed, we must prepare for defense. We do not know when that individual you mentioned might arrive." Chu Ye gazed skyward as dark clouds rapidly gathered. Perhaps he had already come. Coulson followed suit. And in that instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed closely by the rumble of thunder. In the command center, the bald agent's phone screen flickered erratically, mirrored by the computers in the room. At that moment, a monitor reported, "Sir, the feedback signal from the reconnaissance satellite cannot penetrate the cloud cover. Given the interference from that object, the hammer, it is technically unfeasible." Another voice chimed in, "A commercial aircraft is currently flying overhead, Southwest Airlines, Flight 5434. The bald agent commanded, as per protocol, reroute its course." Wait, an unidentified object has been spotted outside the western perimeter, the monitor pointed out, gesturing towards the computer screen. The bald agent picked up his radio, instructing Delancey, Jackson, proceed to investigate the western boundary. Upon hearing the command crackle through the radio at his side, Coulson paused, then quickly realized that someone had stealthily infiltrated the base. He hurried towards the command center, determined to uncover the identity of the intruder, with Chu Ye closely trailing behind. Boom. The torrential rain descended. As the two entered the command room, Thor was already in an uproar, having stormed into the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D. and incapacitated 7 or 8 elite agents. Upon observing Thor's unstoppable figure on the surveillance screen, Coulson immediately commanded, "We need to use firearms against him." "I would advise against that," Chu Ye softly warned, having also witnessed Thor's intentions to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 39. Coulson fell silent, leaving the nearby agents perplexed by their superior's quietude as they struggled to comprehend Chu Ye's words. Within mere seconds, Thor had taken down several more agents. At that moment, Hawkeye's voice broke through. "Sir, I am in position. Shall I eliminate him, or should we send more agents to capture him alive?" As he spoke, Hawkeye, having gained the high ground, drew his bow. Coulson's silence dissipated as he responded, "Wait for my command." Meanwhile, Thor had breached the innermost sanctum of the base, engaging in a fierce struggle with a burly agent exceeding 2 meters in height. Both combatants were drenched in mud, exchanging brutal blows. Ultimately, Thor gained the upper hand, knocking the African-American agent to the ground. With no further orders from Coulson, and with only Hawkeye aiming at Thor from his vantage point, no other agents intervened. Chu Ye and Coulson observed from above Mjolnir, watching as Thor, drenched in rain, approached the legendary hammer step by step. Before the hammer, Thor displayed an innocent and triumphant smile akin to that of a child. Chu Ye, witnessing Thor's expression, couldn't help but smile as well, though his smile harbored ill intentions. "Sir, for the last time, should I eliminate him?" Hawkeye inquired once more. "Wait, I wish to see what he does," Coulson replied sternly, shifting his gaze to Chu Ye. "What is he smiling about?" He pondered. However, Coulson soon had no time to speculate on Chu Ye's thoughts, as Thor, grinning broadly, grasped Mjolnir. Yet in the next moment, the smile vanished from his face. He could not lift the hammer. Gripping the hammer with both hands, he summoned every ounce of strength, his veins bulging as he roared in desperation, contorting his face in a grimace, yet he could not budge Mjolnir an inch. After a brief struggle, Thor surrendered, realizing he could not wield his rightful hammer. In a state of despair, he howled to the heavens. The sound carried an indescribable sense of hopelessness. Chu Ye, witnessing this scene, found great amusement, prompting Coulson to finally ask, "What are you laughing at?" Chu Ye, unabashedly grinning, replied, "It's hilarious. The god of thunder cannot lift his own hammer. Do you not find that amusing? Is he truly the god of thunder if he cannot wield that hammer?" Coulson, filled with perplexity, seemed to express disbelief, as if to say, "Do not deceive me. If he truly were the god of thunder, how could he possibly be unable to lift his hammer? Indeed, this is the most humorous aspect." Chu Ye ceased his antics and spoke earnestly. "He cannot lift the hammer of Thor. If he were truly the god of thunder, why would he be unable to wield it?" Coulson pressed further. "How should I put this?" Chu Ye pondered briefly, then replied, "He is not yet the fully awakened god of thunder. It would be more fitting to refer to him as the god of the hammer." "Precisely," Chu Ye exclaimed, clapping his hands in affirmation. Well, you clearly have no sense of humor." Noticing the incredulous look on Coulson's face, Chu Ye sighed in resignation and continued, "The reality is that he has angered the king of the gods, his father Odin, who is deeply disappointed in him. Odin has sealed away his divine power and exiled him here. As for me, I have passed Odin's test of character and acquired the power of the thunder god." Chu Ye pointed to himself and chuckled with pride. Coulson took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to scoff, and remarked, "The notion of being stripped of divine power is indeed plausible." He disregarded Chu Ye's self-aggrandizement, yet a flicker of doubt lingered within him. After all, Chu Ye had indeed lifted the hammer that others could not and unleashed the power of lightning. Could it be that he truly passed the test of King Odin? No, he was merely an arrogant, reckless brat, utterly indifferent to those he did not know. Coulson shook his head, striving to dispel the thoughts that clung to his mind. At that moment, a despondent Thor knelt on the ground, utterly defeated, unable to lift the hammer of thunder, and had completely lost the will to resist. Coulson, observing Thor kneeling in the mud, picked up his radio and commanded, "The performance is over. The ground troops may proceed." Agents subdued Thor, who had surrendered all resistance, handcuffed him, and escorted him to a glass-enclosed interrogation room. Inside the room, despite having learned from Chu Ye that the individual before him might be a legendary deity, Coulson proceeded with the interrogation, hoping to glean new information. You have made my agents, the most highly trained professionals in the world, appear as though they are a band of the cheapest mall security, Coulson stated, standing before Thor. That is quite hurtful. Thor remained silent, still reeling from the recent blow. From my past experiences, only someone with similar training can achieve such feats. Why not tell me where you received your training? Pakistan, Chechnya, Afghanistan. Yet, you seem more like a mercenary. Where is it? South Africa? As Coulson spoke, he scrutinized Thor's expression, searching for any signs of a crack in his facade. Thor remained impassive, still silent. Coulson pressed on. Many organizations would pay a handsome sum to employ someone like you. Who are you? Upon hearing Coulson inquire about his name, Thor lifted his gaze and glanced at him, yet remained silent. At that moment, Chu Ye entered the interrogation room, holding 2 bottles of wine, and proclaimed, I know who you are. Thor, son of Odin. Ignoring Coulson, Chu Ye placed the bottles on the table in front of Thor and smiled. Am I correct? Thor uncorked a bottle and downed its contents in one go, asking, How do you know me? It is not only you who guard the earth. I am well aware of your existence. Chu Ye produced 2 more bottles from thin air and said, I invite you to drink. Might you share with me the reason for your arrival here? Thor nodded in agreement. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow at Coulson, as if to suggest that one must employ libations to deal with a drunken individual. Coulson returned the gesture, stepping back slightly to patiently await Thor's account. Thor consumed another bottle of vodka before confessing, I seek to bring everlasting peace to the 9 realms. To this end, I secretly infiltrated Jotunheim and defied my father. He was furious, stripped me of my powers, and banished me to Midgard. Chu Ye turned to Coulson once more, affirming, See, I was not mistaken. Meanwhile, Coulson harbored doubts about Chu Ye's means of acquiring such information, given that he often vanished for periods only to reappear unexpectedly, resembling a covert operative gathering intelligence. Had Chu Ye been aware of Coulson's conjecture, he would have chuckled, Would I ever disclose that I am privy to the plot? Minutes later, Thor had recounted the circumstances of his arrival on Earth and had drained 4 bottles of spirits. Is there more wine? Thor inquired. Certainly, Chu Ye replied, retrieving 2 more bottles from the void and offering them to Thor. These are the last 2. Thank you. Are you a mage of Midgard? Your spatial magic was impressive. My brother is also a formidable sorcerer. After consuming 4 bottles, Thor seemed to be in better spirits. I am a wandering wizard, Chu Ye replied. A wizard indeed. You have earned my friendship. Thor laughed heartily. Is that so? I am honored. You may call me Chu Ye. Chu Ye smiled, adding, But do not weep later. Chu Ye, I am Thor Odinson, he declared with a jovial laugh. Chu Ye and Coulson exchanged glances, and Coulson said, We need to discuss matters concerning you. With that, the 2 exited the interrogation room. In a corner outside, Coulson asked Chu Ye, Do you have any suggestions? My suggestion is to release him. Chu Ye feigned a shrug, exclaiming, After all, he has lost his divine powers and is merely a formidable mortal now. Coulson remained silent, lost in contemplation. Chu Ye continued, Although he has been exiled to Earth, he is nonetheless a prince of Asgard, the heir apparent, on the verge of inheriting the throne. If you do not release him, the likelihood of a diplomatic crisis looms. This is not merely a matter of state-to-state relations. It involves diplomacy with another planet, one endowed with technology and power far beyond our own. Consider this carefully. Upon finishing his words, Chu Ye patted Coulson on the shoulder and turned his gaze towards the interrogation room. He observed Thor, who was mumbling to the wall, his expression a tapestry of complexity, suffering, guilt, and other emotions. It then struck Chu Ye that Loki had also arrived, deceiving Thor. He had no intention of exposing Loki, for Thor would inevitably uncover the truth in due time. He pondered how it would feel to confront Loki in a physical altercation, and a smile crept upon his face. At that moment, the bald agent and Coulson reported that someone was seeking Thor. After contemplating Chu Ye's words seriously, Coulson, acquiescing to the flow of events, released Thor. Chapter 40. Coulson watched as Thor's figure grew increasingly distant until it melded into the night and vanished from sight. Your choice was sagacious. Chu Ye murmured softly from behind Coulson. Let us hope so, Coulson sighed, his gaze heavy with concern as he looked into the distance. The somber atmosphere was soon shattered by Chu Ye's voice. Hey, Thor has left. Tomorrow, I shall flaunt the hammer before him. Today, I wish to let him be. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I am indeed too merciful. Are you serious? Coulson inquired, sensing the despair that Thor would feel at being unable to lift the hammer. If Chu Ye were to boast before Thor, it might send him into a frenzy, potentially instigating a diplomatic crisis. Goodness, this could jeopardize my career. Yes, I am quite serious. This is simply delightful. I can hardly wait to see the expression on his face. Chu Ye chuckled as he departed. Upon hearing Chu Ye's response, Coulson suddenly felt a headache coming on. He wondered if inviting Chu Ye on this mission had been a miscalculation. While he was indeed reliable, immediately recognizing the hammer as Thor's and successfully eliciting the reason for Thor's arrival on Earth, he was also quite the troublemaker. He had witnessed Chu Ye's capabilities. Perhaps the combined strength of everyone at the base could not rival even Chu Ye's pet, let alone Chu Ye himself. Hence, no one could stop him from taking Thor's hammer. Now, all he could do was hope that this thunder god possessed a sufficiently resilient spirit. Coulson silently prayed. The following morning, as expected, Coulson received reports from his agents that both Chu Ye and Thor's hammer had vanished without a trace. He pressed his hand to his forehead, reassuring himself, "It is fine, he will return." Meanwhile, Chu Ye, clutching Thor's hammer, opened a portal inside Jane Foster's RV. As Jane prepared breakfast, her collaborator and friend of her father, Eric Silver, along with her assistant, Daisy Louise, sat at the table awaiting their meal. Meanwhile, our Thor, donned in casual attire, served them with plates. "Thank you." Daisy expressed her gratitude, only to suddenly exclaim, "What is that?" Her outburst drew the attention of everyone present. A flash of orange sparks illuminated the interior of the RV, and as the sparks swirled and expanded, a portal materialized. Stepping through the portal was Chu Ye, who greeted the assembly with a cheerful, "Hello, good morning." "Goodness, what was that?" Jane inquired as she approached Thor. Noticing the astonished expressions of the group, Thor promptly introduced, "Allow me to present my friend, Chu Ye. He is the mage of your Midgard." "Was that a spell?" Daisy gestured in a circular motion. "Indeed," Thor affirmed with a nod. "Chu Ye, this is Jane, Daisy, and Eric." Jane, strikingly beautiful with her long hair, cascading over her shoulders, and Daisy, a girl of exquisite features, were accompanied by Eric, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. Jane quickly regained her composure and extended her hand, introducing herself, Jane Foster. Observing the gentle-haired girl beside Thor, closely positioned next to him, Chu Ye smiled knowingly, sensing their mutual attraction. "Greetings, Jane. I have heard about you from Thor." "Really?" Jane stole a glance at Thor. "Indeed, Thor is quite smitten with you," Chu Ye teased. Flushing slightly, Jane suggested, "Since you are a friend of Thor's, why not join us for breakfast? I can prepare another portion." At this moment, Daisy and Eric also rose to shake hands with Chu Ye. "That was truly impressive." "What spell was that?" Daisy inquired. "Just a simple portal," Chu Ye replied. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I never expected to encounter a mage." Eric remarked with a smile. "It seems your capacity for acceptance is commendable." Chu Ye laughed heartily, giving Thor a thumbs up. "Thor, you certainly know how to make friends." Thor stepped forward, embracing Chu Ye with a beaming smile. "You are my friend too, Chu Ye." After a friendly pat on Thor's back, they parted, and Chu Ye continued. "Thor, as friends, I wish to borrow something from you." "What is it?" Thor inquired. "The hammer of the thunder god," Chu Ye replied without hesitation. For a brief moment, Thor's jovial expression vanished before returning as he feigned nonchalance. "Of course, my friend, as long as you can lift it." "As long as I can lift it." "Really?" Chu Ye asked, excitement evident in his voice. "Certainly, as long as you can lift it." Thor's words trailed off as he caught sight of his mighty hammer. Chu Ye retrieved the meager, which had been secured at his waist, murmuring, "Had I known you were so generous, I would have drawn you forth earlier." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you wield meager?" "Why?" Thor shook his head in disbelief, murmuring to himself, his expression one of utter astonishment. As he spoke, he seemed to lose all strength, staggering backward and collapsing to the ground. Grasping his hair, he repeatedly uttered, "Impossible." Inwardly, Chu Ye reveled in delight, thinking, "Ha ha ha. This is precisely what I wish to witness." However, he maintained an outward facade of innocence, inquiring, "Thor, are you all right?" Seeing Thor's fall, Jane rushed over, crouching beside him, embracing him gently, and whispering, "Thor, what troubles you? Please, calm down." "Indeed, Thor, please compose yourself. I shall wait for you outside," Chu Ye remarked, as he opened the RV door and stepped out. After ensuring the door was securely closed, he jogged a few meters forward and broke into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha, ha ha." Chu Ye laughed heartily for several minutes until tears streamed down his face. Once he ceased his exuberant mirth, he awaited Thor's return to composure. A few minutes later, Thor and the others emerged from the RV. Once composed, Thor inquired, "How did you manage to lift it?" "I have no idea," Chu Ye replied with an innocent expression. Shrugging, "This morning, I thought I would give it a try, and to my surprise, I succeeded. I figured since it is your hammer, I should come find you and ask if I could borrow it for a moment. And then you agreed. Thor managed a strained smile. Indeed, I did agree. Since you have gained Mjolnir's acceptance, you shall henceforth be the new god of thunder. Thor feigned magnanimity, though inwardly he seethed. Incredible. Right before my eyes. He wields my hammer. How is this different from a treachery? The sentiments resonating in Thor's mind were likely akin to this. The god of thunder? I hadn't considered it so deeply. Chu Ye gazed earnestly into Thor's eyes, stating solemnly, Thor, you alone are the god of thunder. This hammer is merely borrowed. I shall return it once my purpose is fulfilled. Upon witnessing Chu Ye's earnest promise, a flicker of gratitude welled up within Thor, his eyes reddening as he replied. Thank you, Chu Ye, but I find myself incapable of lifting it now. Chu Ye patted Thor's shoulder. Do not speak thus, Thor. You are inherently the god of thunder. As long as you sincerely repent, your father will surely forgive you. But Loki told me that my father is dead due to my actions, Thor lamented. In time, you shall regain your divine powers, Chu Ye continued. Is that truly the case? If I repent, Thor hesitantly inquired about regaining the power of the thunder god, leading him to resolve to reflect and live well on earth. As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively glanced back at Jane's beautiful visage. Indeed, Chu Ye nodded solemnly. From now on, you shall be my last friend, Thor declared. Chu Ye's promise and reassurance deeply moved Thor, and it wasn't until many years later, when he reminisced about this experience, that he realized he had been deceived by Chu Ye, who was just as cunning as Loki. In Thor's heart, he equated Chu Ye with Loki after many years. Chapter 41. The three bystanders observed Chu Ye comforting and encouraging Thor, seemingly touched by the bond between the two, while simultaneously coming to believe in Thor's identity as the god of thunder, especially given Chu Ye's fantastical arrival. Just then, Chu Ye's phone rang, and upon answering, he heard Coulson's voice. Chu Ye, approximately 15 miles northwest of the base, a massive energy fluctuation was detected half an hour ago. Agents have identified 4 individuals clad in medieval attire heading towards Old Bridge Town. They may be enemies. Exercise caution. Understood. Please send someone to evacuate the residents of Old Bridge Town. If they are indeed adversaries, I have a feeling this disturbance will be significant, Chu Ye replied. All right. I'll dispatch a team immediately, Coulson responded. After hanging up, Chu Ye turned to Thor and inquired, Is anyone else from Asgard coming, aside from you? Thor shook his head. No, my father only sent me here. Then let us investigate. They may have already arrived. With that, the group drove toward the eastern edge of Old Bridge Town. Before reaching the boundary, Thor spotted 4 familiar figures and exclaimed joyfully, It's them. They are my friends. Friends? Jane questioned, puzzled. She had already met one of Thor's friends today, a sorcerer, but she was uncertain about these 4. Contemplating this, she parked the car before the 4 individuals. The 4 were bewildered, unsure why this large figure had blocked their path until they saw Thor emerge from the vehicle. Thor joyfully embraced them and introduced Chu Ye. Chu Ye casually greeted the 4 warriors of the fairy palace, signifying their acquaintance. The 4 paid little attention to Chu Ye's demeanor, as they deemed everyone else unimportant except for Thor, until they noticed the mighty hammer of the thunder god secured at Chu Ye's waist. The hammer of the thunder god? Thor. How did it come to be in his possession? That is your weapon. Is it possible for someone other than Thor to wield the thunder goddess hammer? The 4 warriors clamored. Thor, with a hint of sadness, replied, He is a person recognized by the hammer of the thunder god, and I have made a grave mistake. Loki informed me that it was because of me that my father perished. What do you mean, Thor? King Odin is not dead. He is merely in Odin's sleep. Loki is deceiving you. He does not wish for you to return and claim the throne. This way, he can ascend to power. The words of the 4 warriors jolted Thor into realization, and he grasped that Loki had tricked him. Initially, he was filled with rage. How could Loki betray me? It infuriated him. Following his anger came a sense of despair. I have already lost the power of the thunder god and can never reclaim the throne, Thor lamented. Are you not still the mighty thunder god who traversed the 9 realms and fought countless battles? One of the 4 warriors inquired. Thor, you still have us. I will assist you. Indeed, you have us. As those words faded, dark clouds amassed in the distant sky, coalescing into a colossal black vortex. Shortly thereafter, a beam of prismatic light shot forth from the center of the vortex, cascading down to strike the ground with force. When the clouds dissipated, a gigantic suit of armor materialized before them, towering over 5 meters in height, composed of elongated iron plates. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. However, it was forged from the celestial metal Uru, rendering it nearly indestructible. With the capacity to obliterate all known matter, its power derived from Odin. Its facial cannon could emit an incessant stream of high-temperature beams, melting anything it touched, and it possessed the ability to transform, changing its form at will. This was the Destroyer, a weapon crafted by Odin to protect the treasure vault. The Destroyer advanced with purposeful strides toward Chu Ye and the others, simultaneously unleashing its searing beams. The residents of Old Bridge Town erupted into chaos. Some screamed, some fled to their homes, and others hastily drove away. Jian, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in astonishment. Chu Ye swiftly dialed Coulson's number and turned to Jian and the others, saying, "You'd best find a place to hide or run far away. A formidable foe approaches. You should hurry here and be cautious." "We see it. We can reach the destination in a minute," Coulson replied before hanging up, having caught sight of the Destroyer. Meanwhile, as Chu Ye was on the phone with Coulson, the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace had already charged in, while Thor assisted Jian and the others in evacuating the surrounding area. The scorching beams swept across, incinerating nearby cars, streets, and shops. The 4 warriors soon found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the Destroyer. Smoke billowed, and the crackling of flames accompanied the heat waves that surged in all directions. Chu Ye observed this scene, shaking his head in disbelief at their audacity. With that, he brandished the hammer of the Thunder God, calling out to Thor, "Thor, take them and get far away. Run, now, quickly." Having lost his divine powers, Thor understood the urgency and promptly led the 3 away into the distance. Chu Ye, undistracted by Thor, turned back to face the Destroyer, gripping the hammer tightly as he charged forward. In an instant, Chu Ye found himself enveloped in a storm of lightning, its power surging through his entire being. His eyes transformed into the very hue of electrical energy, and as he wielded the hammer of the Thunder God, he soared through the air. With a resounding crash, the sound of metal clashing echoed as Chu Ye darted past, the hammer striking the Destroyer squarely in the forehead. The force of the blow sent the Destroyer crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Quickly regaining his footing, the Destroyer shed his facial armor, revealing a radiant golden-orange glow, and unleashed a searing beam of light towards Chu Ye. Ascending into the sky, Chu Ye brandished the hammer of the Thunder God, channeling the power of lightning. A bolt struck forth, hitting the Destroyer squarely in the chest, yet he merely swayed slightly, appearing unscathed. Truly, it was a weapon crafted by Odin. As Chu Ye descended, he pondered the challenge he faced. If Thor could shatter him, was it Odin's leniency? Or was he unable to fully harness the hammer's might? Perhaps Odin had indeed held back, for how could he not exercise control over the armor he created? With this thought, Chu Ye hurled the hammer of the Thunder God towards Thor, shouting, "Thor, seize the hammer of the Thunder God. Stand by my side in battle. Remember, you are forever the God of Thunder. As long as you sincerely repent, you can reclaim the divine power of Thor." After casting forth the hammer, Chu Ye drew forth the Soul Banner and addressed the Destroyer. The previous weapon was unwieldy. Now, let us commence the second round. As Chapter 42 unfolds, Chu Ye brandished the Soul Banner and charged once more at the Destroyer, finding his own weapon far more familiar, barring his inability to fly. He deftly dodged the high-temperature beam emitted by the Destroyer, closing the distance before leaping upward, striking the Destroyer's head with the Soul Banner. The blow sent the Destroyer's head tilting aside, inadvertently causing the high-temperature beam to incinerate a nearby building. The Destroyer swiftly turned, kicking at Chu Ye, who raised the Soul Banner to block and grapple with him. With force, Chu Ye pushed the Destroyer's leg away, retreating a few paces as a chill emanated from his body. Instantly, the temperature around him plummeted. The storefronts, previously ignited by the Destroyer's assault, were extinguished by the cold, and cars were doused in flames. Centered around Chu Ye, within a 100-meter radius, frost rapidly formed, encasing the nearest Destroyer in a thick layer of ice exceeding 10 centimeters. Chu Ye had no intention of freezing the Destroyer entirely. The cold he could summon was insufficient. The Destroyer's face could emit a high-temperature beam, and the ice could only restrain him temporarily. However, that brief moment was all he needed. As the Destroyer became encased in ice, Chu Ye unleashed the Crimson Serpent, which grew in the wind. In an instant, a massive red serpent over 40 meters long slithered forth, coiling around the Destroyer ensnared in the solid ice. A brilliant flash of gold enveloped the red serpent, which adorned itself with a radiant golden armor, transforming its entire being into a dazzling spectacle. As a surge of violet energy coursed through its body, the serpent's form remained unchanged, yet this time, the enhancements bestowed by Chu Ye were to its strength, speed, and defense, amplifying them ninefold without altering its size. A profound and resplendent violet gleam flickered in Chu Ye's eyes as he too augmented his physique by the same magnitude. At that moment, The ice encasing the destroyer began to shatter, though it remained unclear whether it was the serpent's constriction or the destroyer's own intense heat that caused this. Nevertheless, the destroyer's limbs and body were firmly bound by the serpent, rendering it utterly immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye ascended the serpent's back, driving the soul banner through the destroyer's visage. With a forceful upward tug, amplified by ninefold strength, the destroyer's head was shattered from face to crown, extinguishing the internal flames that had burned within. Chu Ye commanded the serpent to release the destroyer, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. However, unexpectedly, the extinguished flames within the destroyer rekindled, and it rose once more, its previously shattered head swiftly reassembling like flowing water. A sense of folly washed over Chu Ye as he chided himself. He had assumed that such brute force would render the destroyer incapacitated, not realizing it was a war machine conjured by Odin's magic, where a fractured head was hardly a fatal injury. With a thought, Chu Ye directed the serpent to sweep its tail, sending the destroyer flying several meters away. Against magic, one must employ energy attacks. Before the destroyer could regain its footing, Chu Ye dashed forward, launching the soul banner once again. The crimson energy, imbued with sorcery, struck the destroyer's left arm. The blood-red sorcery penetrated its limb, causing the internal runic symbols to lose their luster under the violent force. With a thunderous explosion, the destroyer's left arm ruptured, propelled by the immense shockwave towards Jane, Thor's cherished companion. Upon witnessing the approaching limb, Thor swiftly embraced Jane, shielding her from harm. The arm collided with Thor's back, sending him and Jane tumbling several meters, rolling upon the ground until they finally came to a halt. Though Jane was flung alongside Thor and rolled numerous times, she sustained only minor scrapes under Thor's protective embrace. Thor, however, bore the brunt of the impact, spitting blood from the force of the destroyer's arm. As Jane rose, cradling Thor and tenderly caressing his blood-stained face, words of sorrow eluded her. Thor gently wiped the tears from Jane's cheeks and softly uttered, "I have saved you. Father, I am sorry. It is only now that I comprehend the king's mission. Truly, it is one of guardianship." With that, he closed his eyes, a sense of relief washing over him. Meanwhile, a single tear escaped from Odin's eye, who lay ensnared in the sleep of the gods. Thunder rumbled. The moment Thor closed his eyes, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with lightning and thunder. The mighty Mjolnir, which had previously been left abandoned by Chu Ye and could not be lifted by Thor despite his utmost efforts, began to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, Mjolnir soared upward and landed in Thor's embrace. Instantly, a radiant flash of lightning enveloped Thor and Jane, as the electric force transformed into a brilliant beam, surging skyward, merging with the gathering storm clouds. Within the luminous cascade, Thor held Jane close, raising Mjolnir high. His divine armor materialized upon him in an instant. While Jane remained untouched by the tempest, her prior wounds miraculously healed. As the brilliance subsided, Thor released Jane and declared, "I must assist Chu Ye. Await my return." With that, he brandished his hammer and soared into the skies. Turning back to Chu Ye, Thor had transformed into the god of thunder in mere seconds after being struck by the arm of the destroyer. In this brief interval, Chu Ye had harnessed his mystical powers to shatter the limbs of the destroyer, rendering it incapable of regeneration. Standing atop the destroyer's head, he held the soul banner reversed in his hands, its power surging, crimson mist enveloping the scene. Like a red gem, the soul banner pierced once more into the destroyer's head. At this juncture, reinvigorated, Thor summoned his hammer, as the power of thunder coalesced from the funnel-shaped storm clouds above, converging upon Mjolnir. Lightning crackled as both Mjolnir and Chu Ye's soul banner struck the destroyer simultaneously, one embedding itself in the creature's head, the other crashing into its chest. In an instant, the crimson energy, white lightning, and golden-orange flames ravaged the remnants of the destroyer's body, consuming the runes inscribed within. The collision of these formidable forces culminated in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the destroyer's form disintegrated entirely. The tremendous sound momentarily deprived those nearby of their hearing, followed by a powerful and searing shockwave that dispersed in all directions, stirring up immense clouds of dust and sending shattered debris flying. From a distance, a small gray mushroom cloud ascended. As the smoke began to clear, Chu Ye and Thor emerged from the haze. Chu Ye approached the newly arrived Coulson, while Thor made his way toward Jane, who gazed at him with unabashed admiration. "It is done," Chu Ye informed Coulson, then called out to Thor. "Thor, I told you that you would reclaim the power of the Thunder God." Thor laughed heartily. "My friend, thank you for your unwavering belief in me. I am willing to ally with Asgard to safeguard the Earth, provided that gentleman over there returns Jane's instruments and data to him. Thus, Thor articulated his desire for an alliance with Earth. Chu Ye murmured softly, an alliance? Perhaps you could bestow upon me some treasures instead, suggested Thor. Upon hearing this, Coulson promptly interjected, very well, we shall return this lady's instruments and data forthwith. Pleased by this response, Thor nodded in satisfaction and gently remarked to Jane, the bridge you mentioned, I shall take you there now. He then embraced her and soared into the sky once more. Observing Thor's departure, Coulson turned to Chu Ye, who waved dismissively, you all go ahead. I noticed a bar over there that remains unscathed. I shall indulge in a drink. Subsequently, Coulson and his team departed by vehicle. After their exit, Chu Ye proceeded to absorb the scattered remains of the destroyer using his soul banner. Chapter 43. With the god of thunder having taken the mighty Mjolnir, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission to study it concluded. That very evening, Chu Ye, alongside Coulson and the team of agents, returned to New York. Coulson inquired if Chu Ye had seen the remnants of the destroyed mech, to which Chu Ye replied, I am unaware, I cannot say. Please refrain from questioning me further. Shortly after their return to New York, the promised reward from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, $10 million. Accompanied by the coveted vibranium that Chu Ye had long yearned for. Within a cylindrical glass vial, a mysterious blue solution contained a fist-sized piece of vibranium floating within. Finding an unoccupied area, Chu Ye shattered the vial and absorbed the vibranium with his soul banner. In a brief moment, all the vibranium was successfully absorbed. After secretly consuming the remnants of the destroyer and a modest amount of vibranium, there was little visible change to the soul banner's exterior, save for the golden patterns that had lengthened and widened. However, the durability of the soul banner experienced a remarkable enhancement, escalating from a firmness of 531 to an impressive 3003, nearly a six-fold increase. The soul banner also acquired two new abilities, the release of high-temperature rays and the power of transformation. The banner can emit high-temperature rays from its tip, which possess a power comparable to that of the destroyer, yet their speed of emission can be adjusted based on size, distance, and range. To unleash a larger and farther-reaching high-temperature ray, significant charge time is required, resulting in a notably slower release. Chu Ye preferred to fire smaller high-temperature rays, which not only expedited the process but also allowed for stealthy attacks. The transformation ability is particularly noteworthy. Chu Ye can will the soul banner to morph into any weapon he desires. However, the transformed weapon remains subject to the original appearance of the soul banner, and its primary capabilities remain unchanged. For instance, should Chu Ye wish to transform the soul banner into a grand sword, it would manifest as a grayish-white broadsword, with the fierce tiger head from the banner's face appearing prominently on the blade, while the hilt and blade would still bear golden and green patterns. Overall, Chu Ye was quite satisfied with these changes and, with the soul banner secured, departed in high spirits. In the days that followed, Chu Ye found himself ensnared in a cycle of cultivation, rest, and sustenance. Occasionally, he would seek out Tony for a casual conversation or reach out to Coulson to inquire about any new missions, if there were indeed new tasks. The next endeavor would yield double the vibranium. Eventually, Chu Ye received a new trial, which, besides the trial itself, also entailed a specific mission. Trial of the Witch, 3rd tier Save the Descendants of Nuwa. Heritage Mission, 3rd tier Uncover the Seeds of Witchcraft. Junior, you have received the legacy of witchcraft. Now, you must continue to pass it on. Mission Reward. Unknown. The trial of the witch warranted little elaboration. Chu Ye had anticipated its return. However, the intriguing nature of this trial, saving the descendants of Nuwa, captured his imagination. The term descendants of Nuwa immediately evoked memories of the birthplace of the Seven Absolutes, the Nanjiao Kingdom. At that time, when he had visited, the narrative had yet to unfold in earnest, and his powers were woefully inadequate. The completion of the Seven Absolutes had relied heavily on the guile of the moon worshipper. Without their assistance, Chu Ye would not have achieved his task with such swiftness. During the 2nd-tier trial, none had been able to aid him, and it took him over a year to accomplish the task through sheer determination. Gazing at the mission on the screen, Chu Ye pondered the possibility of a speedy completion once more. The most effective approach would be to eliminate the archvillain. The moon worshipper, without the antagonist, wouldn't the path be safer? Angel Chu Ye, but you have made a pact with the villain to bring about the world's destruction. One must remain true to their word. Demon Chu Ye, that was merely a ruse. Angel Chu Ye, oh, then it's of no consequence. In a moment, a plan began to crystallize in Chu Ye's mind, and it would depend on the temporal point he would traverse to. Contemplating the mission of uncovering the seeds of witchcraft, He grasped its clear intent to perpetuate the legacy of witchcraft in that realm and take on an apprentice. Yet, upon seeing this task, Chu Ye furrowed his brow, for witchcraft was far from esteemed in that world. Those with wealth and power gravitated towards the court or colluded with officials, becoming large landowners. Those with a talent for cultivation aspired to Mount Shu, joining its ranks as it stood as the most prominent and revered righteous organization and academy in that realm. Failing to gain entry to Mount Shu, one would likely join other so-called reputable sections. Thus, practitioners of witchcraft were often the outcasts, and the legacy of witchcraft had evidently suffered, relegated to survival in a small nation. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ye chuckled to himself, saying, "What does it matter? My strength has multiplied beyond measure. I shall charge forward unabashedly. Upon spotting a worthy disciple, I shall take them under my wing, should they refuse. I shall compel them to submit before accepting them as my apprentice. Who dares to obstruct me?" With his thoughts aligned, Chu Ye felt a surge of ease. After gathering a few essentials, he set forth once more. As time and space shifted, he donned ancient attire and, in the blink of an eye, transitioned from the Marvel Universe to the realm of Xianjian. Unlike before, Chu Ye now possesses sufficient strength to safeguard himself in this world, leading to a notably relaxed state of mind. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself embraced by mountains on 3 sides, with the sea stretching out on the 4th. There were no distinctive edifices nearby, only a scattering of sparse trees. Chu Ye strolled leisurely along the coastline, clad in a pristine white robe adorned with cloud patterns, and wearing dark boots. His hair was simply tied back, and he held a folding fan, all complemented by his handsome visage, earning him the admiration of anyone who laid eyes upon him as a dashing young gentleman. After a short while, he noticed what appeared to be a structure atop a distant mountain, prompting him to quicken his pace. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived before this edifice, a temple steeped in the style of the Miao region. It bore a resemblance to the Lanrua temple, not in its architectural form, but in its essence. Both were in a state of disrepair. The walls were crumbling, overrun with vines and moss, while the plaque lay on the ground, covered in withered branches, leaves, and dust. With a swift kick, Chu Ye cleared the debris from the plaque to reveal the inscription, Nuwa Temple. Had the incense offerings ceased? Observing the absence of any signs of devotion above the temple, he pushed open the door, sending a cloud of dust swirling. He covered his mouth and nose, waving his sleeve to disperse the particles, allowing him to discern the interior of the building. The temple was modest in size. Upon entering, the deity idol was immediately visible against the walls. It was a lifelike statue of a woman with a human head and a serpent's body, wielding a staff as if to fend off some unseen threat. Piecing together the narrative he was aware of and the statue's posture, Chu Ye deduced the true identity of the idol. This was not the statue of the goddess Nuwa, but rather that of her descendant, Lin Qing. Alternatively, it could be said that this was Lin Qing'er, who, in her efforts to suppress the water demon, had lost her spiritual power and transformed into stone. Chu Ye sighed, feeling a profound sense of injustice for Lin Qing'er. Though she was a descendant of Nuwa, she was also a young maiden at the prime of her life, burdened with the fate of safeguarding the mortal realm from the moment of her birth. Even with the divine powers inherited from Nuwa, she could not possess the capability to save the world. Perhaps the world did not even require her salvation. After all, there existed a celestial realm above the mortal one, rendering her efforts futile. In her pursuit of what she deemed as saving the world, she sacrificed her dearest love to align herself with a weak and ineffectual king, simply because he was a prince of the Black Miao tribe, in a bid to resolve the conflict between the Black Miao and the White Miao tribes. Yet, her husband, along with her kingdom and the people she vowed to protect, betrayed her. Chu Ye reflected upon his own limitations. He could not fathom such actions. As a shaman, if his people were to betray him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. The role of a shaman has always been one of blood, fire, and the glory of dominion. Chu Ye could not fathom how, as a descendant of Nuwa, a born shaman and a natural ruler, he had transformed into a guardian of the mortal realm. The age-old principle that the strong govern the weak seemed immutable. Even the act of safeguarding was predicated upon dominance. Reflecting deeply on everything he knew, Chu Ye speculated with the worst of intentions about the thoughts of those in power. Perhaps the mission of the Nuwa's descendants to save all living beings was, in fact, a grand conspiracy. Chapter 44. With this thought in mind, Chu Ye approached the statue. Placing his hand upon it, the divine energy stored within him began to flow into the statue. As he sought to awaken Lin Qing'er and inquire whether she felt any remorse, the milky divine power enveloped the grayish statue, and Chu Ye sensed it absorbing his energy, prompting him to increase its output. "Uncle," Just as Chu Ye amplified the divine force, a voice filled with uncertainty emerged. With the sound, a misty white light radiated from the statue, gradually coalescing into a translucent white figure. Chu Ye remained silent, observing her quietly. She was a strikingly beautiful apparition, and he recognized her as Lin Qing'er, yet he was perplexed as to why she addressed him as uncle. Uncle, Lin Qing'er called again. Chu Ye withdrew his hand from channeling the divine power and shook his head. You must have mistaken me for someone else. It is impossible for Qing'er to be mistaken. You are indeed my uncle, Lin Qing'er asserted confidently. Chu Ye chuckled. If you claim I am your uncle, then surely you must have met me. Do you know my name? Chu Ye. Uncle, Lin Qing'er replied. Though I have not seen you in person, I have seen your portrait. The figure in that portrait resembles you perfectly as you are now. It was painted by my mother, and there can be no error. A chill ran down Chu Ye's spine as he realized that Lin Qing'er truly knew his name and had seen his likeness. Could it be that, likely Xiao Yao? He was ensnared in a temporal dilemma? Perhaps in the future, he had traversed an earlier world and participated in the tale of the legend of Sword and Fairy 3. Thus, at that time, he and Zixuan had become siblings, which explained why Lin Qing'er now referred to him as uncle. Yet, he mused. He was not her uncle at present. No, he indeed was her uncle now. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Chu Ye smiled. I never anticipated that you could recognize your uncle from a mere portrait. Such filial piety. I am pleased to have come to see you. Oh, uncle, you jest. Although my father often scolds you, my mother always praises you and brings me to pay homage to your portrait, Lin Qing'er said with a cheerful laugh, seemingly recalling sweet memories of the past. In stark contrast, Chu Ye's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Su Chongqing, how dare he insult me? The next time we meet, I shall brandish a soul banner at him. He mimicked the motion of waving the soul banner in his hand. Lin Qing'er, upon seeing Chu Ye's demeanor, did not feel anger but instead covered her mouth and chuckled. No wonder her father always scolded him, claiming he had a fierce temper. Lin Qing'er hesitated to speak further. Chu Ye quickly inquired, what else did he say? Do not deceive your uncle. He said you have a bad temper, are unreasonable, and enjoy hitting people, especially him. He also mentioned that you act first and explain later, without ever clarifying the reasons for your actions. However, he did say you are a good person, Lin Qing'er replied with a playful grin. In that moment, she resembled not the queen of the Witch King nor the mother of Ling'er, but rather a young girl playfully teasing an elder. Chu Ye rolled his eyes, remarking, being a good person is hardly a compliment. Good people do not tend to live long. Haha, Uncle Jingtian also said you are a calamity. Lin Qing'er laughed, even more joyfully. Pa, Chu Ye scoffed, then asked, I came here to see my grandniece. Where is she? He inquired about Zhao Ling'er, the target of his current mission. Upon hearing Zhao Ling'er's name, Lin Qing'er's cheerful smile faded. She lowered her head and said, 10 years ago, Ling'er was taken away. I can only sense her vague location now. She should be safe. You can sense her whereabouts? Chu Ye asked, astonished. Mother and daughter share a bond. Since Ling'er's birth, I have been able to feel her position and emotions, Lin Qing'er softly replied. That is wonderful. Take me to Ling'er. Your uncle will take you out for some fun and address your current predicament, Chu Ye suggested, pointing at the stone statue formed from Lin Qing'er. I only awakened for a moment due to the divine power released by my uncle. If the divine power is exhausted, I will revert to being a statue again. Lin Qing'er lamented. Chu Ye once again released divine energy. Do you refer to this as Nuwa's divine power? Yes. This is the divine power of Nuwa that we, her descendants, possess, Lin Qing'er affirmed. Is the divine power refined by the sacrificial rites actually Nuwa's divine power? It stands to reason. Nuwa is indeed the origin of the witch path, and the divine power refined by her methods must be hers. Chu Ye pondered. So the divine power possessed by Nuwa's descendants is essentially the power refined from incense offerings? However, it seems that their divine power is innate, not merely refined. And as the next generation is born, the divine power gradually transfers to them. Is there a hidden capacity in their bloodline to refine the incense into divine power? If bloodlines can refine divine power, it would be illogical for them to lose power upon the birth of the next generation. Could it be that someone has placed restrictions within their bloodline? In the depths of his thoughts, Chu Ye appeared to uncover a fragment of the truth. Contemplating these revelations, Chu Ye smiled and reassured. Do not worry. I have plenty of Nuwa's divine power. Really? Lin Qing'er asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chu Ye nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, there is more than enough. If there is an abundance of divine power, I can use it to nurture the soul. At this point, Lin Qing'er shyly stuck out her tongue. Chu Ye smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he gently tapped his forehead and said, come in. I shall take you to find Ling'er. Without hesitation, Lin Qingge transformed into a streak of light and entered the sacred point of Chu Ye's forehead. Upon entry, she was immediately overwhelmed by the immense divine power that Chu Ye possessed, while her own divine energy was akin to a mere tub. Chu Ye's was comparable to a stream encircling a temple. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Qingge stepped into the temple, where she beheld the spirit enshrined there and chuckled, "Uncle, you honor yourself here." Chu Ye's soul manifested within the Niwen Palace, and with a hint of annoyance, he retorted, "What do you know, little girl? The divine energy here is sufficient for nurturing your soul, is it not? Once your soul is well nurtured, take me to find Linger." Lin Qingge, unfazed by Chu Ye's words, replied with a smile, "Nurturing my soul will lead me to slumber, but I shall share a portion of my perception with you." "Uncle, so it won't hinder your search for Linger. You truly cherish Linger more," she added with a playful huff, her tone imbued with youthful innocence. Realizing that Lin Qingge had shifted from addressing him formally to a more intimate you, Chu Ye burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, this is indeed a generational affection." After the laughter subsided, Chu Ye's expression grew serious. "You must be aware of the predicament that Linger is currently facing. Focus on nurturing your soul." Lin Qingge, upon hearing this, adopted a more solemn demeanor and nodded. "I understand. Uncle's presence is for the sake of us, mother and daughter." "That is good to hear," Chu Ye affirmed before withdrawing from the Niwen Palace, enveloping Lin Qingge in a mist-like form of liquid divine energy that would nourish her fragile soul. As Lin Qingge fell into a tranquil slumber, she shared her perception of Zhao Linger with Chu Ye. Once he sensed the vague direction of Zhao Ling, he exited the Niwa temple and summoned the Qi Sha, mounting it before departing swiftly. Moments later, the Qi Sha plunged into the sea, heading towards Zhao Linger's location. Chapter 45. On the surface of the sea, 10 miles from the dock of Yuhang town, Zhao Linger and Li Xiaoyao sat in a small boat. The waters calm as both pondered in silence, lost in their thoughts. "Grandma has passed away. Li Xiaoyao is now my only kin," Zhao Linger mused. "Yet he has consumed the forgetfulness goo and no longer remembers our marriage. The character I inscribed for him has vanished, and now he no longer loves me. Upon returning to Nanzhao, will we be unable to meet again?" She gazed at the diminishing silhouette of Yuhang town, her heart heavy with uncertainty. Li Xiaoyao, on the other hand, stared at the tranquil waves, mirroring the surface calmness that belied the turbulent currents beneath. "What transpired during those 2 days of my absence?" His heart whispered. "I fell in love with a girl and vowed to cherish her for eternity." Lingo had mentioned their marriage. Could this girl truly be Lingo? But if I accept Linger, what if I forget that this girl is not her? Both individuals fell into deep contemplation, entirely unaware of a figure swiftly traversing the surface of the sea. Suddenly, a wave crashed against their small boat, jolting them back to reality. "Brother Xiaoyao, look! There's someone over there," Zhao Linger exclaimed, tugging at Li Xiaoyao's sleeve with urgency. "In this vast ocean, who could possibly be there?" Li Xiaoyao replied dismissively, yet his gaze instinctively drifted towards the direction Zhao pointed. "There truly is someone, and they are approaching us." As the silhouette drew nearer, a sense of dread filled Li Xiaoyao's heart, fearing it might be an enemy of Linger. "Linger, hide behind me when they arrive. I will confront them," he instructed. "But perhaps they could be a good person?" Zhao Linger nodded, adding, "Indeed, they might be kind. Let us not act rashly." Li Xiaoyao smiled gently. "I shall heed your words. However, if they turn out to be a villain, I will employ my swordsmanship against them." With unwavering resolve, the anxiety of his lost memories faded. His sole focus was to protect Linger and escort her back to Nanzhao. The figure they spotted on the ocean was none other than Chu Ye, riding atop the serpent-like creature, Qi Shan. To be precise, he stood upon the head of Qi Shan, the majority of its body submerged beneath the waves, with only the serpentine head visible above the water. As Chu Ye rode on, it appeared as though he was gliding over the waves. For 3 days, he had traversed the ocean, feeling an ever stronger connection to Zhao Linger, culminating in an unprecedented intensity that day, guiding him towards the drifting small boat. He quickened his pace, leading to Zhao Linger witnessing this remarkable sight. Moments later, Chu Ye drew closer to the small vessel. With his keen eyesight, he could discern the features of the 2 individuals aboard. One appeared rather ordinary, clutching a treasured sword in a posture of vigilance. In truth, while Li Xiaoyao was quite handsome among common folk, he paled in comparison to Chu Ye. Zhao Linger, peeking from behind Li Xiaoyao, exhibited both curiosity and a hint of concern in her gaze. Chu Ye had just caught a glimpse of Zhao Linger. Her elongated eyes and smooth skin radiated a delicate beauty, imbued with the innocence and charm unique to her youth. Simultaneously, the 2 observed the increasingly close figure of Chu Ye, resplendent in a pristine white robe adorned with cloud patterns, exuding elegance as he wielded a folding fan. His sword-like brows and bright eyes sparkled with vitality, complemented by a warm smile as he approached them. Goodness, he is so handsome. If a concubine or maid were to see him, I fear my chances would be lost, Li Xiaoyao murmured quietly. Relieved that Linger was not the type to be swayed easily. Turning to glance at Zhao Linger, he noticed her fixated on Chu Ye, nearly sparkling with admiration. This is not good. If he is not an enemy, I must find a way to send him away, Li Xiaoyao thought just as Chu Ye reached them. Chu Ye stepped onto the small boat, casting a glance at Zhao Linger, and softly inquired, Zhao Linger? Upon hearing Chu Ye call out Zhao Linger's name, Li Xiaoyao swiftly interjected, My dear friend, you are mistaken. This is my wife. She is called Wang Erya, not Zhao Ling. Li Xiaoyao spoke with a fabric of deception, as lying was second nature to him. Liar. Chu Ye retorted with a cold snort, his form darting like a specter. A sharp slap resounded as it connected with Li Xiaoyao's face, and then he effortlessly retreated to his original stance. Should you dare to deceive me again, I shall break your legs. Chu Ye glared at Li Xiaoyao with a menacing intensity. Initially, upon seeing Chu Ye's countenance, Zhao Linger felt an instinctive sense of safety, and an inexplicable warmth blossomed in her heart. However, when she heard Li Xiaoyao refer to her as his wife, a flicker of sweetness emerged within her. Yet, upon witnessing Chu Ye deliver an unrelenting slap to Li Xiaoyao, her burgeoning affection for Chu Ye did not wane, but her heart ached for Li Xiaoyao. She quickly stepped aside, spreading her arms protectively, akin to a hen shielding her chicks, placing Li Xiaoyao behind her. Observing this scene, Chu Ye let out a derisive laugh. Mocking, Li Xiaoyao, you truly possess remarkable prowess to have your wife stand before you in your defense. Li Xiaoyao, momentarily dazed by the swiftness of Chu Ye's strike, regained his composure to find Zhao Linger standing protectively in front of him. Hearing Chu Ye's taunts, he suppressed his fury, saying, Linger, step aside. Let me teach this brat a lesson. He reached for his sword. Ha ha ha, you wish to teach me a lesson? Do you deem yourself worthy? Chu Ye continued his derision. Zhao Linger grasped Li Xiaoyao's arm, her eyes pleading with him. Seeing the impending tears in her gaze softened Li Xiaoyao's heart, prompting him to sheath his sword with a huff, his gaze locked firmly on Chu Ye. He resolved that should Chu Ye harbor even a shred of malice towards Zhao Linger, he would draw his weapon and confront him. Relieved to have calmed Li Xiaoyao, Zhao Linger sighed inwardly. She had witnessed Chu Ye's slap land on Li Xiaoyao, who had been utterly unresponsive, let alone capable of retaliating, illustrating the vast disparity in their strengths. Moreover, a lingering intuition told Zhao Linger that he meant her no harm. This sensation compelled her to inquire directly, Who are you? How do you know my name? Chu Ye gazed at Zhao Linger, sighed softly, and replied gently, Linger, I am your great-uncle. Great-uncle? Zhao Linger echoed this term in her mind, as though it were a key unlocking the vault of her childhood memories. Mother, who is this person? Young Linger curiously pointed at the figure in the portrait. This is your mother's uncle. Thus, he is also your great-uncle, Lin Qinger replied, affectionately stroking Zhao Linger's head with a smile. Young Zhao Linger, unaware of the meaning of great-uncle, simply nodded obediently. Lin Qinger gently lifted Zhao Linger and continued, Your great-uncle is your mother's relative, and he is also your kin. Little Linger nodded, her understanding wavering. In an instant, her memories shattered and intertwined. The figure depicted in Zhao Linger's recollections seamlessly merged with the silhouette of the man before her. The warmth in her heart and the echoes of her memories assured her that this man was indeed her great-uncle, her family. The anguish of losing her grandmother and the sorrow of Li Xiaoyao, forgetting her, became overwhelming at that moment. Zhao Linger's eyes reddened, and she buried her face in Chu Ye's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Great-uncle, grandma has passed away, and brother Xiaoyao no longer remembers me. I am all alone. Chu Ye affectionately stroked Zhao Linger's head and softly reassured her. What are you saying? Your great-uncle is still alive. He is your family, and he will always support you. Anyone who dares to wrong you will face my wrath. He cast a fierce glare at the dazed Li Xiaoyao as he spoke. Chapter 46. At this moment, Li Xiaoyao was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend the unfolding events. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome man appeared. One who not only knew Linger's name, but also slapped him for lying. This man claimed to be Linger's long-lost great-uncle, and she accepted it without question. It seemed reasonable for her to weep in his arms, right? But what absurdity! How could someone of similar age be her great-uncle? If he were an elderly man of comparable age to Linger's grandmother, perhaps Li Xiaoyao would have believed it. He suspected that the man had employed some arcane magic, though he had no proof. Moreover, with Linger weeping in his embrace, he found himself unable to confront the stranger. Ignoring the bewildered Li Xiaoyao, Chu Ye continued to comfort Zhao Linger. After a considerable time, Zhao Linger's pent-up emotions began to subside, and she gradually ceased her tears. She first noticed the dampness on Chu Ye's chest, and then looked up to see his radiant smile, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She thought to herself, on my first meeting with my great-uncle, I've stained his clothes, and in front of brother Xiaoyao too. She quickly rose to apologize. I'm so sorry, great-uncle. I've dirtied your clothes. Chu Ye glanced down at his attire and waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing. It can be washed. Yes. I'll wash them for you, Zhao Linger eagerly replied, nodding. Haha, such a filial child. Chu Ye laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. Zhao Linger couldn't help but join in his laughter. Yet, one person remained unamused, Li Xiaoyao. He pulled Zhao Linger to the other end of the small boat and urgently whispered, Linger, he looks to be about our age. How can he possibly be your great-uncle? Do you really think so? Zhao Linger tilted her head and remarked. Mother said that when uncle became an immortal, he shook the 3 realms with his might. It's only reasonable that he has achieved eternal youth and beauty. Li Xiaoyao gazed at Zhao Linger, observing her genuine expression, and found himself compelled to trust her words. He inhaled sharply, exclaiming, wasn't that old monster defeated? Do not speak of uncle in such a manner. He has ascended to immortality. Zhao Linger lightly kicked him and huffed. Yes, my apologies, Li Xiaoyao replied, regaining a semblance of his roguish charm and smiling broadly. At that moment, he felt utterly unworthy of Linger and realized he must undergo rigorous training. Chu Ye listened intently to their exchange. When I became an immortal, I shook the 3 realms. What level of sorcery qualifies as ascension? Chu Ye pondered, contemplating the path that lay ahead based on Linger's descriptions. Greetings, uncle. My name is Li Xiaoyao, and I am Linger's sworn brother. After hearing Zhao Linger's introduction, Li Xiaoyao approached Chu Ye with a sycophantic demeanor. Chu Ye offered him no courtesy, instead retorting, Linger, is he your husband? Zhao Linger furrowed her brow in silence, for Li Xiaoyao had forgotten the truth of their union. Uncle, I have explained that I am Linger's sworn brother, Li Xiaoyao chuckled, attempting to clarify. Chu Ye cast him a sidelong glance and said, since you are not Linger's husband. In an instant, a soul banner appeared in his hand. I must send you to your demise. Chu Ye spoke with a smile, yet to Li Xiaoyao. That smile resembled the grin of a malevolent spirit emerging from the underworld, prompting him to step back 2 paces and draw his sword in a defensive posture. Chu Ye paid no heed to Li Xiaoyao and turned once more to Zhao Linger. Linger, I shall ask you again, is he your husband? Zhao Linger remained silent. The surface of the water surged violently, causing the small boat to sway precariously. Suddenly, a massive serpent, larger than a human, sprang forth from the depths, sending sprays of water cascading into the air and drenching the 2 with torrents of liquid. As they wiped the water from their faces, they beheld the true form of the serpent, an enormous creature encircling their small vessel, its head raised high, blocking out the sun and casting a shadow over them. Upon sighting the fearsome serpent, Li Xiaoyao felt a chill run through him, his body bristling with dread. Chu Ye spoke nonchalantly. He deceived me before, and he is not your husband. As a fitting consequence for his deception, it seems only reasonable that I feed him to my little pet. Though his tone was calm, Zhao Linger discerned the indifference within. She disregarded Li Xiaoyao's amnesia regarding their marriage and urgently pleaded, Uncle, he is Linger's husband. Do not kill him, otherwise, Linger cannot survive. Oh, so he is your husband? Linger, if you had mentioned this sooner, there would have been no issue. Do not worry, Uncle shall not slay him. Chu Ye restored his warm smile and waved his hand, causing the red serpent to swiftly shrink and burrow into the sleeve of his garment. As the serpent retreated, Li Xiaoyao felt an immediate sense of relief, plopping down onto the boat and gasping for breath. Having not undergone much training, Li Xiaoyao was genuinely terrified by the menacing red serpent. Merely surrendering without resistance was commendable in itself. Chu Ye beckoned to Zhao Linger, saying, Come, tell your uncle why you hesitated just now. Moreover, this lad insists he is your sworn brother, pointing towards Li Xiaoyao. Zhao Linger hurried over to assist Li Xiaoyao, stating, Uncle, please do not blame him. Grandmother mentioned that he was fed a forgetting worm and has lost all memory of our marriage. Furthermore, the forgetting worm has no antidote. At this, Zhao Linger felt a deep sorrow in her heart. Upon hearing that the forgetting worm was responsible for his lost memory, Li Xiaoyao's heart seethed with hatred towards the one who had fed it to him. The realization that there was no antidote left him feeling utterly desolate. He would forever be unable to recall the identity of the girl he had forgotten, wondering if she was indeed Linger. Chu Ye nodded in agreement with Zhao Linger's explanation, affirming, the forgetting worm truly has no cure. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger relinquished her hopes of Li Xiaoyao regaining his memories. However, Chu Ye's next words reignited a spark of hope within her. But, Couldn't we use a worm to counteract the effects of another worm? This statement kindled a sense of optimism in both Zhao Linger and Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao promptly knelt down, pleading, "Uncle, please help me remove this forgetting worm. I would be eternally grateful." Chu Ye, however, seemed unperturbed, smiling as he addressed Linger. "Linger, let me test your knowledge. Can you guess what that giant serpent you just witnessed was?" Zhao Linger's eyes brightened as if recalling something, and she exclaimed, "It was a worm. A serpent worm. But how could it be so enormous, like a monster?" Chu Ye nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is a worm. I am also quite adept in the art of worm cultivation." "Then, uncle, can you remove the forgetting worm from Brother Xiaoyao?" Zhao Linger inquired. "Haha. My worm king informs me that the forgetting worm resides within him, and removing it will be a simple task." Chu Ye had previously inquired about the forgetting worm within Li Xiaoyao, and the answer he received was straightforward. It would be an effortless endeavor. "Linger, please persuade your uncle to release Brother Xiaoyao from the forgetting worm," she implored, having discerned Chu Ye's aversion towards Li Xiaoyao. Chu Ye cast a glance at Xiaoyao and replied, "There's no rush. Let's get to shore first." With that, Chu Ye summoned the red serpent once more, transforming it into a colossal snake. The serpent floated upon the surface of the water as Chu Ye stepped onto its head and turned to the two, saying, "Aren't you coming up? Do you not wish to have the worm removed?" Li Xiaoyao quickly scrambled to his feet, responding, "I'm coming right away." The two exchanged a smile and took their seats atop the red serpent. "That lad, which direction is Suzhou City?" Chu Ye called out to Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao now harbored both reverence and trepidation towards Chu Ye. Previously, Chu Ye had ignored him, but now, suddenly engaging him in conversation, Li Xiaoyao promptly exclaimed, "Over there." He gestured in a particular direction, and the red serpent swiftly swam toward it. Chapter 47, Outskirts of Suzhou. In the gentle morning light, the tranquil woods stood adorned with towering trees, resembling vigilant sentinels of the forest, quietly awaiting dawn. Unfortunately, these guardians did not witness the arrival of daybreak. Instead, they encountered the chaotic rampage of a colossal serpent. As it journeyed, the red serpent traversed mountains and streams, toppling trees without hesitation, only opting to detour around the homes of villagers. Occasionally, when confronted by woodcutters and hunters, it would hastily retreat, spurred by their terrified cries. Throughout this journey, Li Xiaoyao witnessed the true prowess of the red serpent. No matter how robust the trees were, they could not withstand its forceful impact, crashing down effortlessly. This further solidified his belief in Linger's claim that her great-uncle had attained immortality. Simultaneously, his demeanor towards Chu Ye grew increasingly obsequious, especially upon realizing that Chu Ye had merely intended to frighten him rather than harm him. He continuously called out great-uncle, for had Chu Ye truly wished to kill him, he would never have inquired about his relationship with Linger. In a spacious clearing, the red serpent came to a halt, quickly diminishing in size, allowing the three of them to disembark. As soon as they touched the ground, Li Xiaoyao, grinning, turned to Linger and remarked, "Your great-uncle's technique is truly remarkable. I never imagined that riding a serpent could be so comfortable and joyous." He gave a thumbs up and added, "Great-uncle, could you possibly teach me this skill?" "Not a chance." Chu Ye declined outright. Li Xiaoyao desperately gestured to Zhao Linger, urging her to persuade Chu Ye. He had discerned that while Chu Ye treated him with cold indifference, he was warm and accommodating towards Linger. After all, who could resist the charm of a blood relative? He was merely an outsider shamelessly calling him great-uncle. Perceiving Li Xiaoyao's pleading gaze, Zhao Linger clung to Chu Ye's arm and pouted, "Great-uncle, please teach Brother Xiaoyao, I beg you." Faced with the adorable entreaty from his younger relative, Chu Ye found it difficult to refuse. "I do intend to take on a disciple, but this lad is not a suitable candidate. Besides, he has already learned the swordsmanship of Shushan and is not fit to divert his attention to my teachings." Zhao Linger looked up at Chu Ye with hopeful eyes. Chu Ye, conceding slightly, responded, "Once the boy regains his memories and considers himself part of our family, I shall teach him something else." Zhao Linger winked at Li Xiaoyao, who eagerly climbed on board, saying, "Thank you, great-uncle. I wonder what you shall teach me." Chu Ye snorted lightly, then broke into a radiant smile. "Just remember, when the time comes, you won't be able to escape. And Linger's pleas will be of no avail." Li Xiaoyao gazed upon Chu Ye's smile, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Yet, refusal was no longer an option. He understood that if he turned down this request, his future, and that of Linger's uncle, would be far more dismal. He forced a smile and declared, "No matter how bitter or arduous it may be, I shall not flee." "Very well, remember your words," Chu Ye replied, patting Li Xiaoyao on the shoulder. "Let us lift the forgetting worm here. Once you recall your marriage to Linger, we shall be family." Chu Ye's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. "Right here?" They both echoed in unison. Indeed, Chu Ye affirmed with a nod. Li Xiaoyao pointed to himself and inquired, "Is there anything I need to prepare?" "Not in the slightest," Chu Ye responded, before commanding Qi Ju to resolve the forgetting worm. At the instant Chu Ye issued the command, Qi Ju sprang into action. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged from Li Xiaoyao's chest, as if someone had rent open his torso and grasped his heart, ruthlessly tormenting it. Clutching his chest with both hands, the agony caused his body to quiver uncontrollably. The piercing pain radiated from his chest throughout his entire being, as though he had been mercilessly hacked at and then doused in chili oil. "Ah!" Li Xiaoyao cried out, writhing on the ground, tears and snot streaming down. After rolling for a while, he ceased his movements, for the pain had momentarily vanished. Yet, before he could fully relish the bliss of relief, an even more intense wave of suffering crashed upon him, compelling him to continue his desperate writhing. Fortunately, as dawn had yet to break and they were in a desolate wilderness, Li Xiaoyao's piercing cries would not alarm any passers-by. Zhao Linger had contemplated using her magic to alleviate Li Xiaoyao's suffering the moment his anguish began, but was restrained by Chu Ye. 15 minutes later, Li Xiaoyao, having reached the threshold of pain, lost consciousness. Zhao Linger broke free from Chu Ye's hold and rushed forward, her voice laced with concern. "Brother Xiaoyao, are you all right? What do you think?" "I've fainted from the pain," Chu Ye replied, rolling his eyes. "Has the forgetting worm within him been resolved?" Zhao Linger turned to ask Chu Ye. "Of course not," Chu Ye said, stepping forward. "Now open his mouth." Zhao Linger obediently pried open Li Xiaoyao's mouth and looked to Chu Ye for guidance. Understanding her intent, Chu Ye instructed, "Do not rush." No sooner had he spoken than a pitch-black worm emerged from Li Xiaoyao's mouth, followed immediately by a spurt of fresh blood from the unconscious young man. Seeing the dark worm escape, Zhao Linger paused in disbelief and exclaimed, "Was it truly that simple?" Having witnessed Li Xiaoyao's earlier torment, she had anticipated a more complex procedure. "What did you expect?" Chu Ye replied, exasperated. "I had initially intended to prolong his suffering, but seeing how worried you are, I decided to conclude it swiftly. Thus, it was your uncle who deliberately caused the suffering of my dear brother Xiaoyao." Zhao Linger gazed at Chu Ye with indignation. "Indeed, I did it on purpose," Chu Ye replied with nonchalance, adding, "Who asked him to forget you? You have no recollection of how heartbroken you were at the time. Your uncle is merely avenging you. Not having crushed him to death is already showing you some favor. But that was because he was afflicted by the forgetting worm," Zhao Linger countered. Sighing dramatically, Chu Ye feigned sorrow and remarked, "Girls can be so outspoken." He then swiftly changed the subject, saying, "When he awakens, tell him that it was intentional. I welcome him to seek revenge." As he spoke, he chuckled mischievously. Zhao Linger fell silent, promptly utilizing her spiritual power, the divine strength of Enhua, to heal him, only relaxing when she saw his complexion returning to normal and that he was not in serious danger. At the same time, she resolved to reveal the truth to Li Xiaoyao upon his awakening, but she would thwart any attempts he might make to avenge himself upon his uncle, for the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. The forgetting worm, resembling a single black moth, emerged from Li Xiaoyao's body, stained with crimson. This particular worm was crafted using the Gu art of Miaojiang, yet it had not been controlled by anyone's blood. Upon encountering the Gu king, Qi Ye, it became subject to him. Being bound to Qi Ye equated to being bound to Chu Ye. Aware of Chu Ye's thoughts, Qi Ye commanded the forgetting worm to cleanse itself in a puddle before it discreetly concealed itself within Chu Ye's hair. Returning to Li Xiaoyao, the instant the forgetting worm vacated his body, although he coughed blood and fell into a coma, all his memories surged back during this unconscious state. His aunt's illness, the quest for medicine on Immortal Spirit Island, his encounter with Linger, their marriage, the invasion of foreign enemies, and being fed the forgetting worm. All of these experiences replayed vividly in his mind. Chapter 48. As the sun rose, illuminating the dense forest on the outskirts of Suzhou, Chu Ye sat in meditation while Zhao Linger kept vigil by the side of the unconscious Li Xiaoyao. Linger, Li Xiaoyao suddenly awoke from his stupor, sitting upright and calling out Zhao Linger's name. Before she could react, he embraced her joyfully, frantically apologizing. "I am so sorry, Linger. I forgot you before." Seeing him in such a state, Zhao Linger realized he had regained all his memories, and tears of joy streamed down her face as she smiled, saying, "There is no blame on you, brother Xiaoyao. It was those wicked people who made you consume the forgetting worm. It is not your fault." "How can I not blame myself? It is entirely my fault for being too weak. I failed to protect you," Li Xiaoyao replied, overwhelmed with emotion. "Enough with the incessant chatter. I find public displays of affection most annoying," Chu Ye interrupted, ending their exchange of sentimental gestures. It was then that they remembered the presence of their elder. Li Xiaoyao promptly rose, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply to Chu Ye, saying, "Thank you, uncle, for freeing me from the forgetting worm. I am eternally grateful. Should you require my assistance, I would not hesitate to face any peril. That will suffice." Chu Ye interrupted Li Xiaoyao's heartfelt declarations, retorting with a hint of irritation. "If I cannot resolve the matter, do you think you can?" Li Xiaoyao, with a cheerful grin, replied, "I can certainly attend to some trivial affairs for my uncle." Chu Ye nodded, acknowledging this as a reasonable proposition. "Now that you have regained your memories, we are indeed family. However, I must lay down 3 ground rules." Casting a sideways glance at Li Xiaoyao, he continued, "First, you must ensure that my grandniece Linger is neither harmed nor wronged. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. Rest assured, I will never allow Linger to come to harm or suffer any injustice." Li Xiaoyao immediately pledged. "Secondly, you must not deceive or conceal anything from Linger. Otherwise, I shall break another leg." "No problem. I will keep nothing from Linger," Li Xiaoyao affirmed with a nod. "Lastly, you are forbidden from flirting or entangling with other women. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise." As Chu Ye's malicious laughter echoed, Li Xiaoyao felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, nervously chuckling. "Of course. That will never happen." He mused inwardly. "Not only do I love Linger exclusively, but with you, her powerful and capricious uncle, backing her, I wouldn't dare stray." Satisfied with Li Xiaoyao's assurances, Chu Ye nodded, contemplating that with Li Xiaoyao's memories restored, there should be minimal misunderstandings or obstacles ahead. Once they resolved the issue with Baiyu, they could fully save Zhao Linger. "Let us proceed. We must find something to eat in the city," Chu Ye commanded. Having long established his authority within the group due to his seniority and formidable martial prowess, the trio made their way to Suzhou City. Within Suzhou, the streets were lined with an array of buildings, including tea houses, taverns, shoe shops, and butcheries, while specialized shops offered silks, jewels, and spices. Medical clinics, carriage repairs, fortune-telling, and cosmetic enhancements catered to every conceivable trade. The streets bustled with life as throngs of pedestrians jostled for space, creating a vibrant marketplace atmosphere. Vendors hawked their wares. Merchants conducted business. Gentry admired the scenery, and families rode in palanquins. Travelers with burdens, inquisitive tourists, children listening to storytellers, and affluent youths indulging in drink mingled with beggars on the outskirts. Men and women of all ages and backgrounds filled the streets. Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger, one raised in a small town and the other secluded from the world, had never encountered such a lively spectacle. They were momentarily entranced by the bustling city. Chu Ye ambled along at a steady pace, observing the two as they ventured ahead, appreciating the charm of this ancient city's vibrancy. Though it could not compare to the vividness of a millennium hence, it possessed its own unique allure. It was not until he heard Zhao Linger's exclamation that he quickened his steps. "Brother Xiaoyao, look at this," Zhao Linger called out, holding up a wooden comb from a vendor's stall for Li Xiaoyao to see. The street vendor, upon catching sight of Zhao Linger's beauty, broke into a smile and remarked, "My lady, you are truly exquisite. I have a hairpin here. Do take a look at its fine craftsmanship. Perhaps your beloved brother would consider purchasing one for you?" He lifted a poorly crafted hairpin in an attempt to entice her. "Do you not know how to speak?" Li Xiaoyao interjected, displeased. "This is my wife, and I am her husband." "Oh dear, my eyes must be deceiving me." The vendor quickly apologized. "Forgive me, sir. Your lady has taken a liking to this wooden comb and this hairpin. What do you think?" "How much?" "Both items together are 31, he replied. In truth, the vendor typically sold the two for merely 15 won, but surmising the youth were unaware of the usual price, he doubled it in an instant. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Linger's attention was drawn to a nearby stall selling masks. Observing her departure, Li Xiaoyao picked up the comb and hairpin, retrieved over 21 from his pocket, and thrust it into the vendor's hand. "This is all I have. Take it or leave it." He then hurried off to pursue Linger. The vendor, momentarily taken aback, weighed the coins in his hand, estimating them to be around 25 won, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Once Li Xiaoyao had left, he resumed calling out to potential customers, awaiting the next patron. Meanwhile, Zhao Linger held up a mask to her face, and upon Li Xiaoyao's arrival, she offered him another. With a playful grin, he donned the mask and, mimicking a fearsome creature, exclaimed, "Ah, are you frightened?" Zhao Linger burst into laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells. Suddenly, a crowd gathered in the street, all rushing towards a single point. "Look over there, it seems lively. Shall we take a look?" Li Xiaoyao suggested. "All right." As they spoke, both began to weave through the throng, but the surge of people became overwhelming, separating them and pushing Zhao Linger toward the front. Though endowed with spiritual power, Zhao Linger's human form was still fragile, and in the chaos, she stumbled and fell to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. The crowd had gathered to catch a glimpse of the newly crowned scholar, Lu Jinyuan, and in the process, Zhao Linger was inadvertently jostled forward and fell. Lu Jinyuan, though a newly proclaimed scholar, was an ordinary man without martial prowess, struggling mightily to rein in the horse beneath him to prevent it from causing harm. The officials clearing a path for Lu Jinyuan scolded Zhao Linger, "You audacious woman, how dare you obstruct the path of the scholar? Do you not know the penalty for this? Arrest her." Yes. At that moment, a figure darted through the throng, and the officials were sent sprawling backwards. "Oh, a scholar? Is that so impressive?" Chu Ye swiftly incapacitated the officials, extending a hand to help Zhao Linger to her feet, and then berated the officials, "A bunch of incompetent fools. Is this how you carry out your duties?" Lu Jinyuan had just been assisted down from his horse by a constable when he witnessed the constable being flung backward. He realized he had encountered a martial arts master. His uncle, Lin Tiannan, was an extraordinary martial artist and the leader of the martial arts community in Jiangnan. However, upon seeing Chu Ye, he was struck with astonishment, not only at his youth and appearance, but also at the profound martial prowess he possessed at such a tender age. Surely, his cousin must be enamored with such a young hero. In that fleeting moment of distraction, he turned to Zhao Linger, who had been helped up by Chu Ye, and inquired, "Miss, are you unharmed?" Zhao Linger glanced at Chu Ye and shook her head, saying, "I am fine." Then she implored Chu Ye, "Uncle, I am all right. Please do not harm them." Chu Ye remained silent, his gaze fixed on the individuals before him, for his attribute panel had indicated, discovered a quality sorceress seed, Lu Jinyuan. "Would you like to accept him as a disciple?" Lu Jinyuan. Chu Ye reflected upon all he knew of Lu Jinyuan, and a resolve began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 49. Very well, I shall not kill them, but they must receive a lesson, Chu Ye remarked with a smile. With that, a ghostly voice echoed. Slap. A series of resounding slaps ensued, leaving the previously vanquished constables with crimson imprints on their faces, particularly the one who had just insulted Zhao Linger, who now bore two. Though these constables often roamed the streets oppressing the common folk, they now recognized they were in the presence of a superior being. As they covered their faces, they silently endured the pain, too afraid to express their discomfort aloud. At that moment, Li Xiaoyao pushed through the crowd and approached Zhao Linger, taking her hand and asking, "Linger, are you all right?" Zhao Linger smiled and shook her head, indicating she was fine. However, Chu Ye chuckled as he patted Li Xiaoyao on the shoulder, saying, "I have noticed your martial skills are lacking. I shall provide you with special training tonight." With that, he disregarded Li Xiaoyao, who suddenly felt an ominous sense of foreboding rise within him. At this juncture, Lu Jinyuan clasped his hands together and introduced himself, saying, "I am Lu Jinyuan. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Chu Ye, observing Lu Jinyuan's cultured demeanor, recognized that he was not merely putting on an act, but was a genuine gentleman. With a smile, Chu Ye replied, "I am called Chu Ye. This is my grandniece and her fiancé." He gestured towards Zhao Linger and Li Xiaoyao. Grandniece and fiancé? Lu Jinyuan regarded the trio's appearances and could hardly fathom such a relationship. Nevertheless, he offered an apology, saying, "I am sorry for causing this young lady distress." "No harm done. I have already dealt with your short-sighted subordinates." Chu Ye waved dismissively, stepping forward to embrace Lu Jinyuan's shoulders with a grin. "It seems we are destined to meet. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." "What might that be?" Lu Jinyuan inquired. Chu Ye surveyed the bustling surroundings and frowned. "There are too many people here. Let us speak at your residence." Having witnessed Chu Ye's prowess firsthand, and now finding himself in such close proximity, Lu Jinyuan's thoughts raced. This is it. I have been taken hostage. A gentleman does not position himself beneath a precarious wall. This wisdom, Lu Jinyuan has evidently grasped, as he forced a smile and remarked, "At present, I am residing at my uncle's home." "Very well. Let us proceed to your uncle's abode," Chu Ye promptly declared, making a decision. "Come, follow me." Lu Jinyuan led the way, while Chu Ye kept his arm draped over Lu's shoulder. Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger, somewhat perplexed, chose to follow suit, while a group of constables, under Lu Jinyuan's orders, returned to the county office. Lu Jinyuan inwardly raged, wondering if these constables would comprehend my directive to return to the office and rally reinforcements to rescue me. Before long, the quartet arrived at Lu Jinyuan's uncle's residence, the Lin family fortress. The lord of Lin family fortress, Lin Tiannan, was also the leader of the martial arts community in Jiangnan, essentially the most formidable figure in the region's underworld. This was evident from the fortress's architectural style, which lacked the elegance of Suzhou gardens, instead exuding an aura of iron and danger. However, Chu Ye paid these threats no heed. Upon entering the Lin family fortress, Lu Jinyuan dismissed the servants who had come to pay their respects, guiding Chu Ye and the others to his chamber. Once inside, Chu Ye exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiaoyao, who promptly closed the door. Releasing Lu Jinyuan, Chu Ye seated himself at the head of the table and stated, "Let us get straight to the point." "Please, speak," Lu Jinyuan replied, unfazed. Chu Ye regarded Lu Jinyuan, noting his calm demeanor despite being a hostage, which only increased Chu's satisfaction. "I have resolved to take you as my disciple, kneel and pay your respects." "What?" Both Lu Jinyuan and the nearby Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger were taken aback. Lu Jinyuan was astonished, unable to fathom that his abduction was merely a pretext for apprenticeship. No, it could not possibly be that simple, he thought frantically. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger were astounded, realizing the extent of Chu Ye's prowess, and were perplexed by his choice to accept such a seemingly powerless individual as a disciple. Particularly for Li Xiaoyao, who had long wished to learn from Chu Ye but had been rebuffed, he exclaimed, "Uncle, how can you take him as a disciple?" Chu Ye rolled his eyes and responded, "I feel inclined. Is that not sufficient? Besides, are you unaware of the significance of a top scholar?" Li Xiaoyao wished to argue further, but was silenced by a glare from Chu Ye. Lu Jinyuan, having contemplated numerous possibilities without discerning Chu Ye's motives, inquired, "Might I ask why you wish to take me as your disciple?" "I have already mentioned it. We are fated to meet, and you are destined to be my disciple. Furthermore, as my pupil, I can assure you that you will be united with the one you cherish," Chu Ye enticed. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyuan involuntarily envisioned a figure clad in red, his expression turning bashful. "As I understand it, the Lord of the Lin family is hosting a martial arts contest to find a spouse for his daughter. By becoming my disciple, I can ensure that you win her heart in this contest." Chu Ye continued to lure him. Chu Ye was certain that the more Lu Jinyuan favored Lin Yuru, the harder it would be for him to refuse his terms. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyuan's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming, as he remarked, "My uncle's martial prowess is unparalleled in Jiangnan, and my cousin has already received his true teachings." Lu Jinyuan's intention in uttering these words was evidently rooted in a lack of confidence, both in Chu Ye and in himself. Chu Ye, unperturbed, responded with a smile, "Do you doubt that my skills are inferior to your uncle's?" "I wouldn't dare, but—" Lu Jinyuan's words were abruptly cut off by Chu Ye's dismissive wave. "There is no room for doubt. Today, I shall demonstrate my strength." With that, Chu Ye retrieved the crimson serpent and entrusted it to Zhao Linger, stating, "I have already commanded it. It will protect you in times of danger. I shall return shortly." He then exited the room, vanishing from sight. Silence ensued. The three within the room exchanged wide-eyed glances. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Jinyuan inquired, "What is he up to?" Zhao Linger, having spent the past few days with Chu Ye and understanding some of his temperament, replied, "You doubt my uncle's abilities, and he has taken offense. However, since he wishes to take you as a disciple, he cannot remain angry with you." And then, Lu Jinyuan pressed. Zhao Linger lightly swatted Li Xiaoyao's hand as he attempted to touch the crimson serpent, hesitating before saying, "My uncle is likely going to confront your uncle." "Ah!" Lu Jinyuan exclaimed, pointing in shock at the empty doorway where Chu Ye had just been. "But my uncle is the leader of the martial arts world in Jiangnan." "Do not worry, my brother," Li Xiaoyao, returning to his usual carefree demeanor after Chu Ye's departure, patted Lu Jinyuan on the shoulder. "You should be more concerned about your uncle. I have a premonition that he is in for a rough time." With a mischievous grin, he added, "But don't ask me how I know. It's a tale steeped in sorrow. Linger informed me that the pain from the forgetting worry goo was intentionally inflicted by my uncle to vent his frustration on her. What could I do? He is my uncle, after all. Naturally, I must choose to forgive him." As Li Xiaoyao contemplated this, he glanced at the bewildered Lu Jinyuan, a hint of jealousy rising within him. "Your uncle is willing to take you as a disciple, yet you hesitate to accept." "I wish to become his disciple, but he would not take me." The three young individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation, gradually growing more familiar with one another. Chapter 50. Meanwhile, Chu Ye, having left Lu Jinyuan's room, donned a mask he retrieved from his spatial pouch. He casually seized a maid to inquire about Lin Tiannan's whereabouts, swiftly rendering her unconscious before heading in the direction she indicated. The training grounds of the Lin family fortress were expansive, with a central open area flanked by an array of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, and more, alongside stone locks for strength training and wooden dummies for striking practice. At this moment, Lin Tiannan was practicing his swordsmanship in the training ground. Though he had ascended to the esteemed position of the martial arts leader in Jiangnan, he was acutely aware of the principle that stagnation leads to regression in the realm of martial arts. Thus, regardless of his busy schedule, he dedicated 2 hours each day to his training, undeterred by the elements. Furthermore, during times of emotional turmoil, he found solace in martial practice. Today, however, his spirits were once again dampened, as his beloved daughter, Lin Yuru, had run away from home yet again. Speaking of his daughter, he had devoted countless worries to her well-being. Since the passing of his wife, he had cherished her as if she were a fragile gem, fearing for her safety while simultaneously indulging her whims. Moreover, having cultivated exceptional martial skills from a young age, she had developed a willful and unruly disposition. Now that she was grown, he found himself increasingly concerned about her future. It would be exceedingly challenging for her to find a man capable of taming her spirit. If such a person remained elusive, the vast estate of the Lin family would be in jeopardy. As this thought plagued him, his swordplay unconsciously intensified. Suddenly, a series of applause broke through his reverie. Turning towards the sound, he spotted a young man in white standing at a distance, clapping his hands, albeit with an oddly concealed expression. The visitor was none other than Chu Ye, who had been present for some time without Lin Tiannan's notice, prompting him to applaud to gain attention. Upon realizing he had been discovered, Chu Ye smiled and remarked, "Master Lin, your skills are remarkable." Lin Tiannan felt a jolt of surprise. After all, he prided himself on having reached a level of mastery where even a momentary distraction should not allow someone to approach him unnoticed. Gazing into Chu Ye's eyes, which sparkled with mirth, he nonetheless sensed an undercurrent of chill, an unconscious release of murderous intent. He recognized this aura from encounters with notorious figures in the martial world. The individual before him was evidently a skilled practitioner, one who had taken lives, and this conclusion solidified in his mind. The notion that the young man's prowess could surpass his own was laughable. No one could reach such heights at this age, even with rigorous training from infancy. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his understanding had been constrained by the limitations of his environment, akin to a frog in a well, soon to be upended by Chu Ye's revelations. Though astonished internally, Lin Tiannan maintained an impassive faade and cupped his hands in greeting. "Might I inquire, young sir, what brings you to the Lin family fortress?" "Oh, nothing of great consequence," Chu Ye replied nonchalantly. "I recently came across a promising talent who claims that Master Lin's martial prowess reigns supreme in Jiangnan. He insists that I must defeat you before he will consider becoming my disciple." Lin Tiannan chuckled, displaying the magnanimity of a martial arts master. "I see. Your skills are no less formidable than mine. That lad is indeed fortunate." "Indeed," Chu Ye exclaimed with hearty laughter. "Master Lin, you truly understand me." A visage of a confidant graced his countenance. "I intend to take him as my disciple, yet he continues to chatter incessantly. Once I formally accept him as my apprentice, I shall certainly refine his skills." Chu Ye broke into a grin, but the smile swiftly faded, and he solemnly proclaimed, "Refining him is a matter for after acceptance. For now, I am here to defeat you. After all, as his future mentor, it is essential for him to witness my prowess." "Very well," Lin Tiannan acquiesced, having resolved that after 100 exchanges, they would cease, thus rendering their duel a draw. This approach would spare both parties' dignity while allowing his apprentice to comprehend his capabilities, fostering a harmonious relationship that might lead to future alliances, perhaps even a match for his daughter. What enabled Lin Tiannan to ascend as the leader of the martial arts community in Jiangnan? Beyond mere strength, it was the understanding of human relationships. The deeper I navigate the martial world, the more I realize that it is not merely about combat, but rather about connections and social dynamics. With this thought, Lin Tiannan brandished his sword and declared, "Please." "Excellent. Let us proceed with vigor," Chu Ye replied, clenching his fist and lunging toward Lin Tiannan. Bang! Lin Tiannan merely glimpsed a shadow dart past, followed by a sharp pain in his eye socket as the force of the blow sent his head reeling back. After landing a hit, Chu Ye retreated to his original position. At that moment, Lin Tiannan's left eye was already encircled in a dark bruise from Chu Ye's punch. Regaining his composure, Lin Tiannan felt a chill of realization. His martial skills exceeded my expectations. Thankfully, this is merely a spar, not a life-and-death struggle. Otherwise, I would have sustained serious injuries just now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tiannan called out, again. He flicked his wrist, propelling himself into the air. The long sword danced, glimmering with light, and the sword energy surged forth. In an instant, the air was filled with the afterimages of Lin Tiannan's swordplay, merging seamlessly as if they had never parted. With his sword aimed at Chu Ye, a transparent stream of sword energy shot forth. Observing the energy racing towards Chu Ye, Lin Tiannan felt a surge of elation. He had struck true with my most formidable technique. Have I been too excessive? I hope he can handle it. Alas, it missed its mark. The moment the sword energy approached Chu Ye, his figure vanished. Lin Tianen realized that his strike had merely hit a shadow, unaware that it was but an illusion. Where is he? Lin Tianen pondered as he heard Chu Ye's voice nearby. Impressive power, yet it fails to connect. Suddenly, Lin Tianen beheld Chu Ye's radiant smile before darkness enveloped him once more, this time in his right eye. Lin Tianen crashed to the ground, unconscious. Chu Ye, landing beside him, scratched his head and muttered, I held back. How could I have knocked him out? Having said that, Chu Ye paid no heed to Lin Tianen and departed, for the matter of accepting a disciple was far more pressing. As a martial artist, Lin Tianen should not be so fragile. After Chu Ye departed, Lin Tianen gradually opened his eyes. He had feigned unconsciousness. Not for any other reason, but due to the embarrassment of being struck in the eye by a youth significantly younger than himself. It was simply too humiliating. Thankfully, there was no one else around. In Lu Jinyuan's room, 3 individuals engaged in casual conversation. Under the pretext of small talk, Li Xiaoyao discovered that Lu Jinyuan had affections for his cousin, the eldest daughter of the Lin family fortress, Lin Yuru. Li Xiaoyao teased, Brother Jinyuan, you are indeed quite romantic. As the saying goes, mountain delicacies pale in comparison to seafood delights. What fun it is. Before Li Xiaoyao could finish his sentence, the figure of Chu Ye suddenly appeared at the entrance. Zhao Linger's crimson serpent swiftly darted into Chu Ye's sleeve. What fun! Chu Ye inquired with a smile that was not quite a smile, gazing at Li Xiaoyao. Haha, Li Xiaoyao chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. Uncle, you have returned so swiftly. Was it successful? Of course. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow and addressed Lu Jinyuan. I knocked your uncle out. You should go check on him. Ah. Lu Jinyuan sprang to his feet and clasped his hands, exclaiming, Jinyuan will return shortly. He hurriedly exited. Uncle, did you truly knock Lu Gongzi's uncle out? Zhao Linger inquired. No, Chu Ye replied. Upon returning, I realized he was merely feigning unconsciousness. Why would he feign unconsciousness? Zhao Linger pondered, perplexed. Chu Ye scoffed. Because I gifted him 2 panda eyes, dark and round. Zhao Linger was about to ask further, but was interrupted by Li Xiaoyao, who laughed. He can't maintain his facade. He's merely pretending to be unconscious. Although Li Xiaoyao was unfamiliar with the term panda eyes, he surmised that the other had indeed received a black eye from Chu Ye, a scenario he had witnessed numerous times in Yuhang Town. Chapter 51. Lu Jinyuan hurriedly departed. He found his uncle not at the training ground, but in his uncle's chamber. At that moment, his uncle was applying ice to his eye, yet the 2 dark, rounded marks around his eye were unmistakable. Uncle, this Lu Jinyuan has something to say? Jinyuan has arrived. Lin Tianen laughed heartily to mask his current embarrassment. Indeed, Lu Jinyuan replied, I heard from the servants that my uncle was injured, so I came to visit. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianan's expression darkened immediately. He waved his sleeve and said, These servants are becoming increasingly unruly. I expressly ordered that this matter not be disclosed. Tell me who mentioned it, so I may properly discipline them. Lu Jinyuan, feeling guilty, responded. They did not speak to outsiders. They only expressed concern for you, uncle. Perhaps we should not punish them. Lin Tianen was known for his strictness. His commands were not to be disobeyed. Lu Jinyuan had only rushed over upon hearing from Chu Ye that Lin Tianen had fainted. Who has caused you such injury, uncle? Lu Jinyuan asked, harboring doubts. Alas, Lin Tianen sighed. I underestimated the heroes of the world. From a young age, I have watched you grow, and I shall not conceal the truth any longer. I was beaten into this state by a young man, or rather, I should refer to him as a senior. This senior proclaimed his intention to take on a disciple, a child who, I gather, has heard of my reputation and asserted that he must defeat me before he would consider taking this senior as his master. Alas, what an unforeseen calamity. Lin Tianen sighed, covering his darkened eyes once more. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyuan felt an increasing sense of anxiety. He wished to reveal the truth, but found the words stuck in his throat, managing only a hollow laugh. Indeed, it is a most unfortunate calamity. Lin Tianen acknowledged with a sound, oblivious to Lu Jinyuan's unease, and continued, such is the nature of high beings who play among mortals. I must admit, I envy that child. To be accepted as a disciple by this senior is indeed a stroke of fortune. It was evident that he held a great fondness for the child. Lin Tianen chuckled as he stroked his beard. That child is me. Lu Jinyuan cried out internally, but dared not voice it. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Jinyuan took his leave and returned to his chamber. On the way, he reflected on his uncle's insistent explanations to save face. Unable to suppress a laugh at the absurdity of it all, claiming he had merely been careless and failed to evade the confrontation. Inside the room, Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger were engaged in whispered conversation, while Chu Ye rested with closed eyes, awaiting Lu Jinyuan's arrival. Suddenly, Chu Ye heard the sound of hurried breaths from outside. Moments later, panting heavily, Lu Jinyuan burst into the room. Without a moment to catch his breath, he knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." He bowed 3 times. At that moment, Zhao Linger brought over a cup of tea and handed it to Lu Jinyuan. He accepted the tea with utmost respect and presented it to Chu Ye, who slowly opened his eyes, took a sip, and said, "Good disciple, our sect has 3 rules that you must abide by." "Please, master, speak," Lu Jinyuan replied earnestly. "First, you must not defy. Second, you shall not kill fellow disciples without cause. Third, I shall decide when I have thought it through." Lu Jinyuan was taken aback. He had expected stringent regulations, yet found them rather lenient, and even the third rule was still undecided. "What do you mean?" Chu Ye glared at him. "You are my first disciple. Is it not normal that the rules are still in consideration?" Lu Jinyuan nodded obediently. Li Xiaoyao helped him to his feet, saying, "Brother Jinyuan, as you take my uncle as your master, we shall be family henceforth. About what you mentioned regarding your cousin, I will assist you. I am certain it will be a success." "Indeed, indeed. I can help as well," Zhao Linger chimed in. "There must be decorum. You must address him as Master Uncle from now on," Chu Ye admonished. "Master Uncle indeed." Li Xiaoyao grinned. "Master Uncle," Zhao Linger echoed. "The 2 disciples, after Jinyuan, will require your continued guidance," Lu Jinyuan said with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Certainly, certainly," came the reply. "Please arrange accommodations for them. And then join me. I shall impart my martial arts to you." Chu Ye interjected, halting the chatter of the group. "Yes, master," Lu Jinyuan acknowledged with a bow before leading the 2 away. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Jinyuan returned. At Chu Ye's signal, the 2 settled into a meditative posture, and Chu Ye inquired, "Are you familiar with the concept of Wu?" "Wu," Lu Jinyuan responded, puzzled. Chu Ye dipped his finger in water and inscribed the character for Wu upon the table. This Wu, he clarified. Upon recognizing the character, Lu Jinyuan's mind began to speculate, stating, "The Gong Yang Zhuan records, at the ritual of Zhong Wu, the assassination of Duke Yin occurred. In the Analects of Confucius, it is noted, the Southerners say, a person without constancy cannot be a shaman or healer. Furthermore, the Shua Wenjiezi states, Wu, a form of blessing, is a woman who serves the formless and dances to summon the divine." Lu Jinyuan elaborated with various citations, and Chu Ye refrained from interrupting until Lu Jinyuan concluded, adding, "All this I have gleaned from texts. My understanding is limited, so I beseech you, master, to enlighten me. Some of what you just mentioned is accurate, while other parts are not." Chu Ye paused before continuing, "I believe you have already surmised. I am a Wu, though that description is not entirely precise. I am a Wu Shi. The Wu lineage traces back to ancient times, created by the great goddess Nuwa, the first of humanity, molded by her own hands. The legacy of the Wu comes from the goddess Nuwa, and they are individuals capable of communicating with the heavens, guiding the people from the era of savagery. The Wu are both human and divine, healers, warriors, and leaders. Alas, with the rise of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and the flourishing of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, the path of the Wu has gradually waned." As he spoke, a smile graced Chu Ye's lips. "Today, I shall impart to you the ways of the Wu, hoping you will revive and carry forth this ancient tradition." With a gesture, Chu Ye positioned his finger like a sword against Lu Jinyuan's brow, transferring the carefully curated knowledge of Wutian. A beam of white light emanated from his fingertip, piercing Lu Jinyuan's mind. Instantly, his consciousness was flooded with a myriad of information, concentrating Wu power, summoning insects, various incantations, and an overwhelming tide of knowledge that threatened to overwhelm him. He let out a muffled groan, blood flowing from his nostrils. Observing this scene, Chu Ye felt relieved that he had only transmitted the foundational knowledge of a Wu Shi, for had he imparted the entirety of the Wu teachings at once, Lu Jinyuan's current constitution might have succumbed to the deluge of information, potentially leading to his demise or, at the very least, rendering him senseless. Time passed in fleeting moments, and it was not until 2 full hours later that Lu Jinyuan finally emerged from the torrent of knowledge, awakening from the profound experience. Lu Jinyuan slowly opened his eyes and immediately knelt once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for imparting the path of witchcraft to me. It is only today that I truly comprehend the profound mysteries and vast powers of this craft. The titles of kings and nobles, along with fame and fortune, are but mere dust." Chu Ye clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Well done, my dear disciple. Focus now on refining your first strand of witch power. I shall protect you during this process. Once your witch power is solidified, I will provide you with a protective insect for defense." Lu Jinyuan nodded eagerly and seated himself cross-legged once again to commence the refinement of his witch power. Chapter 52. Before long, Chu Ye sensed the strength of Lu Jinyuan's flesh and blood converging to form the first strand of witch power. An unknown force in the air began to penetrate Lu Jinyuan's body, gradually amplifying his witch power. After another hour, Lu Jinyuan felt that his dantian could no longer contain the energy, prompting him to cease the consolidation. Upon opening his eyes, he joyfully declared, "Master, I have successfully condensed my witch power. Its applications are boundless. In due time, you shall witness its advantages." At this, Chu Ye sighed. "However, the crimson witch power is exceedingly ferocious. You must exercise caution when employing it against adversaries. Should any demon or spirit encounter this violent force, it would be gravely injured." "Master, what do you mean?" Lu Jinyuan inquired with confusion. "My witch power is green, resembling the hues of trees and flowers. I sense it is neither violent nor chaotic, but rather quite peaceful and stable." "What?" Chu Ye was taken aback, grasping Lu Jinyuan's hand to investigate the witch power within him. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lu Jinyuan's witch power was indeed different. One was raging and explosive, while the other was balanced and serene. The most striking difference was that the crimson power appeared ominous, whereas the green power exuded tranquility and reassurance. "Master, have I made some error?" Lu Jinyuan asked cautiously, observing the changing expressions on Chu Ye's face. "How would I know? It is my first time teaching a disciple. I am as clueless as a child." Chu Ye mused. Could it be that the witch power condensed from this, which scripture varies from person to person? Although the nature of this power differs from mine, it is undeniably witch power, with a shared essence. "Come now, you must explain this. We cannot tarnish the master's dignity," Chu Ye urged, attempting to reassure him. "Fear not. The manifestation of witch power can indeed differ among individuals. I initially thought our temperaments were similar, both embodying the elegance of refined gentlemen, and I expected we would condense the same type of witch power. I did not anticipate the divergence in attributes." "Ha ha ha," Chu Ye forced a calm laugh. "Oh, I see," Lu Jinyuan replied, accepting the explanation. In a narrow alley of Suzhou, Lu Jinyuan and Chu Ye exchanged glances, staring intently at one another. Lu Jinyuan was perplexed as Chu Ye had merely asked him to wait a moment, yet he returned with a small ruffian, who was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. "What are you staring at? Strike him," Chu Ye exclaimed, delivering a kick to the gambling addict who had been captured from the entrance of a gambling den. Lu Jinyuan let out a sound of surprise and inquired, "Master, has he offended you in some way?" "The scoundrel who sells his own children possesses neither the capability nor the audacity to offend me," Chu Ye retorted, his disdain evident. "I cannot do this," Lu Jinyuan exclaimed. At a loss. "You cannot even strike someone?" Chu Ye began to question whether taking Lu Jinyuan as a disciple was indeed a misjudgment. Yet the attributes panel confirmed that he was, without a doubt, a seed of witchcraft. "Disciple, I have never struck anyone before," Lu Jinyuan confessed, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chu Ye rolled his eyes and declared, "One day, I shall have Li Xiaoyao take you to engage in righteous acts of heroism. But today, you must strike him. What is this? Have you forgotten the first rule of our sect? Besides, he is no virtuous person. A little physical retribution should evoke no guilt in you. What are you afraid of?" Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Lu Jinyuan gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and, closing his eyes, delivered a kick to the ruffian on the ground. The ruffian cried out in pain. "Not enough force, try again." Another kick ensued, accompanied by another cry. Still not enough force again. Again. After Lu Jinyuan had kicked the ruffian a dozen times, Chu Ye inquired, "Did you feel your witchcraft power increase within you?" Lu Jinyuan closed his eyes to reflect and shook his head. "This is peculiar. Am I the sole recipient of this man's pain and despair? Or does he perceive me as the true culprit, hence the power only manifests in my space?" Chu Ye then led Lu Jinyuan to a different alley, where he ensnared the ruffian in a burlap sack, obscuring his vision of the assailant, while he silently gestured for Lu Jinyuan to strike. After another series of kicks, Lu Jinyuan voluntarily remarked, "I still do not feel an increase in my witchcraft power. This is strange," Chu Ye mused, stroking his chin. He could not fathom why Lu Jinyuan was unable to absorb another's suffering and despair to augment his witchcraft power. "Surely it cannot be that only I am capable of this." The moon hung high in the sky as Chu Ye escorted Lu Jinyuan back to the Lin family fortress. Throughout the day, Chu Ye had employed various methods, and Lu Jinyuan had confronted numerous scoundrels. Initially resistant, he gradually resigned himself to the task, ultimately becoming more exhilarated with each strike, uttering profanities that revolved around sentiments of inhumanity, though lacking any genuine aggression. Although Lu Jinyuan could not condense witchcraft power from the negative emotions of others, he had successfully transformed from a timid scholar into one willing to take action. This progression filled Chu Ye with a sense of satisfaction. After all, Lu Jinyuan's character had been overly constrained by Confucian ideals. While being a modest gentleman is commendable, one must also possess a certain sharpness. Particularly as Lu Jinyuan grew more animated during the altercations, Chu Ye reflected, indeed, there exists a latent brutality within every human heart. Chu Ye harbored no concerns regarding what Lu Jinyuan might become in the future. He trusted that Lu Jinyuan could master the tumultuous violence within and prevent it from erupting entirely, lest he devolve into a beast. The next morning, Lu Jinyuan eagerly sought out Chu Ye and exclaimed, "Master, I have discovered a method to rapidly condense witch power." "Really? You found it so quickly?" Chu Ye inquired, puzzled. "What is this method? I wandered through the garden last night, unable to sleep, and attempted to gather witch power. I found the speed significantly increased. This morning, I tried again, and observed that the rate of power condensation varied greatly between areas filled with flora and barren spaces." Lu Jinyuan recounted earnestly. "I should have realized it sooner. The color of his witch power is green. I never expected it to be of such nature." Chu Ye mused, suddenly enlightened. "What does this imply? Is it what attribute witch power? What then is my own attribute? Let us go to the outskirts and test it," Chu Ye declared. "All right." Upon reaching the outskirts, Lu Jinyuan eagerly began to condense his witch power. After a morning of rigorous testing, he arrived at a conclusion. His witch power was indeed of the wood attribute, condensing more swiftly in areas abundant with vegetation. Furthermore, his power also expedited the growth of plants, albeit lacking in destructive capability compared to Chu Ye's, where Chu Ye could achieve destruction with a single incantation. Lu Jinyuan required 3, a fact established through tests conducted with the spirits extracted from the soul banner. The experience of extracting the spirit had frightened Lu Jinyuan considerably. Yet he managed to maintain his composure. Considering Lu Jinyuan had previously been an ordinary person, Chu Ye spared him undue hardship and instead imparted. Regardless of divine or demonic beings, they can all perish if struck. He demonstrated this by dispersing the spirit's essence before Lu Jinyuan, serving as a second lesson. In the afternoon, within the confines of Lu Jinyuan's humble courtyard, the sun blazed fiercely, the heat palpable. Lu Jinyuan, sword in hand, diligently practiced basic sword techniques, thrusts, slashes, lifts, hangs, points, bursts, and intercepts, all common within the martial world. Despite being drenched in sweat, with fatigue and soreness urging him to rest, he remained steadfastly committed to his practice. Chu Ye had not instructed him to cease, and he was determined to surpass his cousin in the upcoming martial contest in 3 days. While Lu Jinyuan practiced, Chu Ye relaxed in the shade nearby, sipping tea. Zhao Ling'er poured him more tea, while Li Xiaoyao fanned him, and he savored the attentiveness of the 2 younger individuals, feeling no burden of conscience. After all, his purpose in coming was to rescue Zhao Ling'er, an act that bestowed upon him great favor with both of them, making him both a mentor and benefactor. Thus, indulging in their kindness was not unwarranted. Li Xiaoyao's gaze swept over the tirelessly practicing Lu Jinyuan, and he casually picked a pear from the table, taking a bite. "Uncle, do you only teach Master Jinyuan these rudimentary techniques? Surely, they do not befit your stature." Chu Ye cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "What I impart is the means to overcome myriad techniques with sheer strength. Do you believe that he will eventually be able to defeat you with these simple techniques?" "I do, for I trust what my uncle has said," replied Li Xiaoyao with a smile. Observing Li Xiaoyao's expression, Chu Ye discerned that he held a degree of skepticism within his heart. He chose not to elaborate further, merely anticipating the day when Lu Jinyuan would be brought to his knees. "Uncle, has Master Jinyuan been training for too long? Will he be able to endure?" Zhao Ling'er whispered. "Indeed, it seems he has been training for quite a while," Li Xiaoyao concurred. Having regained his memories ahead of schedule, and with Chu Ye taking Lu Jinyuan as his disciple, Li Xiaoyao no longer bore any ill will towards him. Instead, they had forged a friendship, allowing him to echo Zhao Ling'er's concerns. After pondering briefly, Chu Ye called out to Lu Jinyuan, "All right, let us conclude today's practice here." Upon hearing his name, Lu Jinyuan halted his swordplay, panting as he approached the trio. "Sit down," Chu Ye instructed, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Lu Jinyuan respectfully replied, "In the presence of my master, how could a disciple dare to take a seat? I have no such formalities. Do take a seat." Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed, uncle does not adhere to such rules. Please sit," Li Xiaoyao urged, pulling Lu Jinyuan down. Yes, uncle is quite kind," Zhao Ling'er added with a smile. Only then did Lu Jinyuan sit down, accepting a cup of tea from Zhao Ling'er and taking a sip. With a cheerful gaze fixed upon Lu Jinyuan, Chu Ye inquired, "How do you feel?" After a moment's reflection, Lu Jinyuan replied, "I feel that my strength and endurance have significantly increased. In the past, I would not have been able to endure for this long. This is the marvelous application of witchcraft, which can enhance your physique in every aspect. As for techniques, with sufficient physical prowess, even basic moves can allow you to conquer the world. However, should you encounter any exquisite techniques, feel free to learn them, but remember where your strength originates." Chu Ye's demeanor turned solemn as he spoke. "I shall remember, Master," Lu Jinyuan affirmed earnestly. At that moment, Li Xiaoyao interjected, "Uncle, in 3 days, the eldest daughter of the Lin family will host a martial arts competition for marriage. Given Master Jinyuan's relatively short training period, how could he possibly defeat that wicked woman?" Having spent the past couple of days in Lin family fortress, Li Xiaoyao had gathered considerable information about Lin Yuru and began to worry for Lu Jinyuan. Upon hearing Li Xiaoyao's words, Lu Jinyuan too felt a sense of unease. Chu Ye burst into hearty laughter, pointing towards a distant rockery. "Look there." The group followed his gesture, and just as their gaze met the rockery, a thunderous crash echoed as the summit crumbled into stones, plummeting into the pond with a resounding splash. The trio stood in stunned silence. In the palm of Chu Ye's hand emerged a centipede, measuring the length of a palm, its entire body a deep black, with its carapace occupying half of its form. At that moment, it lay obediently in Chu Ye's grasp. "Its power feels even greater than my sword control technique," Li Xiaoyao murmured to himself. Zhao Linger, curious, gazed at the insect in Chu Ye's hand, wondering if it was her great-uncle's goo insect. It moved so swiftly. Chu Ye smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He gently placed the insect on the table. "My good apprentice, I promise to gift you a goo insect for protection. What do you think of this one?" Although the bullet was already a third refined goo insect, its growth had not kept pace with Chu Ye's own advancements. It was just right for Lu Jinyuan to use for self-defense. As Lu Jinyuan was new to the path of witchcraft and had yet to officially refine a goo insect, he was both astonished by the bullet's speed and power and overwhelmed by Chu Ye's generosity in offering him such a formidable creature. A blend of joy, anxiety, and gratitude welled up within him, rendering him speechless for a moment. The joy stemmed from his initial encounter with the mystique of witchcraft. The anxiety arose from feeling unworthy of such a powerful insect. The gratitude was a recognition of Chu Ye's kindness in gifting him such a formidable ally. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Jinyuan declined, saying, "Master, this goo insect is very powerful. It would be better for you to keep it for your own protection." Chu Ye discerned his thoughts and replied, "This insect is inconsequential to me, but it is of great importance to you. Please accept it." However, before Lu Jinyuan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the envious Li Xiaoyao, who chimed in, "But what? The goo insects used by your great-uncle are far superior to this one. You should accept it." "Indeed, Uncle Jinyuan, the methods of your great-uncle are beyond your imagination. You should take it," Zhao Linger urged, recalling the massive red serpent they had ridden, known as the Qi Shan. Lu Jinyuan still wished to refuse. But Chu Ye's voice resonated softly. "Do you not desire to defeat your cousin? With this goo insect, victory over her will be effortless." Recalling Lin Yuru's graceful visage, Lu Jinyuan finally nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master." Chu Ye acknowledged him with a nod, silently reciting a witch incantation to lift his control over the bullet. In that instant, as the control was released, the goo insect instinctively sought to flee, yet it was restrained by the dominance of the goo king, Qijua, residing within Chu Ye, and remained motionless. "I have lifted my control over it. It is a third refined goo insect, now suppressed by the goo king. Quickly refine it," Chu Ye instructed. Lu Jinyuan recalled the incantation for refining goo insects and began to softly recite the spell. SSSSSS, hiss, SSSSSS. The eerie syllables flowed from Lu Jinyuan's lips as the bullet, still constrained by Qijua, writhed desperately on the table, seemingly resisting Lu Jinyuan's refining process. Li Xiaoyao observed the centipede's frantic movements and the strange incantation, feeling an inexplicable chill despite the sweltering summer sun, unable to suppress a shiver. Zhao Linger, however, felt no discomfort. Instead, she curiously gazed at the goo worms on the table. She discovered that the incantations taught by Chu Ye to Lu Jinyuan were entirely different from her own spells for controlling goo worms, far more powerful and compelling, leaving no room for resistance from the worms. The only outcome of such resistance was death. Moments later, Lu Jinyuan completed the incantation, biting his tongue to draw forth a drop of essence blood. This blood, swirling like mist, enveloped the bullet. Under the suppression of the seven absolute, the bullet underwent Lu Jinyuan's refinement, slowly absorbing his essence blood. Once the absorption was complete, Lu Jinyuan softly commanded, "Come." At that moment, the 7 Absolute released its hold on the bullet, which swiftly landed in Lu Jinyuan's palm, as obedient as it had been in Chu Ye's hands. "Excellent," Chu Ye praised. "It is now your goo worm. From this point forward, you shall train your goo worms yourself." Lu Jinyuan respectfully stored the worm and bowed. "Thank you, master." "Congratulations, Uncle Jinyuan." Zhao Linger chimed in with a smile. Li Xiaoyao then playfully encouraged, "Uncle Jinyuan, show us the goo worm." Lu Jinyuan glanced at Chu Ye, who casually replied, "It is yours now. Do as you wish." With a gentle smile, Lu Jinyuan released the goo worm, and the previously damaged rockery instantaneously shattered into pieces. Li Xiaoyao clapped in admiration, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Truly impressive." Chapter 54. 3 days later, Lin Yuru's martial arts contest for marriage took place as scheduled. During these 3 days, Lu Jinyuan ventured into the countryside each morning to cultivate his witchcraft, spent afternoons with Li Xiaoyao engaging in chivalrous deeds, and practiced fundamental sword techniques in the evenings. Li Xiaoyao volunteered to be his sparring partner, and Lu Jinyuan's demeanor transformed daily, from initially gentle like jade to a calm and steady presence with glimpses of brilliance. Chu Ye could not help but marvel at the profound impact of experience on an individual. In just 3 days, Lu Jinyuan underwent such a transformation. And Chu Ye grew increasingly eager for his evolution, albeit wary of Li Xiaoyao, lest he lead Lu Jinyuan astray into folly. Returning to the matter of Lin Yuru's contest, Lin Tiannan had rented the most bustling area of Suzhou City, erecting a grand arena. On the stage, Lin Yuru had her hair tied up, secured with a ribbon, wielding a long sword while clad in a red embroidered outfit, coldly surveying the lively crowd below. Lin Tiannan stepped onto the stage and proclaimed, "Since ancient times, it has been customary for men to marry and women to wed. Today, I am hosting a martial arts contest for my daughter Yuru. Should anyone surpass my daughter in a single strike, they may have the chance to join my Lin family and become my esteemed son-in-law." Marvelous. The Lin family's young lady is truly beautiful. She appears formidable. Ha ha. I must marry her. The crowd below buzzed with various comments, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Under the vibrant spectacle, Chu Ye, Li Xiaoyao, and Zhao Linger observed the unfolding excitement below. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyuan lingered in a corner, entangled in his thoughts. He harbored a deep affection for Lin Yuru, yet was acutely aware that she did not reciprocate his feelings, which left him in a state of inner turmoil. "Xiaoyao Gu, why hasn't Master Jinyuan arrived? Does he not have a fondness for the Lin family maiden?" Zhao Linger, unable to spot Lu Jinyuan, whispered her inquiry to Li Xiaoyao. "I am uncertain. I called for him this morning and urged him to present himself well," replied Li Xiaoyao, scanning the surroundings in vain for Lu Jinyuan. "Indeed, it is peculiar that he is absent at this moment. Do not fret. He will surely make an appearance," Chu Ye remarked with a smile, sensing their curiosity and reassured them of Lu Jinyuan's courage. As they conversed, the first challenger emerged, a disheveled man clad in gray, exuding an overwhelming stench, with flies buzzing incessantly around his head. On the stage, the man swatted at the insects with his hands. "I shall vanquish him," the man declared, striking a pose. Lin Yuru furrowed her brow at the sight of him, overwhelmed by the foul odor that made her turn her head away, muttering to herself, "Merely gazing upon him diminishes my lifespan." She held her breath, thinking, "If he were to touch me, I would rather meet my demise." With a commanding wave of his hand, Lin Tiannan announced, "Let the contest commence." The disheveled man charged toward Lin Yuru, wildly swinging his arms. Remaining composed, Lin Yuru awaited his approach, sidestepping his attack with agility. She then delivered a powerful kick, striking him squarely on the head, causing him to collapse, an immediate defeat for the first challenger. He was promptly removed from the stage by the servants of the Lin family. "Clear the way, clear the way." The second challenger appeared. This contender was a stout, dwarf-like figure with a buzz cut, wielding a golden hammer nearly his height. Utilizing the rebound from striking the railing, he ascended to the stage. As he spun and swung the golden hammer toward Lin Yuru, she deftly kicked it aside, causing the hammer to slip from his grasp and send him stumbling backward. Lin Yuru seized the opportunity, leaping gracefully to somersault behind the dwarf, landing a precise kick to his abdomen. With a resounding thud, the dwarf landed, crashing onto a large drum outside the stage, another swift defeat for the second challenger. Lin Yuru cast a cold glare at the audience below. "I shall take my turn." At this moment, Lu Jinyuan finally resolved his inner conflict and chose to step into the arena. Unlike his usual scholarly attire, he donned a fitted black outfit that accentuated his formidable presence, resembling a youthful hero rather than a gentle scholar. The crowd buzzed with excitement. "Is that not the top scholar? Truly, he is well versed in both literature and martial prowess." Indeed. Go, scholar. We support you. Strike her. Advance. Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger were equally delighted to see Lu Jinyuan's arrival. Li Xiaoyao, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, "Goodness, he certainly knows how to steal the spotlight. Brother Xiaoyao, you shouldn't say that. There are certain moments when you cannot outshine others." Zhao Linger replied with a knowing smile, already aware of the implications of the martial arts competition for marriage. Having regained his memories, Li Xiaoyao was utterly captivated by Zhao Linger and responded, all right, I understand." He then called out to Lu Jinyuan, "Don't lose." Lu Jinyuan exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiaoyao, nodding with a smile. Over the past 3 days, with the aid of the Forest Charm Accelerator, his internal mystical energy had significantly increased, and his physique had improved remarkably, allowing him to leap gracefully onto the stage. Lin Tiannan, witnessing Lu Jinyuan's entrance, exhibited a moment of astonishment. Lin Yueru had never seen Lu Jinyuan in such attire, thinking to herself, he actually looks quite appealing. However, she was also somewhat puzzled and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I am here to challenge you, cousin," Lu Jinyuan replied warmly. Lin Yueru, taken aback, retorted, "Cousin, aside from your intellect, your physical prowess leaves much to be desired." Lu Jinyuan responded earnestly, "Cousin, I understand your desire to avoid cumbersome formalities. So I shall grant you this wish. I will do my utmost to defeat you, and then you need not marry me. You can continue to choose your ideal partner." This was the resolution Lu Jinyuan arrived at after considerable contemplation. Upon hearing Lu Jinyuan's statement, Lin Yueru felt a twinge of awkwardness, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Below the stage, Chu Ye, possessing extraordinary hearing, caught wind of Lu Jinyuan's words and couldn't help but cover his face, thinking, what absurd flattery is this? To defeat her merely so she can choose her preferred suitor? How would you know she doesn't have feelings for you if you never express your own? To her, you might just seem like a brother. Chu Ye fervently mused, believing that Lu Jinyuan's transformation should persist. Lu Jinyuan retrieved a sword from the weapon rack, standing poised with it. "Come at me," he declared. Lin Yueru, observing her cousin's unusual demeanor, felt puzzled but chose not to dwell on it. "I'll just swing my sword to intimidate him, and he will retreat," she thought, and swiftly charged at Lu Jinyuan, her sword dancing through the air without malice. As she retained her strength, confident in her ability to halt at any moment, a testament to her years of martial training. With a clang, a dark shadow darted past her, shattering Lin Yueru's confidence. The sword she wielded was knocked from her grasp, leaving her momentarily stunned. In that fleeting instant, Lu Jinyuan's sword was poised at her throat. With a gentle smile, Lu Jinyuan proclaimed, "Cousin, you have lost." Chapter 55. Lin Yueru took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "What sorcery did you just employ?" Lu Jinyuan let out a sigh. "That was not sorcery. I merely allowed you a moment of leniency. It doesn't count. Shall we compete once more?" Lin Yueru, burning with a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted. In the arena, Li Xiaoyao took the lead in mocking, "Oh dear, Miss Lin. Are you refusing to acknowledge your defeat?" The crowd responded in unison, "Indeed. Refusing to admit defeat is quite disgraceful." It seemed that either the crowd relished in the commotion or Lu Jinyuan had garnered considerable favor among them, for as Li Xiaoyao incited the crowd, they echoed his sentiments. Lin Yueru and Lin Tiannan observed the raucous spectators below. The former erupted in indignation, "You worthless men, what do you understand?" The latter's expression fluctuated. And just as he contemplated stepping down to clarify matters, Lu Jinyuan emerged, gesturing for silence. "My cousin may have been a tad careless earlier. I am willing to compete with her once more. I trust she will be more vigilant this time. I kindly ask everyone to afford us this opportunity, if you please." The crowd responded enthusiastically, "Yes, we support you. Go on, top scholar." Li Xiaoyao continued to shout, "But this time, should you lose, you must accept your defeat." The crowd echoed, "Yes, you cannot refuse to admit defeat." Lin Yueru gazed at the multitude of eyes fixated upon her, then turned to Lu Jinyuan, gritting her teeth. "Very well. If I lose this time, I shall marry you." "Agreed," Lu Jinyuan replied. But before he could elaborate, Lin Yueru interrupted, "No more words. Let us begin. I merely held back earlier to spare you." She retrieved the sword that had fallen to the ground, its blade pointed directly at Lu Jinyuan. As Lu Jinyuan attempted to speak, Lin Yueru charged at him once more. "Alas, cousin, you cannot best my flying centipede." Lu Jinyuan mused as the centipede darted into action. It struck Lin Yueru's sword again, though this time Lu Jinyuan restrained its speed and power, lest her weapon be dislodged once more. Clang, clang. Lin Yueru felt a shadow swirling around her, but she could not discern what it was. Each strike reverberated against her sword, repelling her whenever she attempted to advance. Could it be a concealed weapon? How could my cousin possess such extraordinary skills? As she fought and retreated, Lin Yuru pondered how to fend off her assailant. Observing from his prominent seat, Lin Tian watched as Lin Yuru was forced to retreat, unable to advance. He fell into contemplation. Initially, he too had failed to discern Lu Jinyuan's tactics. But as the pace slowed, he finally recognized the nature of the object attacking Lin Yuru. It was a jet-black flying centipede. This centipede not only possessed the ability to fly, but, when it accelerated, it became nearly invisible. Its body, impervious to the repeated clashes with sword and blade, showed no signs of damage. How could Jinyuan wield such an unusual ability? It was the mastery of insect manipulation, a skill exclusive to the people of Miaojiang. As Lin Tian pondered, Lin Yuru had already been forced to the edge of the arena by Fei Wu. Frustration welled within her. She had no comprehension of the techniques employed by her cousin, Lu Jinyuan. While she struggled to understand, the onlookers below were even more perplexed. They observed Lu Jinyuan standing there, his shadowy figure relentlessly striking at Lin Yuru with his long sword. As she retreated step by step, an ill-informed bystander in the crowd exclaimed, "The young scholar's hidden weapon technique is truly remarkable." Hidden weapon? I did not see him make a move, someone questioned. A hidden weapon? What do you mean by that? If you can see him strike, can it still be called hidden? The first person retorted. The skeptic pondered for a moment and nodded. Conceding, you are right. We did not witness how the young scholar executed his moves. His concealed weaponry must indeed surpass that of the Tang sect in Shu. Brother, you truly are well informed. I admire you, another chimed in. Indeed, it reminded Li Xiaoyao of the days when he would listen to such boasts from the martial world, unable to suppress his laughter and sharing them with Zhao Linger. Returning to the arena, Lin Yuru found herself cornered, perilously close to falling off the platform. Gritting her teeth, she mustered her resolve, leaping into the air and brandishing her longsword. The sword danced in a flurry, and the sword energy surged from its tip, hurtling towards Lu Jinyuan in the distance. 3 techniques of sword energy. This was one of the Lin family's ultimate sword techniques, where 3 strands of sword energy converged into one, wielding extraordinary power. If struck, the energy would wreak havoc within the body, and a blow to the chest could severely injure the internal organs, truly vicious. Fei Wu and Lu Jinyuan shared a tacit understanding. Fei Wu soared into the sky, directly confronting the sword energy. The moment of impact dispersed the sword energy, and without pause, Fei Wu collided head-on with the tip of the longsword. The longsword, having endured multiple strikes, could not withstand the force of this direct assault and shattered into pieces. The fragments of the blade scattered, and Lin Yuru was propelled backward by the force, tumbling off the arena and crashing heavily to the ground. As she fell, the crowd erupted in cheers. Zhao Linger joyfully turned to Li Xiaoyao, exclaiming, "Xiaoyao Gige, Master Jinyuan has triumphed." Li Xiaoyao embraced Zhao Linger, replying, "Of course. With Uncle S' assistance, it would be difficult for him to lose." He cast a glance at Chu Ye, noting a smile at the corner of his lips, which made him smile in return. Lin Yuru, however, could not hear the jubilations of the crowd. Her mind echoed with a singular thought: I have lost. As the contest for marriage concluded, Lin Tianin dismissed the spectators and escorted Lin Yuru and Lu Jinyuan back home, with Chu Ye closely following behind. Upon returning to Lin Jia Fort, Lin Tianin intended to inquire whether Lu Jinyuan had employed techniques from the Miao region's sorcery, but was met with the presence of Chu Ye and others beside Lu Jinyuan. When he beheld Chu Ye, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Upon returning home, he had been contemplating Lu Jinyuan's tactics and had entirely overlooked the presence of Chu Ye and his companions. He recognized Chu Ye. After all, during their previous encounter, Chu Ye had only worn a mask, and now, devoid of it, his attire and hairstyle remained unchanged. Particularly striking were Chu Ye's eyes, which sparkled with mirth yet conveyed an icy indifference. He feigned composure and inquired with a smile, "Jinyuan, who are these 3? Upon hearing Lin Tianan's question, Lu Jinyuan promptly responded, "I was just about to introduce them to you, uncle. This is the teacher I have recently taken on." He gestured towards Chu Ye. "These 2 are Miss Linger, the teacher's grandniece, and Master Li Xiaoyao, who is Miss Linger's husband." Lin Tianan, however, paid no heed to the latter part of Lu Jinyuan's introduction. His mind echoed with Lu Jinyuan's earlier words, recently taken on as a teacher. Being a seasoned figure in the realm, Lin Tianan quickly regained his clarity, piecing together the implications. Jinyuan had taken this elder as a mentor, thus enabling him to defeat Yuru. This elder was likely a master from Miaojiang, and the beating he had endured a few days prior was a result of Jinyuan's declaration to best him. With this realization, Lin Tianan's gaze towards Lu Jinyuan was tinged with 3 parts grievance and 7 parts resentment. Lu Jinyuan instantly comprehended the expression on Lin Tianan's face, offering an awkward smile, but it was ultimately Chu Ye who extricated him from the uncomfortable situation. Chu Ye stepped forward, clasped his hands, and smiled. Master Lin, it is truly a pleasure to meet you at last. I am Chu Ye, and it is an honor. Lin Tianan discerned the implication of Chu Ye's words regarding their first meeting and feigned ignorance, replying, You are too humble. My modest reputation is merely the kindness of my peers in the Jianghu. Master Lin, you are too modest, Chu Ye remarked with a smile. Since you are Jinyuan's uncle, and I am his teacher, shall we not address one another as brothers? Lin Tianan instantly laughed. How could that be? Indeed, it can be. Brother Lin, Brother Chu. Chapter 56. The cordiality between Chu Ye and Lin Tianan was palpable as they exchanged affectionate titles, engaging in casual banter within the hall. Zhao Linger and Li Xiaoyao observed this scene with bewilderment, having never witnessed such adult hypocrisy. Lu Jinyuan, however, remained unfazed. His father, a high-ranking official in the court, was well acquainted with the artifice prevalent among officials. Lin Yuru, having emerged from the shadow of her defeat, watched her father Lin Tianan laughing heartily yet cautiously, as if she were seeing him for the first time. In her memory, Lin Tianan had never exhibited such a demeanor. Rather, it was his subordinates who often displayed this manner towards him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Ye directly stated, Brother Lin, my disciple has triumphed in the contest for your daughter's hand. Now, let us discuss their impending union. Oh, indeed, Lin Tianan responded with a smile. Since Jinyuan has bested Yuru, it is only fitting. Lin Tianan is Lu Jinyuan's maternal uncle, having watched Lu Jinyuan grow up. Lu Jinyuan, a newly crowned top scholar, already has a promising future, and with the guidance of a formidable master, it is only natural for Lin Tianan to support Lin Yuru's marriage to him. However, Lin Yuru vehemently disagrees, stepping into the center of the hall and exclaiming, What should be, should not. I will not marry. She pointedly gestures at Lin Tianan, declaring, Listen, I will not marry. If you wish to marry, go ahead. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's defiance, Lu Jinyuan's lips curled into a bitter smile. Humph. Lin Tianan snorted, forcefully slamming his hand on the table, and rebuked, You have already lost. By all accounts, you must marry Jinyuan. Do you wish to renege on your promise? I simply refuse to marry my cousin. He is nothing but a bookworm. Lin Yuru stubbornly retorted, openly disparaging Lu Jinyuan as a mere scholar. Zhao Linger stepped forward to mediate, saying, Sister Yuru, your words are excessive and hurtful, casting a sidelong glance at the disheartened Lu Jinyuan. Am I mistaken? He is indeed a bookworm. This time, I know not what sorcery he employed to defeat me. Bookworm. Bookworm. Lin Yuru shouted at Zhao Linger, causing her to hastily cover her ears. Li Xiaoyao, witnessing the scene, stood up. His rapport with Lu Jinyuan had deepened, and Lin Yuru's outburst towards Zhao Linger angered him. He could never bring himself to yell at Zhao Ling. He positioned himself in front of her and mockingly stated, Oh dear, you call my master Jinyuan a bookworm, yet you have lost to him. What does that make you? Your martial skills seem to have gone to the dogs. Haha, with such abilities, you ought to marry early and settle down, lest you embarrass yourself in the world. My master Jinyuan, out of pity for your lack of suitors, decided to marry you, yet here you are, an ungrateful wretch who fails to recognize kindness. Li Xiaoyao, having once been a small-time ruffian, wielded his biting sarcasm adeptly. His verbal jabs akin to venomous strikes, far more malicious than Lin Yuru's earlier remarks. You, Lin Yuru retorted, left speechless with anger. What do you mean, you? Li Xiaoyao shot her a glare. Enraged, Lin Yuru drew her sword and lunged at him, but he deftly evaded her strike. Huh, you missed. Determined to strike again, Lin Yuru found her right wrist seized. Turning to see Lin Tianan holding her, she cried, Father, do not stop me. I shall slay him. Enough of this nonsense. Lin Tianan chastised, forcibly taking the sword from Lin Yuru's grasp. Chu Ye, who had been observing the unfolding drama with a smile, finally approached Lin Yuru after Lin Tian and had disarmed her. With a gentle smile, Chu Ye addressed her. You have lost the martial contest for marriage and must wed my disciple, your cousin Lu Jinyuan. Do you wish to dispute this? His voice was soft, yet the coldness in his gaze was unmistakable, as frigid as ice. Lin Yuru, gazing into Chu Ye's profound eyes, felt an inexplicable shiver of fear, as if she were prey caught in the sights of a predator. Yet, this fear arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Infuriated by being frightened by a peer, she declared, I will not marry. What can you do about it? Lin Tianan immediately retorted, Silence, you ungrateful daughter. Chu Ye, filled with rage, laughed derisively. Huh? What will you do? I shall annihilate your Lin family fortress. His tone was chilling, akin to a sinister wind blowing from the depths of the underworld. Brother Chu, my Yuru did not mean it that way, Lin Tianan explained. Be quiet. Chu Ye waved his sleeve dismissively. It is time to settle the score. Zhao Linger and Li Xiaoyao, having witnessed Chu Ye's formidable prowess and his reckless temperament, hurried to persuade him. Uncle, they are relatives of Master Jin Yuan, Zhao Linger implored. Yes, uncle. Remain calm, Li Xiaoyao added. Chu Ye snorted and pointed to his own eyes, declaring, these eyes can foresee the future. If I were not here now, Li Xiaoyao, would be imprisoned and coerced into marrying Lin Yuru, while Linger would go missing. He would conceal the truth and tell you that Linger returned to the Nanzhao kingdom of her own accord. This is the future without my presence. Both men found it hard to believe Chu Ye's words, yet they dared not refute him. Zhao Linger, following his line of thought, urged, this is a future event. It has not yet occurred, has it? We cannot act against someone simply because they might wish to harm me in the future. All this persuasion transpired within mere seconds. Upon hearing Chu Ye's threat to obliterate the Lin family fortress, Lin Yuru shouted defiantly, come on. My Lin family fortress has many people. You are but 3. My father alone. Enough. Lin Tianan struck Lin Yuru, wishing nothing more than to silence her. Zhao Linger and Li Xiaoyao exchanged glances, thinking, it's over. Chu Ye paid no heed to Lin Tianan's slap. He casually summoned the Crimson Serpent and called to Li Xiaoyao, protect Linger. Li Xiaoyao, understanding the urgency, took Zhao Linger and Lu Jinyuan and dashed outside. A seasoned Lin Tianan, noticing Li Xiaoyao's escape, also pulled Lin Yuru along. As Chu Ye observed Lin Tianan fleeing, he cared not. The Crimson Serpent grew instantly, its form expanding to over 80 meters, filling the grand hall of the Lin family fortress. A deep purple light flickered as the serpent tripled in size, revealing a colossal serpent over 240 meters long, shattering the chamber. The serpent raised its head. The roof collapsed, beams, tiles, and wood came crashing down. As the Crimson Serpent writhed, a row of houses within the Lin family fortress crumbled into ruins. The servants and maids, witnessing the catastrophic beast that had caused the destruction, shouted in terror and fled, some fainting from sheer fright. Chu Ye stood atop the serpent's head, gazing down at Lin Tianan and Lin Yuru, proclaiming, is this little creature sufficient to annihilate your entire Lin family? Lin Yuru stood in a daze, unable to utter a word, seemingly petrified by fear. Lin Tianan, trembling before the terrifying giant serpent, stammered, enough, enough. Chu Ye remained silent, merely observing the two. With a sudden thud, Lin Tianan fell to his knees, pleading, Senior, please spare us. It was my foolish daughter who spoke out of turn and angered you. I am willing to sacrifice my life as penance, hoping you might forgive her transgressions. As he spoke, he reached for his treasured sword to take his own life. No. If I must die, let it be me, but spare my father. Lin Yuru, snapping out of her stupor, rushed forward to wrest the sword from Lin Tianan. Clang. The sword was knocked away by a shadowy figure. Lu Jinyuan emerged, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before them, crying, Master, I beseech you. Do not harm my uncle and cousin. I implore you. Stand up. Chu Ye commanded coldly. Lu Jinyuan remained kneeling, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Upon witnessing this, Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Ling also knelt, pleading, Uncle, please spare the Lin family. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ye leaped down from atop the serpent, which then shrank and slipped into his sleeve. You are fortunate. In this world, there are but a few I truly care for, and at present, 3 of them are advocating for your mercy. Lin Tianan and his daughter wept in joyous relief, tears flowing from the blessing of survival. Chapter 57. A moment later, Lin Tianan, accompanied by Lin Yuru, bowed deeply to each of them, expressing gratitude. Thank you, young Master Li. Thank you, Miss Ling Er. Lu Jinyuan, with misty eyes, prevented them from bowing further, saying, Uncle, cousin, you speak too highly of me. It is I who owe you, and we are family, are we not? Indeed, family, Lin Tianan nodded. How wonderful it is to be a family. Chu Ye chuckled heartily, clapping Lin Tianan on the shoulder. My disciple marrying your daughter makes us even more closely knit. The carefree laughter of Chu Ye concealed the recent threat he had posed against their lives, a reality starkly underscored by the ruins of smoke and debris behind him. Lin Tianan dared not retort, and the fearful Lin Yuru felt even less inclined to speak against him. Noticing their silence, Chu Ye remarked, It appears there are no objections. This is splendid. As he spoke, Chu Ye cast 2 beams of healing light upon the pair, instantly alleviating much of their earlier distress. I have an objection, Master, Lu Jinyuan interjected. I have feelings for cousin Yuru, yet she does not reciprocate. Love cannot be forced. What do you know? Is this a game of pure love? Chu Ye, exasperated, lightly kicked Lu Jinyuan to the ground, though not with enough force to cause him any serious harm. I no longer wish to wed cousin, Lu Jinyuan declared. A fruit that is forced to ripen is never sweet. Who says it's not sweet? Have you tasted it? Chu Ye said with a hint of irritation. A forcibly plucked melon is never sweet, yet I find great joy in having it removed. He then kicked Lu Jinyuan lightly and turned to Lin Tianan, saying, Master Lin, my disciple's mind isn't particularly clear. I shall advise him, and we can discuss the marriage tomorrow. With that, he took Lu Jinyuan away, followed closely by Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger. After their figures faded from view, Lin Yuru softly called out, Father. Lin Tianan replied in a low voice. Come with me. Lin Yuru followed Lin Tianan to a secluded corner of the ruins. Father, did you call me here for something? Are you going to summon the servants who were scared away? She asked quietly upon noticing they had reached a corner. Lin Tianan shook his head, his expression grave. Jinyuan's master is temperamental, with unfathomable martial skills, and possesses mysterious abilities as you have just witnessed. After a brief pause, he continued, though we have narrowly escaped today. Lin Yuru whispered, Father, if I marry cousin Jinyuan, it should be fine. He wouldn't dare to trouble us again, would he? Lin Tianan regarded Lin Yuru with a look of surprise, thinking to himself, had you thought of this sooner, we might have avoided all this. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuru's perspective had subtly shifted after being defeated by Lu Jinyuan, facing threats from Chu Ye, and witnessing Lu Jinyuan plead for her. She began to feel that marrying Lu Jinyuan might not be such a burden after all, which led her to express her willingness to wed him. Lin Tianan, unaware of her thoughts, admonished, one's life cannot be entrusted to another's mercy. You are being foolish. Having endured much today, Lin Yuru had matured significantly and replied, You speak the truth. I plan for you to escape tonight, Lin Tianan said quietly. We shall leave under the cover of darkness, and I will prepare your belongings. Where are you sending me, father? Lin Yuru asked anxiously. Although she frequently ran away from home, the thought of escaping alone now filled her with dread. If I leave, what will happen to you? That fiend will surely not spare you. If I go, he will undoubtedly slaughter my entire family, she said, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Tianan, observing her distress, gently stroked her head and sighed. My dear Ru, you are growing up, beginning to worry about your father's safety. Father, what are you saying? You are my father, Lin Yuru replied, her eyes brimming with tears. Do not fret for me, for I possess my own means to deal with him. You must leave tonight, carrying my letter to the Sword Saint of Mount Shu. Aside from the Sword Saint, I cannot think of anyone else capable of confronting him. Meanwhile, Chu Ye, who had departed with Li Xiaoyao and the others, wore a smile, finding the unfolding events increasingly amusing. Indeed, Chu Ye had overheard all the conversations between Lin Tianan and Lin Yuru. His auditory senses were now fully attuned, allowing him to perceive movements within a 10-mile radius. Typically, he would not intentionally amplify his hearing to listen to the surrounding sounds. However, having recently threatened the father and daughter of the Lin family, he wished to prevent any underhanded schemes. After all, Li Xiaoyao and his companions possessed physiques that were still within the realm of ordinary humans, and should they fall victim to poison or some other treachery, it would require considerable effort on his part to intervene. To his surprise, Lin Tianan expressed concern for his daughter, advising Lin Yuru to leave that very evening, leaving him to contend with Chu Ye alone. Lin Yuru was also to carry a letter to the Sword Saint of Shu Mountain. In the small courtyard where Lu Jinyuan resided in Linjia Fort, Lu Jinyuan knelt down, exclaiming, Master, I shall no longer marry my cousin. Please spare my uncle's family. With a new plan forming in his mind, Chu Ye helped Lu Jinyuan to his feet and asked, Have you truly made this decision? Do you no longer harbor feelings for your cousin? Lu Jinyuan shook his head. He indeed loved his cousin, but he deemed it improper to take advantage of others in their time of vulnerability. Chu Ye scoffed. The coercion is my doing. What concern is it of yours? Lu Jinyuan replied earnestly, As master and disciple, your actions reflect upon me. What difference is there between your deeds and mine? Chu Ye chuckled. Are you implying I am imparting a lesson? Lu Jinyuan, with his head bowed and hands at his side, replied, I would never dare. Nearby, Li Xiaoyao wished he could silence Lu Jinyuan, lamenting, We have just managed to placate our uncle. Why provoke him again? You truly have audacity. Yet, Chu Ye's subsequent response left Li Xiaoyao questioning whether he had misheard. With a sigh, Chu Ye remarked, That girl is quite willful. I merely intended to frighten her. Yet it has escalated to this extent. I was in the wrong. At that moment, each of the three harbored their own thoughts. Li Xiaoyao mused. That wicked girl may be tempestuous, but uncle, you are the one truly out of control. Lu Jinyuan reflected, indeed, given the current state of affairs, my cousin will certainly not marry me. Zhao Lingair pondered. So, uncle merely wished to frighten them. Chu Ye continued. You claim you do not wish to marry Lin Yuru to take advantage of her. But if Lin Yuru were to fall in love with you without coercion, would you then wish to marry her? Lu Jinyuan replied decisively. If that were the case, I would certainly desire to marry my cousin. Chu Ye countered. Even if she were physically impaired or slightly unhinged. Lu Jinyuan was taken aback by this retort, quickly exclaiming, Master, please no. With a gentle demeanor. Chu Ye waved his hand and smiled. Where do you think my thoughts lie? I merely wish to test your sincerity towards her. I would never coerce or harm her. I was merely presenting a hypothetical. Hearing this, Lu Jinyuan finally felt reassured, declaring resolutely, as long as my cousin is willing to marry me, regardless of her physical condition or mental state, I shall remain steadfast and unyielding in my devotion. Chu Ye nodded in approval, exclaiming, You truly are a child of great sentiment and loyalty. Then, shifting the conversation, he continued, We have lingered here for quite some time, and I must return Linger to her homeland. Since you are unwilling to marry Lin Yuru, let us take our leave from Lord Lin's fortress tomorrow, and you shall accompany me on my journey, away from this place of sorrow. I shall also impart upon you various other lessons. The three of them expressed their agreement with Chu Ye's proposal. That night, under the deepening darkness, while resting in the chamber, Chu Ye received word from Chi Ju that Lin Yuru's presence had already departed the city. In Chapter 58, Chu Ye silently slipped out of the Lin family fortress and pursued Lin Yuru, ultimately catching sight of her figure on the outskirts of Suzhou. At that moment, Lin Yuru was lost in thought, staring at the crackling campfire before her. This departure was unlike any previous. It was her father who had insisted she leave. Yet her heart was heavy with concern for Lin Tiannan's safety. It is only natural to worry when faced with such a formidable foe. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, he had already been perceived as a true villain in the eyes of Lin Tiannan and Lin Yuru. Although no one had perished at Lin family fortress, he had nonetheless acquired the title of a monster. However, even if Chu Ye were to learn of this, it would matter little to him. He cared not for others' opinions, desiring only to live freely and joyfully. As Lin Yuru contemplated the path to Mount Shu, she suddenly felt a sharp pain at the nape of her neck and lost consciousness. Chu Ye's silhouette emerged behind her, and he stepped forward to pry open her mouth, releasing a pitch-black moth from his hair that entered Lin Yuru's mouth. This moth was the forgetfulness worm extracted from Li Xiaoyao, yet it differed from the previous iteration. After undergoing 3 blood refinements, this forgetfulness worm's capacity to erase memories had been significantly enhanced, allowing it to obliterate specific significances under the right incantations. Chanting the spell, Chu Ye observed as cold sweat poured from Lin Yuru's brow and her brows furrowed in discomfort. He paid no heed to her suffering, reciting the incantation with a cold detachment until Lin Yuru's unconscious form finally settled into tranquility. Through the 3 refinements of the forgetfulness worm, he had erased all memories pertaining to her identity, including her name, family, acquaintances, and martial skills, anything that might reveal her true background. After accomplishing this, Chu Ye carried Lin Yuru to a nearby farmhouse. Under the threat of money and life, he compelled the farmer's wife to dress Lin Yuru in coarse linen garments. After securing her belongings in a spatial pouch, he concealed Lin Yuru in an abandoned mountain shrine before returning to the Lin family fortress. With Lin Yuru stripped of her memories, one wonders if Lu Jinyuan, who harbored feelings for her, would be moved upon encountering a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Yuru. The stage is set, and the actors are in place. Now all that remains is a perfect encounter. The forgetting worm truly is a remarkable thing. Ha! I have indeed discovered my talent for directing. Please refer to me as Director Chu. Upon returning to Linjiabao, Chu Ye could hardly contain his excitement, having spent an entire sleepless night in anticipation. The following morning, as dawn broke, he summoned his 3 companions. After a brief preparation, Chu Ye led them to bid farewell to Lin Tiannan. Upon meeting, Chu Ye wore a warm smile and respectfully apologized. Master Lin, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness yesterday. Lin Tiannan repeatedly insisted it was nothing to worry about. Chu Ye was forthright, stating he had come specifically to express his contrition and to bid farewell. This candidness left Lin Tiannan momentarily taken aback. He too had spent the night in restless thought, contemplating how to navigate the unpredictable temperament of the formidable Chu Ye, hoping to delay the inevitable revelation that Lin Yuru had already been sent away. Unexpectedly, Chu Ye had come to say goodbye. Lin Tiannan was momentarily speechless, prompting Lu Jinyuan to step forward and explain, Uncle, yesterday my master heeded my counsel and relinquished his intention for me to marry cousin Yuru. You need not worry about my master. He merely intended to frighten you. But it seems the situation has taken a turn. Lu Jinyuan's lips curled into a wry smile. Unexpectedly, Lin Tiannin raged internally, recalling the havoc wreaked by the released creatures that had demolished dozens of his houses. Yet, he maintained a composed exterior, remarking, "It is not your fault. It is merely Ru Heir's capricious nature that has provoked the elder." A long sigh escaped him, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen his household. Chu Ye interjected, "Master Lin, there is no need for such lamentation. I find your daughter's temperament quite admirable, innocent, natural, and utterly unpretentious. I believe Jinyuan is also fond of her character. Were it not for my having already taken Jinyuan as my disciple, I would consider taking on another apprentice solely for her disposition. If Jinyuan possessed her spiritedness, my life would be considerably easier." To this, Lu Jinyuan remarked, "Indeed. He is far too gentle. I must train him properly." He lowered his head in silence. Lin Tiannan found no credence in Chu Ye's words, admiring Yuru's character and appreciating the threats posed by unleashed monsters. However, faced with the prevailing circumstances, he dared not argue, humbly stating, "It is a blessing for Yuru that the elder appreciates her. Alas, she is fated to miss the opportunity to study under such a master." He sighed repeatedly, as if lamenting a monumental chance lost by Lin Yuru. Chu Ye, choosing not to expose Lin Tiannan's dissembling, smiled and said, "We are set to depart today. It was an oversight on my part as an elder yesterday. Why not call your daughter out so that I may personally apologize to her?" Lin Tiannan found himself unable to summon Lin Yuru. Even if she were present, he would not dare call her forth, fearing further incitement of Chu Ye's ire. At that moment, all he wished was to hasten Chu Ye's departure, so he could send someone to retrieve Lin Yuru. He quickly added, "You are Jinyuan's master. An elder. How can an elder apologize to a junior? In the usual course of discipline, these younger ones ought to endure it without complaint." Lin Tiannan smiled and added, "Moreover, the young lady is rather indolent. She is yet to rise." "Very well, if that is the case, let it be," Chu Ye replied. "It is as it should be." "Indeed. Well then, Lin Fort Master, until we meet again," Chu Ye declared. "Until we meet again," Li Xiaoyao chimed in with a grin. Zhao Linger, more polite, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Fort Master, for your care during this time. I am immensely grateful. Uncle, I apologize for troubling you. But today I shall embark on a journey with my master. I will surely come to visit you when the opportunity arises," Lu Jinyuan said. Lin Tiannan, cheerfully engaging with Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger, turned to Lu Jinyuan and pulled him aside, saying to Chu Ye, "Senior, this journey is long. I wish to speak privately with Jinyuan." "It is natural for an elder to be concerned for a younger," Chu Ye replied with a smile. "Xiaoyao Linger, let us wait outside." Once they had exited, Lin Tiannan turned to Lu Jinyuan and asked, "Jinyuan, do you truly intend to leave with them? What of your parents?" Lu Jinyuan chuckled, "Uncle, you misunderstand. I am merely studying under my master and will return home in due time. I informed my parents of this in a letter last night." "What of your position in the court? You are a newly appointed scholar," Lin Tiannan inquired. "I have already glimpsed broader horizons. The court and its pursuits of fame and fortune are as fleeting as clouds to me. I will submit a letter of resignation to the emperor," Lu Jinyuan replied with a wave of his hand. "Your master is not of virtuous disposition. His temperament is volatile, oscillating between righteousness and malevolence. Have you truly considered this?" Lin Tiannan asked, lowering his voice. "Precisely because of his unpredictable nature, I must remain by his side. Often to counsel him," Lu Jinyuan responded. Before long, Lu Jinyuan stepped out of the Lin family fortress and declared, "Master, esteemed junior disciples, let us depart." Chu Ye glanced at him and smiled. "Very well. Let us set forth." "Oh, we are off," Li Xiaoyao cheered, while Zhao Linger skipped with delight. The morning light was gentle, the perfect time to embark on their journey.